Daxia, the 18th year of the Xia era. In the imperial palace within the Zhaohua Hall, Chu Xiao lounged lazily against the soft couch. Beside him, a lovely and spirited maid was kneading his shoulders. The faint fragrance of a young maiden drifted into his nose, making Chu Xiao narrow his eyes instinctively. "Your Highness, is this comfortable?" "Quite good. Siwei, your technique grows more skillful by the day." Hearing his praise, the maid behind him broke into a radiant smile that lit up her delicate face. "Your Highness, ever since that grave illness you seem to have changed so much." At her words, Chu Xiao's expression stalled for a brief moment, and his thoughts instantly returned to what had happened 3 days prior. In truth, Chu Xiao did not belong to this era at all. He had originally been an utterly ordinary wage slave on Blue Star, living the endless grind of a 9-6 schedule. After collapsing from overwork and dying suddenly, he unexpectedly transmigrated into the Daxia dynasty, a realm that had never existed in the history he knew. From the memories in his mind, he learned that a portion of this world's history overlapped with that of his previous life. Yet beginning from the Sui dynasty onward, the course of history had completely diverged. The original body was also named Chu Xiao and was the 9th prince of the Daxia dynasty. The title sounded illustrious, yet in reality, Chu Xiao's days were far from as glorious as one might imagine. His mother had died in childbirth when bearing him, and growing up without a mother's affection had fostered in him a deeply ingrained, timid inferiority. Moreover, the current emperor of Daxia had many sons and daughters, and the original Chu Xiao had gradually been pushed to the margins. An unloved prince in this man-eating deep palace could barely take a single step without difficulty. Yet Chu Xiao felt no dissatisfaction with this. After all, no matter how destitute the life of a prince might be, it was still far more comfortable than being a corporate drone in his previous existence. Chu Xiao had already thought things through. In this lifetime, he coveted nothing else. All he wished for was to properly enjoy himself. According to Daxia's ancestral rules, once a prince came of age, he could be infeft as a king. When that time came, he planned to retreat to his fief and live as a salted fish lord, idling his days away in carefree indulgence. Such a life had been nothing more than a distant fantasy in his previous world. As for the imperial throne, Chu Xiao had never even entertained the thought. The risks involved were far too great. He had neither his imperial father's favor nor the backing of a powerful maternal clan. What could he possibly use to contend against the other princes? To speak frankly, even if he did desire to contend, there was likely no one who would support him. Better to remain an honest salted fish prince, patiently awaiting his enfeefment, so he could go enjoy life in peace. "Siwei, is the change in this prince not a good thing?" Chu Xiao opened his eyes and asked the maid with a bright, easy smile. Kai Wei hurriedly waved her hands. "Of course it is good. Your Highness used to wear a frown all day long." This servant's heart ached whenever she saw you. Chu Xiao stretched lazily and glanced toward the window, where heavy snow had begun to fall. He could not help but shiver at the sudden chill. Seeing that Chu Xiao disliked the cold, Kai Wei immediately went to the side and buried the last piece of silver thread charcoal into the gilded brazier. "Your Highness, there is no more charcoal left in the hall. This servant will go urge the household department again." She rubbed her frost-reddened fingers, and just as her words fell, a clamor arose outside. Several young eunuchs wobbled into the hall carrying a wooden chest, led by Lu Dequan, the steward from the household department. Lu Dequan, his oiled face gleaming, shuffled up to Chu Xiao and perfunctorily executed a token bow. "Ninth Highness, this is your allotment of charcoal for the month." Hearing this, Kai Wei hurried over to the chest. The moment she opened it, her pupils abruptly contracted. The wooden chest that should have been filled with silver thread charcoal held only 7 or 8 sparse sticks. The ashes were speckled with a few dried leaves, clearly leftovers that someone else had already used. "Steward Lu, what is the meaning of this?" "By regulation, Zhaohua Hall is allotted 100 jin of silver thread charcoal each month. Are you treating us like beggars, Steward Lu?" Siwei's small fists were tightly clenched, her posture like that of a mother hen fiercely defending her chick. Lu Dequan flicked at imaginary dust on his robes and cast Kai Wei a sidelong glance. His voice was unhurried as he said, "Li Jiaoyi fears the cold and specially ordered that her charcoal allotment be doubled this year. We in the household department are no immortals. How could we conjure extra silver thread charcoal out of thin air? So we can only trouble Ninth Highness a little." After speaking, Lu Dequan shot a mocking glance at Chu Xiao's calm face. "If Ninth Highness finds it too cold, you could simply pile on a few more quilts." Hearing Lu Dequan openly humiliate Chu Xiao, Kai Wei rushed forward in fury and seized his wrist. "Last year you docked medicine, claiming it was spoiled by the rainy season. The year before you cut off our silk, saying the weaving bureau had suffered a fire. Now you even tamper with our charcoal. Are you not pushing us too far?" Lu Dequan's expression turned grim as he lifted a foot and ground a piece of silver thread charcoal beneath his heel. "Wretched girl, you dare speak to this eunuch like that? This silver thread charcoal was taken for Li Jiaoyi. If you have the courage, go question Li Jiaoyi herself." But let me kindly remind you Li Jiaoyi is now the most favored in the harem. Her status is not something your ninth prince can compare to. You would do well to mind your tongue. At the thought of Li Jiaoyi's overbearing demeanor in the harem, Kai Wei reluctantly loosened her grip, though in her heart, she felt a deep, bitter grievance on Chu Xiao's behalf. A sharp crack rang out. Watching Lu Dequan strut about simply because he served Li Jiaoyi, Chu Xiao had no intention of indulging him. He strode forward and dealt him a resounding slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the entire Jiahua hall. Chu Xiao shook his numbed hand, and staring at the handprint blooming on Lu Dequan's cheek spoke slowly and clearly. Dogslave, did you truly think that clinging to Li Jiaoyi's thigh would let you swagger unchecked through the palace? Lu Dequan clutched his face, staring at Chu Xiao in stunned disbelief. This ninth prince had always been timid and cowardly. Over the years, the goods the household department had docked were no mere handful, yet Ninth Highness had always swallowed his anger in silence. But today he seemed a different person altogether. Ninth Highness, you dare strike me. I serve Li Jiaoyi. Chu Xiao fixed him with a cold glare and let out a disdainful chuckle. And if I strike you, then what of it? I am after all of heavenly imperial blood. I am the master, you are the servant. Even if I were to kill you here, and now do you truly think Li Jiaoyi could do anything to this prince? Lu Dequan lowered his head, his gaze turning venomous. Though hatred churned within him, he knew clearly that no matter how unloved Chu Xiao might be, he was still a prince. If he truly were beaten to death, what use would Li Jiaoyi's vengeance be afterward? A life could be lost only once. Your Highness is right to chastise me. This servant was in the wrong. And what of Jiahua Hall's charcoal allotment? Chu Xiao asked. Lu Dequan's expression grew troubled. Your Highness, this servant truly has no means. All of the silver thread charcoal has already been sent to Ningxiang Palace. The household department is completely out. Hands clasped behind his back, Chu Xiao spoke coldly. That is your concern. In any case, not a single piece of this prince's allotted charcoal may be missing. If you cannot manage it, this prince will simply have to seek out Father Emperor for a fair judgment. Lu Dequan's face changed drastically. If Chu Xiao truly made a scene before the Emperor of Daxiao, it would be Li Jiaoyi's face that was lost. And when she turned her blame upon him, the household steward, he would likely pay a heavy price. Yes, this servant understands. I will go think of a way at once. With that, Lu Dequan retreated in disgrace, leading his people out. Once he stepped beyond the threshold of Jiahua Hall, he cast a chilly glance at the plaque hanging above. Ninth Highness, just wait for her ladyship's revenge. In Ningxiang Hall, snowflakes danced outside, yet within it was as warm as spring. Li Jiaoyi sat before a bronze mirror, admiring the breathtaking beauty, reflected there a touch of smugness curling at the corners of her lips. She was blessed with natural allure, especially those peach blossom eyes brimming with languid charm. Every frown and every smile of hers could captivate hearts. This face was her greatest reliance in the palace and the very capital on which she flaunted her favored status. My lady, you must save this servant. That Ninth Highness is simply too bullying. At the sound, Li Jiaoyi turned back with displeasure and saw Lu Dequan kneeling pitifully before her, a large glaring handprint emblazoned across his face. What on earth happened to you? Li Jiaoyi's voice carried a threat of anger. Everyone in the palace knew Lu Dequan was her dog. As the saying went, one must look at the owner before striking the dog. What did the one who'd hit him intend to provoke her openly? Seeing that Li Jiaoyi was angry, Lu Dequan felt a secret delight. He immediately embellished and exaggerated as he recounted everything that had just transpired. My lady, that Ninth Highness was far too excessive. He said, what kind of thing are you to dare snatch the supplies of his Jiahua Hall? And moreover, Li Jiaoyi drew in a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. Moreover what? Speak quickly. Lu Dequan lowered his head and said in a choked voice, moreover, he said that you, my lady, are nothing but an old hen that cannot lay eggs. Lu Dequan had served consort Li for many years and naturally knew precisely what mattered most to her. Though she now reigned supreme over the imperial harem, a thorn had always lodged in her heart. She had yet to bear an imperial heir. This was consort Li's reverse scale, the one taboo that if mentioned in her presence would surely bring down her frenzied retaliation. Sure enough, the moment Lu Dequan spoke those words, consort Li's almond-shaped eyes flew wide open and her formerly delicate face instantly turned cold and grim. In a blaze of fury, she seized her beloved cloud-patterned Qinghui mirror from the table and dashed it violently to the ground. He has turned rebellious. An unfavored prince. How dare he humiliate me so? She crushed the mirror fragments underfoot, summoned the imperial guards, and stormed murderously toward Jiahua Hall. Along the way, eunuchs and palace maids hurried out of her path, terrified of provoking the favored consort's wrath. Meanwhile, in Jiahua Hall, Kai Wei looked at Chu Xiao with deep concern. My prince, you should not have acted so rashly. That consort Li is arrogant and domineering, recklessly relying on His Majesty's favor. Offending her can only bring you suffering. Perhaps I should select some valuable gifts and apologize to her on your behalf. Chu Xiao shook his head. Wei, I may not wish to invite trouble, but neither am I afraid of it. If we continue to yield today, life in Zhaohua Hall will only become harder in the days ahead. A wise man once said, banish one blow to escape 100 blows. Today I must show my strength. Only then will those in the palace who bully the weak and fear the strong abandon their petty schemes. Wei knew that Chu Xiao was right, yet recalling Consort Li's usual conduct, her heart still ached with worry for him. Just then hurried footsteps sounded outside Zhaohua Hall. Chu Xiao, get out here now. A piercing voice rang out beyond the hall. Wei's expression changed. She has come so quickly, Your Highness. What are we to do? Chu Xiao waved his hand to signal Wei that there was no need to worry, then rose unhurriedly and walked. The moment he stepped outside, he saw the arrogant, overbearing Consort Li glaring at him coldly. Consort Li, have you come to return Zhaohua Hall's silver thread charcoal? Consort Li's full-blown rage faltered, struck speechless by Chu Xiao's words. Is there something wrong? Whatever I take I never give back. Who does he think he is? Does he really have that much face? An unfavored prince dares to speak to me like this. Guards, this Chu Xiao is reckless with his tongue and knows no rank. Slap his face. The guards behind Consort Li all knew her standing in Emperor Xia's heart, so upon hearing her order, they did not dare hesitate. With stern faces they advanced toward Chu Xiao. Unfazed, Chu Xiao clasped his hands behind his back and cast a cold glance at them. Are you certain you wish to do this? However unfavored I am still my father's own son. If you harm me, I will surely report it to His Majesty. To protect the dignity of the imperial family, he will never sit idly by. Consort Li may rely on His Majesty's favor to escape punishment, but what about you? The imperial guards halted, fear flickering in their eyes. To curry favor with Consort Li at the cost of their own lives would not be worth it. Seeing the guards falter, Consort Li burned with rage. She had never expected the ninth prince, once so timid in everyone's eyes, to be so sharp-tongued that a few words could cow the imperial guards. Consort Li gritted her pearly teeth, a trace of ferocity twisting her beautiful face. Fine. For the sake of your status as a prince I will spare you this once. But your maidservant will not be so fortunate. I am after all a consort. If I discipline a mere maid even before His Majesty, he will have nothing to say. With that she glared at the guards and barked impatiently, what are you all standing there for? Move now. The guards would hesitate to strike a prince, but bullying a small palace maid weighed nothing on their conscience. Chu Xiao's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Consort Li. Wei was one of the few people in the palace who truly cared for him. How could he bear to watch her suffer such indignity? Just as the guards were about to strike, Wei squeezed her eyes shut in terror and silently told herself that once she took the beating, Consort Li's anger would fade and His Highness would be safe. A sharp slap rang out, yet Wei felt no pain. She carefully opened her eyes and saw the guards staring in shock at Consort Li. A swollen mark rose on Consort Li's face, while Chu Xiao rubbed his own palm with indifference. You dare hit me. They'll fight you to the death. Never having suffered such humiliation, Consort Li lunged madly at Chu Xiao. But in the next instant he drew a coldly gleaming dagger from his waist and pressed it against her snow-white neck. The imperial guards cried out in alarm at Chu Xiao's dangerous move. Ninth Prince, stop at once. Feeling the cold blade against her neck, Consort Li's face turned pallid with fear. How could the ninth prince, who had once been timid as a quail, dare to do something so insane? Chu Xiao, do you have any idea what you're doing? Let me go at once. If you dare hurt me, His Majesty will... Consort Li's voice trembled. All her earlier arrogance had vanished, leaving only fear of Chu Xiao. Now you're afraid. Too late for that. Chu Xiao leaned close to Consort Li's ear, his voice as cold as the ice of the ninth abyss. Don't use His Majesty to pressure me. If you want to lodge a complaint, you'd better survive long enough to see him. Struck as if by lightning at his threatening words, Consort Li gasped, what do you want? Surely you don't intend to kill... What, you think I wouldn't? Chu Xiao sneered, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. In this deep palace, even the mangy lackeys under your command dare to bully me. I have had enough of this life. Today I will take your worthless life, then go before my father and confess. If he spares me the death penalty, I will have come out ahead. And if he demands my life in return, I will accept it too. By now Consort Li was utterly terrified. Are you over a little silver thread charcoal and a maidservant you would stake your life against mine? Is my life really worth so little? Sir? I'm sorry. I was wrong. Terrified, Consort Li wisely chose to apologize, but Chu Xiao pointed at Wei. You should apologize to her. A flash of fury crossed Consort Li's face. She was after all an imperial consort. How could she be forced to apologize to a lowly maid? If word of this spread, how could she ever hold her head up again? But as Chu Xiao pressed the dagger a little harder, Consort Li immediately capitulated. Looking at the stunned Wei, she shouted in humiliation, I'm sorry. I apologize. I frightened you today. It was my fault. After saying this, she looked cautiously at Chu Xiao. Ninth Prince, can you let me go now? Seeing Consort Li back down, Chu Xiao felt secretly pleased. So this was it, only madness brings contentment. As long as he was mad enough, no one could bully him again. You may be released, but what about the silver charcoal of my Zhaohua palace? Today you caused a disturbance in my Zhaohua palace, scaring this prince. How shall we settle the compensation for mental distress? Although feeling quite displeased by Chu Xiao's extortion, Li Zhao, he had to lower her head under the eaves. Suppressing her dissatisfaction, she asked in a conciliatory tone, "Just tell me how much the ninth prince wants." Chu Xiao extended 5 fingers, waving them in front of Li Zhaoyi. Li Zhaoyi gritted her teeth. Indeed, Chu Xiao was quite greedy. 50,000 taels, right? Final pay. Hearing this amount, Chu Xiao nearly dropped his jaw. By the heavens, he merely intended to extort 5,000 taels to improve his living conditions. After all, expenses in the palace were everywhere, and life in Zhaohua Palace was extremely tight. Who would have thought that Li Zhaoyi was so extravagant? 50,000 taels. This was enough for an ordinary person to spend several lifetimes. That damn rich person. Once the terms were settled, Chu Xiao released Li Zhaoyi. After giving Chu Xiao a fierce glare, Li Zhaoyi turned and fled in a hurry. Although the palace was vast, it was the place where secrets were hardest to conceal. The events occurring in Zhaohua Palace quickly reached the ears of Emperor Xia, Chu Xiao. When he heard that his favored consort was bullied by the ninth prince, he was momentarily stunned. What did you just say? You said the ninth prince threatened Li Zhaoyi and forced her to apologize to a maid. Are you sure you were talking about the ninth prince, the one who doesn't even dare to lift his head in front of me, and not another prince? Standing beside Emperor Xia, Chief Eunuch Changshun dared not even breathe. Your Majesty, at first I thought I misheard. But after investigating, I confirmed that this matter was indeed done by the ninth prince. After speaking, Changshun secretly raised his eyes, cautiously observing Emperor Xia's expression. He originally thought that Emperor Xia would be furious upon hearing that his favored consort was bullied, and might even fly into a rage and punish the ninth prince Chu Xiao. But to his surprise, Emperor Xia showed a strange expression and murmured, I didn't expect the ninth prince to have such spirit. It seems I haven't understood him enough in the past. Changshun was somewhat taken aback, secretly speculating about Emperor Xia's thoughts. Your Majesty, should we reprimand the ninth prince to prevent him from doing anything further out of line? Emperor Xia pondered for a moment. Convey my edict ordering the ninth prince to copy the Shao Jing 100 times. Changshun nodded in response, a look of surprise on his face. Emperor Xia glanced at Changshun. What do you think my punishment is too light? Changshun hurriedly bowed. This servant dares not. Changshun, afraid, wiped the sweat from his face, and then cautiously asked, should there be any response from Li? Emperor Xia raised an eyebrow. If I recall correctly, someone complained to me a few days ago saying that Li Zhaoyi often bullies her. Changshun nodded. Just this month, 3 consorts have already expressed their dissatisfaction with Li Zhaoyi. Emperor Xia's brows furrowed deeply. Li Zhaoyi is truly too inconsiderate. For the next month, do not arrange for her to serve the night. Although Li Zhaoyi was young and beautiful, as the saying goes, the palace is never short of beauties. As long as Emperor Xia feels even slightly unhappy, even the most favored consort can be easily discarded. Upon hearing Emperor Xia's orders, Changshun hurriedly accepted. Yes, this servant understands. Then Changshun bowed and slowly exited the study. Inside Zhaohua Palace. When Chu Xiao heard Changshun finish reading Emperor Xia's edict, he sat down at the desk with a helpless expression, spread out the rice paper, and began to earnestly copy the text. On the side, Kai Wei stood quietly next to Chu Xiao, silently grinding ink for him. The Shao Jing is about 1,800 characters long, and the copying must be neat, so it takes a particularly long time. Normally one can only write about 10 characters per minute. Based on this calculation, writing for 6 hours a day would take about a month. When Chu Xiao thought about having to copy the Shao Jing every day for the next month, he immediately felt a headache coming on. Seeing Chu Xiao's lifeless expression, Kai Wei couldn't hold back and chuckled softly. Hearing that faint laughter, Chu Xiao glanced at Kai Wei and pretended to be angry, saying, You little girl, how dare you laugh at this prince? Kai Wei quickly suppressed her laughter. Your Highness, this servant knows she was wrong. Forget it, considering it was your first offense. This prince will let you copy for me instead. Chu Xiao was already planning to pass the copying task on to Kai Wei. Kai Wei pouted. Your Highness, this is an order from His Majesty for you to copy. If you pass it to another person and His Majesty finds out, that would be treason. Chu Xiao waved his hand. Heavens, if I really have to copy it 100 times, my hand will be crippled. If only there were a printer here. Wait, a printer. Chu Xiao suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up as he commanded Kai Wei. Quick, help me find some eunuchs in the palace who know woodworking and carving. This prince has a big use for them. Kai Wei was taken aback. Your Highness, you are not going to copy anymore. Chu Xiao laughed heartily and tossed the brush in his hand. Copying is foolish. Oh, only a fool would do it himself. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. One day after Emperor Xia, Chu Xiao had just finished the morning court, he suddenly felt inspired and thought of the ninth prince, Chu Xiao, who was punished to copy texts, so he decided to come and take a look. Emperor Xia originally thought that Chu Xiao should be diligently writing at this time, so he instructed Chang Shun beside him. That rascal is working hard these days. Send someone from the imperial kitchen to bring some delicious food later. Chang Shun hurriedly accepted the order, and then the two arrived at the entrance of Zhaohua Palace. Just as Chang Shun was about to push open the grand door, he suddenly heard a catchy and brainwashing song coming from inside. Grilled chicken wings, oh how I love to eat them. Emperor Xia raised an eyebrow, his expression instantly turning grim. This unfilial child daring to indulge like this during a punishment clearly has no respect for me. Emperor Xia along with Chang Shun entered Zhaohua Palace and saw Chu Xiao sitting with Kai Wei in front of the fire pit. In his hand he held several skewers of chicken wings, staring intently, with a bit of drool at the corner of his mouth. Neither Chu Xiao nor Kai Wei expected Emperor Xia to walk in at that moment. Upon seeing him, both of them were stunned. What nonsense are you doing? Emperor Xia's roar echoed throughout the hall. Chu Xiao awkwardly raised the chicken wings in his hand, forcing a smile. I'm barbecuing. Would you like some, father? Emperor Xia disdainfully turned up his nose, his eyes filled with contempt. What delicacies have I not eaten? How could I eat such things? As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Xia unconsciously inhaled. Suddenly a rich aroma of grilled meat entered his nostrils, causing him to swallow his saliva involuntarily. Chu Xiao keenly captured this subtle movement from Emperor Xia. He waved the chicken wings again and asked in a tempting tone, Father, are you really not going to try a little? Emperor Xia glared at Chu Xiao, originally wanting to scold him, but as the enticing aroma wafted around, he hesitated and awkwardly said, well, let me just try a small bite. After a moment, so delicious. Emperor Xia and Chu Xiao sat in front of the fire pit, bones scattered all over. The emperor, who had just proclaimed he would not eat, now had his mouth full of grease. Indeed, no one can escape the law of deliciousness, not even if that person is the emperor. 10 skewers of chicken wings, 7 ended up in Emperor Xiao's stomach. Had Chu Xiao not eaten swiftly, he might not have secured even 3. Rebellious son, is this how you fulfill my imperial command to copy texts? Ninth prince, do you harbor grievances against me? That old sovereign. No sooner had he finished eating than his expression turned frosty. Chu Xiao inwardly grumbled, then bowed respectfully and declared, how could that ever be possible? My reverence for your imperial majesty flows like the unceasing Yangtze River, surging like the Yellow River in flood, boundless and unstoppable. Speak plainly. Yes, your majesty. Chu Xiao offered an awkward smile and murmured softly, through tireless round-the-clock devotion, sleeping little and eating less, I have completed the 100 copies of the classic of filial piety, as commanded by your imperial majesty. Emperor Xia wore a skeptical expression. 100 copies. All finished. Chu Xiao nodded firmly. Huh, ninth prince. Do you know the penalty for deceiving the Son of Heaven? Chu Xiao assumed an expression of profound sorrow. Does your majesty doubt my sincerity? Enough empty rhetoric. Produce the copies at once. I shall inspect them myself. Chu Xiao shot a subtle glance toward Kai Wei, who hurried to the bookshelf and returned with a thick stack of paper, placing it reverently upon the desk. Emperor Xia strode to the desk and seated himself, his gaze settling upon the stack. Commendable. The brushwork is neat, each stroke firm and incisive, clearly written with utmost care. Though he offered faint praise, his imperial majesty's suspicion deepened. If every sheet bore such meticulous calligraphy, how could Chu Xiao possibly have transcribed 100 copies in so short a time? As for Chu Xiao's claim of forgetting sleep and meals, Emperor Xia dismissed it entirely. Not a single word did he believe. Still burdened with doubt, he continued flipping through the pages. Yet every sheet, without exception, was flawlessly executed, and none betrayed haste or negligence. Though Emperor Xia did not count them precisely, he trusted Chu Xiao dared not falsify such a matter before the throne. So, had the ninth prince truly spoken truth? Emperor Xia stroked his beard, preparing to offer faint commendation, when suddenly something unusual caught his eye. He selected 2 sheets and compared them closely, discovering not only identical handwriting, but also perfectly uniform spacing between every character. Emperor Xia knew full well, even from the same hand, variations in mental focus, pressure, rhythm, and intent would inevitably yield subtle differences. Absolute uniformity was humanly impossible. Though he could not fathom how Chu Xiao achieved this, Emperor Xia was certain some deception lay beneath. Chu Xiao had been silently observing his majesty's expression, and the moment fury flickered across the emperor's face, his heart lurched. Before Chu Xiao could devise an excuse, Emperor Xia slammed his palm onto the desk, crack, and rose abruptly, face stern. Ninth prince, you stand accused. How dare you fabricate these copies under punishment? Do you hold no reverence for me, your own father and sovereign? Seeing the emperor's wrath, Chu Xiao wisely abandoned resistance and immediately confessed, "Your Majesty, forgive this unworthy son. I have erred." Noting Chu Xiao's prompt contrition, Emperor Xia's sternness softened slightly. "Explain, how did you accomplish this?" Chu Xiao nervously shrank his neck. "Your Majesty, they were printed." "What is this printing?" "Characters are carved into wooden blocks, ink is applied, and paper pressed upon them, thus replicating the text precisely." "Umph, ignorant and frivolous. You waste your days devising petty tricks." Chu Xiao bristled. "How can printing be mere cleverness?" "Printing enables mass reproduction of books, making knowledge accessible to all under heaven. Does your Majesty still deem it trivial?" Emperor Xiao's expression shifted subtly. Until now he dismissed it as idle diversion, but Chu Xiao's words revealed its profound significance. Since antiquity, books had remained the exclusive domain of aristocratic clans, due for commoners' literacy had been nearly unattainable. Now, with printing, vast numbers of texts could be reproduced, a monumental boon for scholars of humble. More crucially, scholarship had long been monopolized by noble families. Printing offered Emperor Xia the means to dismantle that monopoly entirely. "Changshan, summon the Minister of Works immediately. I have urgent instructions for him." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Wait, where's my reward?" Emperor Xia turned astonished toward Chu Xiao. The ninth prince's audacity astounded him. Among all princes, he was the first to brazenly demand imperial favor. Yet, acknowledging the technique's immense value to the realm, Emperor Xia responded judiciously, "What reward do you seek?" Chu Xiao ventured cautiously, "May I request any reward?" Emperor Xia lifted his chin with quiet pride. "I rule all under heaven. I grant whatever you desire." Without hesitation, Chu Xiao blurted, "This unworthy son requests permission to leave the palace." "For what purpose?" "To stroll the streets, Your Majesty. Having lived secluded within these walls since childhood, I yearn deeply for the world beyond. Pray grant my petition." Chu Xiao secretly patted his chest. Phew, he'd nearly spoken his true intention aloud. He believed such a modest request would surely be granted. Yet Emperor Xia shook his head in refusal. "The outside world is perilous. Moreover, you approach your comingafage ceremony. You should devote yourself." Perhaps sensing stinginess in granting nothing at all, Emperor Xia glanced tenderly at the jade thumb ring on his right thumb, then removed it and placed it solemnly in Chu Xiao's palm. "This ring was bestowed upon me by the late emperor. Even the crown prince once requested it, yet I refused. Now it is yours." Chu Xiao stared at the exquisite jade ring, speechless with despair. Who cared for such an object? Valuable though it was as an imperial gift, it could neither be sold nor discarded. He longed instead to behold the vibrant, bustling world beyond the palace walls. Emperor Xia allowed no protest. With a sweep of his wide sleeves, he departed Zhaohua Hall accompanied by Changshan. In Ningxiang Palace, a maidservant rushed breathlessly to Lady Li. "Madam, terrible news. His Majesty has just visited Zhaohua Hall." Lady Li, mid adorning herself, froze instantly. "Why did His Majesty go there? Did you learn anything else?" The maidservant lowered her head, voice trembling. "I also learned. His Majesty bestowed his personal jade thumb ring upon the ninth prince." Lady Li sprang upright. "Impossible. That ring was a sacred gift from the late emperor. His Majesty cherished it above all else. What has come over him?" The maidservant glanced anxiously at Lady Li and whispered, "Madam, shall we devise retribution against the ninth prince?" Lady Li glared fiercely. "Have you lost your senses? That Chu Xiao is utterly reckless, capable of self-destruction without hesitation. I'll not invite disaster upon myself." She paced back and forth within the hall, then turned resolutely. "Yet I cannot let past slights pass. Go, secretly inform the crown prince the ninth prince enjoys extraordinary imperial favor. Even the late emperor's sacred thumb ring has been bestowed upon him." The maidservant hesitated. "Madam, what purpose does this serve?" Lady Li rolled her eyes. "Foolish. Though the crown prince is heir apparent, several adult princes stubbornly remain in the capital. Everyone knows their ambitions. The crown prince certainly does not wish for yet another rival." "Ah, I understand. Madam's stratagem is indeed killing with another's blade." In the East Palace, Crown Prince Chu Yuan was lazily leaning against the couch, gently swirling a wine cup in his hand. On ordinary days, he enjoyed sipping fine wine alone, relishing the feeling of a pleasant buzz. As the Crown Prince, such tranquil moments were rare for Chu Yuan. However, at that moment, the captain of the palace guards, He Yunjing, rushed in, shattering the serenity of the hall. "Your Highness, something big has happened. His Majesty just visited the Zhaohua Palace to see the ninth prince, and even bestowed upon him a jade ring." Chu Yuan's previously half-closed eyes snapped open, a glint of cold light flashing in his gaze. "What did you say?" He had once requested that jade ring from the Summer Emperor when he came of age, but was mercilessly refused. Who would have thought that the object he could not obtain would now be granted to the ninth prince, Chu Xiao? Filled with jealousy, Crown Prince Chu Yuan crushed the wine cup in his hand, the shards cutting into his palm as blood trickled down between his fingers. "What does father mean by this?" he exclaimed. "He grants what I cannot have to the ninth prince. How by and that ninth prince? He usually keeps a low profile, yet unexpectedly he has garnered father's favoritism in secret. I had thought he was sensible, but now it seems none of my dear brothers are simple." He Yunjing, seeing the crown prince's injury, quickly knelt down in fright. "Your Highness, should we find a way to suppress the ninth prince?" The crown prince's face darkened as he coldly gazed toward the door. Although he was born a crown prince, the increasing number of adult princes made his position more precarious. Every step he took felt like walking on thin ice. "We must not act recklessly." Chu Yuan slowly spoke, his voice laced with a hint of ruthlessness. "All my dear brothers are just waiting for me to make a mistake, hoping to take my place. Any stirrings in this palace cannot escape father's watchful eyes. To deal with the ninth prince requires careful planning." He Yunjing nodded slightly, secretly admiring the crown prince's composure. Chu Yuan returned to the couch, picked up a handkerchief, and casually wiped the blood from his hand. "From today onward, arrange for someone to keep an eye on the ninth prince. Every move he makes must be reported to me in detail. Also pay attention to the ministers in court to see if anyone is starting to align with the ninth prince." He Yunjing hurriedly bowed in obedience. Little did Chu Xiao know that he had caught the crown prince's attention due to a jade ring. If he had known, he would have surely shouted at the Summer Emperor, "Old Deng, I'm in deep trouble because of you." A few days later, on a whim, the Summer Emperor decided to visit the Yuxiao Academy to check on the learning progress. The Yuxiao Academy was established during the era of the Great Xia's founding emperor and served as a place to educate princes and princesses. Every instructor here was a scholarly figure personally selected by the Summer Emperor. Aside from the crown prince and already conferred princes and married princesses, the rest of the princes and princesses were required to study and listen here. When the Summer Emperor arrived outside the Yuxiao Academy, he saw today's instructor Yi Yuan standing on the platform, earnestly explaining the essence of the scriptures. Below, the princes and princesses sat upright, their expressions focused. Seeing this scene, the Summer Emperor felt a surge of satisfaction. He nodded slightly, intending to praise the princes and princesses for their good learning attitude, but inadvertently his gaze landed on a figure in the corner of the Yuxiao Academy. At that moment, the ninth prince Chu Xiao was sprawled on the desk, resting his head on his arms, his eyes tightly shut, clearly lost in slumber. Perhaps dreaming of something delicious, Chu Xiao smacked his lips, drool trickling down to his arm. Compared to the other princes, his appearance was starkly out of place. The Summer Emperor's earlier satisfaction was instantly replaced by anger. "This ninth prince, I told him to study diligently, and he responds with such nonchalance." Just as the Summer Emperor was about to enter and give Chu Xiao a stern lesson, instructor Yi Yuan had also noticed the sleeping Chu Xiao. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows tightly, a hint of helplessness visible in his eyes. For this less favored prince, Yi Yuan had originally intended to not be too strict, but who knew that Chu Xiao would even snore while sleeping. This severely affected the classroom environment for other princes and princesses. Yi Yuan closed the scripture, quickly walked to Chu Xiao's side, and gently tapped his head with the book. Chu Xiao suddenly jolted awake from his dream. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he raised his head, still muddled, and said, "What's wrong? Is class over?" Immediately, laughter erupted from the princes and princesses in the classroom. Realizing he had been caught sleeping in class by the instructor, Chu Xiao felt embarrassed and scratched his head. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes dramatically and teasingly asked, "Did the ninth prince fall asleep in my class because my lectures are too boring?" Chu Xiao chuckled awkwardly. "How could that be? Teacher, your lectures are extraordinarily captivating. Not only are they clear and easy to understand, but they also seem to possess a certain enchantment that pulls me in effortlessly." "Well, so you're saying you fell asleep because my lectures are too lively, huh?" Yi Yuan, having lived a long life, could easily see through Chu Xiao's lie. However, unlike other strict scholars, Yi Yuan did not get angry upon hearing Chu Xiao's words. Instead, a hint of cunning sparkled in his eyes. "Oh, since the ninth prince holds my lectures in such high regard, I presume you must have fully grasped the essence of the texts. Then please, ninth prince, come down and answer a few questions for me." Chu Xiao was taken aback, his mind filled with question marks. This was not how the plot was supposed to unfold. "I fell asleep in your class. You should be furious and kick me out so I can go back to sleep. But now you're not angry at all and seem to be enjoying this. What is going on?" The reason Chu Xiao fell asleep wasn't because of any dissatisfaction with Yi Yuan. It was simply that the class time at the Yuxiao Academy was too early. He couldn't get up before dawn. Now, hearing that Yi Yuan was preparing to test him, Chu Xiao secretly made a decision. No matter what questions Yi Yuan asked, he would give random answers, hoping to infuriate him and ensure he wouldn't have to attend class in the future. Determined, Chu Xiao slowly stood up and obediently nodded at Yi Yuan, saying, "Teacher, please ask your questions." Yi Yuan stroked his beard, saying, "I ask you." Confucius said, "A gentleman who is not heavy cannot establish authority." What does this mean? Chu Xiao blinked, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. This means that as a gentleman, if I don't hit hard enough, I cannot establish authority. The princes and princesses in the classroom gasped in shock. This explanation was simply unbeatable. Although it sounded ridiculous, after careful consideration, these princes and princesses actually found some merit in it. Yi Ziyuan, stroking his beard, trembled, pulling out several strands of hair in surprise. This answer truly exceeded his expectations. Chu Xiao initially thought that after hearing his response, Yi Ziyuan would surely fly into a rage, but unexpectedly after the shock, Yi Ziyuan suddenly smiled. Interesting, ninth prince, your answer is quite clever. Oh, now it was Chu Xiao's turn to be dumbfounded. I rambled like that, and you still praised me. This plot is all wrong. Seeing the astonishment on Chu Xiao's face, the summer emperor outside couldn't help but chuckle. This old ninth, daring to play tricks in front of Yi Ziyuan, really underestimated him. Yi Ziyuan had started recognizing characters at the age of 3, gained fame at 12, and by the age of 40 was universally acknowledged as a great scholar. A figure like him commanded respect even from the summer emperor. The fact that this little Chu Xiao dared to scheme in front of Yi Ziyuan meant that he had already seen through Chu Xiao's. Seeing Chu Xiao's incredulous expression, Yi Ziyuan chuckled, stroking his beard, as he said Confucius was 9 feet tall, and in the Chu Xiao it is written Confucius's strength could lift the gate of the nation. The summer emperor outside naturally noticed that Yi Ziyuan was merely trying to provoke Chu Xiao, so he walked in slowly with Changshan. A worthless fool, do you know how many people dream of such an opportunity? How dare you refuse, you little brat? Upon seeing the summer emperor enter, Chu Xiao hurriedly bowed and saluted, then revealed a helpless expression. Father, I am unruly and simply not cut out for studying. The summer emperor snorted coldly. He had long seen that although Chu Xiao was exceptionally intelligent, he seemed intent on hiding his talents. Thus he felt the urge to test Chu Xiao's true abilities. You don't want to study? Chu Xiao nodded vigorously. He thought to himself, now that he was a prince, why on earth would he want to study? He just wanted to enjoy life. Oh, studying could go to hell. The summer emperor pondered for a moment, then spoke to Chu Xiao with his hands behind his back. If you don't want to study, that's fine. Chu Xiao's eyes lit up. Really? But don't get too ahead of yourself. Oh, I have my own requirements. Chu Xiao pouted, thinking to himself, I knew you wouldn't be that generous, old man. However, for the sake of a happy future, Chu Xiao couldn't help but ask, what are your requirements? It's nothing difficult. As long as you can help me solve a small problem, then it's fine if you don't study. Chu Xiao immediately became interested. You want go back on your word? The summer emperor nodded affirmatively. I want go back on my word. Then ask away, father. I asked you this not long ago. The southwestern tribes announced their allegiance to the court, yet these tribes often rebel. How do you think the court should manage them? The surrounding princes and princesses looked at the summer emperor in shock, thinking that father was deliberately trying to make things difficult for Chu Xiao. This question had stumped many officials in the court for a long time, yet now it was being thrown at the still-crowned Chu Xiao, clearly targeting him. Just when everyone thought Chu Xiao would be stumped by this question, he shrugged and said, Is that it? Although Chu Xiao understood that the taller the tree, the more it is prone to wind, for the sake of not studying in the future, he had to pretend for a moment. The summer emperor's expression darkened. What do you mean? You think this question is simple? Chu Xiao nodded. It's indeed not difficult. Arrogant. The summer emperor took a deep breath and said earnestly, the problem with the southwestern tribes has been discussed by many ministers in the court for half a month, and they still haven't come up with a suitable solution. So you're saying you're better than the officials in court? Chu Xiao shrugged. I wouldn't dare. I just happen to have a few ideas. The summer emperor waved his sleeve. Speak if you talk nonsense. Don't blame me for being merciless today. Chu Xiao pretended to straighten his clothes, then looked straight at the summer emperor and began to speak slowly. The reason the southwestern tribes repeatedly rebel against the court is that their chieftains are hereditary and hold significant power in their regions. Secondly, these areas are relatively isolated and have little communication with the court. Therefore, abolishing their chieftain system and having the court directly appoint officials to manage them, along with setting fixed terms for these officials to prevent them from growing too powerful locally, is necessary. This way, the court will ensure absolute control over these tribes while also enhancing communication with them. Over time, they will naturally recognize the court and will not rebel any further. As Chu Xiao finished speaking, the entire Yushu hall fell into a deathly silence. Although the summer emperor's expression remained calm, a storm was brewing in his heart. A solution that had eluded the court for so long was unexpectedly proposed by a child. Could it be that the ninth prince is truly a genius? At that moment, both the summer emperor and the princes and princesses in Yushu hall looked at Chu Xiao as if he were a monster. The previously inconspicuous ninth prince, Chu Xiao, now seemed to shine with brilliance, instantly becoming the center of attention. Standing aside, Yi Ziyuan suddenly thought that perhaps it wouldn't be so bad if this ninth prince could truly become his disciple. Father, are you satisfied with my answer? The summer emperor averted his gaze awkwardly. It's passable. Then does that mean I've won the wager? Fine, 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 you win. If you don't want to come to Yuxiu Hall in the future, then don't. The Summer Emperor felt that even if Chu Xiao came to Yuxiu Hall, he would just be sleeping, so he wouldn't be of much use. Moreover, if Chu Xiao truly was a genius, then he shouldn't be judged by common standards. Perhaps such a person really wouldn't need any great teacher, they would learn and grow faster on their own. Seeing the Summer Emperor agree so readily, Chu Xiao's eyes glinted as he cautiously asked, well, since I answered, well, can you grant me one more small request, father? The Summer Emperor's lips twitched. This little brat is getting a bit too bold. However, his mood was good today, so he nodded slightly. What else do you want? Chu Xiao rubbed his hands together. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just want to go out of the palace and take a look just once. Is that okay, father? Seeing the anticipation in Chu Xiao's eyes, the Summer Emperor couldn't be too harsh. Fine, I agree, but it can only be for tomorrow, and you must return to the palace before sunset. Chu Xiao truly did not expect the Summer Emperor to be so accommodating today, and he was so excited that he jumped up. Long live father. Meanwhile, the events happening in Yuxiu Hall quickly reached the ears of the Crown Prince in the Eastern Palace. Upon hearing that the 9th Prince Chu Xiao was shining in Yuxiu Hall, the Crown Prince Chu Yuan had a sinister expression. Old 9th. I didn't expect this guy to hide so deeply, it seems I need to take him seriously now. He then asked, He Yunjing, are you sure Old 9th will leave the palace tomorrow? He Yunjing nodded, replying, to your highness, the 9th Prince has already received the Emperor's permission and will definitely leave the palace tomorrow. The Crown Prince Chu Yuan lightly swirled the wine cup in his hand, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since Old 9th enjoys leaving the palace so much, I shall prepare a grand gift for him tomorrow. The next morning, Chu Xiao tumbled out of bed quickly, choosing a simple set of blue clothes. After examining himself in the copper mirror, he confidently strode towards the palace gates. The reason he dared to leave the palace alone was that he believed the public safety under the Emperor's jurisdiction wouldn't be too bad. Of course, the most important reason was that he knew the Summer Emperor would surely not trust him to go out alone, so he would definitely send someone to protect him in secret. Once outside the palace, Chu Xiao took a deep breath of the air outside, feeling as if it was filled with the scent. The purpose of his outing today was very clear. He wanted to visit the most famous flower street in the capital. While in the palace, he had often heard people mention that Flower Street was filled with singing and dancing extravagance and revelry, with the women in the flower houses all being stunningly beautiful and charming. Having come to ancient times with great difficulty, it would be a disservice to himself not to experience the local customs. Thinking of this, Chu Xiao felt an uncontrollable excitement surge within him. On his way, Chu Xiao gazed at the bustling scenes on both sides of the street, filled with curiosity. As he walked, he would stop to look at interesting shops, and whenever he saw something he liked, he was generous with his money, eating and buying as he pleased. However, he did not forget the purpose of his outing, and after playing for a while, he quickly headed towards Flower Street. As Chu Xiao approached within 100 meters of Flower Street, he caught a whiff of an enticing fragrance. This alluring scent compelled him to quicken his pace once more. At that moment, 2 horse-drawn carriages slowly passed by him, one on the left and one on the right. Initially, Chu Xiao didn't think much of it, but as the carriages brushed past him, a pungent odor invaded his nostrils, causing his consciousness to blur. Chu Xiao inwardly cursed, realizing he was in trouble. But damn it, he hadn't even reached the brothel yet. In just a few breaths, Chu Xiao lost all awareness and he was swiftly shoved into a carriage. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, with hardly a pause. After the carriage left, the few dark guards responsible for secretly protecting Chu Xiao were suddenly dumbfounded. Damn it, where's the 9th Prince? Where did such a large 9th Prince go? Did you see where the 9th Prince went? One guard asked his comrade, a hint of panic in his voice. The other guard's forehead was slick with cold sweat. No, how did he just vanish in the blink of an eye? Don't just stand there, hurry and search. The guards immediately sensed that the 2 carriages had something amiss, but by the time they chased after them, the carriages had long since disappeared from sight. The prince's disappearance was no small matter. If anything happened to Chu Xiao, none of these guards would survive. However, after searching for half the day, the guards still had not found any trace of Chu Xiao by sunset. They understood that this matter could no longer be concealed and had to suppress their fear as they returned to the palace to report. In the royal palace, when Emperor Xia heard that Chu Xiao had gone missing in broad daylight, the atmosphere in the grand hall instantly became oppressive. Though Emperor Xia said nothing, the chill emanating from him seemed capable of engulfing anyone. Several dark guards knelt on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. In broad daylight, under the emperor's feet. My son has actually been kidnapped. Has the security of the capital deteriorated to this extent? And you? I commanded you to protect the 9th Prince. Is this how you fulfill that duty? I give you 1 day. Do I want to see the 9th Prince return unharmed, or else you will present your heads to me? Yes, the dark guards replied in unison. At this moment, Chu Xiao had already been taken by the carriage to a secluded courtyard in the capital. Several masked individuals locked Chu Xiao inside a room, and one of them pulled out a red pill from his pocket and stuffed it into Chu Xiao's mouth. After doing this, the leader of the masked men waved his hand, and two of his subordinates immediately brought in a girl dressed in a green long dress. Like Chu Xiao, this girl was clearly also unconscious. The leader of the masked men casually glanced at her appearance, instantly taken aback. Where did you kidnap her from? Just randomly grabbed someone off the street. You randomly grabbed someone and found such beauty. Damn, this kid really got lucky. The masked man sighed, then led the others out of the room, locking all possible. Less than half an hour after these masked men left, Chu Xiao groggily opened his eyes. Upon realizing he was in an unfamiliar room, he instinctively checked his body. Fortunately, everything seemed normal. Chu Xiao frowned, wondering what exactly those who had kidnapped him were planning. The only person he had offended recently seemed to be Li Xiaoyi. But did Li Xiaoyi have the audacity to kidnap him? Kidnapping a prince was a capital offense. Before Chu Xiao could sort out what was happening, his peripheral vision caught sight of a girl lying at the other end of the room. This girl, unadorned, possessed a natural beauty that was hard to look away from. At that moment, the girl's chest rose and fell slightly, appearing to be asleep. Chu Xiao approached her and gently patted her face. Hey, wake up! Shortly after, the girl was startled awake. The girl opened her bright eyes, glanced at Chu Xiao, and realized she was in an unfamiliar environment. A flicker of panic flashed in her gaze, but she quickly regained her composure. Did you kidnap me? The girl's voice was somewhat ethereal, combined with her cold face, creating an aura of aloofness. Chu Xiao innocently spread his hands. I was also kidnapped, do you believe me? The girl examined him, and seeing he did not seem to be lying, she gently nodded. Chu Xiao noticed that the girl seemed to be averse to talking, but he didn't mind. He got up and began checking the doors. He first approached the door and pushed hard, but soon discovered that no matter how much strength he used, the door was as if it had been welded shut and wouldn't budge. Not giving up, he moved to the window, only to find that it was locked from the outside. How strange, these people locked us in here, but didn't tie us up. What do they want? Finding himself unable to escape, Chu Xiao furrowed his brows and sat down at a nearby table. The girl remained quietly standing in the corner, clearly still wary of Chu Xiao. By the way, what's your name? Chu Xiao sighed in frustration and curiously asked the girl. The girl blinked, remaining silent. Just as Chu Xiao thought she would ignore him, 3 words came from her direction. Mu Jinli. Mu Jinli. Chu Xiao vaguely felt he had heard this name before, and quickly searched. Are you the granddaughter of the Duke of Dinghua? Mu Jinli nodded, then turned her gaze away, as if indifferent, continuing to stand in the corner. Knowing the girl's identity, Chu Xiao understood her quiet demeanor. Mu Jinli was famously aloof in the capital. As far as Chu Xiao knew, Mu Jinli's mother had passed away when she was very young, and her father had soon succumbed to grief after her mother's death. Mu Jinli was raised by her grandfather Duke Mu Yuan with utmost care, as if afraid she would break. However, without parental companionship, Mu Jinli grew up to be extremely introverted, a trait that was somewhat reminiscent of Chu Xiao's original self. With her captivating beauty from a young age, Mu Jinli had gained considerable fame in the capital, especially in recent years, when suitors seeking to marry her had almost worn down the doors of the Duke's residence, but all were rejected by the Duke. Chu Xiao looked at Mu Jinli with some interest, then introduced himself. I am Chu Xiao. Hearing his name, Mu Jinli's clear eyes lingered on him for a moment. Mu Jinli noticed that although Chu Xiao was dressed simply, the jade pendant at his waist was extraordinarily precious. Coupled with the fact that his surname was Chu, she speculated about his identity. A prince. Mu Jinli gently parted her red lips and asked curiously. Chu Xiao did not hide his identity. Yes, I am the 9th prince of the Great Xia. After they got to know each other, Chu Xiao became increasingly puzzled about what the kidnappers behind this were aiming to. A prince of Great Xia and a granddaughter of a duke, if anything happened to either of them, the court would surely be shaken to its core. As Chu Xiao pondered, he suddenly felt a rising heat within his body. Instinctively, he tugged at his collar, the heat within making him increasingly restless. Mu Jinli noticed something was off with Chu Xiao, and she instinctively stepped back, looking at him with confusion. Are you alright? Chu Xiao looked up at Mu Jinli, and at that moment it felt as if he were in a furnace. His gaze became aggressive, fixated on Mu Jinli, as if he wanted to devour her. Seeing Chu Xiao's abnormality, a hint of panic appeared on Mu Jinli's previously calm face. You? Don't come over. Damn. Chu Xiao cursed under his breath, forcing himself to turn his head away, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within. In the palace within the East Palace. Ever since his head guard left the palace, Prince Chu Yuan's heart has been unsettled. This time with the 9th prince Chu Xiao leaving the palace, the crown prince has resolved to tarnish his reputation and completely eliminate his qualification to contend for the position of heir. Although Chu Xiao has not yet shown any interest in the position of heir to the crown prince, any prince under the attention of Emperor Xia is a potential enemy. Taking advantage of the ninth prince's current vulnerability, the crown prince harbors no reservations about removing Chu Xiao from the competition. If the ninth prince Chu Xiao knew what the crown prince was thinking, he would surely cry out in injustice, as he has never intended to compete with the crown prince for anything. Prince Chu Yuan anxiously paced back and forth in the East Palace. After a long wait, when He Yunjing finally returned, he hurriedly approached him with questions. How did it go? He Yunjing, seeing the crown prince's seriousness, immediately replied respectfully. Your Highness, you can rest assured the matter has been taken care of. The ninth prince is bound to suffer a dumb loss this time. Once the civil and military officials learn of the ninth prince's misconduct, he will absolutely never have the chance to threaten you again. Hearing He Yunjing's affirmative response, Prince Chu Yuan first sighed in relief, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, good. In that case, the ninth is no longer a threat. He Yunjing, you did well this time. I am very pleased. Receiving praise from the crown prince, He Yunjing felt as if he had just eaten honey. I truly am the most capable subordinate by the crown prince's side. However, the smile on He Yunjing's face did not last long. Your Highness, I have one more matter to report. Seeing He Yunjing stammering, Prince Chu Yuan suddenly felt a sense of unease. Wasn't the matter already taken care of? Don't tell me something unexpected happened. He Yunjing awkwardly smiled. Well, the matter has indeed been resolved, but my subordinate accidentally bound the granddaughter of the Duke of Dinghua to the ninth prince's bed. Prince Chu Yuan was stunned for a moment. He walked back and forth a few steps, his expression changing constantly. You let me simply bind a woman to frame the ninth prince, and you bound the Duke of Dinghua's granddaughter. Do you think I'm sitting too comfortably on this throne, eh? He Yunjing was so frightened that he quickly knelt down. Your Highness, please forgive me. I truly did not expect that simply binding someone on the street would lead to the granddaughter of the Duke of Dinghua. By the time I realized her identity, it was already too late. Prince Chu Yuan felt numb. The Duke of Dinghua is not someone to be trifled with. This old man has only this one granddaughter who is usually treated delicately, fearing she might break or fall. If he finds out that I harmed his precious granddaughter, he will likely seek revenge on me. You? Prince Chu Yuan pointed at He Yunjing, truly at a loss for words. Have you cleared all the traces? This matter must not be traced back to me. He Yunjing retracted his neck in defeat. Your Highness, you can rest assured. We have already burned the carriage, and all those involved in the abduction have been sent out of the capital. No one will discover the clues. Prince Chu Yuan took a deep breath. The situation has come to this, and even if he regrets it, it is too late. Fine, as long as it doesn't implicate me, that's all that matters. Once the Duke of Dinghua learns that his granddaughter was violated by the ninth, Prince the ninth will definitely suffer a fate worse than death. In a secluded courtyard in the capital, when Chu Xiao realized that something was wrong with his body, likely due to being drugged, he seized the last bit of his sanity to think of a solution. However, the effects of the drug were too strong. Even with his eyes closed, refusing to look at Mu Jinli, he could still faintly smell the alluring fragrance emanating from her. This scent was intoxicating and offered a deadly allure to Chu Xiao in his current state. Mu Jinli was terrified and hid to the side. She wanted to check on Chu Xiao's condition, but feared that getting closer would only make him more uncomfortable, so she could only anxiously stand in the corner, biting her lip. No, this cannot continue. Chu Xiao was already at the brink of his endurance. He understood very well that if he truly forced Mu Jinli, not only would his reputation be ruined, but he would also not be able to bear the wrath of the Duke of Dinghua. Gritting his teeth, Chu Xiao lifted his head, and under Mu Jinli's terrified gaze smashed the teacup on the table to the ground. Then he crouched down and tightly grasped the shattered pieces in his palm. The sharp fragments cut through Chu Xiao's skin, and the intense pain gradually brought him back to consciousness. Seizing this opportunity, he laboriously commanded Mu Jinli, "Quick, you must find a place to hide. If I'm not mistaken, someone will find us soon. As long as we are in the same room, even if nothing happened, how can we explain the presence of a man and a woman together? No one would believe us." Mu Jinli was grateful that Chu Xiao did not let his desires overwhelm his reason in this crisis. She looked around and found that apart from a bed, the room only had an empty wardrobe to hide in. Without hesitation, Mu Jinli walked directly to the wardrobe. But at that moment, Chu Xiao pointed to under the bed and said, "Hide under the bed. The wardrobe is too easy to be discovered." Mu Jinli glanced at the dusty underside of the bed, and without a second thought she crawled in. Not long after she hid, hurried footsteps suddenly approached from outside. Chu Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his face and pretended to be calm as he sat at the table. Bang! The door of the room was violently kicked open, and the guards from the Jingzhou prefecture and the palace's secret guards rushed in together. "Found him. The ninth prince is here." Seeing Chu Xiao safe and sound, the secret guards all breathed a sigh of relief. "Your Highness, are you all right?" When Lin Xixin, the prefect of Jingzhou, entered and found only Chu Xiao in the room, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Although he hid his expression, while the fleeting surprise in his eyes did not escape Chu Xiao's notice. This prince is fine thanks to your timely arrival. Were those kidnappers captured? Lin Shixian cupped his hands and replied, Your Highness forgive me, but the Jingzhou prefecture found no trace of the kidnappers. Very well, it seems those villains have already fled. Since this prince is unharmed, let us return to the palace first. Lin Shixian frowned and stopped Chu Xiao, who was about to leave. Your Highness, are you the only one in this room? Lin Xixian's mind was racing. This did not match their plan. According to the plan, when they burst in, they should have seen the ninth prince together with a woman. What went wrong in the execution of the plan? Chu Xiao pretended to be confused and looked at Lin Shixian. What do you mean by that? Shouldn't there be someone else? Lin Shixian chuckled, awkwardly wiping the cold sweat from his face as he replied, I just worry that there might be hidden dangers in this room. It would be best to search it thoroughly. After saying this, Lin Shixian gestured to the guards behind him. The guards immediately walked towards the wardrobe. When the guard opened the wardrobe and saw it was empty, Chu Xiao clearly noticed Lin Xixian's lips twitch. Sir, there is no one here. Lin Shixian frowned and looked around, then pointed under the bed and said, check over there as well. At that moment, Chu Xiao directly blocked the guard who was about to continue searching. Enough. This prince has been frightened for so long. I command you to escort this prince back to the palace immediately without any mistakes. Lin Shixian opened his mouth as if to say something, but Chu Xiao did not give him the chance. What's wrong? Do you not want to escort this prince? Those villains dared to kidnap this prince. They must be a group of desperate rogues. If this prince is attacked again on the way back to the palace, can your Jingzhou prefecture bear the responsibility for it? Lin Shixian naturally understood that no more villains could harm the ninth prince, but since Chu Xiao had said so, if he refused, wouldn't it raise suspicion? I obey your command. Lin Shixian hurriedly bowed and saluted. Chu Xiao left the small courtyard under the escort of the Jingzhou prefecture constables and secret guards. All the way, Chu Xiao dared not relax his vigilance, forcing himself to stay alert until he saw Emperor Xia. Only then did his previously anxious heart finally settle. Suddenly, as the tension in him released, everything went dark before his eyes, and he collapsed towards Emperor Xia. When Emperor Xia saw his son return safely, the joy just surfaced on his face, but then he saw Chu Xiao staggering and falling into his embrace. Old Ninth quickly summoned the imperial physician. Soon the imperial physician hurried over with a medicine box. Seeing the unconscious Chu Xiao, he quickly crouched down to examine him carefully. Emperor Xia grabbed the wrist of the imperial physician, his eyes filled with undisguised anxiety. What has happened to Old Ninth? The imperial physician wiped the cold sweat from his face and respectfully replied, The ninth prince has been affected by a love potion and lost too much blood, leading to weakness in his body. However, it has not endangered his life. I will prescribe a few formulas, and after taking them on time, he will only need to rest for a few days to recover. Hearing that Chu Xiao was not in serious danger, Emperor Xia's expression finally calmed down. I know about the love potion, it is an aphrodisiac. But why did Old Ninth lose so much blood? Did he get injured? The imperial physician silently spread open Chu Xiao's palm. It was only at that moment that Emperor Xia noticed that Chu Xiao's palm was filled with wounds and blood had already soaked through his sleeves. This is... The imperial physician's eyes showed a hint of astonishment as he slowly explained, the ninth prince must have resorted to self-harm to resist the effects of the love potion. A glint of appreciation appeared in Emperor Xia's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he instructed Changshan, take Old Ninth down and have him cared for properly. Meanwhile, Mu Jinli hid under the bed and did not come out immediately. After ensuring there was no sound outside, she continued to hide for a little over half an hour, confirming that no one was around before cautiously crawling out from under the bed. At that moment, the disheveled Mu Jinli paid no heed to her messy appearance and pushed open the door, desperately running back to the Duke of Dingwo's residence. Inside the Duke of Dingwo's residence, ever since Mu Jinli had gone missing, the entire place was shrouded in gloom. The Duke of Dingwo with bloodshot eyes paced restlessly in the hall. The Duke of Dingwo was of advanced age and had few descendants. His precious granddaughter had been cherished and regarded as a pearl in his palm since childhood. If something were to happen to Mu Jinli, he felt there would be no meaning in living. Having lost Mu Jinli for a night, the Duke of Dingwo looked as if he had aged 10 years. The wrinkles on his already aged face seemed to have multiplied out of thin air. At that moment, the steward hurriedly rushed and shouting while running, Master, the young lady has returned. Hearing the steward's voice, the Duke of Dingwo was momentarily stunned, as if he had been frozen, then his eyes filled with overwhelming joy as he rushed towards the door. Running so fast, he nearly tripped at the entrance. Just a few steps later, the Duke of Dingwo saw the breathless, disheveled Mu Jinli coming towards him. Seeing Mu Jinli in such a state, the Duke of Dingwo's heart ached to the point of bleeding. Ollie, you finally came back. Grandfather was so worried. What happened to you? Why are you so disheveled? Did you get hurt? Steward, quickly find a doctor and bring all the doctors from the capital. Seeing her grandfather's concerned expression, Mu Jinli gently reached out to stop him. I'm fine. Although Mu Jinli said so, the Duke of Dinghua was still uneasy and stubbornly insisted that the steward find the best doctor in the capital to carefully examine Mu Jinli's body. Mu Jinli could not go against the Duke of Dinghua and had to let him do as he wished. The Duke of Dinghua personally helped Mu Jinli back to the hall to sit down. After confirming that Mu Jinli was unharmed, the Duke of Dinghua could not help but ask, "Ollie, now that you have returned safely, my heart can finally be at ease. Who kidnapped you? I must personally chop him up." Mu Jinli shook her head. "I don't know." Mu Jinli was also puzzled, as she had gone out to buy something and had been inexplicably drugged. She usually did not offend anyone, so she could not understand who targeted her. In fact, it was normal for Mu Jinli to be confused, as she had merely suffered unwarranted misfortune. The kidnapping was aimed at the 9th Prince Chu Xiao, and Mu Jinli was simply caught up in it. Seeing that Mu Jinli knew nothing, the Duke of Dinghua curiously asked, "Then how did you come back?" Mu Jinli blinked and gently uttered 3 words, "9th Prince." "You mean the 9th Prince saved you?" The Duke of Dinghua stroked his beard, a surprised expression on his face. Mu Jinli nodded again. Then the hall fell into silence. The Duke of Dinghua, anxious, scratched his ears and couldn't help but continue to ask, "Not. Explain to grandfather how the 9th Prince saved you." The Duke of Dinghua understood that his granddaughter was not talkative, but at this moment he had too many questions to ask and could not suppress his curiosity. Mu Jinli opened her mouth, and the Duke of Dinghua thought she was about to explain properly. But unexpectedly, Mu Jinli only said 3 words, "I'm tired." The Duke of Dinghua was truly speechless. What could he do, since this was his granddaughter? He could only moreover, seeing Mu Jinli's appearance, he knew she must have been frightened. The Duke of Dinghua slapped his forehead. "Indeed, it's all my fault for being careless. You just returned, and you must be exhausted. Go back to your room and rest. As for those kidnappers, grandfather will help you investigate, and I will not let them go." Mu Jinli nodded and quietly returned to her room. Once back in her room, she immediately took a hot bath, washing off all the dust. After coming out of the tub, Mu Jinli dried her damp hair and sat in front of the vanity, looking at herself in the copper mirror. Mu Jinli slowly extended her right hand, gently poking her delicate and charming face, revealing a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Am I very ugly? If she wasn't ugly, then why could the 9th Prince endure not touching her even after being..." When Chu Xiao awoke, once more he found himself back in the familiar Zhaohua palace. He turned his head towards the voice and saw Emperor Xia sitting by his bedside, having apparently been there for quite a while. Chu Xiao deliberately coughed lightly and pretended to be weak. "My body is unwell. I cannot perform the rites. I hope Father Emperor will forgive me." Emperor Xia shot him an annoyed glare. "Can you be any more perfunctory? Luckily, I am magnanimous enough not to hold it against you, otherwise I would have to accuse you of great disrespect." Glancing at Chu Xiao's complexion, Emperor Xia noticed it had improved significantly since before and leaned forward slightly, asking, "How do you feel?" Chu Xiao looked down at his bandaged hand, his lips twitching. "It hurts like hell." Emperor Xia reached out and lightly tapped Chu Xiao on the head, pretending to be angry. "How do you speak? Who do you think?" Chu Xiao shrank his neck, giving an awkward smile. Hee, just a habit, just a habit." He then suddenly became serious and asked Emperor Xia, "Father Emperor, have the culprits behind my kidnapping been found?" Emperor Xia shook his head slightly. "There are no leads yet." Chu Xiao curled his lip in disdain. "In the capital, under the emperor's feet, as a king, Father Emperor, how can you not even find a clue about the culprits after such a long time? You are truly a useless emperor." As soon as he spoke, Chu Xiao realized he had misspoken. Although this person was his father, he was also the ruler of a nation. Unfortunately, the words had already been said and could not be taken back. Emperor Xia's expression visibly darkened. Since ascending the throne, no one had dared to speak such words in his presence. This child, the 9th Prince, is becoming more and more audacious. Yet although Emperor Xia looked angry, he secretly enjoyed this warm banter with his son. In this vast palace, only Chu Xiao was the most relaxed in front of him. Sometimes after being alone for too long, one would yearn for familial affection. "What do you take me for, a deity? Although I am the emperor, it is not easy to uncover everything in a short time. Yet you, being my prized son, consider yourself exceptionally clever, yet you came out of the palace and ended up in such a predicament. If you only have this little capability, I suggest you obediently stay in the palace, or you might not even know how you die when the time comes." Hearing Emperor Xia's blatant, disdainful words, Chu Xiao's eye twitched. "Is this how you act as a father? Your son was bullied, and instead of thinking of helping him take revenge, you criticize your own son. Isn't that too much?" Seeing Chu Xiao's aggrieved expression, Emperor Xia burst out laughing. "What's this? Do you also have problems you can't solve? How about this? You plead with me, and I, as your father, cannot just sit back and watch you being bullied. If you humble yourself, I promise to give you an answer within 3 days." After Emperor Xia finished speaking, he deliberately raised his chin slightly, and his smug demeanor made Chu Xiao roll his eyes. "No thanks. I still think it's better to take revenge myself. Seeing that his provocation was effective, Emperor Xia raised an eyebrow and deliberately asked, "Are you sure? The person behind this scheme dares to plot against you. It won't be easy for you to uncover them, will it?" Chu Xiao smugly curled his lips. "You don't need to worry about that, though I have my ways to find out who wants to harm me. Just a kind reminder, Father Emperor, you might want to start looking for a new governor of Jingzhou." Chu Xiao could already tell that Emperor Xia was deliberately provoking him, but he had never intended to take revenge through someone else's hands. Emperor Xia looked at Chu Xiao with a half-smile, pretending to be surprised. "What do you mean by that? Do you think the person who harmed you is Governor Lin Qixian?" Chu Xiao pouted. "Not him, but he definitely participated. The true intention of my kidnappers is to ruin my reputation. Only my royal brothers would do such a thing. As for which one, I am not sure for now. Since they want to frame me, whoever finds me first will have a great suspicion of being an accomplice." With that, Chu Xiao shot a resentful glare at Emperor Xia. Chu Xiao was not foolish. He knew that the main reason he was targeted was that Emperor Xia had been too close to him lately, which had aroused the discontent of the other princes. Yet Chu Xiao was truly wronged. He had never actively sought out Emperor Xia, so how could he know why Emperor Xia was so concerned about him recently? If Chu Xiao had fantasized about the position of heir, it would be a good thing. But unfortunately, Chu Xiao had never thought of competing for anything. Emperor Xia's attention brought him more enemies instead. Emperor Xia turned his head away as if he hadn't seen the resentment in Chu Xiao's eyes. Governor Lin Qixian's reputation in the court has always been good, and he is known for his integrity. If you want to investigate him, it may be difficult to find anything. Chu Xiao scoffed. "Father Emperor, you are deliberately provoking me, wanting me to investigate the real culprit, yet you pour cold water on me now. What do you really mean?" Emperor Xia was not at all embarrassed by being seen through. Instead, he smiled and replied, "I am reminding you that Governor Lin Qixian has an excellent reputation in the court and among the people. It won't be easy for you to find his shortcomings. You are my son after all. Oh, I worry you might be too careless. If you end up suffering losses, I would have to clean up after you." Chu Xiao replied, "You need not worry, Father Emperor. I can handle my own matters." Emperor Xia gave Chu Xiao a thumbs up. "Very good, that's more like my son. Since you are so confident, I will await your good news." Just as Emperor Xia stood up to leave, Chu Xiao could not help but ask, "Father Emperor, if you encourage me to investigate, aren't you afraid that when I find the true culprit we might turn against each other?" Emperor Xia paused, turning his head to glance at Chu Xiao. He said nothing but revealed a meaningful smile. Soon Chu Xiao realized he had asked a very foolish question. Even though Emperor Xia had already established the crown prince, he still kept several favored princes in the capital, clearly encouraging competition among them. Indeed, in this palace, there was no such thing as familial affection. A father deliberately inciting a war among his sons was akin to raising venomous insects. Emperor Xia hoped to cultivate the strongest prince to inherit his empire. But damn it, I never wanted to compete with the other princes. Chu Xiao was utterly speechless. However, after being schemed against this time, while he did not want to fight back, he also would not endure it silently, lest it become an unresolvable burden. Emperor Xia approached the entrance of the Zhaohua Palace, only to see 4 shadow guards kneeling outside in despair. They were responsible for protecting Chu Xiao. Although Chu Xiao was not seriously harmed, their negligence in protection was a grave offense. The emperor had been solely focused on Chu Xiao and had not had the chance to deal with them earlier. Now that Chu Xiao had awakened, these shadow guards realized that the moment deciding their fate had arrived. Emperor Xia glanced at the 4 shadow guards with his hands behind his back, then coldly stated their fate. "You are to be executed for your carelessness that led to the kidnapping of the 9th prince. However, considering that the 9th prince is unharmed, I shall spare you from death." The 4 shadow guards hurriedly bowed their heads in respect, grateful to be spared from death. "Thank you, your majesty, for your mercy. We are eternally grateful." Emperor Xia nodded, slightly glancing at the 4 shadow guards as he continued, "However, while you may be spared from death, you cannot escape punishment. Go and receive 80 strikes." Cold sweat instantly appeared on the faces of the shadow guards. While this punishment did not mean immediate execution, survival was not guaranteed. Most people would struggle to endure 50 strikes. After enduring 80, even if they survived, they would likely be rendered useless for life. Yet facing the emperor's punishment, the 4 shadow guards dared not express any complaints. "We will obey your command." Just as the 4 shadow guards prepared to leave after receiving their orders, Chu Xiao, having appeared at the doorway unbeknownst to them, stopped them. "Father, can you give your son some face, and let them redeem themselves for their crimes?" Emperor Xia frowned, somewhat displeased by Chu Xiao's plea for mercy. Those in power cannot show leniency, or else their authority will eventually be undermined. "You wish to plead for them?" Chu Xiao nodded, sensing his father's growing anger, yet he remained firm in his decision. Emperor Xia stared at Chu Xiao in silence for a moment, and the atmosphere around them became tense. Just as the shadow guards felt their anxiety rising, Emperor Xia sighed deeply and ultimately decided to give his favored son a concession. What do you intend to do? I wish to uncover the mastermind behind this incident, and I need manpower at this moment. Oh, I request that you temporarily lend me these 4 individuals. If I manage to find the true culprit, could we reduce their punishment by 30 strikes? Upon seeing that Chu Xiao merely wanted to slightly lessen their punishment, the emperor's anger subsided considerably. Very well, since you have personally requested this, I will give you this concession. You 4 will serve by the 9th prince's side from today onward. The 4 shadow guards excitedly knelt before Emperor Xia to pay their respects. You 4 will serve by the 9th prince's side from today onward. The 4 shadow guards excitedly knelt before. When Crown Prince Chu Yuan heard that 9th Prince Chu Xiao had not fallen into disgrace as he had expected, he angrily smashed the teacup in his hand into pieces. If it were just a failed plan, that would be one thing, but what made Crown Prince Chu Yuan even more unwilling to accept was that he learned Emperor Xia had personally taken care of Chu Xiao for several hours after his injury. This level of treatment was something he had never enjoyed, even as the Crown Prince. Father, this is too biased. I am your Crown Prince. In recent years, under Emperor Xia's deliberate indulgence, the rivalry among the princes against Crown Prince Chu Yuan had become increasingly intense. At the same time, Crown Prince Chu Yuan's influence had been steadily declining, which left him feeling very anxious, fearing that one day his position as Crown Prince might fall into the hands of one of his brothers. Now that the 9th prince had emerged, Crown Prince Chu Yuan originally intended to take advantage of Chu Xiao's immaturity to completely cut off any possibility of him vying for the position of heir, but he did not expect that his meticulous plans would be easily dismantled by Chu Xiao. Did you not say it was foolproof? Why has the 9th prince returned unscathed? Crown Prince Chu Yuan glared with reddened eyes at He Yunjing, who was kneeling on the ground. He Yunjing's forehead heavily struck the ground, producing a dull sound. Your Highness, forgive me. It is my failure to carry out my duties. Please punish me. Crown Prince Chu Yuan took a deep breath, gritting his teeth tightly. Speak. Which part of the plan went wrong? He Yunjing's body trembled slightly, his face filled with fear and guilt. I don't know either. I personally witnessed Mu Jinli being delivered to 9th Prince's side, and I personally fed the love-inducing powder to the 9th Prince. Chu Yuan shook his head in disappointment. At this point, it was useless to know how 9th Prince Chu Xiao had broken the situation. Useless. You are all useless. Chu Yuan glared fiercely, standing up and kicking He Yunjing. He Yunjing did not dare to evade, and was sent flying several meters by the kick. The incident involving the kidnapping of the 9th Prince will surely be pursued by Father. Go tell Lin Xixian to keep his mouth shut. I do not want to bring trouble upon myself. He Yunjing hurriedly bowed. Yes, I will take care of it immediately. Inside the Zhaohua Palace, Chu Xiao lay on the bed, and the maid Kai Wei, with a worried expression, was helping him massage his shoulders. Your Highness, it is too dangerous outside the palace. You just went out once, and almost got into trouble. You should not leave the palace in the future. Chu Xiao enjoyed Kai Wei's service, comfortably squinting his eyes. Enough, you little girl, do not worry. I was merely careless this time. Once I find out who intended to harm me, I will make them pay. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 figures entered from outside the Zhaohua Palace. These 4 were the shadow guards that Chu Xiao had saved not long ago: Yuting, Chao, Xiu Lu Chuan, and Shi Hao. Yuting was the oldest among them, so he led the group. Upon reaching Chu Xiao, the 4 respectfully bowed. How is the investigation into the matter I assigned to you? Hearing Chu Xiao's question, Yuting clasped his hands and replied, Your Highness, we inquired into Lin Xixian. He comes from a humble background, but is very ambitious, having risen to the position of Jingzhou Prefecture's governor in just a few years. Moreover, he is known for his integrity and has no ulterior motives, so it seems there are no leads on him. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao scoffed dismissively. Coming from a humble background, yet able to rise to this position in just a few years, if he had no support behind him, it would be a miracle. Also, do not tell me you returned with only this little information. If that is the case, I will be greatly disappointed. Yuting and the others exchanged glances, astonished by 9th Prince Chu Xiao's keen insight. In response to Your Highness, we have indeed uncovered some additional clues. Although there is no essential information about Lin Xixian, we discovered that he dotes on his youngest son Lin Mo, who is a frequent visitor to gambling houses. How is Lin Mo's luck in gambling? He is said to lose 9 out of 10 bets, Yuting replied calmly. Chu Xiao playfully patted his thigh. Lin Xixian may be blameless, but where does his son get the money for frequenting gambling houses? It seems that this Lord Lin is not as clean as he appears on the surface. After saying this, Chu Xiao let us go meet Lin Mo. To investigate Lin Xixian, we must first start from his son. After determining to search for clues from Lin Mo, Chu Xiao wasted no time, and immediately brought Yuting and the others to the largest gambling house in the capital, the Illusory Gold Gambling House. As soon as they entered the Illusory Gold Gambling House, they were greeted by the sounds of dice, clattering shouts, and bursts of curses. The air in the Illusory Gold Gambling House was thick with the smell of rouge, and sweat making Chu Xiao, who was there for the first time, instinctively cover his nose. Chu Xiao scanned the interior of the illusory gold gambling house, and quickly fixed his gaze on a gambling table in the corner. At that gambling table, a young man with a cheerful face was excitedly dancing around, while those nearby cast envious or jealous glances at him. It seemed that the young man was having a good run today, having likely won a considerable amount of money. Yuting noticed Chu Xiao's gaze, and immediately leaned closer to whisper, "Your Highness, that person is Lin Mo." Chu Xiao nodded slightly, and walked over to the gambling table where Lin Mo was. Upon getting closer, he noticed an empty seat across from Lin Mo, and unceremoniously sat down. Chu Xiao squinted slightly, observing Lin Mo, and discovered that there was a considerable amount of silver in front of him. With his bloodshot eyes, it was evident that this guy had already gotten carried away with gambling. "Young man, you seem to be having good luck today. Are you interested in playing a few rounds with me, putting in a larger stake?" Lin Mo, lost in the joy of winning, sized up Chu Xiao upon hearing his words. Seeing Chu Xiao's decent attire, Lin Mo realized that he was also a young master, and likely not someone who was short on money, which instantly brightened his eyes. Having already won a significant amount today, Lin Mo was very confident in his luck. Hearing someone wanting to bet, a playful smile crept onto his lips. "Interesting, how much do you want to wager?" Chu Xiao extended a finger. 1,000 taels per round, let's play high. 1,000 taels per round was no small amount. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, but thinking about his good luck today, he smiled broadly. "All right, let's do it your way." Chu Xiao smiled as he picked up a dice cup from the table, shaking it gently, then calmly looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo grinned, holding the dice cup in both hands, shaking it vigorously in the air, and then forcefully slammed it down onto the table. "You go first," Lin Mo confidently said to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao did not refuse, and directly opened his dice cup. 3, 3, 5, 11 points. Lin Mo took a deep breath, and then revealed his dice cup. 3 dice immediately coming into view. 4, 5, 6, 15 points. Ha ha ha, you lost. Lin Mo laughed triumphantly, and waved at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao, accepting his loss, took out a silver note from his pocket, and placed it on the table. Lin Mo gleefully picked up the silver note, took a glance, and lightly blew on it, flaunting how pleased he was. "So do you dare to continue?" Lin Mo asked provocatively, revealing a broad grin. Chu Xiao spread his hands, pretending to be angry, and nodded. "Of course I will continue. I don't believe your luck can be this good all day. Let's go again." With that, Chu Xiao picked up the dice cup, and started shaking it once more. He cautiously picked up the dice cup, and shook it a few times, then opened it with a serious expression. Ha ha, 5, 5, 6, 16. He cautiously picked up the dice cup, and shook it a few times, then opened it with a serious expression. Ha ha, 5, 5, 6, 16 points, just a little higher than yours. Seeing that he had won again, Lin Mo's grin grew even more arrogant. Chu Xiao pretended to make a pained expression, and insisted on continuing. In the following rounds, Chu Xiao's luck worsened, managing to win only 1 out of 10 games, and soon the silver notes he had brought were all spent. At this moment, Chu Xiao's face was already very grim, his eyes bloodshot, and his expression twisted, resembling a gambler who could not accept defeat. "Damn it, I refuse to believe it. I will definitely win it back." Standing behind Chu Xiao, Yuting and the others saw his current state, and immediately stepped forward to advise, "Young master, why not call it a day? Don't gamble anymore." "Shut up. When did it become your place to meddle in my affairs? Get lost." Their words further convinced Lin Mo that Chu Xiao had lost his rationality. Lin Mo crossed his arms, looking at Chu Xiao, who had lost everything, and smugly asked, "When? What do you have to win with? Do you even have any money left?" Sweat beads began to form on Chu Xiao's forehead, and after a moment of gritting his teeth, he directly took out the jade ring given to him by the Emperor Xia. As soon as Chu Xiao slammed the jade ring onto the table, those around who recognized its value were instantly wild. Tisk, this jade ring is a top-notch item. The luster, the quality, you hardly ever see it in the market. Indeed, is this young man really so out of it that he would use such a treasure to gamble? Are you sure you want to use this jade ring as your stake?" Chu Xiao gritted his teeth, and said, "I am sure. This jade ring is a family heirloom. Even if I pawn it, it's worth at least 100,000 taels. Do you dare to gamble?" Lin Mo, greedily eyeing his own possessions on the table, hesitated, "But I can't come up with that much money right now." "No problem, if you lose, just consider it a debt to me," Chu Xiao said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo naturally agreed. Although he didn't have enough money, he didn't think he would lose. As long as he won, it would truly be a bountiful harvest. Excited, Lin Mo eagerly picked up the dice cup and shook it. Then he forcefully slammed the dice cup onto the table. This time he did not open it immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and silently prayed before gritting his teeth and slowly lifting the cup. At this moment, everyone around held their breath, eagerly staring at Lin Mo's dice cup. When Lin Mo opened the cup, 3 dice showed the numbers 5, 6, 6. "Ha ha ha, 17 points, what do you have to win against me?" Confident of his victory, Lin Mo was already reaching for the jade ring on the table. Chu Xiao rolled his eyes at Lin Mo, a hint of sarcasm in his expression. "What's the rush? I haven't lost yet." With that, Chu Xiao casually shook the dice cup a few times and opened it. When the crowd saw the numbers in the dice cup, they collectively gasped. 666, a triple. 18 points. Incredible, such a score can actually be rolled. Unbelievable. I never expected such a twist. This is thrilling, truly thrilling. Lin Mo's smile froze instantly. He couldn't believe his eyes. After staring in disbelief for a long time, he seemed to lose all strength and fell back onto his chair. This is impossible. After winning so many times, he never expected to lose in the most crucial round. At this moment, Lin Mo felt a chill down his spine, cold sweat breaking out all over his body. Chu Xiao gently tapped the table with his fingers, striking a victorious pose. You lost. The total amount of money on your table is at most 30,000 taels. How do you plan to pay back the remaining 70,000 taels? The thought of owing 70,000 taels made Lin Mo feel as if the sky was collapsing. Although he knew his family could cover this amount, it was difficult for him to explain such a loss. Lin Mo understood that if his father discovered he had lost such a large sum, he would surely face a beating and might even be grounded, never allowed to visit the gambling house again. Could you give me another chance? Let's gamble again, and I promise I can turn it around. Lin Mo stood up in a panic, flattering Chu Xiao. As he spoke, Lin Mo felt extremely uncertain, as even he thought his request was somewhat excessive. However, he was unwilling to accept such a loss, convinced that his next round would bring a change in fortune. Fortunately, Chu Xiao did not reject his proposal. Chu Xiao chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery and satisfaction in his smile. Sure, let's gamble again, still at 100,000 taels per round. Are you sure you want to bet? Lin Mo's eyes instantly brightened, fearing that Chu Xiao might change his mind. He stood up, slamming his hands on the table with an urgency that was unmistakable. Yes, we must gamble. Today my luck is so good that I absolutely cannot leave this table empty-handed. At this moment, Lin Mo was blinded by his losses, unable to accept his defeat. Chu Xiao nodded slightly, and both he and Lin Mo picked up the dice cup from the table. Lin Mo shook the cup with utmost seriousness, knowing that this round held all his hopes, leaving no room for error. At this moment, nearly everyone in the gambling house had gathered behind Chu Xiao and Lin Mo. It was the first time anyone had seen such high stakes being played. The onlookers appeared even more nervous than the two participants, holding their breath, afraid to miss any detail. Lin Mo swallowed hard, his heart pounding as if it would leap out of his throat. Due to the commotion surrounding the gamble between Chu Xiao and Lin Mo, it caught the attention of the gambling house owner on the second floor. The owner, having seen many things, sensed that this seemed to be a trap aimed at Lin Mo after hearing about the situation from his subordinates. The thought of someone daring to set a trap in his gambling house made the owner frown darkly as he descended the stairs, intending to put an end to the game. However, when he reached the stairway, Yu Ting stepped forward and blocked his path. The owner's brow furrowed, revealing his displeasure. His gambling house had been operational in the capital for so long, without anyone targeting it, implying that he had backing. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stand in the capital. Thus, the owner was quite confident at this moment. Get lost. You dare to cause trouble in my gambling house. Are you tired of living? In response to the owner's threat, Yu Ting remained silent, merely pulling out a token from his chest. The owner's expression changed drastically upon seeing the token. The once arrogant demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a face full of fear and respect. Though he wasn't a major figure, having navigated through the capital for so long, he was well aware of whom to provoke and whom to avoid. For instance, the owner understood that the person behind this token was someone absolutely not to be trifled with simply because it bore the character Chu. Such tokens could only be wielded by royal family members. It was someone he truly could not afford to offend. The owner forced a smile and quickly ingratiated himself, saying, I did not recognize your greatness, my lord. Please consider my previous words as mere nonsense, and I hope you won't hold it against a small fry like me. Yu Ting tucked the token away and pointed to the second floor, signaling the owner not to meddle further. The owner bowed deeply and scurried back upstairs, not daring to utter another word. At this moment, the gamble between Chu Xiao and Lin Mo had reached the critical point of revealing the outcome. Lin Mo opened the dice cup, first exposing the numbers inside. 2248 points. Upon seeing such a low score, a chill instantly surged through Lin Mo's body. It was over. He truly felt doomed at this moment, his body engulfed in a cold shiver, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Only 8 points. Looks like I've definitely won this round, Chu Xiao teased, tapping his ear and raising an eyebrow with a laugh. Don't get too cocky, your score might be smaller than mine. Go ahead, open it quickly. Lin Mo yelled in response, praying fervently in his heart. Heaven, please let me win just once, I really don't want to lose. As he prayed, Lin Mo fixed his gaze intently on the dice cup in Chu Xiao's hand. Chu Xiao calmly lifted the cup, extinguishing Lin Mo's last glimmer of hope. 446, 14 points. You lost again, Chu Xiao declared. Lin Mo could no longer withstand it, his legs going weak as he sank to the ground like a pile of mud, as if he had lost his soul. Chu Xiao stood up and walked step by step to Lin Mo, looking down at him as he spoke. The previous 70,000 taels plus the current 100,000 taels totals 170,000 taels. How do you plan to repay it? Lin Mo clenched his teeth, raising his head to respond fiercely. Repay? Do you know who I am? Damn it, you must have cheated, otherwise how could I lose so badly? Chu Xiao's expression turned cold. So you're refusing to acknowledge your debt? Lin Mo, determined, took advantage of his identity to act shamelessly. What if I refuse to acknowledge it? I advise you to be sensible. My father is Lin Xixian, the magistrate. Now I'm giving you a chance to please me. Let's clear this gambling debt. Don't be ungrateful. As Lin Mo spoke, he stood up and dusted off his clothes, fully embodying his debauched persona. Interesting, challenging me based on your father. You think you mean anything. Since you don't want to repay, let's cut off one of your hands as repayment. Don't be too grateful to me. As soon as Chu Xiao finished speaking, Yu Ting and his companions rushed to Lin Mo. Without a word, they forcibly dragged him to the gambling table and pinned one of his hands down. Yu Ting pulled out a dagger from behind his waist, clearly intending to chop off Lin Mo's hand. Seeing that Yu Ting was serious, Lin Mo was instantly terrified. No. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I'll repay, it won't that suffice? Unfortunately, Yu Ting only took orders from Chu Xiao. Without a stop command from Chu Xiao, Yu Ting wouldn't hold back. Lin Mo watched helplessly as the dagger pierced through his palm, pinning it to the table. Blood immediately stained the surface red, and the intense pain made Lin Mo's body convulse instinctively. My hand is ruined. Lin Mo wailed in agony, sending the onlookers, gamblers, gathered around, scattering fearfully into the corners. This was utterly savage. Without warning, he had pierced a man's palm with a blade. Now every pair of eyes gazed upon Chu Xiao, not with curiosity, but with raw dread. Chu Xiao ignored their stares entirely. With a faint, unsettling smile, he strolled over to Lin Mo and seized a fistful of his hair, speaking in a deceptively gentle tone. That slash just collected a little interest. If you refuse to repay me, it won't be just one hand you'll lose. Though his voice remained soft and soothing to Lin Mo, it sounded like the whisper of a demon. I'll pay. I swear I'll pay. Please spare me. A single stroke had shattered Lin Mo's arrogance, forcing him to confront reality. Chu Xiao slammed a sharp, stinging slap onto Lin Mo's skull. I actually preferred you when you were defiant and untamed. Then coolly, since you've agreed to repay, when exactly do you plan to settle your debt? Immediately. I'll go home this very moment and fetch the money. Lin Mo blurted without hesitation. Nonsense, you think you can deceive me? Chu Xiao's expression darkened instantly. Don't imagine I'm ignorant. Your father is a famously upright official, incorruptible, austere, never touching a single coin of the people's wealth. As prefect of Jingzhou, his annual stipend barely reaches 1,000 taels. Yet you owe me precisely 170,000 taels. Even if you liquidated every last possession, you couldn't cover it. Perhaps I should cripple all 4 limbs, just to vent my fury. Hearing those words, Lin Mo burst into terrified tears. No, I swear I'm not lying. My family is wealthy, truly exceedingly so. You see my father's public austerity, but behind closed doors he receives generous gifts year after year. Believe me, I beg you believe me. Chu Xiao studied Lin Mo with amused skepticism. Truly, you understand well enough what happens to those who lie to me. Death will be merciful by comparison. Lin Mo nodded frantically. Absolutely, I'd never dare deceive you. Our house may look shabby, but inside my father's study lies an entire wall, behind it stacks of gold ingots. More than enough to repay you. Convinced by Lin Mo's fervent oath, Chu Xiao gave a slight nod. Very well, I'll grant you this one chance. He then ordered Yu Ting to bind Lin Mo and led the entourage resolute and imposing straight toward Lin Xixian's modest residence, the prefect of Jingzhou. Upon reaching the courtyard gate, Chu Xiao glanced at the humble bamboo fence and the earthen path winding through the yard, and let out a derisive chuckle. Tisk tsk, your family lives in remarkable austerity. Lin Mo offered a nervous, strained laugh. It's all for show. Trust me, my father will repay you. Lin Mo then led them himself to the study door, where Lin Xixian, prefect of Jingzhou, sat quietly reading at his desk. But in the next instant the study door crashed inward, kicked open from outside. The violent thunder startled Lin Xixian so badly that the book slipped from his hands and fell to the floor. He opened his mouth to rebuke the intruder, only to lock eyes with Chu Xiao's familiar face. His heart lurched violently. Ninth Prince. Your Highness's sudden arrival catches this humble official unprepared. I beg your pardon, Your Highness. Hearing his father address the youth as Ninth Prince, Lin Mo's jaw dropped in stunned disbelief. He was a spoiled scion, not a fool. In that instant, comprehension struck him like lightning. Today's gambling den incident had been no accident. It was a meticulously laid trap orchestrated by this very Ninth Prince. He had unwittingly just betrayed his own father. Chu Xiao offered Lin Qixin a warm, affable wave, dismissing the formalities with effortless grace. Prefect Lin, there's no need for such formality. I've come for two reasons. First, to express my gratitude for your earlier rescue of me. Your Highness honors me undeservedly. I merely fulfilled a minor duty, Lin Qixin replied, bowing humbly. Secondly, Chu Xiao continued, his tone shifting subtly. I've received a formal complaint alleging that though you appear upright and incorruptible in public, you secretly accept bribes. Is this accusation true or false? Slander, blatant malicious slander. Lin Qixin feigned outrage, masking his inner panic. Who dares malign this humble official behind my back? I have always served with integrity and diligence, never once compromising my principles. I implore your Highness to investigate thoroughly and vindicate me. Chu Xiao observed Lin Qixin closely. The man's robes bore visible mends. Were it not for prior knowledge of his duplicity, it would have been nearly impossible to believe such a figure could be a corrupt official. Naturally, I wish to trust Prefect Lin, but the source of this report is no ordinary accuser. I am compelled to take it with utmost seriousness. Lin Qixin clenched his fists. May your Highness reveal the name of my accuser. I demand a face-to-face confrontation to clear my name. Oh, a glint of amusement flickered in Chu Xiao's eyes as he pointed toward the doorway. It is him, your own son, who lodged the complaint. Shall we proceed with the confrontation? Lin Qixin followed Chu Xiao's gesture and saw his son shrink back, head bowed in shame. For a heartbeat, Lin Qixin nearly choked on his own rage. Wang Defa, are you mad? What possible gain could you reap from betraying your own father? Lin Qixin racked his mind in vain. He simply could not fathom why his son would do such a thing. Lin Mo meanwhile suffered in silence. Who could have foreseen the ninth prince's cunning? He cursed himself for realizing it far too late. Lin Qixin drew a slow, steadying breath. He had clawed his way to this position through decades of effort, and he refused to surrender it lightly. He resolved to resist, to the bitter end. Your Highness, please disregard my son's ravings. He struck his head at birth and suffers from diminished wits. His words hold no weight whatsoever. Chu Xiao burst into laughter, a sharp, incredulous sound. Was Lin Qixin truly treating him as a child? Such an absurd excuse signaled desperation, the final desperate gambit of a cornered man. Prefect Lin, I confess I'd imagined you possessed greater acuity. How profoundly you disappoint me. If I've come, it is because I possess irrefutable evidence. It seems you won't yield until you stand at the Yellow River's edge. As he spoke, Chu Xiao strode toward the earthen wall Lin Qixin used to conceal his gold. Yu Ting, smash it open. Yu Ting obeyed, instantly hammering the wall with heavy rhythmic blows, until its outer layer fractured and crumbled, revealing gleaming gold ingots hidden within. Lin Qixin knew deception was now futile. His knees buckled, he collapsed before Chu Xiao, forehead striking the floor. Ninth Prince, I beg your mercy. Grant me one more chance. Chu Xiao recoiled with disgust, kicking Lin Qixin aside. Humph, you still dare plead. His Majesty shows no leniency toward corrupt officials. Prefect Lin, do you grasp the gravity? At minimum, your crime warrants exile. Lin Qixin pounded his head against the floor again and again. Spare me, your Highness, spare me. I was blinded by folly. I committed this grave sin in a moment of weakness. Yet every coin I took, I dared not spend a single one. I wore patched robes, though I ate coarse fare, always fearful that discovery would come knocking at my door. Chu Xiao looked at Lin Qixian's pleading expression with disdain, curling his lips. Lord Lin, you say you have embezzled so much money, yet your life remains so miserable. What are you trying to achieve? Lin Qixin forced a bitter smile and raised his head, his face filled with regret. Your Highness, I was wrong. I am willing to offer all my family assets, just hoping your Highness can show mercy. From now on, I will follow your Highness with unwavering loyalty. Chu Xiao slowly crouched down, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Qixin, his sharp eyes seemingly able to see into one's soul. All right, this prince can give you a chance. As long as you can answer one question truthfully, this prince will pretend to know nothing today. Lin Qixian's eyes burned. He had worked hard to become the governor of Jingzhou Prefecture, and he couldn't bear to give up his current position. Now that Chu Xiao was willing to give him a chance, Lin Qixin naturally wanted to seize it. Your Highness, not just one, but even 10 or 100 questions would be fine. I swear to speak without reservation. Chu Xiao leisurely stood up, his hands clasped behind his back, circling around Lin Qixin. His steps were slow, each footfall felt as though it was stepping on Lin Qixian's heart, causing him to feel anxious. Lord Lin, that day, when this prince was kidnapped, who was behind it? As long as you can tell me the truth about your embezzlement, this prince will turn a blind eye. At that moment, a flash of panic crossed Lin Qixian's eyes. Your Highness, you. This question I truly cannot answer. The criminals who kidnapped you have already escaped. But rest assured, your Highness, I promise to do my utmost to track those criminals down. Chu Xiao gently shook his head, a hint of sarcasm flashing across his face. It seems that Lord Lin is unwilling to cooperate. This opportunity is singular. Are you sure you do not wish to cherish it? The fact that you found this prince so promptly that day, if you claim you have no connection to this matter, this prince will certainly not believe it. As he spoke, Chu Xiao slapped Lin Xixian on the shoulder with force. Although he didn't exert much strength, Lin Xixian still trembled. When you entered the room and saw only this prince, you must have been quite astonished, right? You must have been very puzzled about where the woman in the room went, correct? Lin Xixian swallowed hard, completely unable to meet Chu Xiao's gaze. He lowered his head, beads of sweat forming on the tip of his nose. Previously he had heard that the ninth prince had seemingly awakened, not only changing from a once submissive demeanor, but also helping the court resolve issues with the southwestern chieftains to the point where even the emperor referred to the ninth prince as a prodigy. Initially Lin Xixian thought this was exaggerated, but upon meeting him today, he realized that the rumors were not only true, but quite understated. This ninth prince gave him the impression of being exceptionally formidable. Your Highness, it's a misunderstanding. It truly is a misunderstanding. I truly have nothing to do with this matter. Seeing Lin Xixian still making excuses, Chu Xiao had no desire to continue wasting time with him. Good. Lord Lin is indeed a loyal dog. Since you are so loyal, this prince can only proceed with official business. After Chu Xiao finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling the hidden guards to take Lin Xixian away, directly handing him over to the Ministry of Justice for disposal. Lin Xixian was dragged out of the study like a heap of mud. At that moment, Lin Mo, standing at the door, saw his father being taken away and anxiously shouted, "Father!" Chu Xiao turned to Lin Mo, saying, "I almost forgot that there is another one here. Take him away too. Let the father and son reunite in prison." Lin Mo was left dumbfounded. "Your Highness, spare my life." I. Do you believe me if I say I don't know him at all?" Chu Xiao rolled his eyes in response. "Do you think this prince resembles a fool?" After Lin Xixian and his son were taken away, Yu Ting quietly asked Chu Xiao, "Your Highness, do you need me to personally visit the Ministry of Justice? Our hidden guards have our own methods for interrogation. I will do my utmost to pry open Lin Xixian's mouth." Chu Xiao shook his head. "There's no need to go through such trouble. As long as Lin Xixian is not foolish, he certainly won't speak." Yu Ting was taken aback. "Is Lin Xixian that brave? I can't see it." Chu Xiao rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "This has nothing to do with bravery. Unless the crime of embezzlement is particularly heinous or severe, officials are rarely sentenced to death. But kidnapping a prince is different. Even if he is merely an accomplice, he is certainly doomed, and his family will also be implicated. Therefore, no matter what, Lin Xixian will never admit to being involved in the kidnapping case." After hearing this, Yu Ting found Chu Xiao's reasoning very sound, but it made him even more puzzled. "Since your Highness already knows that Lin Xixian won't easily speak, why go through the trouble of capturing him?" Chu Xiao raised his head and gazed into the distance, slowly speaking. "This prince captures Lin Xixian merely to make those behind him anxious. No matter who this person is, upon learning that Lin Xixian has been imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice, they will surely fear that he might speak, and thus will certainly take action. At this time, we only need to keep a close watch on Lin Xixian, and we will have no trouble finding the true mastermind behind this plot against this prince." Yu Ting was utterly impressed by Chu Xiao at this moment. "Brilliant, truly brilliant," Yu Ting said, giving a thumbs up filled with admiration. Everything unfolded just as Chu Xiao had anticipated. Upon learning that Lin Xixian had been captured, the East Palace quickly fell into chaos. What happened? Why was Lin Xixian imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice? Damn it, could it be that Father Emperor has already sensed something? In the East Palace, the Crown Prince, Chu Yuan, broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing the news. The commander of the guards, He Yunjin, hurriedly reassured him. "Your Highness, things may not be as dire as we imagine. I have already inquired, and Lin Xixian was captured because the ninth prince discovered evidence of his embezzlement and bribery." Hearing this, Chu Yuan did not feel relieved. Instead, he became even more anxious. "Are you foolish? If the ninth prince suddenly targets Lin Xixian, he must have discovered something new, otherwise how could it be so coincidental?" He Yunjin was startled and asked nervously, "What should we do, Your Highness? To be safe, should I infiltrate the Ministry of Justice and find a way to resolve Lin Xixian?" Chu Yuan rubbed his temples and paced a few steps. "No, the Ministry of Justice is heavily guarded. If you act recklessly, it will surely implicate me. However, Lin Xixian truly cannot be left alive. I must think of a way to make him keep his mouth shut." In the prison of the Ministry of Justice. Ever since Lin Xixian was incarcerated, he has been feeling increasing. He originally thought he would endure inhumane torture in the ministry, and had even prepared himself to bite his tongue and refuse to speak. However, to his surprise, after being locked up, aside from the regular interrogations, he suffered no torment at all. This did not bring Lin Xixian any joy, instead it heightened his panic. After all, it is when the boots have yet to fall that one is most fearful. The ministry has yet to press him on whether he is involved in the kidnapping of the ninth prince, which kept Lin Qixian's heart in a state of suspense, preventing him from relaxing even for a moment. Now Lin Qixian curled up in the corner of his cell, looking dejected with disheveled hair that even had bits of grass tangled in it, making him appear quite miserable. His official robes had been replaced with a tattered and stained prison uniform. It was hard to imagine that just a day ago Lin Qixian was the esteemed prefect of Jingzhou, and now he had fallen to such depths. Creak. The old prison door was gently pushed open, emitting a sound that was grating to the teeth. Lin Qixian lifted his head, his dim gaze falling upon the guard who entered. The guard expressionlessly placed a food tray on the ground. Lin Qixian noticed that today's tray not only contained a bowl of plain rice, but also a few pieces of braised meat, causing his eyes to light up instantly. In this prison, being served a bowl of plain rice is already a considerable privilege, let alone having braised meat. Lin Qixian had long grown tired of braised meat and wouldn't have given it a second glance in normal circumstances. However, in this prison, it had become a rare delicacy. Was this guard suddenly feeling benevolent? To think that he would get extra food. Without giving it much thought, Lin Qixian quickly pounced on it, holding the rice bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other, wolfing it down. According to past habits, the guard would leave immediately after delivering the food, returning only after a while to collect the empty dishes. But today the guard showed no intention of leaving. As Lin Qixian focused intently on eating, the guard carefully glanced around to ensure no one was watching them before lowering his head and approaching Lin Qixian. At that moment, Lin Qixian also sensed the guard's unusual behavior. His heart tightened, and his intuition told him that the guard had something to say. The guard leaned close to Lin Qixian's ear, lowering his voice to say, "Lord Lin, His Highness the Crown Prince has asked me to deliver some words to you." Upon hearing that the Crown Prince had something to convey, Lin Qixian's heart began to race uncontrollably. Could it be that the Crown Prince knows of his unwavering loyalty and has already devised a way to rescue him? Lin Qixian suppressed his excitement and trembled as he asked, quickly, "What does His Highness command?" His Highness said there is no secret in this world that can be hidden forever unless one is dead. Upon hearing this, Lin Qixian understood the Crown Prince's meaning all too well. But how heartless of the Crown Prince. Here he was wholeheartedly serving him, yet at the first sign of trouble he had abandoned him. It was simply inhumane. Since aligning with the Crown Prince, Lin Qixian had done everything he could at His Highness' behest, without daring to slack off. Now, having fallen to this state, it was also because of the Crown Prince. But did the Crown Prince truly wish for his life? In that instant, Lin Qixian, filled with rage, felt an impulse to take the Crown Prince down with him. "If you wish for my death, then I will drag you down with me before I go. I might as well admit that the kidnapping of the 9th prince was ordered by you, Crown Prince. At that point, neither of us will have a good outcome." The guard noticed the anger on Lin Qixian's face, paused for a moment, and then said, "His Highness also mentioned that he will take good care of the illegitimate child you have raised outside." What? Lin Qixian's face instantly turned pale. The matter of the illegitimate child was the deepest secret in his heart. Someone like him who knew that participating in the power struggle was dangerous, how could he not leave himself a way out? Although he usually spoiled Lin Mo, it was all for show. In reality, Lin Qixian valued the illegitimate child he raised outside the most. His indulgence of Lin Mo had led Lin Mo to develop various bad habits from a young age. But he was strict with the illegitimate child because he wanted to cultivate him into a talent and eventually have him inherit everything from him. He originally thought he had done everything perfectly to avoid being discovered. He would go an entire year without seeing his illegitimate child. But who would have thought that even with such precautions, the matter of the illegitimate child would still be discovered by the Crown Prince? Sweat the size of beans broke out on Lin Qixian's forehead, his hands tightly gripping the hem of his clothes, and he fell into a daze. The guard saw Lin Qixian's expression and knew he would make a wise decision, so he pushed the bowl containing the braised meat forward. "Lord Lin, this was specially prepared for you by His Highness. Please do not waste it." After saying this, the guard did not glance at Lin Qixian again and turned to leave the cell. Once the guard left, Lin Qixian slowly lifted his head, his eyes now devoid of any sparkle. For people of this era, the continuation of one's lineage is more important than life itself. Now the Crown Prince was forcing him to make a choice whether he wanted to live or whether he wanted the illegitimate child he valued most to live. Lin Qixian let out a bitter laugh. It seemed the Crown Prince had given him two paths, but Lin Qixian knew very well that in reality he had no choice. Since the Crown Prince had already taken action, even if he wanted to survive, the Crown Prince would never allow it. Asking him to choose was merely a way to give him a final semblance of dignity. Lin Qixian looked down at the bowl of braised meat before him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He originally thought this was a sign of the guard's newfound benevolence, but little did he know it was actually his death sentence. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qixian grabbed the braised meat from the bowl with his hand and stuffed it into his mouth, tears flowing uncontrollably as he ate. After wolfing down the entire bowl of braised meat, Lin Qixin discovered a sharp piece of iron hidden at the bottom of the bowl. He quietly concealed the iron piece in his sleeve and hunched over, returning to sit in the corner. That night, news spread through the ministry's prison that Lin Qixin had committed suicide out of guilt. When Yuting brought the news back to Zhaohua Hall, Chu Xiao felt no surprise at all. After all, he had long suspected that the mastermind behind this would not keep Lin Qixin a ticking time bomb alive. Your Highness, you truly are remarkable. Lin Qixin has just been locked up in the ministry's prison, and the mastermind behind this is already eager to take his life. At this moment, Yuting looked at the young ninth prince with growing admiration, his big eyes filled with worship. Chu Xiao waved his hand. Stop with the flattery. I asked you to send someone to watch everyone who has had contact with Lin Qixin. Have you found any leads yet? Speaking of business, Yuting immediately became serious. In response to your highness, my subordinate has already found out who the mastermind behind this is. Who? It is his highness the crown prince. Hearing that the crown prince wanted to harm him, Chu Xiao helplessly rubbed his temples. He had long known that the palace was perilous, but he never expected someone would come after him so soon. Chu Xiao gritted his teeth and muttered, "It's all that old fool of a father, otherwise this wouldn't have happened." Yuting, who was beside him, did not hear Chu Xiao's mumblings. His expression was grave, and he was very worried about Chu Xiao's situation. After all, the one who acted was the crown prince. That was the heir of the Great Xia dynasty. Being targeted by such a person would make anyone feel extremely... Your Highness, our people witnessed the prison guard from the Ministry of Justice speaking with Lin Qixin, and shortly after Lin Qixin committed suicide. And that prison guard, after Lin Qixian's death, secretly left the ministry's dungeon and met with He Yunjing, the captain of the Eastern Palace Guard. So, what do you plan to do, Your Highness? Should we inform His Majesty and let him handle this? This was the best solution Yuting could think of. As long as the Xia Emperor was willing to help the ninth prince, then the ninth prince's safety would no longer be a concern. Yet Chu Xiao refused. How do you think my father wouldn't know? Yuting was taken aback, his face showing fear. Your Highness means that His Majesty already knows the crown prince is targeting you. You underestimate my father too much. If he couldn't even figure out something like this, do you think his throne could remain? You are from the secret guard and should understand their capabilities well. Any disturbance in the palace, if my father wants to know, he will definitely find out. Yuting nodded in agreement, but then he became even more worried. If His Majesty knows it was the crown prince's doing, then why? Are you wondering why my father won't stand up for this prince? Don't be ridiculous, he definitely wouldn't do that. Chu Xiao casually picked up a piece of pastry from the table and bit into it forcefully. My father has always encouraged competition among the princes. Among the adult princes, the second prince, fifth prince, and seventh prince have not yet been conferred titles, so they can stay in the capital. Do you know why? My father keeps those princes he values in the capital to let them constantly struggle against the crown prince. Now that the crown prince sees me as a stumbling block, if I go to my father for help, he will only reprimand me and will definitely not assist me. After hearing Chu Xiao's analysis, Yuting felt even more uncertain. Then what do you plan to do, Your Highness? The crown prince has many supporters in court. You are definitely not his match. Perhaps find an opportunity to have a good talk with the crown prince. Maybe we can turn hostility into harmony. Chu Xiao looked at Yuting with a gaze as if he were looking at a fool, twitching his lips, and solemnly said, "Is the threshold for the secret guard so low? If all the secret guards were as naive as you, this prince would genuinely worry for my father's safety." Yuting's face flushed with embarrassment. He realized that the ninth prince was disparaging his intelligence. "Your Highness, did I say something wrong?" Chu Xiao scoffed. "You didn't say anything wrong about the many followers of the crown prince. This prince cannot compare with that. But even if this prince wanted to soften my stance towards the crown prince, do you think he would let me off? Besides, this prince may not want to compete, but I am not someone without temper." Yuting cautiously raised his head. "By the way, Your Highness, there is one more thing I need to inform you." "Speak." "I discovered that the crown prince's people have been secretly watching Zhaohua Palace. So if Your Highness truly intends to oppose the crown prince, you must be careful." Chu Xiao remained silent while lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "The new year is approaching, and as per tradition, my father will host a national banquet before the new year, inviting civil and military officials along with their families to the palace to celebrate, right?" Yuting nodded. "Yes, this has been the case every year since the founding of the dynasty by the great ancestor. Every national banquet has different performances, and my father has a particular fondness for poetry, so it will not be short of a poetry contest." Yuting nodded again. "His Majesty is well-rounded in both culture and martial arts and appreciates those with remarkable talent. Come closer. This prince has some matters for you to handle." Chu Xiao waved at Yuting, who immediately bowed and leaned closer. A few days later in the Eastern Palace, the warm winter sun illuminated the writing desk through the window. Crown Prince Chu Yuan was sitting at the desk, focused on writing down the poems he had recently thought of. He was so serious because he wanted to shine at the upcoming national banquet, and earned the Xia Emperor's praise. While Chu Yuan was lost in thought, He Yunzheng suddenly pushed open the study door. "Your Highness, I have urgent matters to report." Chu Yuan frowned. Being interrupted was understandably displeasing, but he knew that He Yunzheng would not act so recklessly unless it was important. "Speak." He Yunzheng raised his head, cupped his hands towards Chu Yuan, and said, "Your Highness, the person we arranged at Zhaohua Palace just informed us that the 9th Prince has been wholeheartedly preparing poetry for the national banquet recently." Chu Yuan dismissed it. "What's the big deal? Every year at the national banquet everyone tries to showcase themselves, but who can attract my father's attention depends on their own abilities." He Yunzheng pursed his lips, replied anxiously, "Your Highness, it is said that this time the 9th Prince is very well prepared, and he possesses a high talent in poetry." Chu Yuan looked at He Yunzheng with displeasure. "What do you think I can't win against him?" He Yunzheng really wanted to praise the crown prince, but in the end could only remain silent. Upon seeing He Yunzheng's expression, how could Crown Prince Chu Yuan not understand his true thoughts? He put down the brush in his hand and asked with great interest, "What exactly did that old 9th write that makes you think I won't be able to compete with him?" He Yunzheng hesitated for a moment, stammering, "The 9th Prince has written a poetry collection with at least 100 poems, and each one is an excellent piece." "Nonsense!" Chu Yuan reprimanded directly, without a second thought. "Poems that can be considered excellent are those that can be passed down through the ages. Most people spend their whole lives without writing even one. Are you saying that old 9th can write over 100 such poems? Do you take me for a fool?" He Yunjing, feeling wronged, took out a book of poetry from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Chu Yuan. "I originally didn't believe it either, but this was copied from the 9th Prince's study. Your Highness, you should take a look yourself." Chu Yuan disdainfully accepted it and casually flipped through a few pages. Upon seeing it, he immediately widened his eyes. "What the hell? Is this even human?" As the Crown Prince, Chu Yuan's own abilities aside, he certainly had an eye for appreciating poetry. At this moment, Chu Yuan, seeing the transcribed poems, felt as if he had been struck by lightning. It was not an exaggeration to say that based solely on this poetry collection, the 9th Prince, Chu Xiao, could become a legendary figure in the literary world. Thinking of this scene, Chu Yuan's face immediately twisted in jealousy. Why should it be like this? Why does heaven favor the 9th Prince so much? Chu Yuan felt his mindset was truly collapsing. He glanced at the poetry collection in his hands, then at the few poems he had painstakingly written on the table. In life, the most dreaded thing is comparison. Crown Prince Chu Yuan felt that his poems paled in comparison to those written by 9th Prince Chu Xiao, almost like nonsense. How can the gap between people be larger than that between a person and a dog? Chu Yuan angrily threw the poetry collection to the ground. He was already certain that on the day of the national banquet, if Chu Xiao simply presented this poetry collection, he would undoubtedly become the center of attention. He Yunzheng could understand the Crown Prince Chu Yuan's feelings at this moment. Although he was a guard after seeing the poems written by the 9th Prince, he also felt an indescribable pressure. Originally, He Yunzheng thought the Crown Prince would be upset for a long time, but unexpectedly not long after, the previously grim expression on Chu Yuan's face revealed a strange smile. Chu Yuan cheerfully picked up the poetry collection from the ground, gently dusted it off, and treasured it close. Seeing this scene, He Yunzheng thought the Crown Prince had gone mad, otherwise how could his mood change so rapidly? "Your Highness, are you alright?" He Yunzheng asked with concern. Chu Yuan waved his hand happily. "I'm fine. Not only am I fine, but I feel extremely happy right now." He Yunzheng felt something was amiss and reached out to touch Chu Yuan's forehead. "You don't have a fever." Chu Yuan, feeling exasperated, swatted He Yunzheng's hand away. "Don't worry, I'm really fine now. Just think about it, on the day of the national banquet, if I present this poetry collection publicly, won't all those officials be astonished?" He Yunzheng stood there dumbfounded for a moment. But this was written by the 9th Prince. Ignorance. Crown Prince Chu Yuan raised the poetry collection high. "As long as I present the collection before the 9th Prince, then this collection belongs to me." He Yunzheng's eyes widened in shock. "Can such a thing really work? Your Highness, will this really be okay? The 9th Prince probably won't give up easily. What can he do to prove that he wrote this poetry collection?" Chu Yuan raised his chin confidently. "Do you think the officials will believe the 9th Prince, or would they rather believe me, the Crown Prince?" He Yunzheng thought seriously for a moment and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Clever indeed. Your Highness has many supporters in court. Even if the 9th Prince is talented, he ultimately lacks depth. As long as he can't provide evidence, no one will speak up for him then." Crown Prince Chu Yuan and He Yunzheng exchanged a glance and simultaneously burst into laughter. "9th Prince, I really need to thank you this time. The poetry collection you painstakingly wrote will elevate me to greatness. I truly look forward to your expression when the time comes." Time flew by, and soon it was New Year's Eve. On this day, the entire Great Xia was bustling with excitement. The national banquet, also known as the New Year's Eve banquet, was about to take place. To host this national banquet, the imperial palace had started decorating several days in advance. Before the sun had completely set, officials and their families began arriving at the palace. As soon as one walked through the palace gates, two enormous red lanterns could be seen hanging high, adding a festive air to this celebratory day. The banquet was set to take place in the imperial garden. Although most flowers had withered in the cold winter, the imperial garden was still beautifully adorned. Once the officials arrived at the imperial garden, they were led by palace maids to their designated seats. At this moment, every table was already filled with exquisite dishes and fine wines. A variety of delicacies filled the tables, their aromas wafting through the air, making one salivate. When Chu Xiao arrived at the imperial garden, it was already bustling with activity. Upon Chu Xiao's appearance, most officials merely bowed politely, not engaging in any conversation with him, as his previous presence had been too low-key. Hardly anyone in court was familiar with him. Chu Xiao was quite content with the tranquility and went straight to his seat. He was completely unaware that ever since he entered, a pair of eyes across the room had been closely watching him. Mu Jinli didn't usually like attending such banquets, as she felt uncomfortable in large crowds. However, upon seeing Chu Xiao today, she unexpectedly found herself not resisting this banquet. Before long, most of the civil and military officials had arrived. Just as Chu Xiao was about to yawn out of boredom, he suddenly heard a commotion. Chu Xiao looked up and saw Crown Prince Chu Yuan, Second Prince Chu Yi, Fifth Prince Chu Su, and Seventh Prince Chu Ko entering the imperial garden one after another. Unlike the inconspicuous Chu Xiao, as soon as these individuals entered, many officials immediately surrounded them, their faces adorned with flattering smiles, their eyes betraying their desire to curry favor. Although Crown Prince Chu Yuan was the heir apparent, the other three princes also had their own supporters in court, causing the scene to become quite lively. The four of them, accompanied by the throng of officials, arrived at their seats. After Crown Prince Chu Yuan sat down, he scanned the room, ultimately landing his gaze on Ninth Prince Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao also noticed the Crown Prince's gaze. He looked up and met the Crown Prince's eyes, then nodded in greeting. Just thinking about what he was about to do made the Crown Prince show a playful smile to Chu Xiao. Meanwhile, the other three princes also turned their attention to Ninth Prince Chu Xiao. The three princes had not previously paid attention to this brother, as the old Chu Xiao was simply not worth noticing. But now things were different. To some extent, the three princes were aware that recently Chu Xiao had suddenly gained the emperor's favor. Moreover, he had effortlessly resolved the issues with the southwestern chieftains, earning praise from many officials in court. There were even rumors that the emperor had privately referred to Chu Xiao as a Qilin child. However, the three princes did not believe that this was truly due to Chu Xiao's own abilities. They suspected that someone powerful was guiding him from behind. So the ninth prince is aware that he is approaching adulthood and is starting to have thoughts about the heir apparent. The princes thought to themselves as they looked at Chu Xiao. Ninth brother, I have heard that father has been praising you lately. You have truly caught my attention, Second Prince Chu, he said as he took a good look at Chu Xiao and initiated a conversation. Although Chu Xiao was somewhat surprised, he humbly replied, Second brother, you flatter me. It was merely a matter of coincidence, and I did a trivial thing. With a warm smile on his face, Chu Yi leaned a bit closer to Chu Xiao and said, Ninth brother, why do you need to be so modest? The emperor must see your true talents. We haven't interacted much before, but we should make an effort to connect more in the future. In response to the second prince's enthusiasm, Chu Xiao smiled and said, of course, as long as second brother doesn't find me bothersome. Second prince chuckled heartily, of course not. We are brothers after all. I'm delighted that you would come to find me. Hearing the conversation between the second prince and Chu Xiao, seventh prince Chu Ku snorted coldly, hypocrite, pretending to have such brotherly affection. Despite being scolded as a hypocrite by the seventh prince, the second prince's expression remained gentle. Seventh brother, what do you mean by that? Second brother merely wishes to be closer to ninth brother. Is that wrong? The seventh prince scoffed. Being born into the royal family, there are no brothers to speak of unless one is willing to be a fool. We are all rivals. Chu Xiao looked at the seventh prince in shock, thinking how blunt this person was. Everyone knows that you princes are all eyeing the position of heir, yet the crown prince is right there. Do you really think it's proper to say such things in front of him? As expected, after the seventh prince finished speaking, the crown prince's expression visibly darkened. The second prince seemed accustomed to the seventh prince's straightforwardness. He sighed and cast an apologetic look at ninth prince Chu Xiao. Ninth brother, don't take old seven's words to heart. He speaks without thinking. His intentions are genuine in wanting to get closer to you. If you ever encounter any trouble in the future, do not hesitate to seek help from second brother. I will assist you in any way I can. Chu Xiao did not wish to get involved in the disputes among the princes, so he politely smiled, then lowered his head and remained silent, as if captivated by the delicacies on the table. Seeing the second prince still trying to bond with Chu Xiao, the seventh prince disdainfully gestured and said to the fifth prince beside him, Old 5, don't you think old 2 is extremely hypocritical? After saying this, the fifth prince seemed unwilling to continue the conversation with the seventh prince, and directly stood up heading toward the table of Duke. After saying this, the fifth prince seemed unwilling to continue the conversation with the seventh prince, and directly stood up heading toward the table of Duke Dinghua. After a brief interaction, Chu Xiao had a preliminary understanding of the personalities of these princes. The second prince was relatively warm and welcoming, the fifth prince was straightforward, while the seventh prince left Chu Xiao with an impression of being unruly. Of course, Chu Xiao wouldn't naively think he had completely seen through these princes. After all, those who dared to stand against the crown prince were certainly not simple characters. Meanwhile, the fifth prince quickly approached Duke Dinghua Muyuan. Duke Dinghua, I have grown up listening to your heroic deeds. On this festive occasion, I specially come to congratulate you. You have dedicated yourself to our Great Xia. Your efforts are commendable, and I have always held you in high regard. Duke Dinghua, who was originally conversing with those beside him, quickly stood up and returned a slight bow upon seeing the fifth prince. Your Highness, you flatter me. I have merely fulfilled my duty as a subject, and do not deserve such praise from the fifth prince. The fifth prince, Chu Xiao, exchanged pleasantries with Duke Dinghua, then turned his gaze to the side, where Mu Jin. Sister Ali, not long ago I happened to come across this exquisite gold hairpin that I thought would suit you perfectly, so I purchased it. It's a small token of my affection, please do not reject it. Mu Jinli looked at the beautiful gold hairpin in the fifth prince's hand, shook her head, and calmly refused, I don't want it. Being rejected so straightforwardly, the fifth prince appeared somewhat awkward, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Haha, old five, do you think Sister Ali is like those superficial women who would like such flashy things? The seventh prince arrogantly walked over and began to mock the fifth prince. I've heard that Sister Ali enjoys collecting famous calligraphy and paintings. This is a painting of mountain birds by the great painter Shun Mingjie from the previous dynasty. I believe Sister Ali will surely appreciate it. As the seventh prince spoke, he slowly unfurled the scroll he had brought with him. Everyone around looked at Mu Jinli with envy. Shun Mingjie is revered for his exceptional skills in both calligraphy and painting, especially his paintings, which earned him the title of the painting saint. This mountain bird painting is considered his final masterpiece. It is priceless. This mountain bird painting was a treasured possession of the previous dynasty's royal family. After the fall of that dynasty, this painting was lost, and it was presumed to have been destroyed in the chaos of war. Who would have thought we could see it today? The discussions among the onlookers made the seventh prince's lips curl into a proud smile. He was confident that any lover of art would not refuse such a gift. But who would have thought Mu Jinli would not play by the rules? Although she very much liked the mountain bird painting, she still coldly stated, I don't want it. Ha ha, old seven, your gift is also ineffective. Just like me, it failed to impress Sister Ali. Though the fifth prince felt somewhat embarrassed when he was just rejected, seeing the seventh prince face the same fate made him feel much better. Chu Xiao raised his head to glance at the commotion and was surprised to see how popular Mu Jinli was. However, Chu Xiao did not dwell on it. After a brief look, he continued to lower his head, trying hard to blend in like a small transparent figure. The crown prince and the second prince, although not approaching to offer gifts, both revealed a hint of regret. And Mu Jinli not only possessed a beauty that could topple kingdoms, but more importantly, she was the apple of Duke Dinghua's eye. Although Duke Dinghua was advanced in age and had long retired from military duties, now half of the generals in the army had served under Duke Dinghua's command, and this network of connections was truly formidable. If someone were fortunate enough to marry Mu Jinli, Duke Dinghua would become their support, a powerful force that no one could afford to overlook. Unfortunately, both the crown prince and the second prince already had official wives. Given Mu Jinli's status, she would absolutely not become someone else's concubine, so these two could only watch helplessly as the fifth and seventh princes pursued her. After being rejected by Mu Jinli, the fifth and seventh princes could only return to their seats reluctantly, but judging by their unwilling expressions, they would definitely not give up so easily. After watching the excitement for a while, the voice of the chief eunuch Chang Shun echoed from outside the imperial garden, His Majesty has arrived. Upon hearing that the Emperor of Xia was coming, all the officials immediately put away their smiles and stood up with serious expressions to welcome him. Moments later, the Emperor of Xia, clad in a magnificent bright yellow dragon robe, entered the imperial garden with a faint smile on his face, hand in hand with the Empress. Chu Xiao hurriedly adjusted his clothing, then along with the officials bowed in unison toward the Emperor of Xia. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! The Emperor of Xia smiled and nodded, walking to the front of the dragon throne, then gently turned and slowly sat down. All of you, no need for formalities. Today is a national banquet, so relax a bit. The officials gradually stood up. Although the Emperor of Xia said to relax a bit, no one dared to show any signs of complacency and still maintained a respectful posture. Once the officials were seated, the Emperor of Xia was the first to raise his wine glass. I didn't expect time to fly by so quickly. In the blink of an eye, I've aged another year. In the past year, Great Xia has enjoyed good weather and peace, and this is all thanks to your contributions, my loyal ministers. Come, let us raise the first cup of wine to wish for the prosperity of our Great Xia. The officials all raised their cups and shouted loudly to the Emperor of Xia, wishing for the prosperity of our Great Xia. The Emperor of Xia took a gentle sip of his wine, nodding with satisfaction. Standing beside the Emperor of Xia, Changshan saw that it was about time and raised his head, lightly waving his hand. Let the music play and the dance begin. After a round of song and dance, the atmosphere in the imperial garden became notably livelier under the stimulation of the wine. Emperor Xia felt he had eaten enough and set down his wine cup. Seeing this, everyone knew that Emperor Xia was about to engage the crowd in a poetry exchange, a highlight of the annual national banquet. Emperor Xia, after putting down his cup, signaled to Changshan with a glance. Understanding the cue, Changshan approached the crowd holding a tray. Everyone stretched their necks to look at the tray, which held a beautiful golden bracelet. The bracelet, made entirely of gold, shimmered enchantingly under the light. The surface of the bracelet was intricately carved with exquisite patterns and inlaid with various valuable gemstones. The ladies present gasped in delight upon seeing the bracelet, many of them leaning forward, their attention completely captivated by the piece. Noticing the crowd's reaction, Emperor Xia smiled and said, last year at this time the second prince wrote a poem titled Celebrating New Year's Eve, earning thunderous applause. I wonder if I will hear a more remarkable work today. Whoever can write a poem that pleases me will claim this bracelet, which was a tribute from the donkey. With these words, many people were eager to try their hand. The bracelet was not the key. What mattered was winning Emperor Xia's admiration. Many present had prepared numerous poems in advance, hoping to shine today. The crown prince Chu Yuan had long been ready. He secretly glanced at the ninth prince, Chu Xiao, then stood up first. Father, I am unworthy, but I wish to offer my humble attempt. Emperor Xia nodded slightly. Good, let's hear it. The crown prince took a deep breath, stood with his hands behind his back, and began to recite. Colorful lanterns hang high, illuminating the hall in red as the old year departs with enthusiasm. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, wishes come true, and the new spring brings endless joy. As soon as the crown prince finished reciting, many officials cheered loudly. Excellent. Though this poem lacks ornate language, it excels in being straightforward and relatable, evoking the joy of the new spring. What a splendid poem. Indeed, your highness, this poem is truly delightful. Flattery was unrestrained. Chu Xiao cast a surprised glance at Crown Prince Chu Yuan. Among the poems he had deliberately leaked to the Crown Prince, there were many about New Year's Eve. Chu Xiao had initially thought the Crown Prince would choose one of those, but was taken aback that he recited one of his own. Emperor Xia savored the poem, a smile appearing on his face. Not bad. It is clear that the Crown Prince, receiving Emperor Xiao's praise, Crown Prince Chu Yuan quickly bowed. Thank you for the compliment, father. Seizing the opportunity, the Crown Prince provocatively smiled at the other princes. The other princes, seeing the Crown Prince gaining the limelight, were eager to showcase themselves, especially the second Prince Chu Yi, who was already preparing to rise. At this moment, the Crown Prince did not sit down, but continued speaking to Emperor Xia. Father, I know you enjoy poetry, so I have another gift to present to you. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia became intrigued. He raised an eyebrow. Oh, you have a gift for me. Quickly, Crown Prince Chu Yuan respectfully took out a poetry anthology from his hands and extended it toward Father. This anthology was compiled by me and many instructors from the Eastern Palace over an entire year. Please evaluate it. Crown Prince Chu Yuan was clever. He did not claim that all the poems in the anthology were his work, for such a statement would raise suspicion. After all, each poem in the anthology was a classic. Everyone knew the Crown Prince's ability. He could occasionally write a piece or two, but to create so many poems was beyond his level. Thus, he shared the credit with the instructors of the Eastern Palace, which enhanced its credibility. When Emperor Xia received the anthology, he initially did not pay much attention, but after flipping through a few pages, his expression turned to one of shock. Good. These poems are wonderfully written. Emperor Xia set down the anthology, his eyes filled with joy. Crown Prince, you truly have put in thought. I greatly appreciate this gift. Having received such public praise from Emperor Xia, the Crown Prince wore a humble smile. To earn father's favor is my honor. The Empress, sitting beside Emperor Xia, beamed with pride at her son's excellence, her eyes narrowing into joyful crescents. The crowd, witnessing Emperor Xia's fondness for the anthology, cast curious glances. Emperor Xia did not hold back, directly passing the anthology around for everyone to admire. I never realized that the Crown Prince had such poetic talent. If this anthology spreads, I can assert that scholars across the land will take you as an example. Each poem in this anthology deserves my careful appraisal. Some are worthy of being passed down through the ages. Initially, everyone thought Emperor Xia was exaggerating. Even if this anthology was primarily compiled by his son, he shouldn't overly praise it. However, upon seeing the anthology, they each felt that Emperor Xia's words were rather conservative. An elderly imperial censor trembled as he touched his beard, nearly wanting to venerate the anthology. From now on, His Highness the Crown Prince shall be a towering figure in the realm of poetry. I dare say once this anthology is released there will be no precedents to follow. Chu Xiao was not surprised by their reactions. After all, the anthology presented by the Crown Prince contained works that had circulated for hundreds or even thousands of years in his past life, each a classic. When the anthology reached Chu Xiao's hands, he understood that it was time for him to showcase his skills. After taking the anthology, Chu Xiao displayed no expression as he flipped through a few pages, then suddenly stood up with a start. At first, everyone thought Chu Xiao was simply overwhelmed by the many fine works, but soon they realized he appeared not excited, but rather angry. At this moment, Chu Xiao's face was flushed, his eyes fixated on the anthology, revealing an expression that seemed ready to devour someone. Father, this anthology is not written by the Crown Prince, but by me. Chu Xiao's voice, like a cuckoo lamenting the blood of its kin, silenced the entire imperial garden. Emperor Xia's expression changed, his gaze flickering between the Crown Prince and Chu Xiao. Do you know what you were saying? Chu Xiao clenched his fists and shouted word by word. Of course, I know each poem in this anthology is my heartfelt creation. But why does the Crown Prince claim it was written by his eastern palace? This is simply too much to bear. Emperor Xia frowned and looked at Chu Yuan. Crown Prince, how do you... Crown Prince Chu Yuan replied unhurriedly, Father, I do not know why ninth brother would slander me. This anthology was indeed compiled by me and the instructors of the Eastern Palace. It is beyond doubt, and I have a clear conscience. Crown Prince Chu Yuan and Ninth Prince Chu Xiao each held their ground, but the vast majority present chose to believe the Crown Prince. Absurd. Ninth Prince, do you claim that this collection of poetry is solely your work? That is utterly impossible. Who says otherwise? Each poem in this collection is a masterpiece. It is already a stroke of luck for an ordinary person to write one or two, so how could an entire collection be the work of a single individual? Indeed, it seems that Ninth Prince is envious of the Crown Prince's accomplishments and wishes to claim credit. But we are not fools. How could we not discern who is lying? Surrounding ministers pointed fingers at Chu Xiao with hardly anyone believing he could have completed this. Crown Prince Chu Yuan had long anticipated today's situation, so when he saw Chu Xiao being pointed at by a multitude, he deliberately approached Chu Xiao with a feigned look of kindness. Ninth brother, I know you are jealous of me, but you cannot tell such lies in front of Father. Do you not realize this is deceiving the Emperor? Quickly apologize to Father. As long as he forgives you, I will overlook your rashness today. The Crown Prince's phony demeanor garnered praise from many ministers in the court. The Crown Prince is benevolent. Despite Ninth Prince's unreasonable antics, he does not hold it against him. Truly broad-minded. Indeed, the Crown Prince's defense of his brother is a model for the nation. Ninth Prince, you should quickly admit your mistake to avoid punishment from His Majesty. Everyone chimed in, almost all supporting Crown Prince Chu Yuan. Mu Jinli watched as Ninth Prince Chu Xiao stood isolated and defenseless, her originally calm face instantly scrunched up in distress. Duke Mu Yuan observed the commotion with a smile. He never participated in the struggle for the throne and always chose to remain neutral, so he had no intention of getting involved in the conflict between the Crown Prince and Ninth Prince. But at that moment he suddenly felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Curious, Duke Mu Yuan turned to see his precious granddaughter with a distressed face gazing at him with pleading eyes. Duke Mu Yuan was shocked and gaped in disbelief. He had raised Mu Jinli for over a decade, yet it was the first time he saw such a rich array of expressions on her face. He felt as if he were dreaming. Ali, why do you look so wronged? Did someone bully you? Mu Jinli pouted and softly uttered 3 words. Help whom? Duke Mu Yuan followed Mu Jinli's gaze and felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. You want me to help Ninth Prince out of his predicament? Duke Mu Yuan found it hard to describe his feelings at that moment. He had always thought his granddaughter was indifferent to others, yet unexpectedly Mu Jinli was asking him to help Ninth Prince Chu Xiao. He felt delighted by his granddaughter's change, but the fact that this change was due to another man made Duke Mu Yuan's heart feel a tinge of sourness. For some reason he began to find Ninth Prince Chu Xiao somewhat displeasing. Ali, why do you want to help him? You have only met him once, right? Duke Mu Yuan asked with a stern expression, somewhat reluctant. Mu Jinli didn't know how to explain, as she simply felt very angry seeing Chu Xiao being bullied by so many people. Help him. Mu Jinli spoke again. Although her voice remained cold, Duke Mu Yuan could already detect the anger in his precious granddaughter's tone. Though Duke Mu Yuan was reluctant to assist, he could not refuse his beloved granddaughter. What could he do? He could only indulge her. This matter is not yet settled. Have you all concluded that Ninth Prince is lying? Is that not a bit inappropriate? This sudden voice rang out in the imperial garden, causing those ministers who were criticizing Chu Xiao to turn around in dissatisfaction. Upon seeing that the speaker was Duke Mu Yuan, all the words they had wanted to shout were swallowed back into their stomach. Wait, Duke Mu Yuan has never participated in the struggles between princes. Why is he speaking up for ninth prince today? The crown prince, who thought he had a winning hand, cast a glance at Chu Xiao, now laced with a hint of coldness. This ninth prince is truly remarkable. After lying low for years, this move not only caught the emperor's attention, but also secretly formed a connection with Duke Mu Yuan. Crown Prince Chu Yuan felt very distressed at that moment. As the crown prince, he had often sought to please Duke Mu Yuan over the years in hopes of gaining his support, yet Duke Mu Yuan had always declined politely. Fortunately, although Duke Mu Yuan did not help him, he also did not choose to support others. But today, Duke Mu Yuan speaking up for Chu Xiao carried implications that could not be ignored. For the crown prince, it felt as if the white moonlight he had yearned for all these years had turned to embrace another. This jealousy had already pushed the crown prince to the brink. Old ninth, the more outstanding you are, the more I want to destroy you. Crown Prince Chu Yuan bit his lip tightly, thinking dark thoughts. With Duke Mu Yuan's help, the surrounding civil and military officials dared not continue their assault on Chu Xiao, and the once noisy imperial garden instantly fell silent. Chu Xiao himself could not fathom why Duke Mu Yuan would suddenly help him, but he certainly had to remember this. Thus Chu Xiao flashed a grateful smile at Duke Mu Yuan. However, to his surprise, Duke Mu Yuan rolled his eyes and snorted coldly, choosing to ignore Chu Xiao. Hey, what does this old man mean? Chu Xiao was baffled, feeling like he pressed his warm cheek against someone else's cold. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Emperor Xia lightly cleared his throat and slowly spoke. Old ninth, as you can see, no one believes that this collection of poetry is yours. Do you have any evidence to substantiate this? Hearing Emperor Xiao's question, Chu Xiao hurriedly bowed and clasped his hands, saying, Naturally, I have evidence. Oh, what evidence do you have? Seeing ninth prince Chu Xiao claiming to have evidence, Crown Prince Chu Yuan suddenly felt a chill down his back, sensing that he might have fallen into a trap. Chu Xiao glanced at the dazed crown prince and then addressed Emperor Xia. Father, since the crown prince said this collection of poetry was written by him and the Eastern Palace instructor, I assume he must be very knowledgeable about these poems. May I ask the crown prince a few questions? Emperor Xia nodded. Go ahead. With the emperor's permission, Chu Xiao looked toward Crown Prince Chu Yuan. Crown Prince, there is a poem in this collection titled Near the Wine. Can you tell us who the Chun Wang referred to in the line Chun Wang once feasted in Pinglu is? Crown Prince Chu Yuan suddenly found himself at a loss. There were too many people who had been conferred the title of Chun Wang, and Chu Xiao's sudden question left the crown prince blank. That Chun Wang, of course. Of course. The crown prince racked his brain, trying to remember who had been conferred the title of Chun Wang. His hesitant demeanor instantly made those ministers who had just spoken up for him feel a chill in their hearts. What is happening? Wasn't this poetry collection supposedly written by the crown prince and the Eastern Palace instructor? How could he not answer such a simple question? Crown Prince Chu Yuan noticed the scrutinizing gazes cast upon him, which only deepened the turmoil within his heart. He began to regret not thoroughly studying the entire poetry collection earlier, otherwise he would not have found himself in such an awkward predicament. This Chun Wang refers to Chun Sheng of the day's village uprising, Chu Xiao teased with a smirk when the crown prince failed to answer. In his confusion, Crown Prince Chu Yuan did not discern truth from jest and followed along heedlessly. Yes, Chun Sheng it is. I was momentarily muddled, but now I recall clearly that this Chun Wang indeed refers to Chun Sheng. No sooner had the crown prince spoken than his faction members covered their faces in silent embarrassment. Even the crown prince's supporters had begun to see the truth. The poetry collection was truly authored by ninth prince Chu Xiao, not the crown prince, as they had assumed. Queen Yi, witnessing her son's disgrace, felt a pang of disappointment so deep she almost renounced him. How could this fool of a crown prince be so outmaneuvered by the younger ninth prince? Your Majesty, the crown prince is already intoxicated. Perhaps we should end tonight's New Year's Eve banquet early. Queen Yi, perceiving that the situation was spiraling, feared the crown prince's humiliation would worsen. To prevent further disgrace, she urged Emperor Xia to conclude the state banquet prematurely. Emperor Xia glanced at his empress with an unreadable expression. The matter remains unresolved. How can we end it so hastily? Seeing Emperor Xia's reluctance, the empress lowered her gaze sorrowfully and admitted, I have been remiss in my considerations. Crown Prince Chu Yuan remained oblivious that he had already fallen into the trap laid by Chu Xiao, still secretly reveling in his own thoughts. Fortunately, his quick wit allowed him to salvage the situation, preserving some semblance of dignity. Hey, you say Chun Wang refers to Chun Sheng. Crown Prince, you are utterly babbling nonsense. The Chun Wang in the banquet of Ping Lu refers to Chun Si Wang. Chao Ji not at all related to Chun Sheng, since Ping Lu refers to Ping Lu Temple, a building dating from the Han Dynasty. When the mocking voice of ninth prince Chu Xiao rang out, Crown Prince Chu Yuan was stunned. Could people not show more sincerity and less guile? Cold sweat dripped from the crown prince's brow as his mind raced frantically. While I misspoke in haste, naturally I know Chun Wang refers to Chao Ji. Some of the poems in the collection were composed months ago, and I failed to recall the details promptly. Surely this is understandable. Chu Xiao laughed and clapped his hands. Very well, your highness is indeed quick-witted, concocting an excuse so swiftly. Fine, we shall say you momentarily forgot the details. But tell me, who are the guard you and maid way mentioned in the verse? You the guard way the palace, made as wine approaches, cups never cease. Within Jiahua Palace there is a guard named Yu Ting and a maid named Kai Wei. Is it mere coincidence that your highness's eastern palace also has two individuals bearing these names? When Chu Xiao copied the poems, he had altered some details that did not fit the current reality, and now these inconsistencies served as incontrovertible proof that the Crown Prince had plagiarized the collection. At that moment, Crown Prince Chu Yuan staggered involuntarily. There really is a guard surnamed Yu and a palace made with the character Wei in their names in my eastern palace. It's just a coincidence, isn't it? Even if they did not exist, couldn't he simply have them renamed? As the Crown Prince continued to stammer excuses, Emperor Xia's face above darkened to an ominous black. Enough! Do you take me and the ministers for fools? Even now you refuse to admit your faults. You have gravely disappointed me. Boom! Crown Prince Chu Yuan felt as if struck by lightning. Emperor Xia's tone had grown stern. The Crown Prince dared not persist in his frivolous defiance. Father, I was wrong. I was confused and jealous of my talented ninth brother, which led me to commit such foolishness. As the Crown Prince confessed that the poetry collection was not his, the ministers who had scolded ninth Prince Chu Xiao exchanged glances, ashamed to face one another. Their faces burned with the sting of their earlier harshness, many secretly regretting their rashness. Some lowered their heads, deeply wishing to hide away. Only Mu Jinli had believed in Chu Xiao unconditionally from the start. Now confirmed that the collection was indeed his, she could not help but feel joy for him. Her large eyes curved into crescent shapes, radiating adorable delight. The queen glared at the kneeling Crown Prince with frustration, lamenting his disgrace. Had he not aired his position as Crown Prince, would have been unassailable. Yet this fool had recklessly gambled everything. She could understand his desire to win Emperor Xia's favor by claiming the poetry, but could he not act with even a modicum of reliability? Sometimes she doubted whether he was truly her biological son, for he had inherited none of her intelligence. Though she despised him inwardly, he was still her child, and the queen could not bear to watch him suffer punishment. Your Majesty, I am the Crown Prince's mother. His foolishness is due to my failure to guide him properly. If punishment is to come, let it fall upon me instead. Emperor Xia cast a displeased glance at the queen. Even now you defend him. Do you know that indulgent mothers breed spoiled sons? His downfall is your fault. Tears welled in the queen's eyes. Stubbornly wiping them away, she choked out. Yes, it is all my fault. I am incompetent. As the sovereign of the harem, I failed to educate the Crown Prince well, allowing him to commit such a grave error. I have no face to continue as queen. The queen's strategy of yielding to advance was indeed astute. After her words, Emperor Xia's expression shifted instantly. Enough! You are the mother of the nation. How can you behave so tearfully? After a moment of silence, Emperor Xia turned his gaze to the Crown Prince. For the Queen's sake, I grant you a chance for repentance. From today you are confined to the Eastern Palace for 3 months to reflect deeply. May you take this lesson to heart and not disappoint the expectations your mother and I hold for you. Crown Prince Chu Yuan, relieved as if pardoned, kowtowed eagerly. Thank you, Father, for your magnanimity. I vow to reform completely and live up to the hopes of both you and mother. Just moments ago the Crown Prince feared his position might be usurped, but with his mother's powerful intervention, Emperor Xia's heart softened swiftly. Yet as he breathed a sigh of relief, Crown Prince Chu Yuan vowed silently to remember ninth Prince Chu Xiao's role in his downfall. He blamed all misfortunes on Chu Xiao, never reflecting that his own greed in seizing the poetry collection had precipitated the calamity. Several princes nearby felt pity that the Crown Prince was only confined for 3 months, secretly wishing he had been dethroned. Chu Yuan, however, was unsurprised. He had only intended to teach the Crown Prince a lesson to show he was not to be trifled with. From the beginning, he had no intention of seeing the Crown Prince deposed. After everything that happened today, Emperor Xia no longer had the desire to continue hosting the New Year's Eve banquet. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to return to their seats. Once everyone was seated, Emperor Xia called out to Chu Xiao, "Come forward, ninth Prince." Chu Xiao hurriedly stood up, respectfully walking to the front of Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia picked up the poetry collection from the table and praised Chu Xiao with a gratified expression, saying, "I have always said that you are my Qilin child, but I never expected you to possess such talent in poetry and verse. Once this poetry collection is released, I fear all the scholars in the world will be embarrassed. The poetry world of the Great Xia will regard you as its master." "Father, you flatter me, though I cannot accept such praise," Chu Xiao humbly replied. Emperor Xia chuckled. "You are too modest in everything. A young man should possess the vigor of youth. Although you did not write poetry at today's New Year's Eve banquet, this collection is enough to overshadow everyone else, so I have decided to bestow that gold bracelet upon you." With that, Emperor Xia glanced down and asked, "Do any of you have objections?" How could any ministers dare to oppose the emperor's decision? Moreover, anyone who had seen the poetry collection of Ninth Prince, Chu Xiao, was left in awe. Just as Emperor Xia had said, from now on, anyone in the Great Xia poetry world who encountered Chu Xiao would feel inferior. Moreover, anyone who had seen the poetry collection of Ninth Prince, Chu Xiao, was left in awe. Just as Emperor Xia had said, from now on, anyone in the Great Xia poetry world, this poetry collection of the Ninth Prince is destined to be remembered in history, and he deserves the reward. We have no complaints. Hearing these praises from the others, Chu Xiao remained unfazed. After all, the same people who were praising him now were the ones who had just criticized him most harshly. Seeing that no one had any objections, Emperor Xia waved his sleeve and announced, "In that case, the New Year's Eve banquet ends here. I am feeling a bit weary." After saying this, Emperor Xia, followed by the Empress, was the first to leave. Once Emperor Xia left, the remaining civil and military officials also began to exit the palace. Without Emperor Xia, Crown Prince Chu Yuan could no longer suppress his emotions. He glared viciously at Chu Xiao. If looks could kill, Chu Xiao would have died countless times. Feeling the Crown Prince's gaze, Chu Xiao opened his mouth slightly. The Crown Prince's pupils suddenly constricted. Although Chu Xiao did not speak, the Crown Prince understood the meaning behind Chu Xiao's expression. "It's even now." The Crown Prince swallowed hard, feeling a bit flustered. What did the Ninth Prince mean by saying? Could it be that the Ninth Prince knew that it was him who had kidnapped him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Crown Prince had executed this plan flawlessly, and even Lin Shixian was dead. How could the Ninth Prince find out? The Crown Prince's expression changed several times before he left. In a huff, his face dark. Seeing the Crown Prince's somewhat disheveled figure, Seventh Prince, Chu Ku, burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, Ninth Brother, I am starting to like you a bit more." Fifth Prince nodded in agreement, saying, "Ninth Brother, you put on quite a show today. It was delightful, truly delightful." Seventh Brother, it's rare for us to have a consensus. Today's banquet was spectacular. It's a pity that Father is biased. The Crown Prince disgraced the royal family today, but was only placed under house arrest for 3 months. That's truly unfair. The usually silent Second Prince stood up and said, "You all should say less." Although the Crown Prince was punished, our royal family has also become a laughingstock. Sibling disputes leaking out will ultimately tarnish the royal family's dignity. Seventh Prince Chu Ku did not give the Second Prince a good face, directly retorting, "What are you pretending for? Without today's incident, would outsiders not know that we brothers are fighting for the Crown Prince's position?" The Second Prince was taken aback, shaking his head with a wry smile, and did not respond to Seventh Prince, directly leaving the Imperial Garden. At this time, Chu Xiao also stood up, greeted Fifth Prince and Seventh Prince, and left. Not long after he left the Imperial Garden, he saw Duke Dinghua chatting with some familiar officials accompanied by Mu Jinli. When Mu Jinli saw Chu Xiao, her previously listless eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing the change in Mu Jinli's expression, Chu Xiao mistakenly thought she was attracted to the gold bracelet in his hand. After all, which girl could resist the allure of gold? Chu Xiao thought that this gold bracelet was meant for a girl, and giving such a valuable item to Kai Wei might not necessarily be a good thing for her. After all, Kai Wei was a palace maid. If others found out, they would definitely be envious, which might bring trouble to Kai. Thus, without much thought, Chu Xiao directly stuffed the gold bracelet into Mu Jinli's hand as he passed by. "This is for you." Mu Jinli did not expect Chu Xiao to suddenly give her a gift, especially something as meaningful as a bracelet. Her pretty face instantly turned crimson, and even her ears were flushed. Duke Dinghua also noticed Chu Xiao's intention to give a gift to his granddaughter, and rolled his eyes at Chu Xiao. He knew very well what kind of person his granddaughter was. She had never accepted gifts from others, especially from boys. What the heck, how did my obedient granddaughter accept the bracelet? When Duke Dinghua was certain that Mu Jinli would refuse, she unexpectedly lowered her head shyly, and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Thank you." Is this really our granddaughter? Why do I feel a bit strange about this? Duke Dinghua recalled how his granddaughter had defended Chu Xiao fiercely before, feeling as if his little cabbage was willingly running into a pig's mouth. "Ali, if you like the gold bracelet, I will buy you a bigger and prettier one tomorrow, alright?" Duke Dinghua said to Mu Jinli in a somewhat sour tone. Mu Jinli raised her head to glance at her grandfather and pouted, saying no. Duke Dinghua felt as if he had been shot in the chest. Why is this brat so special? Why does my precious granddaughter treat him so differently? Duke Dinghua stood defensively between Mu Jinli and Chu Xiao, deliberately separating the two. "Ninth Prince, it is getting late. I must take Ali back to rest." After saying this, Duke Dinghua did not wait for Chu Xiao to respond, and quickly took Mu Jinli's hand to leave the palace. Chu Xiao scratched his head, feeling that Duke Dinghua was acting a bit strange. Why did this old man have an inexplicable hostility towards him? When Chu Xiao returned to the Zhaohua Palace, he saw Kai Wei had prepared a lot of pastries on the table. Kaiwei, what are you doing? When Kaiwei saw Chu Xiao return, she immediately joyfully explained, today is New Year's Eve, and we still have to stay up late. I was worried you would be hungry, so I prepared some pastries. It's a pity our Zhaohua palace has so few people. Staying up late should be more lively. Upon hearing Kaiwei's words, a figure suddenly flashed in Chu Xiao's mind. Then the Yongshou Palace should also be quite desolate today. When Kaiwei heard Chu Xiao mention Yongshou Palace, her eyes immediately dimmed. The noble consort has no children, so it will naturally be quieter. Your Highness, please don't blame this maid for speaking out of turn. The noble consort actually hopes you can be a bit closer to her. Chu Xiao smiled, but did not say much. Back then, the noble consort took on the responsibility of caring for him, since he lost his mother at such a young age, and she had never had children of her own. Because she had no children, the noble consort treated him as her own. Unfortunately, the original owner had always felt inferior and timid, never proactively getting close to the noble consort, and even had a slight aversion to her. The noble consort was one of the 4 consorts. Although she was no longer favored, her status was still there. As long as he clung tightly to her, how could the servants in the palace dare to bully the original owner? The original owner, a big fool, never knew to seek help from the noble consort whenever he encountered grievances. What was this? Just suffering in silence. Now that Chu Xiao had replaced the original owner, he certainly would not be as foolish as the original owner. Chu Xiao rubbed Kaiwei's little head. Pack these pastries, we are going to Yongshou Palace. By the way, bring the wine I hid under the bed earlier. Upon hearing this, Kaiwei jumped up in joy, saying, that's right. Staying up late is much more fun with more people. As she spoke, she bounced off to prepare the things. Yongshou Palace. As the palace maid Xiao walked in with a pot of hot tea, she saw the noble consort Xiao Wenjun quietly sitting at the table with needle and thread in hand. Your Highness, are you preparing new clothes for the 9th prince again? The noble consort did not look up, her face adorned with a serene smile as she replied, Little Jiao has grown so fast these past 2 years, the clothes I prepared for him last year no longer fit. I thought I should prepare a few more to keep him warm. Xiao knew that her mistress had always treated the 9th prince as her own son, but unfortunately the 9th prince did not seem to be close to her. Thinking of this made her pout. Your Highness, when I just came over I heard others discussing the 9th prince. The noble consort paused her needlework and looked up with concern. What happened? Is someone bullying little Jiao? How could that be? Your Highness, you know well that the 9th prince has changed a lot recently. Even the emperor has been treating him differently. Xiao poured a cup of hot tea and placed it in front of the noble consort, then continued. I heard that at today's New Year's Eve banquet the 9th prince once again stole the spotlight. It seems he presented a poetry collection to the emperor, who was very pleased, and even rewarded him with a gold bracelet from Donnie. Upon hearing this, the noble consort's lips curled into a gentle smile, feeling happy that Chu Xiao had gained the emperor's favor. Little Jiao is indeed becoming more accomplished. Xiao bit her lip, walked behind the noble consort, and placed her hand on her shoulder proactively, giving her a shoulder massage. It's New Year's Eve tonight, and other palaces are bustling with activity, yet our Yongshou Palace is so quiet. The 9th prince is heartless, never coming to visit you, your highness. Hearing Xiaodao's complaints, the noble consort lightly tapped Xiaodao's hand in reproach. Xiaodao, how many times have I told you? Little Jiao lost his mother at a young age, and he is introverted. We must understand him. If you keep saying such things, don't blame me for punishing you. Xiaodao stomped her foot in dissatisfaction, saying, I just feel that your highness is wronged. Nonsense. I have never felt wronged. In my heart, little Jiao has always been a good child. Yes. In your highness' heart, the 9th prince is perfect. I understand that. The noble consort smiled and said, You glib-tongued one, quickly help me see if this outfit looks good on little Jiao. Xiao examined the new clothes in the noble consort's hands and nodded vigorously. Your highness' craftsmanship is naturally the best. The 9th prince will definitely love this outfit. Just as they were chatting, there was suddenly a knock at the door from outside Yongshou Palace. Xiao looked up in confusion, saying, Who could come to Yongshou Palace at this late hour? Could it be the emperor? The noble consort chuckled self-deprecatingly, saying, How could that be? The emperor hasn't come here for over half a year. Don't just stand there, go open the door quickly. Xiao hurried to the door, opened it a crack, and peeked outside. When she saw the 9th prince, Chu Xiao, standing there, she thought she had misseen. Rubbing her eyes forcefully, Xiao confirmed that it was indeed Chu Xiao outside, and for a moment she was left dumbfounded. Chu Xiao looked at Xiaodao's silly expression and reached out to poke her forehead, saying, What's wrong? Don't run. Xiaodao opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Previously, it was always the noble consort who took the initiative to find the 9th prince. In Xiaodao's memory, this seemed to be the first time the 9th prince had come to Yongshou Palace on his own. Seeing Xiaodao standing there in a daze, the noble consort curiously asked, Xiaodao, who has come? Xiaodao immediately turned around, knowing that the noble consort would be very happy to see the 9th prince, so she deliberately spoke mysteriously, saying, "Your Highness, someone has come that you would never guess." The noble consort shot Xiao Tao a reproachful glance, just about to say something, when she saw Chu Xiao walking in on his own. As soon as she saw his face, joy instantly lit up her beautiful eyes. "Little Jiao, what brings you here so late?" The noble consort quickly set down the clothes in her hands, and hurriedly walked up to Chu Xiao, her eyes filled with concern and joy. Chu Xiao smiled and shrugged, saying, "Auntie, today is New Year's Eve. I thought I would come to keep you company through the night. Am I not welcome here?" Hearing this, Yongshou Palace fell into a deathly silence. "Auntie, little Jiao actually called me Auntie." The noble consort felt a wave of emotions wash over her, and tears immediately flowed from her eyes. For so many years, Chu Xiao had always addressed her as noble consort. This was the first time he had used such an intimate term as Auntie. The noble consort felt as if she were dreaming. If this were indeed a dream, the noble consort hoped that she would never wake up. After a while, when the noble consort's emotions had calmed down a bit, she sniffed and took Chu Xiao's hand, saying, "How could Auntie not welcome you? I'm so happy that you can keep me company through the night." Seeing the noble consort cry, Chu Xiao felt a deep sense of emotion. The noble consort truly cared for his previous self, who just a simple term of address was enough to move her to tears. Chu Xiao reached out a hand to wipe away the noble consort's tears. "Auntie, you can't cry on such a day. Oh, it's bad luck." The noble consort quickly turned her head away, using her sleeve to dry her tears. "Come in quickly, it's cold outside. Don't catch a chill." The noble consort kindly pulled Chu Xiao inside, while reminding Xiao Dao, "Quickly add more braziers. A little Jiao is sensitive to the cold and mustn't be chilled." Once inside Yongshou Palace, Chu Xiao signaled to Kaiwei and Yuetian to bring out the snacks and drinks they had brought from Zhaohua Palace. As there were only a few of them in Zhaohua Palace, Chu Xiao thought that since it was New Year's Eve it would be more lively with more people, so he had brought everyone over. While others were busy preparing things, the noble consort took the newly prepared clothes to Chu Xiao. She unfolded the clothes and held them up against Chu Xiao. "Little Jiao, take a look. Do you like this outfit? If you think anything is off, Auntie can alter it for you right away." Chu Xiao's gaze fell upon the new clothes in the noble consort's hands. The stitching was meticulous and even, and the patterns were lifelike. It was clear that the noble consort had put in a lot of effort into making this outfit. A warm current surged through Chu Xiao's heart. Without saying much, he directly reached for his belt and removed his outer robe. The noble consort was slightly taken aback, but quickly reacted personally, helping Chu Xiao put on the new clothes and carefully adjusted his collar and cuffs. "Auntie's craftsmanship is indeed superb. This outfit fits perfectly. Oh, I absolutely love it." Upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, a radiant smile spread across the noble consort's face, and the fatigue she had been feeling vanished in an instant. At that moment, Chu Xiao suddenly noticed how plain the noble consort looked. She wore no hairpins, and even the jade bracelet she used to wear on her wrist was missing. Chu Xiao remembered that the noble consort never left that jade bracelet behind. Moreover, upon careful observation, it seemed that there were hardly any decorations in Yongshou Palace, making it appear somewhat empty. Chu Xiao couldn't help but frown, saying, "Auntie, where did the jade bracelet you used to wear go?" The noble consort instinctively covered her wrist and replied somewhat awkwardly, "That jade bracelet was uncomfortable to wear, so I put it away." Chu Xiao immediately saw through the noble consort's lie. "Xiao Dao, tell this prince where Auntie's jade bracelet." At this moment, Chu Xiao referred to himself as this prince, clearly indicating that he was somewhat angry. Xiao Dao glanced nervously at the noble consort, who was signaling her frantically. Just as Xiao Dao was considering how to lie, Chu Xiao's voice turned cold, saying, "Don't think you can hide anything from me. Although the palace is vast, it is not difficult to inquire about certain matters." Seeing that Xiao Dao was still hesitating, Chu Xiao directly glared at her and coldly snorted, "Speak." Chu Xiao suddenly became serious, startling Xiao Dao. Chu Xiao was very surprised to hear this. The Defei was usually frugal and seldom spent money in the palace. How could she suddenly need so much? Xiao Dao looked at Defei with a hint of grievance, not daring to continue speaking. Defei sighed deeply. "All right, Xiao Jie, don't make things difficult for Xiao Dao. It's not a big deal. It's just that Xiao Nin owes someone a sum of money and doesn't dare to tell the family, so he's come to me for help." After Defei's explanation, Chu Xiao finally understood the situation. The Xiao Nin she mentioned was named Xiao Nin, the younger brother of Defei, Xiao Wenjun. Not long ago, Xiao Nin befriended a young master from Yuexin Studio. Yuexin Studio specializes in trading exquisite items such as jewelry, antiques, and jade, and is somewhat renowned in the capital. The young master from Yuexin Studio deceived Xiao Nin, claiming that the studio was in financial trouble and desperately needed to sell a batch of antiques at a low price. Seeing the opportunity, Xiao Nin thought that if he could buy them at a low price and then sell them at a high price, he would make a fortune. Thus, he secretly borrowed a large sum of money and bought the batch of antiques from Yuexin Studio. However, there are no free lunches in this world. When Xiao Nan received the antiques and had them appraised, he discovered they were all fakes and worth nothing. Angrily, Xiao Nen went to confront his friend, threatening to expose Yuexin Studio's deceit. But the other party was not at all afraid. In fact, they produced the contract signed at the time, and Xiao Nen realized that the contract stated that Yuexin Studio did not guarantee the authenticity of the antiques, and all consequences were to be borne by the buyer. This foolish Xiao Nen, trusting his friend, failed to read the details of the contract carefully when he signed it. As a result, even if he reported it to the authorities, it would be of no use. He could only accept his misfortune. To buy these antiques, Xiao Nen borrowed from everyone he knew. Not daring to tell his family about it, fearing he would be beaten, he could only come to his sister Defei for help. Defei had only this one younger brother. Although she felt disappointed, there was nothing she could do. She could only do her best to help Xiao Nen gather the money. However, Defei herself did not have much spare money, so she had to pawn everything in the Yongshou Palace. After hearing the whole story, Chu Xiao was left speechless. Xiao Nen is really foolish. He fell for such an obvious scam. If he had been more cautious at the time, he wouldn't have been played around so easily. Auntie, how much does Xiao Nen owe in total? Defei replied with a distressed face. He owes a total of 1.2 million taels. After pawning everything, I've managed to raise 8.0 taels, but there's still a shortfall of 4.0 taels. However, don't worry too much about it. This is my own matter, and you don't need to concern yourself. Chu Xiao rolled his eyes, pretending to be angry, and said, Auntie, are you treating me like an outsider? Defei hurriedly explained, No, I just don't want you to worry. I can handle this myself, though 4.0 taels is not a small amount. Chu Xiao gently patted Defei's back. Auntie, do you trust me? Defei immediately replied, Of course I do. If you trust me, then let me handle this matter, and you don't need to worry any longer. Defei wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Chu Xiao. Alright, today is New Year's Eve. Let's not talk about these troublesome matters. Xiao Tao Kai Wei and Yu Ting, all of you sit down. Let's have a drink together. All of them shook their heads in fear. How can we do that? We are servants. How can we sit at the same table as our... Chu Xiao waved his hand. Today there are no master and servants. If I say sit, then sit. The New Year's Eve celebration must be lively. Xiao Tao and the others looked at Defei with difficulty. Defei gently smiled. Just listen to Xiao Jiu. Seeing that Defei had said so, Xiao Tao and the others finally dared to sit down. Being able to sit at the same table with their master proved that Chu Xiao did not treat them as outsiders. This was an unparalleled honor. Xiao Tao and the others felt immensely grateful. Chu Xiao picked up a jar of wine from the table and proudly said to Defei, Auntie, you are in for a treat today. This wine is a distilled spirit that I spent a lot of effort to obtain. There's only this one jar in the world, and it's better than the imperial wine in the palace. Really? If it's such good wine, why didn't you let me try it? A sudden voice startled everyone in Yongshou Palace. After regaining their composure, everyone hurriedly stood to greet the recently arrived Emperor Xia. I pay my respects to your majesty. The Emperor Xia nodded slightly. No need for formalities. I heard that the 9th prince is celebrating New Year's Eve in Yongshou Palace, so I came to take a look out of curiosity. I didn't expect it to be quite lively here. The Emperor Xia boldly sat down and pointed at the empty wine cup in front of him, saying, Old Ninth, why are you still standing there? Hurry and fill my cup. I want to see if your distilled wine is really as good as you say. Defei glanced at the somewhat reserved Xiao Tao and Kai Wei. Since the Emperor Xia had arrived, they certainly were not qualified to sit here. She then instructed, Xiao Tao, you all go prepare some snacks to go with the wine. Yes, I'll prepare it right away. With that, Xiao Tao and the others all withdrew. After everyone left, Chu Xiao reluctantly stood up to pour a cup of wine for Emperor Xia, while reminding him, Father, this wine is quite strong, and there's only this one jar, so drink it sparingly. Emperor Xia shot Chu Xiao a glare. What strong wine haven't I drunk? Don't underestimate me. To prove his point, Emperor Xia gulped down the wine in his cup. As the distilled wine went down, the Emperor Xia felt as if his throat was on fire, causing him to cough incessantly. Hiss. This wine is indeed strong, but that's what gives it character. The Emperor Xia exhaled deeply, his eyes revealing delight. After putting down his cup, the Emperor Xia smiled and turned to Defei. It has been a long time since I tasted the lotus seed soup you made, Defei. I wonder if your skills have declined. Defei realized that the Emperor Xia was intentionally trying to divert her attention, so she sensibly stood up. Since your majesty wishes to eat, I will go prepare it now. After Defei left, the Emperor Xia glanced at Chu Xiao and then poured himself a cup of wine. Today, I let the crown prince off easily. Do you have any grievances in your heart? Chu Xiao shook his head and replied calmly, No, I only intended to warn the crown prince, so he doesn't think I'm easy to bully. Haha, you're quite skilled, aren't you? The crown prince wanted to ruin your reputation, and you made him lose face. Chu Xiao straightened up and glanced at Emperor Xia. I'm curious about one thing. If I am unable to take revenge on my own, would Father help me? Emperor Xia smiled slightly and coldly uttered 2 words, No way. The emperor's response did not surprise Chu Xiao. It is said that the royal family is heartless, and this was vividly demonstrated in this moment. After all, we are father and son of father. Your heart is ruthless enough. Hearing Chu Xiao's sarcastic remark, the emperor not only did not get angry, but instead cheerfully picked up his wine cup again. If you can't even handle this little matter, you are hardly worth my concern. So in the eyes of the emperor, a prince without ability is merely a product for continuing the lineage. Only those whom you find to be of value will receive your attention, right? The emperor seemed oblivious to the complaints in Chu Xiao's tone, still smiling. You should feel fortunate, at least I consider you important for now. Chu Xiao pouted, forget it. The reason I am targeted by the crown prince is precisely because of your attention. Otherwise I could continue being my inconspicuous self without so many troubles. The emperor frowned slightly, feeling displeased that Chu Xiao was ungrateful. You have already offended the crown prince. Do you still naively believe he will let you go? Though the crown prince is under house arrest, it does not affect his standing in the court. If he chooses to make a move, can you withstand it? I can offer you an opportunity to hold a position in the 6 ministries, allowing you to cultivate your own faction. After the emperor spoke, he tilted his head slightly, already imagining how grateful Chu Xiao would be later. But Chu Xiao did not play by the rules, and caught the emperor off guard. I don't want that. Once I go to the 6 ministries, it will be equivalent to signaling to the outside world that I intend to vie for the throne. How can I have a peaceful life then? Besides, I really never considered competing for anything. What good is being an emperor? Waking up earlier than roosters and sleeping later than dogs. What fun is there in such a life? Chu Xiao's refusal displeased the emperor. Why should this be? This is the position of the heir apparent, even the throne itself. Oh, do you not feel even a twinge of desire? Do you know how much effort I put in to attain this position? Yet in your eyes the throne seems as burdensome as a Sometimes the thoughts of those in power are quite complex. If Chu Xiao displayed a strong eagerness for the throne, the emperor would become wary. But now Chu Xiao's evident resistance made the emperor feel somewhat unhappy. If you say such things now, because you have yet to taste the flavor of power. When you finally understand what power is, you will surely regret what you said today. Chu Xiao shrugged, not explaining further. Then we shall see. Seeing Chu Xiao's indifferent attitude, the emperor snorted coldly. Simply a piece of rotten wood that cannot be carved. The conversation between the two came to an end, and the hall of Yongshou Palace fell into silence. After a short while, concubine entered with a lotus seed soup she had made herself. Upon seeing the expressions on the faces of the emperor and Chu Xiao, she sensed that the atmosphere was off. Concubine felt a bit anxious. It was just fine a moment ago, so how had this father-son duo changed so drastically in the blink of an eye? Fearing that Chu Xiao might have offended the emperor and would face punishment, she smiled and placed the lotus seed soup in front of the emperor, while also saying to Chu Xiao, Little Nine, did you make your father unhappy? Hurry and apologize. Me? Apologize to him? Chu Xiao pointed at himself, making an exaggerated expression. Concubine nodded seriously. What are you waiting for? As long as you acknowledge your mistake, your father is magnanimous and will not hold it against you. The emperor was still a bit displeased, but now seeing Chu Xiao's aggrieved expression, his mood instantly improved significantly. He realized that Chu Xiao was simply a soft-hearted person who did not respond well to hard tactics. He could act recklessly in front of himself, but he dared not misbehave in front of concubine. Concubine, you are right. This brat does not appreciate kindness. Everything I do is for his own good, yet he is ungrateful. What do you say? Should he be punished? Concubine hurriedly signaled to Chu Xiao, Little Nine, be obedient and apologize to your father. Chu Xiao took a deep breath. He also noticed that the old man was intentionally using concubine to pressure him. But he truly had no way to resist the emperor's tactics. He could disregard the emperor's face because he was free of desires and knew that as long as he did not cross the emperor's bottom line, the emperor could do nothing to him. But concubine was different. For this aunt who regarded him as her own son, Chu Xiao could not bring himself to make her unhappy. Thus, looking at the smug expression of the emperor, Chu Xiao reluctantly muttered, I'm sorry. What? Concubine, did you hear anything? The emperor pretended not to hear and continued to tease Chu Xiao. Old man, don't go too far. Chu Xiao gritted his teeth, wishing he could slam the table. The emperor knew he could not truly push Chu Xiao too hard, and after all, he had gained an advantage now. He laughed heartily and waved his hand at Chu Xiao. All right, you brat, hurry and get lost. Chu Xiao glared at the emperor, feeling dissatisfied. What did you say? Why should I leave? The emperor looked at Chu Xiao with a strange expression. It is already past the hour. I am going to rest with concubine. Do you expect to stay? Only then did Chu Xiao realize that he had been in Yongshou Palace for so long without noticing it. From the emperor's words, it seemed he planned to stay the night. Hearing the emperor's words, concubine felt a surge of joy. It had been a long time since the emperor stayed in Yongshou Palace, and his willingness to stay today proved that she still held some status in his heart. Chu Xiao shot a resentful glance at the emperor. Although this old man was annoying today, considering that he was willing to stay in Yongshou Palace, he decided not to hold it against him. At the same time, Chu Xiao felt happy for concubine Da. The women in this palace were all unfortunate. Most would likely never see the emperor even a few times in their lives. Today the emperor was willing to spend time with concubine Da, and she must be overjoyed. And I won't disturb you any longer. You and father should rest early. Work hard. It would be best if you could give me a little break. Hearing Chu Xiao say this, concubine Da instantly turned beet red. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? It's cold outside. They'll have Xiao Tao prepare a hand warmer for you. Chu Xiao did not refuse, and took the hand warmer before leaving with Kai Wei and Yu Ting, who had been waiting outside. Meanwhile, in Ningxiang Palace, Li Jiaoyi had specially dressed up today. She had even bribed a eunuch beside the emperor to send a message hoping to receive the emperor's favor. Since that day when she had a conflict with Chu Xiao, the emperor had not visited Ningxiang Palace again, making Li Jiaoyi feel increasingly anxious. She had already sensed a change in the emperor's attitude towards her, and was trying every means to regain his favor. But who knew that after waiting for so long she still had not seen the emperor's figure. Just when Li Jiaoyi was about to lose hope, a petite palace maid hurriedly ran over. Not good, your highness. I just heard that his majesty is staying in Yongshou Palace today. Bang! The bronze mirror on the table was angrily thrown to the ground by Li Jiaoyi, her charming face instantly turning ferocious. Why? What do I lack compared to that old woman concubine Da? Why would his majesty stay in Yongshou Palace? The palace maid Qing He, seeing Li Jiaoyi's anger, immediately knelt on the ground in fear. Your highness, I heard it is because the 9th prince is guarding Yongshou Palace for the new year, which is why his majesty is staying there. Upon hearing this news, Li Jiaoyi felt even more furious. Chu Xiao, that bastard again. Why is this dog always going against me? And that crown prince is also useless, unable to deal with a mere uncrowned prince. He deserves to be under house arrest. At this moment the palace maid Qing He wished she could plug her ears, as such words were not something a mere servant should. Qing He timidly lifted her head and whispered a reminder. Li Jiaoyi gritted her silver teeth and enough. How dare you, a lowly maid, teach me how to do things? Qing He dared not anger Li Jiaoyi, hurriedly bowing her head and knocking it on the ground. I dare not, please forgive me, your highness. Li Jiaoyi slowly raised her right foot and forcefully stepped on Qing He's hand. Qing He winced in pain but did not dare to resist. Consider this a lesson for you. Remember your place, you are just a maid and must recognize your identity. Yes, thank you for your guidance, your highness, I know my wrongs. Qing He was sweating profusely from the pain, biting her teeth in fear as she replied. This is more like it. Li Jiaoyi slowly withdrew her foot, but her expression remained extremely displeased, recalling that the Summer Emperor had spent the night at Yongshou Palace. In the palace, the attitude of the Summer Emperor determined everyone's status. Previously, Li Jiaoyi could act recklessly in the palace because of the Summer Emperor's favoritism. However, it was clear to all that the Summer Emperor's affection for her had significantly diminished. Having enjoyed a life of luxury, Li Jiaoyi was unwilling to let herself fall into the dust. No, I absolutely will not allow anyone to steal the Summer Emperor's affection from me. That old woman Da Fei deserves to die. Li Jiaoyi glared fiercely at Qing He. Quickly think of a way for me to ruin Da Fei so that the Summer Emperor will once again be infatuated with me. Qing He awkwardly opened her mouth. Your highness, Da Fei has a good relationship with the 9th prince. Did you not say that the 9th prince is a madman? You cannot provoke him easily. Slap! Li Jiaoyi's gaze turned vicious as she withdrew her hand that had just struck Qing He's face, speaking in a harsh tone. It seems you have forgotten the lesson I just taught you. What I want to do is not for you to meddle. Qing He, feeling wronged, covered her swollen left cheek and began to sob softly. Li Jiaoyi looked at Qing He's pitiful appearance and suddenly reached out to grasp her chin. I just remembered you seem to have a good relationship with that guard named Ma Wei. Hearing Ma Wei's name from Li Jiaoyi, Qing He's face instantly turned pale. No, there's nothing between us. Slap! Li Jiaoyi struck Qing He's face again. Impudent! You dare lie in front of me. Do you think your little affair with Ma Wei can escape my eyes? Qing He dared not lie anymore, kneeling on the ground and grasping Li Jiaoyi's trouser leg, pleading desperately. Your highness, I know my wrongs. Please spare my life. I promise I will never meet Ma Wei again. In the palace, it was not uncommon for guards and palace maids to engage in secret affairs, as most maids would end up dying in the palace without ever knowing what a man's touch felt like. Thus it was understandable that some could not withstand the loneliness and made mistakes. Li Jiaoyi had not taken such minor matters to heart before, but now she felt she could make good use of them. You should know very well that once this affair is exposed, both you and your lover will be doomed. Qing He, your highness, please spare me. I do not wish to die. Please let me go. Seeing that Qing He was already terrified, Li Jiaoyi slightly curled her lips and fixed her gaze on her, saying, I can give you a chance. Only one of you and Ma Wei can live. How do you choose? Without hesitation, Qing He raised her head and firmly stated, I want to live. After all, who would want to die when they could live? Though Qing He and Ma Wei had feelings for each other when it came to matters of life and death, Qing He's choice was Li Xiaoyi laughed heartily. You made the right choice. Now go and call your lover here. I need his help with something. Qing He did not dare to refuse and hurriedly left Ningxiang Palace. After a short while she returned with it. Upon entering, the man bowed awkwardly to Li Xiaoyi. On the way, Qing He had told him that Li Xiaoyi already knew about their affair, although she had hidden her choice to live. Ma Wei felt extremely tense upon hearing this. Their lives were now in Li Xiaoyi's hands, and he was eager to know what she intended to do. Ma Wei, if I ask you to do something that may cost you your life, but I guarantee that Qing He will live well afterwards, would you agree? Hearing Li Xiaoyi's words, both Qing He and Ma Wei trembled. Qing He was reluctant to hear Ma Wei's answer, while Ma Wei stiffened his face and slowly turned to look at Qing He's gaze, then becoming resolute. I am willing. What? Qing He looked at Ma Wei in surprise, unable to believe this was his answer, and felt a twinge of guilt about her earlier choice. But it was merely guilt. Li Xiaoyi was very satisfied with Ma Wei's response. She beckoned him with her hand, and after a moment's hesitation, he bowed and leaned closer to her. Li Xiaoyi whispered a few words into Ma Wei's ear, and his pupils dilated in shock. This? Li Xiaoyi narrowed her eyes, her tone turning icy. What? Are you afraid to do it? If you do not comply, the affair between you and Qing He will be exposed, and you both will die. Since you love Qing He, shouldn't you be willing to do anything for her? Ma Wei gazed lovingly at Qing He, took a deep breath, and then clasped his fists towards Li Xiaoyi, saying, I understand. I will do as you say. Days later, the atmosphere of celebration still lingered in the palace, but suddenly an explosive piece of news spread throughout the palace in a very short time. A palace maid, while cleaning the imperial garden, discovered a red-style garment behind the rockery, known as a corset. The appearance of such intimate women's clothing behind the rockery left no doubt that something unspeakable had taken place there. Though the maid did not deliberately publicize it, she could not help but share this gossip with her good friend. Gossip spreads quickly, and soon it reached the ears of the Summer Emperor. When the Summer Emperor saw this exquisitely designed corset, he instantly felt a wave of jealousy, for only the palace's concubines could afford such quality. Feeling betrayed, the Summer Emperor immediately ordered Changshan to seal the news and thoroughly investigate. Concerning the Summer Emperor's reputation, Changshan was naturally very attentive. He investigated the weaving bureau based on the style of the corset and quickly found that only 3 individuals in the palace had worn such a design. Thus Changshan promptly reported to the Summer Emperor, who upon learning this neglected even the morning court and personally led a group to the harem. Within the Yongshou Palace, ever since New Year's Eve, Chu Xiao had frequently visited Consort Da whenever he had free time. Their bond grew increasingly intimate. Chu Xiao's presence eased Consort Da's deep sorrow over having no children of her own. One morning, after finishing breakfast in the Yongshou Palace, Chu Xiao was leisurely conversing with Consort Da when Xiao Tao suddenly burst in, flustered and breathless. Your Highness, His Majesty is here. Quick, go greet him. Consort Da and Chu Xiao exchanged a glance, puzzled that Emperor Xia would arrive at the Yongshou Palace at such an hour, but without hesitation they rose and hurried outside. At the palace gate, Chu Xiao noticed the emperor's grim expression, his face dark as if burdened by millions in unpaid debt. Upon seeing His Majesty, Consort Da immediately knelt and bowed deeply. This humble consort humbly greets your Majesty and wishes you peace and prosperity. Emperor Xia strode before Consort Da, his tiger-like eyes blazing crimson as though he might devour her whole. Consort Da, you dare much. The moment those words left his lips, both Consort Da and Chu Xiao recoiled in shock. Something was profoundly wrong. The emperor seemed as though he had swallowed gunpowder, arriving not as sovereign, but as an accuser. What does your Majesty mean by this? What wrongdoing has this humble consort committed? With a furious flick of his sleeve, the emperor's face contorted in wrath. Still you deny it. Tell me, do you recognize this? As he spoke, Emperor Xia brandished a crimson hesse, recovered from behind a rockery in the imperial garden. A faint blush rose to Consort Da's cheeks. Such a private matter broached publicly was deeply mortifying. This is a hesse, your Majesty. The emperor sneered bitterly. Ah, so you admit it. Then explain, why was your hesse found behind the rockery in the imperial garden? Consort Da, you have grown brazen beyond measure. Consort Da turned deathly pale. Beside her, Chu Xiao felt an icy chill surge up his spine. He'd heard whispers of palace gossip before, but dismissed them as trivial rumor, never imagining they would ensnare Consort Da herself. Your Majesty, I am innocent. How could I ever commit such shameless, dishonorable deeds? I beg your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. Consort Da felt her world collapse. To bear such a grave calumny without cause, how could she face anyone again? A woman's honor outweighs even life itself. Watching Consort Da kneel and cry out her innocence, Emperor Xia furrowed his brow, recalling her quiet dignity and steadfast virtue through the years. You claim it is not yours. Yet the Imperial Weaving Bureau crafted only 3 such hesse. Before coming here, I questioned the other 2 consorts. Both confirmed their hesse remains safely in their possession. Consort Da, I grant you 1 chance to prove your innocence. Produce an identical hesse, and I shall... Consort Da seized Xiao Tao's wrist in desperation. Xiao Tao, hurry. Fetch my hesse at once. Xiao Tao bowed and dashed into the Yongshou Palace to search. Emperor Xia closed his eyes, radiating an aura so frigid it repelled all who drew near. Half a teacup's time passed, and Xiao Tao, having scoured every corner of the palace, emerged weeping. Your Highness, it is gone. A thunderclap struck Consort Da's soul. Her innocence was now irrevocably tainted. In that instant she contemplated death itself, to cleave her name from disgrace with blood. Emperor Xia loomed like a volcano moments from eruption, his jaw clenched, teeth grinding audibly as he turned slowly toward her. Have you any final words? Consort Da struck her forehead hard upon the ground. I am innocent, truly innocent. Chu Xiao had never imagined matters would spiral so far so fast. Now that her hesse had surfaced in the Imperial Garden, no explanation, however earnest, could pierce the Emperor's hardened disbelief. Though Chu Xiao had known Consort Da only briefly, he held firm conviction in her character, and could not fathom her capable of such wanton betrayal. Just as Chu Xiao stepped forward to plead her case, eunuch Chang Shun arrived, dragging a trembling Imperial. Your Majesty, this man was lurking suspiciously outside the Yongshou Palace, and was apprehended by patrolling guards. Please decree his fate. Emperor Xia narrowed his gaze upon the bound guard and demanded coldly, Who are you, and why did you hide outside this palace? The guard, terrified, stammered, This humble servant. Ma Wei. I greet your Majesty. The Emperor's keen eye detected profound guilt in Ma Wei's demeanor, and pressed harder. Speak plainly. What brought you to the Yongshou Palace? Your Majesty asks. I. Ma Wei lifted his trembling gaze toward Consort Da, then fell silent, unable to utter another word. Impatient Emperor Xia kicked Ma Wei down and planted his boot upon his chest. Before me no deceit shall stand, lest you wish to die, and be executed without mercy. Terrified, Ma Wei clutched the Emperor's robe. I confess. I heard your Majesty was coming to the Yongshou Palace, and feared for Consort Da's safety, so I came to watch over. Emperor Xia's brow darkened, his crown seeming to glow emerald with fury. He shot Consort Da a venomous glare, then resumed his interrogation. Why does a lowly guard concern himself with Consort Da's welfare? Speak, now. Ma Wei's resolve shed. Tears streaming, he wailed, because I share a secret affection with Consort Da. Even anticipating the truth, Emperor Xia burned with incandescent rage. Excellent indeed. You dare covet what belongs to me, as if my clemency makes me weak. No man, regardless of rank or depth of feeling, can endure betrayal by a woman he claims as. Take him away. Execute him by Lingxi. The command tore from the Emperor's throat like a roar. Guards rushed forward, dragging Ma Wei away. He offered no resistance, knowing full well his fate. Hear this, consort that has defiled the imperial harem and violated courtly virtue. Henceforth her title is revoked, and she shall be confined to the cold palace, forbidden ever to step beyond its gates. At those words, Consort Da collapsed to the ground. Imprisonment in the lightless cold palace was dreadful, but worse still was the ruin of her honor, a torment more grievous than death itself. Nor would her fall end with her alone. Her family too would suffer the fallout, tainted by association, shamed beyond redemption. Even if the Emperor chose leniency, her kin would forever bear the weight of public scorn. Pointed fingers whispered slurs, leaving them no face to show the world. As guards advanced to seize Consort Da, Chu Xiao stepped forward, thrust them aside, and stood resolutely before her, shielding her with his body. Father, please rescind this decree. Aunt Da is wholly innocent. The Emperor of Xia was already in a fit of rage, and now that Chu Xiao stood up to plead for the Defei, the anger within the Emperor erupted uncontrollably. Chu Xiao, do not think that your little cleverness allows you to act recklessly in front of me. Today the evidence and witnesses are all present. There is nothing more to discuss. If you dare to plead for the Defei again, I will punish you as well. Facing the furious Emperor, the others fell silent, yet Chu Xiao seemed oblivious to the Emperor's wrath. Chu Xiao knew that his actions would anger the Emperor, but he could not bear to watch the Defei be unjustly imprisoned in the cold palace. Father, there are still doubts regarding this matter. I believe a further investigation is necessary. Enough. I do not wish to hear your nonsense. Guards, the 9th Prince Chu Xiao has committed a grave offense. Take him away and punish him with 20 strikes. Seeing that the Emperor would not spare even Chu Xiao, the Defei hurriedly clung to the Emperor's leg, crying, Your Majesty, Xiaojiu is innocent. If anyone should be punished, it should be me. This matter has nothing to do with him. The Emperor shot a disdainful glare at the Defei. What right do you have to plead for him? This whole matter arose because of you. How dare you ask me for mercy? As the situation grew increasingly tense, Chu Xiao steeled himself, and knelt before the emperor. Father, grant me 7 days, I will surely uncover the truth. Surely you do not wish to wrong a good person. If I cannot find other evidence within 7 days, I am willing to accept punishment. Seeing Chu Xiao willing to issue a military order, the furious emperor's mood eased slightly. Are you certain? If after 7 days you have failed to uncover the truth, not only will the Defei be sent to the cold palace, but you too will face severe punishment. It will not be as simple as 20 strikes. Chu Xiao bowed solemnly, stating, I am certain. Grant me 7 days, and I will prove the Defei's innocence. The emperor took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Very well, since you are so persistent, I will give you a chance. You have 7 days, only 7 days. Make the most of it. After speaking, the emperor cast a cold glance around the room. What happened today in Yongshou Palace must not be leaked. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. Yes. The surrounding guards responded, bowing deeply. The emperor turned to look at the distressed Defei, and Chu Xiao snorted coldly and strode away. Once the emperor left, the terrified Xiao Tao burst into tears, rushing to the Defei and hugging her tightly. Your Highness, what should we do? Who is the malicious person trying to harm you? You are clearly innocent. Why does His Majesty refuse to believe you? With red-rimmed eyes, the Defei gently patted Xiao Tao's back. There, do not cry. Chu Xiao sighed deeply, slowly approaching the Defei, and said with determination, Annie, do not worry too much. I will restore your honor. Seeing that Chu Xiao had offended the emperor for her sake, the Defei's eyes revealed concern. Xiao Jiu, you should not be involved in this matter. I do not wish to implicate you. If you fail to find a clue within 7 days, I will beg His Majesty to spare you, even if it costs me my life. Chu Xiao forced a smile. Enough of this. You must be frightened today. Go rest now. Leave the rest to me. While Chu Xiao was comforting the Defei, the emperor had just returned to the study and was rubbing his temples as he asked Changshan. Changshan, do you really think the Defei would engage in an affair? Upon hearing the emperor's question, Changshan broke out in a cold sweat. Is it appropriate for you to ask a eunuch such a question about women? Changshan wiped his cold sweat and tremulously replied, Your Majesty, how would a flawed person like me know these things? However, since Your Majesty is willing to give the 9th prince a chance, it is clear you also suspect that there is something more to this matter. You old dog, understand me quite well. The emperor chuckled bitterly, feeling a headache coming on. At first I was blinded by anger, but now that I think about it, everything seems too convenient. I found evidence pointing to the Defei right away, and that guard appeared so conveniently, directly admitting to having an affair with the Defei, as if someone had deliberately presented all the evidence before me. Damn it, I should have killed that guard right away, otherwise Xiao Jiu might have been able to extract some useful information from him. Seeing the emperor's discomfort, Changshan quickly walked behind him, gently kneading his temples. Are you worried about the 9th prince? The old 9th has proclaimed a military order in front of so many people. If he cannot uncover the truth in 7 days, I will have no choice but to abandon him. Why is this brat so impulsive? Even if he believes in the Defei, he could have investigated quietly. Why must he confront me in front of so many people? Changshan thought for a moment and tentatively replied, The 9th prince probably does not want the Defei's reputation to be tarnished. After all, for a woman, her purity is more important than anything. The emperor sighed. Although I do not believe the Defei is that kind of woman, all the evidence points to her. The only one who can help her is the old 9th. You will issue an order during the investigation. Everyone in the palace must cooperate with the old 9th. No one is allowed to obstruct him. Changshan hurriedly accepted the order. Yes, I understand. To restore the Defei's honor, Chu Xiao immediately wanted to rescue Ma Wei, hoping to extract some valuable information from him. However, by the time Chu Xiao arrived, Ma Wei was already dead. Unable to gather evidence from the witnesses, Chu Xiao could only send Yu Ting and others to slowly search for other clues in the palace. But clues are not easy to find. In the 6 days that followed, Chu Xiao did nothing but send people to inquire about. With only 1 day left in the 7-day time frame, the Defei in Yongshou Palace was already thinking of how to plead for. That night, a shadowy figure stealthily avoided the patrolling guards and arrived at a deserted corner. She took out a brazier and tossed the yellow paper money she had prepared into it. Illuminated by the firelight, a somewhat youthful face appeared. It was Qin He, maid by Li Zhaoyi's side. Today marked the 7th day since Ma Wei's death, and feeling guilty, Qin He specifically chose this deserted corner to pay her respects to Ma Wei. With tear stains on her face, she knelt before the brazier, seemingly in repentance. Ma Wei, please do not blame me for being selfish. I only wish to live. I hope you can rest in peace underground. I owe you this life. If there is a next life, I am willing to be your servant. As Qin He quietly sobbed, she wiped her tears away. Just as the paper money was nearly burnt out, an unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded behind her. Being used as a pawn, this prince believes he will not find peace in death. In the dead of night, a sudden noise startled Qin He, who thought she had encountered a ghost, causing her to jump up. And a ghost! Qin He screamed, shutting her eyes and retreating repeatedly. A dark line appeared on Chu Xiao's forehead, his eyes revealing a malevolent glint. Take a good look. Have you ever seen a ghost as handsome as this prince? Hearing this, Qing, he cautiously opened her eyes, and when she realized it was the 9th prince, Chu Xiao, standing before her, instead of a ghost, she let out a huge sigh of relief. But soon her heart began to race again. And 9th prince. Qing, he stammered in fear. What are you doing here so late, your highness? Chu Xiao smiled slightly, saying this prince naturally came to find you. Qing, he instinctively tightened her grip on her clothing, lowering her head to avoid Chu Xiao's gaze. Looking for a servant. Qing He's heart raced, feeling a vague sense of unease. Chu Xiao slowly approached Qing He, and once he stood in front of her, he reached out and gently lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Qing He, who are you here to pay respects to at this late hour? Well, Qing He racked her brain, and after a long pause, she carefully responded, I am paying respects to my family. Today is the anniversary of my parents' passing. Heh. Chu Xiao scoffed lightly. Family. No, you should be paying respects to the recently deceased Ma Wei. Mentioning Ma Wei's name made Qing He tremble slightly. I don't know what you're talking about, your highness. I don't know anyone named Ma Wei. After saying this, Qing He lowered her head and tried to turn and run, but Chu Xiao stepped forward and grabbed her. You are truly heartless. Today marks Ma Wei's 7th day, and yet you say you don't know him. If he is at peace in the afterlife, hearing your words might anger him to come find you at midnight. Oh, the already uneasy Qing, he screamed in fright. Seeing this, Chu Xiao took out a gold hairpin from his bosom and placed it before Qing He. This gold hairpin was found on Ma Wei's body. Before he died, he had nothing else on him, only this gold hairpin, which must hold significant meaning for him. With trembling hands, Qing He accepted the hairpin from Chu Xiao, and the tightly held emotions suddenly overwhelmed her, causing tears to roll down her cheeks. This gold hairpin must have been a gift Ma Wei intended for you. Take a closer look. It even has your name engraved on it. Qing He instinctively turned the hairpin, and indeed, she saw the 2 characters Qing He inscribed on it. In that moment, Qing He could no longer hold back and cried out loud, Wah. Chu Xiao remained silent, patiently waiting for her to vent her emotions. After a long while, Qing He's sobs gradually subsided, and Chu Xiao took out a handkerchief from his sleeve and handed it to her. Wipe your tears. Qing He was momentarily stunned, but respectfully accepted the handkerchief from Chu Xiao. This prince has already checked. You are the only one in the entire palace named Qing He. This gold hairpin is quite valuable. Considering Ma Wei's salary, it must have taken him a long time to save up to buy it. If he was willing to buy you such an expensive gift, your relationship must be quite special, right? Qing He tightly clutched the hairpin, deeply conflicted. Should she admit it? Once she did, what would the consequences be? She dared not think. But looking at the hairpin in her hand, denying it seemed a bit hollow. Seeing her hesitation, Chu Xiao gently patted her shoulder and said earnestly, actually, it won't help to deny it. If you don't speak, this prince will have no choice but to resort to severe punishment. I wonder if you've heard that there are 108 methods of torture in the criminal department prison. How many do you think you could withstand? Thinking of being locked up and tortured in the criminal department, Qing He took a step back in fright. A person as afraid of death as she was probably wouldn't be able to endure even one form of torture. Faced with Chu Xiao's threat, Qing He swallowed hard and resignedly said, Ma Wei is the person I have feelings for in the palace. Seeing Qing He willing to cooperate, Chu Xiao revealed a gentle smile and pressed further. So you were the one who was sneaking around with Ma Wei in the imperial garden? Qing He shook her head vigorously. No, there are often imperial guards patrolling near the imperial garden. I wouldn't dare to meet Ma Wei in such a place. Chu Xiao nodded knowingly. Indeed, even you know that the imperial garden is not a suitable place for secret affairs. So why was the concubine's son found there? Why did Ma Wei admit to having an affair with the concubine? As he spoke, Chu Xiao fixed his intense gaze on Qing. If this prince is not mistaken, this must relate to your master, right? Upon revealing the truth, fear flashed across Qing He's face. If this prince is not mistaken, this must relate to your master, right? Upon revealing the truth, fear, seeing that Qing He was still unwilling to betray Li Zhao Yi at this point, Chu Xiao thought for a moment and continued to persuade her in a calm tone. Do you think that if you don't admit it, nothing will happen? Do you know how many unmarked corpses are discovered every year in dry wells or at the bottom of lakes in this palace? With Li Zhaoyi's nature knowing so many secrets, do you think there's a chance you might end up in a dry well or at the bottom of a lake one day? Qing He, who had been holding on until now, was so frightened by these words that she stepped back repeatedly, and then her legs went weak, causing her to sit down directly on the ground. Would what Chu Xiao said actually come true? Qing He pondered seriously. She had been with Li Zhaoyi for so many years and understood her character very well. Li Zhaoyi was a very selfish woman. To keep her secrets, it was highly likely that she would later turn against Qing. Realizing this, Qing He suddenly raised her head, her gaze fixed and determined as she looked at Chu Xiao. Your Highness, if I am willing to tell you everything I know, can you promise to protect my life? Chu Xiao's lips curled slightly upwards. Of course. With Chu Xiao's promise Qing, he let out a long breath and recounted everything she knew in detail. Your Highness guessed correctly, how everything was orchestrated by Li Xiao Yi behind the scenes. She bribed the servants of Yongshou Palace, stole the concubine's son, and then used my life to force my way to identify the concubine. As the truth of the matter was revealed, Chu Xiao's hands clenched into fists hidden in his sleeves. The struggle among the women in the harem was truly terrifying. A slight mistake could lead to utter ruin. Why would the concubine who always treats others kindly want to harm her? Qing, he scoffed and looked up with a smile, saying what else could it be? Naturally it is to vie for favor. On New Year's Eve Li Xiao, he went to great lengths to seduce His Majesty, but who would have thought His Majesty stayed in Yongshou Palace? Ninth Prince, as a man you naturally don't understand how crazily the concubines in the harem will vie for His Majesty's favor. Although Chu Xiao was a man, he understood the helplessness of the concubines in the harem. On the surface, these concubines seemed to enjoy boundless glory, having become the emperor's women, seemingly ascending to great heights, yet in reality, there were many beauties in the harem, but only one emperor. Thus, gaining the emperor's attention was truly a challenging endeavor. To establish oneself in the harem, there are only two methods. One is to bear offspring for the royal family, for a mother with a child holds great power. The other is to exhaust every means to seek the emperor's favor. The first method relies solely on fate, while the second depends on one's own cunning. Historically, the struggles within the harem are no less intense than those in the court. Most victors are backed by conspiracies and darkness. Chu Xiao understood this, but this time the person being harmed by Li Xiao Yi was Fei, who treated him like her own son. Hence Chu Xiao had to eliminate the hidden danger posed by Li Xiao Yi as soon as possible. Father, you heard it too. The truth is as such, and it is Li Xiao Yi who is scheming behind this. Hearing Chu Yun's words, Qing, he looked up in terror only to see the Summer Emperor stepping out from the shadows. Upon seeing the Summer Emperor Qing, he immediately prostrated herself on the ground, her shoulders trembling involuntarily. Although the night was dark, aided by the light from a nearby brazier, Chu Xiao could still see that the Summer Emperor's face was as grim as a pot's bottom. What a daring Li Xiao Yi to dare use me, she deserves to die. The Summer Emperor cast a cold glance at Qing, he as if she were an ant. He gently waved his hand and commanded the guards behind him, drag this wretched maid away and beat her to death with sticks. Not wanting to die, Qing, he was momentarily stunned, then desperately kowtowed to the Summer Emperor, pleading, "No, your Majesty, spare me, please spare me." Yet the life and death of a mere palace maid was of no concern to the Summer Emperor. No matter how much Qing he begged for mercy, the Summer Emperor seemed to not hear her at all. The guards rushed out from both sides, tightly grabbing Qing he's arms, as if dragging a dead dog, forcibly pulling her away. Qing he, not knowing where the strength came from, suddenly broke free from the guards as she passed by the ninth prince, Chu Xiao, and clung tightly to his thigh. "Your Highness, you promised me you would save my life. You cannot go back on your word." Chu Xiao looked down coldly. Although everything was instigated by Li Xiao Yi, it was an undeniable fact that Qing he aided Li Xiao Yi. A woman like her was not worthy of Chu Xiao's sympathy. "This prince indeed promised to save your life, but now it is my father who seeks your life. Do you think my words carry more weight than the emperor's?" Qing he was left dumbfounded. "Damn it, you deceived me. You have been lying to me from the very beginning." The Summer Emperor, unable to bear it any longer, shouted at the guards, "A bunch of useless fools can't even handle one woman." Seeing the Summer Emperor's anger, the guards glared at Qing, he blaming her for causing their reprimand. Without further ado, the guards roughly grabbed Qing he's hair and forcibly dragged her away. The Summer Emperor calmly watched Qing he's retreating figure. Although his expression revealed no joy or anger, those familiar with him knew that if he bore an angry look generally, it was not a fearsome sight. However, once the Summer Emperor's face appeared tranquil as water, it indicated that he was truly enraged, and such a Summer Emperor was the most terrifying. In the Ningxiang Palace, with the 7 days approaching, Li Xiao Yi did not believe that the ninth prince Chu Xiao could help Fei clear her name. Thinking of how she had manipulated the dignified Fei with minor schemes, Li Xiao Yi couldn't help but feel it. Although it was already midnight, Li Xiao Yi still had the leisure to sit at her vanity humming a tune while painting her eyebrows in the bronze mirror. She had already planned that once Fei was locked in the cold palace, the Summer Emperor's mood would surely be very poor. At that time, she would dress beautifully and comfort the Summer Emperor, who would undoubtedly be moved by her gentleness and sensibility. This way, perhaps, she could even be promoted from her position as Zhao Yi, replacing Fei. While Li Xiao Yi was daydreaming, the door of Ningxiang Palace was suddenly kicked open. The loud noise startled Li Xiao Yi, who was painting her eyebrows. Her small hand trembled, and the stone powder used for her eyebrows was smeared across her face, ruining her enchanting appearance. Seeing her face stained black in the bronze mirror, Li Xiao Yi slammed the table in anger and shouted, "Qing, do you want to die?" But before her words finished, Li Xiao Yi saw that the intruder was not her maid Qing He, but the ninth prince Chu. Li Zhaoyi warily fixed her gaze on Chu Xiao and adjusted her clothes slightly before standing up. Chu Xiao, what is the meaning of barging into my Ningxiang palace at this late hour? Are you coveting my beauty? Chu Xiao made a face of disgust. Li Zhaoyi, you are truly remarkable. Not only do you slander Defei's innocence, but you also wish to tarnish this prince's reputation. Seeing Chu Xiao expose her plot against Defei, a trace of panic flashed in Li Zhaoyi's eyes, but she still feigned calmness and said, "Nonsense, what are you talking about? Do not pretend, O Qing, he has already told this prince about your schemes against Defei." Continuing to argue, Li Zhaoyi's body weakened, her hands propping herself on the table for support. "I do not understand what you are talking about, Qing. He is just a maid. How could her words hold any credibility? It must be that I have been a bit harsh with her in the past, so she deliberately slandered me." Chu Xiao admired Li Zhaoyi's mentality. Even at this moment, she could still find excuses for herself, showcasing a psychological resilience that surpassed most. "It is useless to explain to me. I ask if my father believes your words." After speaking, Chu Xiao took a few steps back, at which point Li Zhaoyi finally saw the Summer Emperor standing outside the door. In that instant, Li Zhaoyi's mind went blank, as if the sky had fallen. "Your Majesty, please let me explain." The Summer Emperor looked at Li Zhaoyi, his eyes devoid of the usual warmth, replaced only by a chilling coldness. He raised his hand, forcefully interrupting her words. "Enough, I do not wish to hear any explanations. A poisonous woman like you is a calamity to keep in the palace. Guards, take this venomous woman to the cold palace." The Summer Emperor's words were only half finished when he suddenly glanced at Chu Xiao, leaving one to wonder what was on the Summer Emperor's mind. He unexpectedly changed his tone. "Forget it, just grant her a 3-foot white silk." Upon hearing that the Summer Emperor intended to grant her death, Li Zhaoyi's originally enchanting face instantly twisted into a grimace. "Your Majesty, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Everything I have done is for you. How can you be so heartless? You ungrateful man." "For me, the Emperor of Xia scoffed. "Did I ask you to tarnish the innocence of the concubine? You refuse to repent even at the brink of death. You are simply beyond redemption." After the Emperor finished speaking, he seemed unwilling to spare Li Zhaoyi another glance, turning on his heel and leaving. Li Zhaoyi knew that once the Emperor truly departed, her life would soon come to an end. In a frenzy, she rushed toward the Emperor, attempting to win back his favor, but as she reached the doorway, the Imperial guards cruelly shut the gate before her. The heavy palace door isolated Li Zhaoyi from the Emperor, signaling that she would no longer have the chance to plead for his forgiveness. Chu Xiao did not expect the Emperor to be so harsh in dealing with Li Zhaoyi this time. After all, she was a woman the Emperor once favored. Chu Xiao thought that Li Zhaoyi would only end up spending her days in the cold palace, yet he did not expect the Emperor to be so decisive as to order her execution. Chu Xiao stood there pouting, reflecting that none of those who become emperors are ever soft-hearted. At that moment, the Emperor noticed that Chu Xiao had not followed him after taking a few steps. He stopped, turned around, and shot Chu Xiao an annoyed glare. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and catch up." "Oh, coming." Chu Xiao chuckled awkwardly and hurried to catch up. The Imperial guards accompanying the Emperor noticed that he had something to discuss with the ninth prince, so they intentionally slowed their pace, leaving enough space for the two. After walking for a while, the Emperor stopped, turned, and looked at Chu Xiao. "Are you satisfied with the punishment I dealt to Li Zhaoyi?" Chu Xiao was taken aback, feeling that the Emperor's words were somewhat nonsensical. "She's your concubine, how you deal with her is none of my business. Do you think I need to consider your thoughts? Since she's dead, what satisfaction can I have? She's merely reaping what—" The Emperor fell silent for a moment, and then continued, "You did well this time. To uncover the truth in such a short period, you did not disappoint me." Chu Xiao blinked his big, beautiful eyes and replied earnestly, "I wasn't investigating for you. If it weren't related to my aunt, I wouldn't have bothered at all. Only you, this fool, could be played around by your own woman, almost leading to my aunt's wrongful accusation. If it weren't for my insistence, my aunt's life would have been ruined." Listening to Chu Xiao's complaints, the Emperor's fists clenched. "You ungrateful child, is that how you speak to me? Do you really think I would believe that the concubine betrayed me? If I hadn't given you the opportunity, do you think you would have had time to uncover the truth? Everything is under my control, do you understand?" Seeing the Emperor's furious expression, Chu Xiao pursed his lips and pointed at him, laughing. "You're anxious." The Emperor felt that he hadn't been provoked like this in a long time. At that moment, his resentment towards Chu Xiao even surpassed when he thought he was being cuckolded. To salvage his dignity, the Emperor snorted coldly. "You little brat, you are becoming increasingly insolent in front of me. Originally, I intended—" Chu Xiao's gaze deeply wounded the Emperor's heart, making him feel that his authority as an emperor and a father had been trampled. To salvage his dignity, the Emperor snorted coldly. "You little brat, you are becoming increasingly insolent in front of me. Originally, I intended to reward you for uncovering the culprit, but now it seems you are unworthy. Reward." Upon hearing those two words, Chu Xiao's eyes lit up. "Really? I admit I spoke a bit too loudly just now. Father, you are wise and powerful with keen insight. How could the trivial schemes of Li Jiaoyi compare to you? I believe you must have seen through the truth long ago. You only gave me this opportunity to cultivate me. To gain benefits, it's not beneath me to be humble. As the saying goes, a true man can bend and stretch. A Chu Xiao's speed of changing his demeanor shocked even the emperor. You rascal! Look at your current demeanor. Where do you still resemble a prince? Chu Xiao pouted and spread his hands, saying to the emperor, Father, how do you plan to reward me? The emperor pretended to be generous and asked, what do you want? Anything is fine. The emperor nodded lightly. Given your good performance, as long as it's not too excessive, I can agree to it. Then I want to be granted a fief in advance. Chu Xiao decisively put forth his request. The emperor promptly rejected him. Get lost. Asking for requests doesn't mean you should dream wildly. Can you be more practical? Chu Xiao frowned in displeasure, saying, what's impractical about it? I have less than a year until I come of age, but it's just a matter of your word to grant me this little bit in advance. The emperor shook his head like a rattle drum. No way. The laws set by our ancestors cannot be changed. Only upon coming of age can one be qualified to be granted a title. This is a rule established by our ancestors, and even I cannot violate it. Chu Xiao knew at once that the emperor was talking nonsense. Throughout the history of the Great Xia, there were many princes who were granted fiefs before coming of age. Such matters ultimately depend on the emperor's mood. But now that the emperor explicitly stated his refusal, although Chu Xiao felt disappointed, he did not press further. Then I want the right to leave the palace freely. The emperor rolled his eyes. I can see you are still dreaming. Don't think I don't know your purpose for leaving the palace. At your young age you already show signs of being a wastrel, and I will absolutely not indulge you. Chu Xiao took a deep breath, widened his eyes, and gritted his teeth, saying, this isn't allowed, and that isn't allowed either. Father, are you deliberately playing with me? The emperor pressed his lips together. Feeling that he had been a bit strict with Chu Xiao, he softened his tone slightly, and said, all right, 3 times do I agree to let you leave the palace, 3 times, but absolutely not allowed to stay out overnight. Although 3 opportunities were few, Chu Xiao understood the principle of moderation. Deal. All right, I've said everything I needed to say. You can go now. The emperor waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. Chu Xiao happily bowed, and then skipped away, disappearing from the emperor's sight. The next morning, after learning about Li Jiaoyi's fate, Xiao Tao busily helped the concubine, and Chu Xiao prepare breakfast while angrily cursing. Li Jiaoyi truly deserves this. If it weren't for the 9th prince's help, your grace, you would have been in big trouble. The concubine gently patted Xiao Tao's hand, reproaching her. Xiao Tao, one should show mercy when they can. Li Jiaoyi has already learned her lesson. Let this matter pass, and do not mention it again in the future. Xiao Tao pouted in grievance. All right, I understand, your grace. You are too kind-hearted, which is why you get bullied. Chu Xiao, watching Xiao Tao stand up for the concubine, smiled and took over the conversation. Don't worry, Xiao Tao, as long as I'm here, no one will dare bully my aunt again. The concubine felt so moved by these words that she nearly cried. I always knew that little Nine was a good child, but I only hope you can always be well. This time what you did was too risky if you hadn't found evidence. Chu Xiao smiled helplessly, thinking that the concubine was wonderful in every way, but once she started worrying, she would go on and on. Just as Chu Xiao was bitterly smiling, a rather frivolous voice suddenly rang out from outside Yongshou Palace. Sister, have you prepared the money I asked for? If you don't return it soon, people will come knocking for it. When Xiaonan walked into the Yongshou Palace, he saw that there was an additional young man in his sister's palace. Looking at the young man's youthful, yet somewhat familiar appearance, Xiaonan thought for a moment and recognized that this young man should be the recently famous 9th Prince Chu Xiao. Oh, little Nine, you're here too. Seeing her younger brother acting so frivolously, Fei stretched out her hand and poked Xiaonan hard on the forehead, scolding, what is your identity? You should address His Highness properly. Xiaonan looked at Fei with dissatisfaction, puffed his cheeks, and waved his hand dismissively. Sister, why are you being so harsh with me? Didn't you always say that the 9th Prince is family? I call him little Nine to show closeness. Seeing Xiaonan's carefree demeanor, Chu Xiao didn't take it to heart. After all, this person was the biological brother of his concubine, and Chu Xiao was willing to give him some face. And it's fine. In fact, if we consider it, Shunan Bo can also be regarded as my elder, so calling me little Nine is acceptable. Although Xiaonan had achieved nothing, his background was quite respectable. His ancestors were meritorious officials who followed the founding emperor of the Great Xia. After the Fei Xiao, when Jun entered the palace, he was bestowed the title of Shunan Bo by the Xia emperor. Although this title held no real power, it was still impressive enough. Hearing that Chu Xiao himself didn't mind, Xiaonan raised his eyebrows triumphantly at Fei, saying, see, little Nine is understanding. Fei suddenly grabbed Xiaonan's ear, causing him to cry out in pain. Little Nine is just being polite. Since you're in Yongshou Palace, I won't hold it against you, but outside you cannot be so rude, or else I will make you regret it. Xiaonan, feeling wronged, pouted. All right, I know I shouldn't just let go. My ear is about to fall off. After finally breaking free from Defei's grip, Xiao Nen boldly found a chair to sit down, and then brought up his purpose for entering the palace today. Sister, I'm talking about serious business. How is the money you promised to arrange for me? I've been too scared to go out lately, fearing I might be chased for debts. Defei looked at her brother with concern, shook her head helplessly, and then stood up to walk to the side, retrieving a stack of silver notes from a cabinet. Here are 800,000 taels. You can take this to pay off your debts, and I'll think of a way for the rest. Xiao Nen held the silver notes, tapping them in his hand, frowning as he looked at Defei with displeasure. Sister, how come after all this time, there are only 800,000 taels? What about the rest of the money? Defei's lips trembled slightly, and her makeup could hardly conceal her weariness. I've already pawned everything I could. For now, this is all I have, she added, but don't worry, give me a little more time, and I will help you resolve this. Xiao Nen could tell that his sister was doing her best, but thinking of the many debts still looming, some complaints crept. Sister, you're a Defei after all. After so many years in the palace, how can you not even come up with this amount of money? Defei was amused by Xiao Nan's words. Do you think my life in the palace is easy? These are all savings from my frugal living. If you're not satisfied, then go find the money yourself. Seeing his sister getting a bit angry, Xiao Nan quickly smiled and said, all right, I take back what I said. I know you treat me the best, sister. While coaxing Defei, Xiao Nan reached out to hide the silver notes in his chest. However, Chu Xiao suddenly snatched the silver notes away. Xiao Nan was stunned, staring at Chu Xiao and asking, what are you doing? Ignoring Xiao Nan, Chu Xiao placed the silver notes into his sleeve and turned to Defei with displeasure, saying, Aunt, didn't I say I would help you with this? Why are you interfering? Defei chuckled awkwardly. Little Nine, I know your intentions are good, but I don't want you to be put in a difficult position. Xiao Nan, hearing that Chu Xiao was willing to help, immediately interrupted his sister. Sister, we are family with Little Nine. If Little Nine is willing to help me, it shows that he doesn't consider me an outsider, so don't say more. Then Xiao Nan smiled obsequiously and took hold of Chu Xiao's hand, saying, Little Nine, are you really willing to help me pay off the debt? Chu Xiao nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, I promise to help you resolve this beautifully. Xiao Nan's face immediately brightened up. Great. I knew from the start that Little Nine is a good person. Now quickly give me the money. It's a total of 120,000 taels. Chu Xiao rolled his eyes at Xiao Nan, saying, What's the hurry? I'm going with you to pay off the debt. It's just right for me to go out of the palace for a stroll too. Defei, hearing this, hurriedly asked, Little Nine, you can't leave the palace without permission. Facing Defei's concerned gaze, Chu Xiao quickly explained, And don't worry, my father has allowed me to leave the palace freely 3 times. Seeing this, Xiao Nan grabbed Chu Xiao's sleeve and said urgently, Then what are we waiting for? Let's go out of the palace now. I can't feel at ease until the money is paid back. How could Xiao Nan not be anxious? He had finally found a big spender willing to help him pay off his debts, and he feared that if he delayed, Chu Xiao would regret it. Chu Xiao did not refuse, first returning to Zhaohua Palace to bring along his dark guards, and then left the palace with Xiao Nan. As soon as they walked out of the palace, Xiao Nan couldn't wait to say, Little Nine, just give me the money, I can go pay it back myself. Once I settle the debt, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the capital for drinks. Slap. Chu Xiao mercilessly slapped Xiao Nan on the back of his head, leaving him dumbfounded. In Yongshou Palace, this prince is giving face to Aunt, but outside you need to recognize your identity and step. Looking at the suddenly stern Chu Xiao, Xiao Nan's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to retort, he saw Yu Ting behind Chu Xiao, clenching his fist, so he quickly put on a smile. Yes, Ninth Prince, I was just overstepping. Slap. Another slap, and this time Xiao Nan was I already called you His Highness, isn't that enough? Xiao Nan's voice involuntarily rose, filled with grievance. You have no sense outside the palace, just call me Ninth Young Master. Xiao Nan gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, this brat really has some airs. Although he was still complaining in his heart, on the surface he spoke very respectfully to Chu Xiao, saying, Yes, Ninth Young Master, I know my mistake. Chu Xiao could see that Xiao Nan had quite a bit of resentment toward him, but since this kid still needed his help to settle the debts, he could only hold back any dissatisfaction. Let's go, we first need to go to Yuexing Pavilion. Xiao Nan blinked, asking his confusion, Aren't we going to pay off the debts? Why are we going to Yuexing Pavilion? Chu Xiao stopped in his tracks, tilting his head to ask Xiao Nan, You've been scammed, and you haven't thought about seeking revenge. Xiao Nan's face showed a fierce expression as he gritted his teeth. Of course I want to. I dream about it. But what can I do? I personally signed the contract back then, and it's useless to regret it now. Chu Xiao raised his chin, looking at Xiao Nan with a playful gaze. If you want revenge, lead the way, I will help you vent your anger. Xiao Nan's eyes instantly lit up, looking at Chu Xiao with sincerity. Really? If you can help me take revenge, I would even recognize you as my father. Xiao Nan's bottom line once again shocked Chu Xiao. Considering how you've grown up, it's truly a sign of love that your father hasn't beaten you to death. Xiao Nan smiled awkwardly, fully aware of the sarcasm in Chu Xiao's tone. I was just joking, but can you really help me take revenge, ninth young master? Chu Xiao nodded. As long as you cooperate obediently, I can guarantee that not only will I help you settle your debts, but I can also make that young master of Yuexinzhai suffer a great loss. Xiaonan immediately straightened his back, thumping his chest with a loud noise. Ninth young master, just give your orders, as long as it's not about killing or arson, I'm willing to do anything you ask. Chu Xiao chuckled, but did not continue speaking. He only asked Xiaonan to take him to Yuexinzhai, leaving the rest to his own discretion. Before long, under Xiaonan's lead, they arrived at the entrance of Yuexinzhai. The store of Yuexinzhai was not small, divided into 2 levels. Upon entering, Chu Xiao saw numerous shelves filled with jade artifacts and antique paintings. As soon as Chu Xiao and his group entered, a young man in luxurious attire came forward with a mocking expression. Xiao brother, it's been a long time since you visited. Your little brother has missed you greatly. Seeing this person, Xiaonan clenched his fists in anger. Zhou Qiming, you despicable scoundrel. I treated you like a brother, yet you tricked me out of my money. Zhou Qiming burst into laughter. Oh Xiao brother, please don't say that. As a businessman, I value integrity above all else. It was your own greed back then, and you willingly signed that contract. You can't blame me for that. Xiaonan glared fiercely at Zhou Qiming, his anger barely contained. In the past, Xiaonan had sincerely regarded Zhou Qiming as a brother, which made him trust him greatly, thus giving Zhou Qiming the chance to set him up. Now, witnessing Zhou Qiming's unapologetic demeanor and his smug look, Xiaonan could no longer hold back, clenching his fists ready to rush at him. Fortunately, Chu Xiao intervened in time, preventing the situation from becoming uncontrollable. All right, we are not here to fight today. I'll keep quiet. After Chu Xiao spoke, Xiaonan still felt unwilling in his heart, but recalling Chu Xiao's assurance that he would make Zhou Qiming pay, he took a deep breath and calmed down. Zhou Qiming was curious about who Chu Xiao was to make him so obedient. This young brother seems unfamiliar. May I ask for your esteemed name? Chu Xiao put his hands behind his back and replied casually, just call me Ninth Young Master. Ninth Young Master. I haven't heard that name before. Zhou Qiming muttered to himself, then looked Chu Xiao up and down. Noticing Chu Xiao's exceptional demeanor, he guessed that this person's background must be remarkable, thus his attitude became more polite. Ah, so you are Ninth Young Master. A pleasure to meet you. I am Zhou Qiming, the young master of Yuexinzhai. May I ask why you have come today? Chu Xiao smiled. I have come today to conduct business with Yuexinzhai. Zhou Qiming was somewhat reluctant to believe this, considering that he had previously tricked Xiao, and how could this young man, Ninth Young Master, still dare to discuss business with him? Seeing the wariness on Zhou Qiming's face, Chu Xiao took the initiative to explain, Xiaonan and I are distant relatives, and I know he borrowed quite a bit of money before, so I want to help him pay it back. However, I can't come up with such a large sum immediately, so I thought I would sell some inherited treasures to help him clear his debts. Your Yuexinzhai is quite renowned in the capital, so if you find my treasures appealing, just give me a price. If the price is right, we can make this deal happen. Zhou Qiming did not let his guard down just because of Chu Xiao's words. Instead, he felt that there might be something fishy about it. However, Zhou Qiming did not refuse immediately, as he wanted to see what kind of trick Chu Xiao and his companions were planning. I see. May I ask what treasures you are referring to, Ninth Young Master? At Yuexinzhai, we welcome all customers, but we only accept items of quality, as our clientele consists of officials and nobles. Chu Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile, and he exchanged a glance with Yuting, who immediately retrieved a glass mirror from his package. In order to create this glass mirror, Chu Xiao had sought the help of craftsmen from the Ministry of Works, spending a tremendous amount of manpower and resources, and through constant trial and error, he finally managed to master the technique of glassmaking. When Zhou Qiming saw the glass mirror, he was instantly stunned. He struggled to swallow, then licked his lips respectfully, asking Chu Xiao, Ninth Young Master, may I take a look at this treasure? Chu Xiao nodded. Of course, but this is a family heirloom, so you must be very careful. Of course. Zhou Qiming carefully took the glass mirror from Yuting's hands and began to examine it seriously. The mirror's frame was meticulously carved from high-quality sandalwood, with exquisite patterns and textures. What truly astonished Zhou Qiming was not the frame, but the mirror surface. As he gently touched the mirror's surface, he saw his own reflection clearly, making him feel somewhat dazed. He could see every single strand of hair in the mirror, even the small bumps on his face were visible. This treasure, it really is a treasure. In my entire life, I have never seen such exquisite glass mirror. This is truly beautiful. Seeing Zhou Qiming mistakenly believe the glass to be crystal, Chu Xiao smiled, but did not explain further. At this moment, a surge of intense desire welled up in Zhou Qiming's heart. He wanted to keep this glass mirror at Yuexinzhai. No matter the cost, he was determined to buy it. He could imagine that once he owned this glass mirror, it could become the treasure of Yuexinzhai, thus elevating. Thinking of this, Zhou Qiming no longer hesitated and directly addressed Chu Xiao. Ninth Young Master, are you really planning to sell this glass mirror? That's right. Young Master Zhou, do you have any thoughts on buying it? Zhou Qiming rubbed his hands together, and without beating around the bush asked directly, what price do you intend to offer, ninth young master? Chu Xiao waved his hand. Don't rush aside from this mirror, I have other treasures to sell. Upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, Yu Ting continued to open the package. Zhou Qiming stretched his neck to look inside, and when he saw what was in it, he couldn't help but gasp. Inside the package were 9 other items made of glass. Although each item was not very large, the quality of each was exceptional, and they came in various colors. Seeing so many treasures at once, Zhou Qiming's eyes nearly dazzled. When he came to his senses, he eagerly exclaimed, ninth young master, I want all of these. Just give me a price. Chu Xiao smiled, and slowly raised 2 fingers. 200,000 taels. Zhou Qiming raised his eyebrows. Selling all these items for just 200,000 taels was a huge profit. All right, 200,000 taels including this glass mirror. I will take everything. Chu Xiao shot Zhou Qiming a disdainful glare and uttered a single sentence. You must be dreaming. Zhou Qiming was completely stunned by Chu Xiao's scolding. Why did he suddenly start cursing? Chu Xiao slowly raised his eyes and extended 2 fingers, saying, Young Master Zhou, what I mean is I want 2 million taels for these items. 2 million taels. Why don't you go rob a bank? Zhou Qiming angrily shouted. Although these treasures were good, they were definitely not worth the exorbitant price of 2 million taels. In Zhou Qiming's view, this young master was simply making outrageous demands. Chu Xiao did not think his price was too high at all. Instead, he looked at Zhou Qiming with suspicion and said, Your Yuexin studio can't possibly be unable to come up with 2 million taels, right? Zhou Qiming felt underestimated. Of course my Yuexin studio can come up with 2 million taels, but this price is too high. So far, the most expensive glazed item we've sold at Yuexin studio was a half-human tall reclining Buddha, which only cost 120,000 taels. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao immediately packed up the glazed items on the table, stood up, and made a gesture. Since your Yuexin studio thinks my asking price is too high, I can only look for other buyers. As soon as Chu Xiao stood up, Zhou Qiming grabbed his arm. Wait. Zhou Qiming said, Young master, why the hurry? Business requires patience. To be honest, I really like these treasures, but 2 million taels is really too expensive. I wonder if we can negotiate this price. Chu Xiao with a troubled expression sat back down. After hesitating for a moment in response to Zhou Qiming's eagerness, he said, 180,000 taels. Still too expensive, how about 100,000 taels? Zhou Qiming asked tentatively. Chu Xiao shook his head. No, your price is too low, 150,000 taels. 110,000 taels, young master, this price is really not high. Chu Xiao gently pressed his lips together, showing a pained expression, and said, How about this? I'll propose a number, 120,000 taels. Anything lower than that is not negotiable. Seeing that Chu Xiao was becoming somewhat impatient, Zhou Qiming thought that while 120,000 taels was still an exorbitant price, if handled properly, he could still make a decent profit when reselling these items. To avoid the deal falling apart, Zhou Qiming gritted his teeth and agreed. All right, deal, just 120,000 taels. Zhou Qiming seemed worried that Chu Xiao would regret it, so after finalizing the agreement, he immediately signed a contract with Chu Xiao. Both parties were very satisfied after the transaction. Chu Xiao felt that these items cost him very little, yet he earned 120,000 taels, which was a tremendous profit. Zhou Qiming thought that although he spent a large sum, he obtained a batch of rare treasures. Once he resold them, not only could he make a significant profit, but it would also enhance the reputation of Yuexin Studio, which was also a great gain. After Zhou Qiming happily packed away the 10 treasures, Chu Xiao suddenly spoke to him. Today this young master has had a delightful conversation with young Master Zhou. I have a method that can help you sell these treasures for a higher price, or would you like to hear it? Zhou Qiming hurriedly flattered Chu Xiao, pouring a cup of hot tea and handing it to him, then eagerly asked, Please enlighten me, young Master 9. Chu Xiao took a gentle sip of tea, slowly set down the cup, and glanced over the rare treasures Zhou Qiming had just displayed. What do you think of the quality of these ancestral treasures I have? Zhou Qiming replied without hesitation, Naturally, they are exquisite. Chu Xiao nodded. If you price these treasures clearly, you can still make a good profit, but in my opinion this method is too outdated. You might as well hold an auction. An auction? Zhou Qiming repeated, looking puzzled, his eyes filled with confusion. What is an auction? Chu Xiao stood up, walked a few steps with his hands behind his back, and said, Gather all the interested parties in the capital, then sell them publicly. The highest bidder wins. This way you can stimulate everyone's enthusiasm for the treasures, and many people will sell for a higher price just for the face of it. Moreover, if you promote it well in advance, you can arouse the curiosity of those who were originally uninterested, thus making Yuexin Studio's reputation even more prominent. Zhou Qiming's eyes lit up as he listened. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Young Master 9, you are amazing. The idea of an auction is simply fantastic. Chu Xiao smiled slightly, hiding his talents. I've said all I can say, and I look forward to young Master Zhou's. Zhou Qiming hurriedly stood up saying, "Thank you, young Master 9. I hope you can grace us with your presence at the auction. I will surely entertain you well." Chu Xiao nodded gently. "Of course, then I wish you great success with your auction in advance." After leaving Yuexin's studio, Xiaonan walked just a few steps when he suddenly grabbed Chu Xiao's sleeve, his eyes reddening and his voice choked with emotion. "Your Highness, you have been so good to me. To help me pay off my debts, you even sold your ancestral treasures. I am truly touched." Chu Xiao felt a headache coming on and instinctively took a step back, fearing that the foolishness might be contagious. "What are you getting emotional about? Those ancestral treasures were all lies," to Zhou Qiming. Xiaonan's tears immediately stopped. "What? A lie? That's impossible. Those glazed items just now were exquisite. They must be treasures even in the palace." Chu Xiao waved his hand. "What glazed items? They are just glass, not worth anything at all. By the way, Zhou Qiming will bring the money to your house shortly, so take the money and pay off all your debts to avoid your sister worrying about you every day." Xiaonan nodded eagerly. Understood, understood. Your Highness, you have been so good to me. Aside from my sister, you are the best person to me. I don't know how to thank you. How about this? Let's become sworn brothers. From now on, you are my big brother. We don't seek to be born on the same day, but let us die on the same day. Xiaonan's words were not finished when he was directly slapped on the head by Chu Xiao. "Are you cursing me? I haven't even come of age yet, and you are already a 30-year-old man. If I die on the same day as you, that would mean an early demise." After being slapped, Xiaonan finally reacted and immediately forced a smile, gently slapping himself on the face. "I was wrong, but I was serious. You helped me with such a big favor. I truly have no way to repay you." Saying this, Xiaonan imitated the heroes from stories, directly cupping his fists and kneeling before Chu Xiao, saying, "Big brother, please accept my bow." Chu Xiao looked at the strange gazes of the passers-by around them, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. "Are you crazy? Big brother, what exactly is this thing called glass that you just mentioned?" Walking down the street, Xiaonan asked Chu Xiao a variety of questions like a curious child, leaving Chu Xiao feeling overwhelmed. "It is a material made from quartz sand resembling glazed pottery, but it is significantly cheaper to produce than Big brother, why are you helping that Zhou Qiming guy? Even though we have tricked him, if the auction is successful, won't he be able to earn it all back immediately?" Chu Xiao stopped in his tracks, took a deep breath, and replied helplessly, "Do you think it's a good thing for him to make money? Once those who bought the items realize that they have spent exorbitant amounts on worthless glass, do you think Yuexin's studio will fare any better? For the wealthy and powerful, losing money is trivial, but losing face is significant." He added, "The more successful the auction, the harder things will become for Yuexin's studio afterward." After hearing Chu Xiao's explanation, Xiaonan realized that this was Chu Xiao's plan. "Big brother, you are truly remarkable. I can't wait to see Zhou Qiming's reaction when he learns the truth." Chu Xiao rubbed his forehead in silence. He had originally thought that after helping Xiaonan solve his problem, he could take a leisurely stroll through the flower house he had longed to visit. However, with such a chatterbox by his side, Chu Xiao's enthusiasm was completely diminished. In helplessness, he decided to return to the palace early to avoid Xiaonan. Meanwhile, after receiving Chu Xiao's hints, Zhou Qiming aimed to make Yuexin's studio famous, while also seeking a significant profit. After investing considerable resources, he truly made the auction widely known. In less than 3 days, nearly half of the capital's residents knew that Yuexin's studio had acquired a batch of high-quality glazed pottery, each piece a rare treasure. Therefore, Yuexin's studio planned to hold a public sale and invited the noble figures of the capital to participate in the auction 7 days later. Though the auction format was appearing for the first time in the Great Xia, its novelty attracted even more attention, creating such a stir that even the Emperor of Xia in the palace heard about it. On the day of the auction, the entrance of Yuexin's studio was packed with people. Even those who had no intention of buying came to watch the excitement. When Chu Xiao arrived at Yuexin's studio, Zhou Qiming, the person in charge of the auction, personally came out to greet him. After all, the current success of Yuexin's studio was largely thanks to Chu Xiao's advice, which made Zhou Qiming very enthusiastic toward him. He led Chu Xiao to the second floor of Yuexin's studio, which had been temporarily transformed into the auction venue. The shelves that were originally placed here had been moved aside, and 100 tables and chairs had been set up with a special platform built at the front. When Chu Xiao reached the second floor, it was nearly filled to capacity. Zhou Qiming had initially intended for Chu Xiao to sit in the front, and had even reserved a spot for him. However, halfway there, Chu Xiao suddenly spotted a familiar figure in that row. It was none other than his chief. This old man claims to be very diligent, yet he still found time to attend the auction. It seems that being emperor is not as taxing as he makes it out to be. Recognizing that figure, Chu Xiao decided not to approach, and hurriedly stopped, turning around to find an empty seat at the back. Zhou Qiming did not insist. He was very busy today, and after chatting with Chu Xiao for a few moments, he hurriedly left. Just as Chu Xiao sat down, someone immediately occupied the empty seat next to him. Chu Xiao caught a familiar scent and turned to find that it was the girl Mu Jinli. Upon seeing Chu Xiao, her big eyes immediately lit up with joy. Miss Mu, what a coincidence. You're here for the auction too. Mu Jinli nervously clutched her clothing. She nodded, wanting to say something, but was at a loss for words. Seeing that Mu Jinli was silent, Chu Xiao did not mind, and after all her aloofness was well known. He then turned his head, showing no intention of chatting with her. At this, disappointment flickered in Mu Jinli's eyes as she lowered her head, feeling a hint of sadness. Although she wanted to talk to Chu Xiao, her introverted nature made it difficult for her to engage in conversation. After a while, someone sat down in the empty seat on the other side of Chu Xiao. He turned to see it was Xiao Nan, and his expression instantly soured. Big brother, I've been looking for you for ages. Why are you sitting all the way back here? After sitting down, Xiao Nan immediately began chattering excitedly. Chu Xiao wished he could change his seat, but after looking around he found that there were no other empty spots nearby. Helpless, he could only endure the discomfort and continue sitting next to Xiao Nan, the chatterbox. Soon the auction officially began. Zhou Qiming, the young master, played the role of the auctioneer. As Zhou Qiming stepped onto the stage, he cleared his throat with a beaming smile and then raised his voice to announce, "Thank you all for attending today's auction at Yuexin Studio. I won't waste any more time. Since everyone is here for the treasures, let's start the bidding for the first item. What you see here is our first auction item, a Zeton glazed mirror. As you can see, this glazed mirror is crafted from top quality, glazed material free from any impurities and in excellent condition. The frame is also made of Zeton, featuring a soaring qilin and a fluttering phoenix. Every detail of the design has been meticulously polished. Without further ado, this glazed mirror starts at a bidding price of 10,000 taels. You may begin bidding." As Zhou Qiming finished speaking, a woman in the crowd urged her husband to place a bid. "Husband, this glazed mirror is so beautiful. I simply adore it. You must buy it for me." Looking at his wife's cute demeanor, a plump middle-aged man immediately shouted toward the stage, 12,000 taels. Another well-dressed young man quickly raised the bid. Before long, more and more people were bidding, and the price of the glazed mirror soared higher and higher. Watching the lively atmosphere, Zhou Qiming couldn't help but beam with joy. Sitting next to Chu Xiao, Mu Jinli gazed at the glazed mirror. As a girl, she naturally wanted to buy it, and the Duke of Dingwo's residence certainly had the funds. However, after several attempts, she lacked the courage to bid in front of so many people. As the price continued to rise, her anxious face reflected her urgency. After a long time, Mu Jinli finally mustered up the courage, and just as she was about to raise her hand to participate in the bidding, Chu Xiao suddenly grasped her hand. "You like that mirror?" Mu Jinli blushed as she looked at her small hand being held by Chu Xiao, nodding cutely. If it were someone else bidding, Chu Xiao wouldn't bother. After all, these are just fools with deep pockets. But Mu Jinli is at least an acquaintance, a half-friend. He cannot let her down. "If you like it, I can give you a better one. This auction is just a trap for fools, that don't fall for it." Hearing Chu Xiao say he would give her a precious glazed mirror, Mu Jinli suddenly recalled 4 significant words, a token of love. How precious this glazed mirror is. The 9th prince had previously given her a gold bracelet, and now he wanted to gift her a glazed mirror. Could it be that he likes me? Thinking of this, Mu Jinli shyly dared not look at Chu Xiao, her forehead almost steaming with embarrassment. "This is too precious." Mu Jinli's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. If Chu Xiao hadn't been close, he wouldn't have heard what she was saying at all. "It's nothing, as long as you like it. This thing isn't worth much," Chu Xiao said, generously shrugging his shoulders. In Chu Xiao's view, this so-called glazed mirror was merely made of glass, and the technology from the Ministry of Works was already quite mature, so the cost was very low. He felt no pain in giving it as a gift. But in Mu Jinli's eyes, because he was willing to gift her such a precious item due to her fondness, it clearly indicated that the 9th prince had a deep affection for her. Mu Jinli was not a vain woman. The Duke of Dingwo's residence lacked for nothing. If it were someone else gifting it, even if it were incredibly valuable, she wouldn't have given it a second glance. However, faced with Chu Xiao's kindness, after a moment of hesitation, Mu Jinli suddenly took a pai shou pendant off her neck and gestured for Chu Xiao to lean in. "What is this for?" Chu Xiao was taken aback, but still obediently leaned forward. Mu Jinli earnestly placed the pendant around Chu Xiao's neck and, blushing, explained, "As a return gift to ensure your safety." Upon hearing this from Mu Jinli, Chu Xiao understood that it was because he was gifting her the glazed mirror, so this girl felt embarrassed and decided to give him a gift in return. However, his glazed mirror was worthless, while the pendant she gifted him was obviously of great value. This was hardly an equal exchange. Chu Xiao had no idea that this pai shou pendant was a cherished heirloom left to Mu Jinli by her deceased parents. She had worn it since childhood, and in her heart, it was the most treasured item she possessed. If the Duke of Dingwa knew that his precious granddaughter had given this pendant to Chu Xiao, he would surely be furious. Seeing Chu Xiao accept her pendant, Mu Jinli instinctively smiled, her previously cold face suddenly brightening with joy, leaving Chu Xiao momentarily dumbfounded. Perhaps shy from being gazed at by Chu Xiao, Mu Jinli slowly turned her head away. At that moment Chu Xiao realized how reckless it was to have been staring at a girl. Embarrassed, Chu Xiao hurriedly cleared his throat and redirected his gaze ahead. Just then the auction had reached its climax, with the price surpassing 150,000 taels, yet there were still bidders. On the stage, Zhou Qiming saw the price continuously climbing and smiled so broadly that his face was filled with wrinkles. In Zhou Qiming's view, among the items at this auction, the glazed mirror had the lowest value. He originally thought it would fetch a high price of around 100,000 taels, but he never expected the bidding to be so fierce. He could already foresee that once the auction concluded, his Yuexin studio would not only gain great fame, but also make a substantial profit. 180,000 taels. At that moment someone suddenly raised the price of the glazed mirror to a jaw-dropping figure. Chu Xiao turned to see that the one bidding was none other than his own father, and his expression instantly turned. If his cheap father knew that the item he bought for a high price only cost a few taels, he wondered if he would be so furious he would spit blood. Chu Xiao already began to anticipate the look on the Emperor Xia's face once he learned the truth. When the Emperor Xia called out 180,000 taels, Chu Xiao knew that the mirror would surely fall into the Emperor's hands. After all, there were many wealthy people present, but no one was foolish enough to continue raising the already inflated price. As expected, after the Emperor Xia spoke, the entire auction hall fell silent. Seeing that no one continued to bid, Zhou Qiming heavily slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Sold. This purple sandalwood glazed mirror now belongs to this young master." Then, taking advantage of the lively atmosphere, Zhou Qiming ordered for the second item to be brought up. The attendees were now familiar with the auction process, and once Zhou Qiming finished speaking, they began to bid fiercely again. Today's auction at Yuexin Studio was incredibly successful. After an hour, all 10 items had been sold, each fetching sky-high prices. When Emperor Xia returned to the palace, he couldn't help but admire the glazed mirror he had acquired. The concubines in the palace, hearing that Emperor Xia had obtained a very exquisite glazed mirror, many of them proactively asked him for it, but all were rejected. Emperor Xia took the glazed mirror on a tour of the harem, enjoying the sight of the jealous yet unfulfilled expressions of those concubines, which greatly satisfied his vanity. When Emperor Xia arrived at the Yongshou Palace, he couldn't help but start boasting about the glazed mirror in his hand as soon as he saw the Defei. "Ha, Defei, quickly take a look at this purple sandalwood glazed mirror in my hand. It took me a lot of effort to acquire it." Before Emperor Xia could finish his bragging, he saw that Defei was also holding a glazed mirror, and it appeared to be larger and more exquisite than the one in his hand. "Wait, Defei, where did you get that glazed mirror?" Emperor Xia was completely taken aback, and his mood soured. Defei first gave a salute to Emperor Xia, then pointed to Chu Xiao standing beside her, explaining, "Your Majesty, you came at the right time. A little ninth just gifted me a glazed mirror, and I truly like it a lot." Emperor Xia twitched his mouth, darkening his face as he took the mirror from Defei's hand. "Where did you get this?" he asked Chu Xiao through gritted teeth. Looking at the dejected expression on Emperor Xia's face, Chu Xiao nearly burst into laughter. "I got it from the Ministry of Works." "The Ministry of Works?" "Yes, this glazed mirror was made by the Ministry of Works at my request. If father likes it, I can give you a few more." Emperor Xia swallowed hard, feeling a vague sense of unease. "You say this is a glazed mirror made by the Ministry of Works? How much does it cost to make?" Chu Xiao struggled to hold back his laughter and replied innocently, "It's not worth much. This glass is made from sand. Although it looks similar to glazed glass, the cost is extremely low, at most just a few taels of silver." Crack! Emperor Xia felt his heart shatter. So the item he had spent 180,000 taels on at the auction could be made by the Ministry of Works for just a few taels. What does that make him, a fool with deep pockets? As if feeling it wasn't enough to strike a nerve, Chu Xiao suddenly pointed at the glass mirror in Emperor Xia's hand with a puzzled expression, saying, "Oh, this mirror seems familiar. Isn't it the one I sold to Yuexin Studio? Today I saw someone spend 18,000 taels to win this mirror. Could this rich man be father?" Hearing Chu Xiao's sarcastic remarks, Emperor Xia was infuriated. "Unfilial son, be quiet. How could I not know that the Ministry of Works could produce glass mirrors? Changshun, do you know about this?" Changshun hurriedly knelt on the ground, cold sweat streaming down his face, replying, "Your Majesty, forgive me, but I knew about this." Emperor Xia clenched his fists, glaring at Changshun with a predatory gaze. "Then why didn't you inform me?" Changshun looked up with a bitter expression. "I saw your Majesty happy and couldn't bear to ruin your mood." Changshun felt quite troubled. Today he did not accompany Emperor Xia to the auction. Upon learning that Emperor Xia spent 18,000 taels on a worthless glass mirror, Changshun wanted to remind him, but seeing Emperor Xia's smug expression, he truly dared not say anything. Emperor Xia felt like a clown. His treasury was already not wealthy, and now he spent so much money on such a worthless item his heart was bleeding. Looking at the glass mirror in his hand, Emperor Xia wished he could smash it to pieces. But upon realizing he had spent 18,000 taels on it, he couldn't bear to break it. Remember, no one is allowed to mention today's events again. Also, I bought a lily mirror, not a glass mirror. Everyone present, seeing Emperor Xia so furious, mentally recalled the saddest moments of their lives, managing not to burst into laughter. Everyone could tell that Emperor Xia was already in a fit of rage, and no one dared to provoke him at that moment. Feeling utterly humiliated, Emperor Xia had no face to stay any longer. After reminding everyone not to speak of this matter, he left in disgrace. Once Emperor Xiao's figure was out of sight, Chu Xiao burst into loud laughter, clutching his stomach, nearly rolled. Even concubine couldn't help but shed tears of laughter at the sight of Emperor Xiao's embarrassment. After laughing sufficiently, she wiped her eyes and playfully poked Chu Xiao's forehead. Were you deliberately provoking your father? You are too bold. Don't do this again in the future. Chu Xiao did not take concubine's words to heart at all. Although his father had many flaws, there was one thing: Chu Xiao was quite satisfied with. Emperor Xia had a broad mind and would not nitpick over trivial matters. Otherwise, Chu Xiao would not dare to act so recklessly in front of Emperor Xia. After the auction, Yuexin Studio gained fame throughout the capital, with those who bought treasures bragging everywhere about the high prices they paid. Zhou Qiming, who made a fortune, was even more pleased with himself. Even his father felt that his son had matured and entrusted Zhou Qiming with full control of Yuexin Studio. At this moment, Zhou Qiming was unaware that the joy he felt now would soon turn into great suffering. On this day, Chu Xiao left the palace and found Xiao Nen handing him a batch of glass mirrors crafted by the Ministry of Works. So do you have confidence in selling all these mirrors within a short time? Xiao Nen looked at the exquisite glass mirrors and nodded vigorously. Of course I have confidence. But big brother, are you really going to sell them for only 10 taels of silver? Outsiders won't know these are glass. We could easily sell these mirrors as Lioli mirrors for a sky-high price. Can you stop calling me big brother? We are not from the same generation. Chu Xiao rolled his eyes in annoyance. Ever since he helped Xiao Nen pay off his debts that day, Xiao Nen was determined to consider himself his younger brother, and no amount of persuasion from Chu Xiao worked. Also, there are many ways to make money. We are not limited to this. Besides, these glass mirrors were initially meant to fool Zhou Qiming. Don't you want to see him suffer? Recalling Zhou Qiming's arrogant demeanor these past few days, Xiao Nen nodded vigorously, saying, "True, I can't stand that guy's arrogant attitude. I have been eager to see him make a fool of himself." The next day, a large number of glass mirrors suddenly appeared on the market. These mirrors were not only beautiful, but also inexpensive, instantly becoming a sensation throughout the capital. Baiwei Restaurant, a well-known establishment in the capital. Today, Duke Suiyuan Xinping invited his friends for a banquet at the restaurant. During the meal, he took out the Lioli medicine Buddha statue that he had purchased for a hefty sum at Yuexin Studio a few days ago, inevitably showing off. "Gentlemen, what do you think of this treasure of mine?" Everyone gathered around, praising the statue. What a treasure! This is clearly a rare gem. Indeed, the craftsmanship is exquisite. Duke Suiyuan is truly fortunate. Hearing the praises, Duke Suiyuan's vanity was immensely satisfied, and he smiled until his eyes became slits. While everyone was complimenting him, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man walked in. Duke Suiyuan glanced up and immediately joked, "Duke Boang, you are late. Today you shall drink 3 cups as punishment." Duke Boang Ningxian nodded with a smile. "Apologies, everyone. I encountered a good item on the way here which delayed my time. Sorry. Upon hearing that Duke Baoang had a good item, Duke Suiyuan couldn't help but want to compare notes. "Oh, Duke Boang, what good item did you buy? Show us, let us have a look." Duke Baoang smiled as he took out a glass mirror, saying, "It's not a valuable item, but it's beautiful and inexpensive. I thought I'd buy it to please my wife." Upon seeing the glass mirror, Duke Suiyuan suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't this the Zeton Lioli mirror from the auction? If I remember correctly, this mirror was auctioned for 18,000 taels. How did this treasure end up in your hands?" "No, this is just a glass mirror. It looks similar to Lioli, but it's worthless. This mirror cost me only 10 taels of silver." Afterward, Duke Baoang suddenly looked at the Buddha statue in Duke Suiyuan's hand. After hesitating for a moment, he quietly said, "Duke Suiyuan, did you get this Buddha statue from Yuexin Studio?" Duke Suiyuan proudly nodded. "Yes, this treasure is quite good, right?" Duke Baoang pursed his lips and then said with difficulty, "Duke Suiyuan, there are some things I'm unsure if I should say, but if I do, I fear it might upset you." Duke Suiyuan frowned and said, somewhat displeased, "We are all brothers, just speak your mind." Duke Baoang took a deep breath and said seriously, "Duke Suiyuan, you have been deceived. The Buddha statue in your hand is not made of Lioli, but of glass. This glass in essence is just sand that has been burned and is worthless. Is the Buddha statue that you boast about all day made of worthless glass?" Upon hearing this from the Marquis of Boang, the first reaction of the Marquis of Suiyuan was disbelief. "How is that possible? Marquis Boang, do you have any evidence to support this claim? Looking at the glass mirror he had just bought, Marquis Baoang sighed. What evidence is needed? This news has already spread outside. Moreover, this mirror in my hand is proof. At that moment, Marquis Sui Yuan felt as if the sky had collapsed. The precious item he had spent a fortune on turned out to be nothing but sand that had been burned into shape. Thinking about how he had been showing off in the past few days, Marquis Sui Yuan felt so embarrassed that he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Being cheated out of so much money was not the most infuriating part for Marquis Sui Yuan. What he cared about most was that he had lost face. Damn it, I am going to smash the Yuexin studio right now. Furious, Marquis Sui Yuan immediately stood up holding the Buddha statue and stormed towards the Yuexin studio, ready to settle accounts with Zhou Qiming. Worried that Marquis Sui Yuan might get into trouble, Marquis Baoang and the others hurriedly followed him. When they arrived at Yuexin studio, they found it completely surrounded by people. Most of those who attended the auction were wealthy and influential of noble status. Now that they learned they had been deceived, not only had they lost money, but they had also lost face. Such a great humiliation could not be easily forgiven. At the entrance of Yuexin studio, the usually pampered and graceful nobles were ready, bringing their servants and attendants, continuously banging on the door, looking as if they would swallow the people inside alive. Behind the door, Zhou Qiming and the staff of Yuexin studio were using all their strength to brace against the door with their bodies. At that moment, Zhou Qiming's arms trembled slightly from exertion and his face was as pale as death, not showing a trace of color. When Zhou Qiming learned that the glass he had auctioned off was actually fake, just glass made from sand, he realized he had been severely deceived. Before he could think of a way to salvage the reputation of Yuexin studio, it was already surrounded by those frantic. At first, Zhou Qiming wanted to explain things to them, but these people were like madmen, giving him no chance at all, which made Zhou Qiming too afraid to go outside. He feared that if he did, he would be torn apart by them. Young master, what should we do? We can't just hide in here forever. Inside Yuexin studio, a staff member cried out, his voice trembling. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if the door couldn't hold. Zhou Qiming was already feeling very anxious, and upon hearing the staff's voice, he scolded sternly, what are you panicking for? We will figure it out. We are also victims here. Despite saying that, Zhou Qiming knew that this time he might really be doomed. Even if the outside world knew that Yuexin studio had also been tricked, it would be very difficult to restore its reputation. Zhou Qiming's heart was already filled with despair for the future. At this moment, the shouts and curses outside grew increasingly intense. Zhou Qiming, you fraud, come out and face us. Open the door. If you had the guts to deceive us, do you not have the guts to face us? Damn it, you'd better pray that you can stay hidden in there forever, or else if I catch you, I will make sure you don't live. The continuous curses made Zhou Qiming tremble involuntarily. Young master, if this continues, it won't end well. This door cannot hold much longer. Zhou Qiming was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and he couldn't think of any solution. Faced with the irrational customers, he felt utterly helpless. Soon the door could no longer withstand the pressure and made cracking sounds. Quickly cracks began to appear on the wooden door, and as the banging from outside grew louder, the cracks widened. The sturdy wooden door eventually collapsed, and the people outside surged in like a tide, surrounding Zhou. You little rascal, you have the audacity to use worthless glass to impersonate genuine glass and fool us. Marquis Sui Yuan, taking advantage of his tall stature, was the first to push through the crowd and confront Zhou Qiming. Without waiting for Zhou Qiming to explain, the enraged Marquis Sui Yuan kicked him hard, sending Zhou Qiming flying. Before Zhou Qiming could get up from the ground, he felt countless feet kicking him from behind, causing him to curl up on the ground and beg for mercy. I was wrong, I was wrong. This is all a misunderstanding. I was also deceived. Stop hitting me. If you keep hitting me, I might die. After what felt like an eternity, when Zhou Qiming's voice was almost hoarse from shouting, they slowly stopped, but they had no intention of letting him go easily. Zhou Qiming struggled to get up from the ground, his face bruised and battered, yet he still tried to bow and plead, everyone Yuexin studio is also a victim. I had no idea that the glass was fake. This is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Do you think we are 3-year-olds? Exactly. You caused us to lose face. Let me tell you, Yuexin studio will never have peace again. That's right, and you will have to refund our money. We don't want to be made fools of. Refund. Zhou Qiming's heart bled at those words. If he refunded, all the money earned from the auction, Yuexin studio would really be out of funds. Even worse, even if he lost money, it would be impossible for Yuexin studio to continue operating. Having offended so many nobles, Yuexin studio would surely be unable to maintain a foothold in the capital in the future. But could he dare not to refund? Clearly, Zhou Qiming did not have the courage. He knew very well that if he didn't refund, it would be very difficult for him to leave Yuexin studio alive. Although Yuexin studio is also a victim, we will refund the auction money in full. Additionally, to compensate for everyone's losses, we will refund an extra 10%. Upon hearing Zhou Qiming's words, the surrounding staff members were dumbfounded. Young master, have you lost your mind? We can't possibly come up with that much money. Shut up. Just do as I say. If we lack the money, we will pawn everything in Yusen Studio. We must satisfy these people, or else the loss will be more than just Yusen Studio. Zhou Qiming understood very well how powerful these nobles were. If they were not satisfied, they could easily make sure his entire family suddenly disappeared. To avoid such a fate, Zhou Qiming could only brace himself and propose compensation. Damn it, do you think I care about this little money? Marquis Sui Yuan, thinking about how he had been played for a fool by a merchant, could not suppress the anger in his heart. In his rage, he directly smashed the Buddha statue onto Zhou Qiming's arm. Marquis Sui Yuan had been a fierce warrior on the battlefield in his youth, and his strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. When he smashed it down, the Buddha statue shattered, causing Zhou Qiming to let out a piercing scream as he clutched his arm in pain, collapsing to the ground. Tisk tisk tsk. Zhou Qiming truly suffers a pitiful fate. Across from Yuexin Studio, Chu Xiao and Xiaonan sat in a private chamber of a wine house, observing the entire farce unfold from beginning to end. Xiaonan, elated by vengeance, sprang to his feet and poured Chu Xiao a cup of wine before chuckling. He got exactly what he deserved. Brother, you have no idea how despicable Zhou Qiming is. I've already investigated him. Countless others like myself have fallen victim to his deceit. This man abandoned honest enterprise to pursue crooked schemes. His present ruin is karmic retribution. Chu Xiao gave a slight nod and lifted his wine cup, sipping it gently. Soon after, they watched as Zhou Qiming returned every coin earned at the auction to his customers. Yet many remained unsatisfied, seizing their money only to order their underlings to raze Yuexin Studio to the ground. In moments, the elegant shop lay in ruins. Once the crowd dispersed, Chu Xiao set down his cup, rose, and said to Xiaonan, "Let's go. It's our turn to step onto the stage." The two strode together to Yuexin Studio's entrance. Inside, chaos reigned supreme. Exquisitely carved window lattices lay shattered into jagged fragments. Priceless porcelain was reduced to dust. Scrolls and calligraphy hung askew or sprawled across the floor, smudged with grime and trampled underfoot. Chu Xiao entered slowly, nudging shards of porcelain aside with his boot before strolling nonchalantly toward Zhou Qiming. "Young Master Zhou, how swiftly your fortunes have crumbled. We've scarcely parted for days, yet here you stand, battered and broken." Hearing that familiar voice, Zhou Qiming, beaten near senseless, twisted his ghastly face upward and dragged himself painfully off the floor. When he beheld Chu Xiao and Xiaonan standing before him, grinning with quiet amusement, Zhou Qiming let out a guttural shriek and lunged forward like a madman. Xiaonan reacted instantly. A thunderous kick to Zhou Qiming's chest sent the grievously wounded man flying backward, slamming hard against the wall before collapsing like a sack of rotten grain. "Filthy cur, dare not harm my elder brother." Xiaonan planted his hands on his hips, fierce and defiant, shielding Chu Xiao behind him. Each ragged breath seared Zhou Qiming's chest with agony. He sat slumped on the floor, hair wild, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Damn you! You dared deceive me. I curse you both to die wretched deaths." His words dissolved into a gurgling, incoherent sob. Chu Xiao folded his hands behind his back, surveying the wreckage with a faint, derisive chuckle. "Humph! Master Zhou, don't slander us so recklessly. When precisely did we ever deceive you?" Zhou Qiming lifted his venomous gaze, then leaned against the wall and staggered upright. "You passed off cheap glass as lapis lacquered crystal. That's fraud, plain and simple. Now, don't fabricate falsehoods. Reflect carefully from first word to last. I never claimed my wares were lapis lacquered crystal. You assumed it yourself. What bearing does that have on me?" Chu Xiao tilted his head, a playful glint in his eyes. Zhou Qiming froze, then strained his memory, retracing their earlier conversation, only to sink into despair. Chu Xiao had indeed never affirmed the crystal's authenticity. Silence. Then, a sharp wet cough. Zhou Qiming spat a torrent of crimson blood. Now, don't expire so easily. I still intend to strike another deal with you." Chu Xiao stepped forward, feigning concern, as he helped Zhou Qiming rise. Zhou Qiming bared blood-smeared teeth in a hollow, bitter laugh. "After what you've done to me, you still dare speak of business? Go to hell." But let's not be hasty." Chu Xiao brushed Zhou Qiming's chest lightly. "Yuexin Studio is doomed, yet this location holds exceptional value. How about this 3,000 taels and you hand over its deed to me? You'd exploit my misfortune. Dream on. 3,000 taels for Yuexin Studio. Why not just rob me?" "You misunderstand the situation entirely." Chu Xiao sighed, earnest and grave. "Your studio has offended too many. Your family will find survival in the capital impossible. Sell to me, take the silver, and start anew elsewhere. I'm offering you salvation, not exploitation." "Never." Zhou Qiming spat contemptuously onto the floor, lifting his chin coldly. "I'll never sell Yuexin Studio for a pittance." "You're mistaken," Chu Xiao replied, his smile, enigmatic voice unwavering. "No one else dares touch Yuexin Studio, not now. Test my claim yourself if you doubt me. But this offer expires today. If you refuse now, you'll beg me to buy it later, and I won't. Zhou Qiming, unsettled by Chu Xiao's certainty, felt a tremor of doubt creep into his chest. As Zhou Qiming hesitated, an elderly man entered Yuexin's studio, leaning heavily on a cane. No need to deliberate further. We accept the deal. Zhou Qiming looked up stunned. Father, what brings you here? The elder fixed him with a gaze layered with fury and sorrow. How could I stay away after such calamity? Zhou Qiming bowed his head, lips trembling. I'm sorry, father. Enough. Apologies change nothing. Skill defeats hubris, and I warned you long ago those underhanded tricks would exact their price. Yet you chose to ignore my counsel. Zhou Qiming opened his mouth, to protest, to plead, but found no words. Only a clenched jaw and a sigh heavy with despair. Having chastised his son, the elder turned calmly to Chu Xiao. Young master, you wield cunning beyond measure, manipulating my son as effortlessly as clay in your palms. Chu Xiao met the elder's gaze calm and unflinching, a faint smile playing at his lips. Does the elder intend to champion his son? No. I foresaw this day. All that transpired is his own doing, self-inflicted, inevitable. You offered to purchase Yuexin's studio. I grant consent on behalf of the family. Zhou Qiming raised his head, desperate. Father, don't agree. This is a disgraceful undervaluation. The elder struck his cane sharply against the floor, voice thick with disappointment. Foolish boy, still blind. Who among the capital's merchants would dare assume this liability after all the enemies you've made? Cowed by his father's wrath, Zhou Qiming fell silent, yet bitterness welled deeper within him. Without delay, the elder produced Yuexin Studio's deed and completed the transaction. From that moment, the studio belonged irrevocably to Chu Xiao. Having settled matters, the elder departed without lingering, guiding his grievously injured son into the elder brother. You're simply extraordinary. Not only did you exact justice upon Zhou Qiming, but you seized Yuexin Studio itself. Truly magnificent. Xiaonan gazed at Chu Xiao, eyes aglow with starstruck reverence. In all his life, he'd never admired anyone. Yet now he bowed inwardly to Chu Xiao, utterly awestruck. Elder brother, there's one thing I don't quite understand. Why on earth did you purchase Yuexin Studio? Its reputation has long since soured. Isn't this just throwing money away? Chu Xiao regarded Xiaonan's puzzled expression with a mysterious smile. Naturally, it's for business. But from now on, Yuexin Studio shall be renamed Qijian Pavilion. Xiaonan scratched his head. Business? Elder brother, as a prince, surely you're not short of funds. Chu Xiao shook his head in exasperated disappointment. Short. Of course I am. Next year you'll reach my comingafage ceremony, and most likely be enfeoffed as a prince and dispatched to my fiefdom. If I don't amass wealth beforehand, how shall I indulge in lavish pleasures once I'm stationed there? Xiaonan nodded thoughtfully. Elder brother, your foresight is profound. I truly admire you. Yet tell me, what sort of enterprise will Qijian Pavilion pursue? Chu Xiao crossed his arms and lifted his chin with quiet confidence. Tell me, what in this world is the easiest money to earn? Xiaonan tilted his head, pondering deeply, yet remained utterly baffled. The easiest wealth lies in the purses of women and children. I possess a creation called perfume. Once unveiled, it shall captivate noble ladies and refined young maidens alike. Yet as I cannot frequently leave the palace, I intend to entrust Qijian Pavilion's operations entirely to you. And rest assured, I shall not slight you. For every coin earned, you shall receive 1/10 as your share. At this, Xiaonan's face flushed with indignation. Elder brother, are you mocking me? Serving you is my heartfelt honor. Discussing profit would only tarnish. Chu Xiao studied Xiaonan with amused eyes. Are you certain? This pavilion shall yield you over 1,000,000 taels annually. Yet even that fails to stir your interest. How? How much? Xiaonan gaped, convinced he must have misheard. Did I not say earning wealth comes effortlessly to me? Qijian Pavilion shall soon dominate not merely the capital, but all of Xia. Its annual profits exceeding 10,000,000 taels. Should it fall short, I shall deem myself utterly incompetent. Xiaonan instantly flashed a fawning smile. I confess, I spoke too rashly just now. Please, elder brother, entrust Qijian Pavilion to me. I vow to manage it flawlessly. Very well. Begin by renovating the premises. Spare no expense. Qijian Pavilion must radiate opulence and grandeur at first glance. Xiaonan pounded his chest vigorously. Understood. Just watch. I'll handle everything impeccably. After parting ways with Xiaonan, Chu Xiao returned to the imperial palace and instinctively made his way to Ningxiang Palace for dinner. Seated at the dining table, Chu Xiao withdrew a lacquered wooden box from his robes. Auntie, I've redeemed the jade bracelet you once pawned. It has accompanied you for years. You must hold it dear. Consort's gaze softened as she beheld the jade bracelet she'd worn for decades. Warmth bloomed. Since its pawn, Consort Da had felt an unfamiliar hollowness at her wrist. Chu Xiao's thoughtful gesture moved her profoundly. What a good child. You've spent so much. Her eyes glistened as she accepted the bracelet without pretense. Refusing it would wound Chu Xiao's sincere affection. We're family. No need for such formalities. Besides, I have another gift for you. With that, Chu Xiao produced a small glass vial, crystalline, exquisitely crafted. Consort took the vial, curiosity dancing in her eyes. What is this? Perfume, he replied. A mere drop upon the skin suffuses the entire body with delicate fragrance. This jasmine-scented variant balances freshness with sweetness, elegant, refined, and perfectly suited to you. Consort eagerly uncorked the vial. The moment the seal broke, an enchanting, ethereal aroma unfurled through the air. Few women could resist the allure of carrying such fragrance upon their skin. Not even Consort nor Xiao Tao beside her, whose eyes now shimmered with longing. Without hesitation, Consort followed Chu Xiao's instructions, applying a whisper of perfume to her skin, and instantly felt enveloped in a gentle, lingering fragrance. Joy lit her features, a subtle upward curve graced her lips. Clearly, Chu Xiao's gift had delighted her beyond measure. Xiao Tao leaned close, inhaling deeply. Your Majesty, you smell absolutely divine. Even I, a mere maid, find myself drawn irresistibly near. Ninth Prince, where might one acquire such perfume? Might you kindly procure a bottle for me? I've saved diligently these past years. Chu Xiao chuckled. If Sister Xiao Tao desires it, consider it a gift. I've yet to release it publicly, for it is my own invention. Xiao Tao's eyes widened with reverent awe. Truly, Ninth Prince, you are truly a paragon of... Chu Xiao drew forth another vial. This one bears the scent of rose. But perfume is never freely given. Sister Xiao Tao must henceforth champion it wholeheartedly. I rely upon its success to fund my ambitions. Xiao Tao thumped her ample chest with vigor. Your Highness, rest assured, such a marvel shall enchant every consort in the palace. At that moment, the doors of Ningxiang Palace creaked open. Emperor Xia strode in, regal and commanding. Consort swiftly rose and bowed low. This humble consort greets your Majesty. The Emperor gestured lightly, then paused, inhaling sharply. Ah, Consort, do you smell exquisite? Her cheeks flushed as she murmured, does your Majesty approve? It is a gift from Prince Xiao. The Emperor drew a deeper breath. The captivating fragrance coiled around his senses, rendering his breathing heavy and slow. Though Consort had dwelled in the palace for many years, time had treated her with rare gentleness. Her innate beauty remained undimmed. Now, wreathed in that delicate, intoxicating aroma, her allure deepened, like a ripe, luscious peach holding the Emperor spellbound. I adore it, rumbled the Emperor, voice low and resonant. Then his narrowed gaze flicked toward Chu Xiao. The hour grows late. Why do you linger in Ningxiang Palace? Chu Xiao's lip twitched inwardly. So the old lecher's lust is aroused, and now I'm an unwelcome third wheel. He rolled his eyes, dared not disrupt the Emperor's intentions, and bowed deeply. This subject takes his leave. Whether spurred by the perfume's subtle magic or not, the Emperor's affection for Consort intensified markedly. He spent several consecutive nights within Ningxiang Palace. This shift swiftly drew notice among the other consorts, who whispered privately, seeking the secret behind Consort's renewed favor. Through Chu Xiao's deliberate promotion, the concept of perfume soon permeated the entire court. Learning that Consort's enchanting fragrance had rekindled the Emperor's devotion, the consorts grew restless, dispatching servants to trace the origin of this wondrous elixir. Especially those neglected consorts dreamed of seizing fortune, believing perfume might anchor the Emperor's heart and launch them into unprecedented prominence. The Yongshou Palace of the concubine was originally quite quiet, but ever since Emperor Xia spent several nights there, the other concubines in the palace have come to visit the concubine, subtly inquiring about the source of her perfume. To help Chu Xiao promote the reputation of the rare treasure pavilion, the concubine naturally spared no effort in publicizing it. During this period, the concubine, who usually did not enjoy socializing, frequently attended gatherings of the palace concubines, and each time she went, she would not forget to apply the perfume given to her by Chu Xiao. Every time the concubines caught a whiff of the refreshing fragrance emanating from the concubine, they couldn't help but feel envious. Even those who were not vying for favor could not resist the allure of the perfume. It is said that secrets cannot be kept in the palace. With so many concubines chasing after this perfume, its fame naturally reached the ears of the officials. Perhaps these officials did not pay much attention to it, but their wives or concubines, upon hearing that the perfume could help retain a man's heart, were eager to get their hands on it, and many have already sought connections to approach Chu Xiao, willing to pay a high price for a bottle. However, to enhance the reputation of the rare treasure pavilion, Chu Xiao did not release the perfume in advance. A month later, the rare treasure pavilion finally opened amid eager anticipation from many noble women. On the opening day, the rare treasure pavilion had not yet officially opened its doors, but outside it was already bustling with noise. Both the palace concubines and the noble women from the homes of officials had arranged for their servants to come early to snatch up the perfumes. As Xiaonan slowly opened the door of the rare treasure pavilion, it was as if a powder keg had been ignited, countless people immediately stirred, all eager to buy the perfume before anyone else. In an instant, shoving and arguing filled the air. Don't push, don't push. I was the first to line up this morning, you all should step aside. You think you arrived early? I was here at the hour of the tiger. You up front, let me in first, my master is the Marquis of Chu Xiao. Just as everyone was desperately trying to be the first to rush into the rare treasure pavilion, a maid dressed in green shouted with her hands on her hips. This maid was accompanied by several similarly dressed young servants who were pushing aside those at the front, attempting to let the maid go in first. Their actions instantly stirred public anger. A slightly plump middle-aged woman immediately became displeased. With an arrogant expression, she pushed the maid in front of her away and defiantly said, "What is a mere Marquis of Chu Xiao? My master is a duchess. How dare you stand before me?" As the crowd at the door grew larger, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the back of the crowd. "What's wrong with the duchess? You all step aside. My noble concubine is waiting for me to bring back the perfume. Don't waste my time." The crowd turned to see a young girl in a pink palace dress forcefully pushing through. Upon realizing she was a maid from the noble concubine's side, those who had been fighting for space just moments ago chuckled awkwardly and voluntarily made way. Seeing everyone being so considerate, the maid lightly flicked her silk handkerchief and walked to the front with a sense of superiority. At that moment, another maid with a rather cool demeanor rushed out from the crowd. "Is the noble concubine really that impressive? I am here on the order of the Empress. You all should step aside quickly." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone instinctively took a step back, and even the maid beside the noble concubine had to give way. No one wanted to provoke the Empress, who was the most esteemed woman in the world. Who would dare to stand in front of her? The young maid twisted her slim waist and gracefully walked from the back of the crowd to the front, not forgetting to cast a provocative glance at the noble concubine's maid. "Shopkeeper, bring out all your perfumes. The Empress said she wants every cent." Xiaonan awkwardly smiled at the young maid. "I am truly sorry, but today is the first day of the Rare Treasure Pavilion's opening. If our supply of perfumes is limited, so each person can only purchase one bottle." The young maid did not expect anyone would dare to disrespect the Empress, and her face instantly turned stern. "You have some nerve, eh? Do you dare to defy the Empress' orders?" Xiaonan forced a smile. He had no choice, as this rule was set by Chu Xiao. Before the opening, Chu Xiao had instructed him to create an impression that the perfume was extremely sought after and very high-end in order to attract more patrons. Moreover, one must not satisfy everyone's needs at once. The more scarce it is, the more it attracts people. This is known as hunger marketing. "I sincerely apologize, rules are rules." Seeing that mentioning the Empress had no effect, the young maid gritted her teeth, but ultimately swallowed her anger. "Very well, my mistress wants the rose-scented perfume. You hurry and bring it to me." Xiaonan immediately handed a beautifully packaged bottle to the young maid, saying, "It costs 100 taels. What did you say? For such a small bottle you want 100 taels. The young maid's voice involuntarily rose. Although the Empress would not mind this amount, the price was indeed shocking for an average person. Seeing the young maid questioning the price of the perfume, Xiaonan immediately explained seriously, "This price is already quite cheap. Today is the opening day of the Rare Treasure Pavilion, so all perfumes are half price. You must know that every drop of perfume is difficult to extract. To be honest, there are only 100 bottles of perfume available today in the Rare Treasure Pavilion, and the rest will have to wait." At this point, Xiaonan intentionally glanced at the young maid, saying, "If you find it expensive, you might want to think it over. Our Rare Treasure Pavilion conducts business transparently, without deceiving anyone." Upon hearing that there were only 100 bottles of perfume available today, the crowd immediately became restless. "What? Only 100 bottles? That's nowhere near enough for all of us." "Exactly. If I can't buy it today, my wife will definitely hit me." The young maid felt the value of the perfume in her hands immediately rise, and 100 taels didn't seem too expensive. "All right, no need to think it over. It's just 100 taels. My mistress won't mind it at all." The young maid quickly placed the money on the counter and left the Rare Treasure Pavilion with the perfume. The next second, countless people rushed to the counter, all arriving with a mission. No one wanted to leave empty. As the perfume dwindled, the people coming to buy became rougher, and some almost came to blows over a single bottle. In this atmosphere, within less than half an hour of the Rare Treasure Pavilion's opening, the 100 bottles that had been prepared were already sold out, yet there were still many people on site who had not bought any. "I'm doomed if I return empty-handed. I don't know how my mistress will punish me." "Who says otherwise? My mistress has been looking forward to this for a long time. If she's unhappy, I'll be in trouble." "Shopkeeper, you prepared too few perfumes. Can you think of a way to help us? It's hard to explain to our masters if we return empty-handed." Xiaonan looked at the crowd gathered at the counter and pressed his hand down firmly, signaling everyone to quiet. "Everyone, I understand your eagerness. Starting today, our Qijian Pavilion will accept pre-sales. You can deposit the money for the perfume here, and then you will receive a number tag. The perfumes we have each day will be prioritized for customers holding number tags. As soon as Xiaonan finished speaking, many people raised their hands and tossed their silver coins onto the counter. Hurry, hurry. Even if I can't buy the perfume, getting a number tag will at least allow me to report back. Don't push. Let me pay first. Get lost. Everyone else go to the back of the line and first. In just 10 minutes, the silver coins on the counter had piled up like a mountain. After finally sending off the first batch of customers, Xiaonan looked at the countless coins and couldn't help but smile foolishly. I've struck it rich. This is really getting rich. This is faster than robbing money. Meanwhile, today was the opening day of Qijian Pavilion, but Chu Xiao was not present at the scene. He had brought Yu Ting to the Duke of Dingwo's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Yu Ting stepped forward and gently knocked on the door of the Duke of Dingwo's residence. Soon the door opened a crack, and a servant peeked out asking, "Who are you?" Yu Ting glanced at the servant and said in a steady voice, "My master is the 9th prince. Hurry," and opened the door. Upon hearing that the 9th prince had arrived, the servant quickly opened the door and stepped out respectfully. This humble servant greets the 9th prince. "I apologize, but my master has gone out to visit friends today and has not yet returned." Chu Xiao nodded slightly and waved his hand dismissively. "No worries. I am not here to look for the Duke. Is your young lady at home?" Hearing that he was looking for Mu Jinli, the servant hesitated for a moment before honestly replying, "The young lady is at home. Your Highness, why not rest in the front hall for a while? I will go report to the young lady now." Chu Xiao nodded and followed the servant into the Duke of Dingwo's residence. When Mu Jinli, who was reading, heard that Chu Xiao was looking for her, she suddenly threw down her book and stood up to head for the front hall. However, after taking a few steps, she abruptly turned around and walked back to her room. After a while, Mu Jinli, now dressed differently, hurried to the front hall. "I greet the 9th prince." Once Mu Jinli arrived in the front hall, she made an effort to calm her excited heart and respectfully bowed to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao waved his hand, lightly smiling broadly. "Miss Mu need not be so formal." Mu Jinli looked up at Chu Xiao, her red lips slightly parted. "Call me Ali." Chu Xiao chuckled awkwardly. "Alright, Ali, do you remember that I owe you a mirror? I came specifically to present a gift today." After saying that, Chu Xiao glanced at Yu Ting, who immediately understood and hurriedly placed the box he was holding on the table. Chu Xiao opened the box and took out a beautifully crafted mirror, handing it to Mu Jinli. "Take a look and see if you like this style. If you don't, I can make another one for you." Mu Jinli gently touched the mirror's surface, then nodded vigorously. "I like it very much." No matter what Chu Xiao gave her, as long as it was from him, Mu Jinli would feel that she liked it. Seeing the joy in Mu Jinli's eyes, Chu Xiao continued to take out several small bottles from the box. "These are all perfumes I made. I don't know what kind of scent you like, so I brought all the perfumes with me." No matter what Chu Xiao gave her, as long as it was from him, Mu Jinli would feel that she liked it. Seeing the joy in Mu Jinli's eyes, "Heavens! I heard that even the Empress only has one kind of perfume. I didn't expect the 9th prince to be so kind to our young lady, giving her so many." The little maid, following Mu Jinli, opened her mouth wide in envy upon seeing so many perfumes. Hearing the maid's words, Mu Jinli felt Chu Xiao's favoritism towards her, and her heart swelled with joy. "Thank you." Mu Jinli's cheeks flushed, and she felt shy to look directly at Chu Xiao. Seeing Mu Jinli so happy receiving the gift, Chu Xiao couldn't help but smile. "There's no need to thank me. These are all worthless items. Ali, as long as you like them, that's enough." Mu Jinli walked over and sat beside Chu Xiao, her big eyes occasionally glancing at his neck. The pendant. Chu Xiao was taken aback before realizing that Mu Jinli was inquiring about the Pai Shou pendant she had given him. "Don't worry, I always keep the thing you gave me close to me." As he spoke, Chu Xiao took the pendant hanging from his neck out. Seeing this, Mu Jinli's usually cold face immediately broke into a radiant smile. Perhaps it was rare to see her smile so happily, and Chu Xiao couldn't help but be mesmerized. Feeling the heat in Chu Xiao's gaze, Mu Jinli shyly lowered her head. Chu Xiao then realized that staring at a girl like this was somewhat impolite, so he quickly changed the subject. "In 6 months, it will be the Qijiao festival. I hear the capital will be very lively that day. I've never seen it before. Ali, would you like to accompany me?" Upon hearing Chu Xiao's invitation, Mu Jinli's heart raced. The Qijiao festival, also known as the Qixi festival, is the day when the cowherd and weaver girl are said to meet on the Magpie Bridge. Chu Xiao inviting Mu Jinli out on this day made her subconsciously think more. What does the 9th prince mean by this? Is he expressing his feelings for me by inviting me to the Qijiao festival so far in advance? But it's so embarrassing, we've only met a few times. Should I agree or should I agree? Seeing Mu Jinli with her head down and not speaking, Chu Xiao felt that his invitation seemed a bit abrupt. He rubbed his nose awkwardly and said to him, "If Ali doesn't have time, then it's fine." Hearing this, Mu Jinli, afraid that Chu Xiao might misunderstand her, hurriedly replied, "Without thinking, I am willing. I won't agree." Just as Mu Jinli's words had not yet finished, Duke Mu Yuan entered with a darkened face. Damn it, he had been careless. Just going out to visit a friend almost resulted in his granddaughter being abducted. Duke Mu quickly walked up to Chu Xiao, glaring at him fiercely. "I apologize, 9th Prince Li particularly dislikes crowded places. Mu Jinli, seeing her grandfather acting on his own, immediately pouted and said angrily, I agreed. Duke Mu felt his heart break. How had his granddaughter's loyalties shifted so quickly? Li grandfather has something to discuss with the ninth prince. You should go back to your room and rest. Hearing her grandfather wanting to send her away, Mu Jinli stomped her foot unhappily, clearly unwilling to leave just like that. Seeing this, Duke Mu rarely put on a stern face towards Mu Jinli. Hurry up and be obedient. Ultimately, Mu Jinli could only leave with a look of resentment. After Mu Jinli left, Duke Mu took a deep breath and said solemnly to Chu Xiao, ninth Prince Li is particularly innocent. Regardless of your intentions, I do not wish for you to approach her. Moreover, ninth prince, you should know that I will not assist any prince. Chu Xiao was rendered speechless. Duke Dingwa, you don't actually think that this prince's friendship with Li is to win you over, do you? Duke Dingwa Mu Yuan squinted as he stroked his snow-white beard, subtly nodding. Chu Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically at Duke Dingwa. Duke Dingwa, you are overthinking this. This prince has no intention of contending for the throne. After next year, once I come of age, I will voluntarily submit a request to get my fief, so you don't need to be on guard against me like this. Hearing Chu Xiao's blunt declaration that he had no desire for the throne, Duke Dingwa scrutinized him with suspicion. Does the ninth prince truly think this way? As far as I know, His Majesty values you very highly. If you truly wish to contend for the throne, you might have a decent— Chu Xiao waved his hand nonchalantly. Duke Dingwa, you need not continue testing me. What good is being an emperor? Once I receive my fief, my life will not be worse than that of an emperor, and I won't have to worry about state affairs every day. Isn't that wonderful? Moreover, this prince is merely friends with Li, not in the kind of relationship you imagine. Seeing Chu Xiao's serious expression, Duke Dingwa secretly sighed in relief. Having navigated the political landscape for many years, Duke Dingwa naturally understood the great dangers of participating in the power struggle. Now that he only had Li as his descendant, he certainly did not wish to be dragged into it, fearing for Li's safety. All right, it seems I was overthinking this, Duke Dingwa said apologetically to Chu Xiao, just then noticing that the pendant around Chu Xiao's neck looked somewhat familiar. Ninth prince, that pendant of yours. Chu Xiao took out the pendant from around his neck without thinking much. This is the peacekeeping pendant Li gave me. Duke Dingwa's mouth twitched and his expression immediately turned sinister. Damn it. This pendant is Li's most treasured possession. Even he, as her grandfather, was not allowed to touch it. Now, Li had given the pendant to the ninth prince Chu Xiao. You say you're just ordinary friends. You're lying through your teeth. Get out. From now on, my Duke Dingwa mansion does not welcome you, your highness. Chu Xiao, bewildered, was kicked out of the house by Duke Dingwa. Wait, what's wrong with this old man? Why did he suddenly turn hostile? I don't think I've provoked him at all. Grumbling, Chu Xiao returned to his Zhaohua palace. As soon as he entered, he called out loudly to Kai Wei. Kai Wei, this prince is hungry. Hurry and prepare something to eat. Before Chu Xiao could finish speaking, he noticed an unexpected guest in his Zhaohua palace. Father, what are you doing here? Emperor Xia waved warmly at Chu Xiao as he saw him return. I was specially waiting for you to come back. Looking at the smile on Emperor Xiao's face, Chu Xiao instinctively sensed a hint of danger. He chuckled. You don't come to the Three Treasure Hall without a reason. Just say what you need to say, father. What reason? Do you think him such a mercenary person in your heart? Chu Xiao did not answer, but simply nodded vigorously. Emperor Xiao's eye twitched slightly, and his smile became somewhat unnatural. He invited Chu Xiao to sit down and diligently poured him a cup of hot tea. I heard that your Qixian pavilion has just opened, but is making a fortune every day. Chu Xiao's heart sank, secretly lamenting this old man suddenly brought this up. He wouldn't be targeting my— Chu Xiao, vigilant, pursed his lips and cleared his throat, replying. Rumors, father, where did you hear such rumors? Don't be fooled by the good business of my Qixian pavilion. That's all hard-earned money, and there isn't much profit at all. Emperor Xia gazed at Chu Xiao's earnest but nonsensical demeanor, smiling slightly, revealing a look of amusement. Oh, I didn't realize my son was so humble. A mere 1/4,000,000 taels in a single day, and you call that not much profit? The speed at which you accumulate wealth must have astonished many. Upon hearing Emperor Xia directly mention the earnings of Qixian Pavilion, a chill crept down Chu Xiao's back. This old man can't have been watching my Qixian Pavilion from the start, right? Otherwise, how would he know the earnings so well? Father, you are the ruler of a nation. My Qixian Pavilion is merely a small business. It shouldn't be worth— Emperor Xia feigned a look of deep sorrow and spoke in a somber tone. You are mistaken. Although I am the ruler of a nation, I am poor. Not only am I poor, but the national treasury is also empty. You know that there have been disasters everywhere recently. Just 7 days ago, a great flood suddenly struck Lingnan, causing countless citizens to be displaced, a tragic sight. I wish to provide disaster relief, but the treasury cannot spare any extra funds. I have not slept for 3 whole days because of this. As a prince, shouldn't you show some support? Good heavens, Chu Xiao couldn't help but exclaim internally. The mighty son of heaven actually lamenting poverty in front of him. What kind of world is this? He had just earned a little hard-earned money, and this shameless old man had set his sights on him. Is there really such a father in this world? Chu Xiao rubbed his temples vigorously. Since Emperor Xia was this thick-skinned, he surely wouldn't stop until he achieved his goal. Although Chu Xiao felt a bit pained, he could only grit his teeth and ask, "What do you think I should do to show my support, father?" Emperor Xia grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Naturally, the more the better. Chu Xiao extended 5 fingers, gritting his teeth, and said, "How about 500,000 taels?" Emperor Xia did not answer directly. Instead, he lowered his head with a worried look and began to mutter to himself. "Oh, the people of Lingnan are suffering. A single flood not only destroyed their homes, but also submerged the fields they rely on for survival. It is said that the local people are starving, and even tree bark and roots have become a luxury." Chu Xiao understood Emperor Xia's meaning all too well. He felt a headache coming on and extended another finger. 1,000,000 taels, this is all I can offer. The Qian Pavilion also needs money to operate, and if you are still not satisfied, there's nothing more I can do. When Emperor Xia heard this, the troubled expression on his face instantly turned to joy. He patted Chu Xiao's shoulder enthusiastically, finally revealing a satisfied expression. "My son cares for the people, it brings me great comfort." Having gotten what he wanted, Emperor Xia was ready to leave. "Wait, I've given so much, do I not deserve a word of praise from father?" Even Emperor Xia, who had thick skin, felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. "What does my son think I should reward you with?" "Father, you know that I need to personally oversee the Qian Pavilion's business, so I hope you can grant me the right to enter and exit the palace freely." Emperor Xia hesitated for a moment. To be honest, he was quite worried about whether Chu Xiao would lose control once he was allowed to leave the palace. However, the speed at which the Qian Pavilion accumulated wealth was also something Emperor Xia cared deeply about. Although the Qian Pavilion belonged to Chu Xiao, isn't the son still his as the father? If you round it up, isn't it the same as Chu Xiao helping him make money? Thinking this way, Emperor Xia nodded lightly. "All right, I agree. But I remind you, even if you leave the palace, you must not go to those places of ill repute. You are a prince, so remember to maintain your image." The prince's image indeed requires attention, but as long as no one knows he is a prince, isn't that enough? Not long after Emperor Xia had just left, Chu Xiao couldn't wait to drag Yu Ting out of the palace, hurrying to the brothel he had been longing for. "Yu Ting, do you know which brothel on Huajie is the best?" Upon hearing this, Yu Ting instantly wore an expression of an experienced man and said, "If we are talking about the best, it must be Yizue Pavilion." The girls in Yizue Pavilion are not only beautiful, but also excel in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. More importantly, the girls there know how to serve people well. As he spoke, Yu Ting's face revealed a nostalgic expression. However, Yizue Pavilion has one drawback: it's too expensive. Just ordering a pot of tea costs 1 or 2 silver coins. One would have to save half a year's salary to be qualified to visit Yizue Pavilion. Chu Xiao looked at Yu Ting with great interest. This guy usually gave the impression of being honest and stable, yet unexpectedly, he was quite lewd at heart. "It seems you are a regular at Yizue Pavilion, huh? You must have spent quite a bit there, right?" Yu Ting's old face flushed red, and he hurriedly explained, "Your Highness, you know we dark guards have no other skills, just that we are well informed. Everything I just mentioned was learned from others. I have never been to Yizue Pavilion, never." As soon as Yu Ting finished speaking, the two had already arrived at the entrance of Yizue Pavilion. The girl responsible for attracting customers immediately lit up upon seeing Yu Ting and hurried over to grab his arm. "Oh, isn't this you, Go? It's been a while since you last came. Qing'er has been missing you." Yu Ting was drenched in cold sweat, forcefully shaking off the beautiful girl's hand. He awkwardly glanced at Chu Xiao, saying, "Young master, let me explain." Chu Xiao waved his hand nonchalantly. "No need for explanations, we are all men, I understand." Yu Ting followed behind Chu Xiao, his face full of embarrassment, as they walked into Yizue Pavilion, known as the Brothel Paradise. As soon as they stepped into Yizue Pavilion, they were greeted by waves of laughter and the sound of silk and bamboo music. Raising their eyes, they beheld a scene of enchanting splendor. Yizue Pavilion truly lived up to its reputation as the most famous brothel. The decor was extravagantly luxurious, with smooth marble flooring and glistening glazed lamps hanging from above, while the walls were adorned with blush-inducing paintings of beautiful women. Chu Xiao stood at the entrance for a moment, observing, when an experienced matron swayed her slender waist over. "Oh, young master, you look unfamiliar. This must be your first visit to Yizue Pavilion. Would you like me to introduce you to our girls?" Chu Xiao shook his head. "No need, I just want to browse around for now." After sending the matron away, Chu Xiao noticed a crowd gathered around the central stage in the hall. With a mind to join the excitement, Chu Xiao and Yu Ting squeezed into the crowd. "Yu Ting, don't you feel that person up ahead looks a bit familiar?" As Chu Xiao approached the stage, he immediately spotted someone who shouldn't be there. Following Chu Xiao's pointing finger, Yu Ting glanced over, and with just one look he trembled all over. "That, We must have mistaken someone, young master. How about we head back? This place is not suitable for us. Chu Xiao shot Yu Ting a disdainful glance, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. What are you afraid of? This old man always warns me not to come to places of indulgence, yet he himself frequents them more than anyone. With such a handle on him, let's see if he still has the face to lecture me in the future. Ah, young Master Huang, you came at just the right time. Today is the day of our courtesan Hongxia's debut. Hongxiao has set 3 challenges. Ah, young Master Huang, you came at just the right time. Today is the day of our courtesan Hongxia's debut. Hongxiao has set 3 challenges. Whoever can win the first prize today will get to spend a night with her. Young Master Huang, you are so talented. Perhaps the one to win the first prize today will be you. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia's face immediately showed signs of interest. Miss Milan, I have visited Itsue Pavilion multiple times, yet I have never had the chance to meet Hongxiao. It seems today is truly fortuitous. Fortuitous? What good is that? With this young master here, only I can win Hongxia's heart. As Emperor Xia and Mulan turned to look, they saw a middle-aged man approaching them with a provocative expression. Mulan cautiously tugged at Emperor Xia's sleeve. Young Master Huang, this Yin Xiao was embarrassed by you last time. Today, he probably comes with ill intentions, so be careful. I have heard that Yin Xiao is the son of the criminal department's deputy minister Yin Yanci. We cannot afford to offend. Emperor Xia snorted coldly, not putting this Yin Xiao in his eyes at all. If it weren't for the need to conceal his identity, a mere son of a deputy minister would be nothing in front of him. No worries, just a clown trying to show off. It was uncertain whether Emperor Xia did this on purpose, but his words just happened to reach Yin Xiao's ears. Being called a clown, Yin Xiao, who already had a grudge against Emperor Xia from their previous encounter at Itsue Pavilion, immediately became furious. Huang, last time you made me lose face, but I am not convinced. Do you dare to compete again today? Emperor Xia raised an eyebrow, slightly asking disdainfully, how do you want to compete? Let's see who can become Hongxia's guest of honor. The loser must kneel and bow 3 times to the winner in front of everyone. Do you dare or not? Emperor Xia hesitated a bit. It wasn't that he lacked confidence, but he felt this Yin Xiao was not worthy of competing with him. Seeing Emperor Xia hesitate, Yin Xiao thought he was afraid and immediately began to mock. Huang, weren't you quite arrogant before? Why have you turned into a coward now? Even a clay figurine has some temper. Provoked by Yin Xiao, Emperor Xia immediately waved his sleeve and said, fine, let's compete. Just remember, if you lose, don't go back on your word. Yin Xiao laughed heartily. Lose? How could I possibly lose? I came fully prepared today. Seeing Yin Xiao so confident, Emperor Xia felt something was off and quickly turned to Milan beside him, asking, Miss Milan, do you know what the 3 challenges set by Hongxiao are? Milan promptly replied, the first challenge is to play the qin, the second is poetry, and the third is painting. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia's expression changed. While he was somewhat confident in poetry, when it came to playing the qin, he couldn't say he was good. He was utterly clueless. Emperor Xia suddenly regretted agreeing to the competition with Yin Xiao. He couldn't even bear to imagine how embarrassing it would be if he lost today. If it came to the worst, he could just reveal his identity when he lost. Although it was shameless, it was better than actually having to bow. Just as Emperor Xia was preparing for the worst, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Old Deng, I think you need help right. Hearing a familiar voice from behind, Xia Huang's body suddenly stiffened. He turned his head with a guilty conscience, praying in his heart not to encounter an acquaintance. However, when Xia Huang turned around, he saw Chu Xiao's smiling face appear before him, and at that moment his anxious heart finally relaxed. This is bad. That rascal Lao Jiao has caught hold of my weakness. Ahem, you must have mistaken me for someone. Xia Huang covered his face with his sleeve, attempting to evade the situation. But how could Chu Xiao let him off? Chu Xiao stepped forward, directly hooking his arm around Xia Huang's neck, leaning close to his ear, and whispering, oh, pretending not to know me. If I remember correctly, Your Majesty, you are completely clueless about music. So are you waiting to bow and admit your mistakes later? Seeing that there was no way to escape, Xia Huang decided to stop pretending. Still gloating. Do you have any way to help me win this round? Seeing Xia Huang needing his help, Chu Xiao confidently patted his chest. Don't worry, it's a sure win. With that, Chu Xiao revealed a mischievous smile. Xia Huang gave him a suspicious glance, alarm bells ringing in his heart. You never do anything without a profit. What do you want in return for helping me? Hey, Your Majesty, how can you look at me like that? We are father and son. I could never just stand by and watch you be humiliated. Xia Huang did not believe a single word of Chu Xiao's, but the immediate priority was to find a way to win the upcoming contest, otherwise he could not afford to lose face. The two of them whispered for a long time, and the nearby Mo Lan, seeing how close this suddenly appeared young man was to young Master Huang, curiously asked, Young Master Huang, who is this young man? Just as Chu Xiao was about to answer, Xia Huang quickly covered his mouth, blurting out, This is my half-brother. Half-brother? Why does that sound so strange? Chu Xiao looked at Xia Huang with amusement, thinking that this old man even dared not to acknowledge his own son. Could it be that in this Yi pavilion, he had created a single persona for himself? What a mess this is. Xia Huang was so embarrassed that he didn't dare to look at Chu Xiao's expression, his toes gripping the shoe sole tightly, wishing he could dig a whole courtyard out. At that moment, the old madam of Yi pavilion swayed her waist onto the stage. Xia Huang hurriedly changed the topic, raising an eyebrow at Chu Xiao. The contest is about to begin. You better not mess up. Could you have a little faith in me? With me around, nothing will go wrong. After the old madam stepped onto the stage, she didn't say much and directly announced the start of the first round of the contest. As soon as the old madam finished speaking, someone rushed up to the stage. In the center of the stage was a beautifully crafted guqin, and that person sat down and began to play their prepared piece. I must say, although many participated in the contest, most of the pieces played were quite standard without any highlights, barely passing. Just like that, one person after another took the stage to perform. The audience occasionally erupted into scattered applause, but it did not create much of a stir. Just when everyone was getting somewhat fatigued by the performances, Yin Xiao, who had a grudge against Xia Huang, slowly walked onto the stage, sat in front of the guqin, adjusted his collar, and then raised his head to throw a provocative glance at Xia Huang. Yin Xiao had long been infatuated with the courtesan Hong Xiao. Upon learning that she was about to get married, he bribed the maid of Yi pavilion and learned in advance what the contest would entail. As a result, he had been preparing hard for this day, which made him appear particularly confident. Yin Xiao gently placed his hands on the strings of the guqin, and a melodious tune arose, causing the audience to be momentarily stunned. The piece played by Yin Xiao was soothing and elegant, like a gentle stream, gradually calming the previously noisy Yi pavilion. In a box on the second floor, a young maid, upon hearing Yin Xiao's performance, couldn't help but walk barefoot to the window and say to the courtesan Hong Xiao, who was dressed in red and tall, "Miss, this young man's playing is truly delightful. Indeed, it is quite good. This person is skilled and his emotions are perfectly captured. He is much better than those who performed before." Not long after, as Yin Xiao finished, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Yin Xiao basked in the praise, his gaze sweeping towards Xia Huang in the audience. "Young master, Huang, it's your turn to perform now." Although Xia Huang didn't understand music, he could discern good from bad. From the cheers surrounding him after Yin Xiao's performance, he realized that this guy's guqin skills were quite impressive. He glanced at Chu Xiao anxiously and whispered, "So do you still have confidence now?" Chu Xiao did not respond, but directly strode onto the stage. Seeing Xia Huang not moving, Yin Xiao frowned and taunted, "Young master Huang, have you already decided to concede?" Xia Huang could not stand Yin Xiao's arrogant demeanor. Hearing his words, he feigned calmness and replied, "You aren't worthy of me taking action myself. If you can defeat him, then I will concede." Yin Xiao cast a glance at Chu Xiao on stage, noticing his young age, and became even less concerned. You said that I don't backtrack when you lose. If I won't go back on my word." Xia Huang sneered. "All right, let me see just how capable this young man is." Yin Xiao said this and disdainfully shook his head, then found a chair to sit down and prepared to watch how Chu Xiao would embarrass himself next. To be honest, Xia Huang also didn't know how good Chu Xiao's guqin skills were, but now he could only choose to trust him. After Chu Xiao prepared on stage, he took a deep breath and began his performance. The sound of Chu Xiao's guqin was soft and gentle, as if a breeze was sweeping across the lake's surface. The guests below did not believe that this young man could perform well in guqin skills. But when Chu Xiao's music began, those people immediately felt a pang of discomfort. His playing transported listeners into an endless desert, witnessing a flock of wild geese freely soaring in the sky. Many instinctively started to clap, but soon their companions silenced them. Such an enchanting tune could not be disturbed by applause, otherwise it would be a desecration of the piece. At first, Yin Xiao felt confident he would win, but as he listened, sweat began to bead on his forehead. He perked up his ears to carefully listen to Chu Xiao's performance, confirming that he had never heard this piece before and was even more shocked. This young man was not only extraordinary in guqin skills, but had even possibly composed his own piece. If that were the case, he might be in serious trouble today. In a box on the second floor, the courtesan Hong Xiao, who had been leaning against the bed, couldn't help but walk barefoot to the window upon hearing Chu Xiao's music. Hong Xiao quietly opened a crack, and through the gap, she saw Chu Xiao, whose expression was focused and handsome, a flicker of unusual emotion flashing in her eyes. In her gaze there was admiration, curiosity, and even a hint of an unacknowledged fluttering of her heart. As the melody played by Chu Xiao came to an end, the venue fell into a momentary silence, only to erupt into thunderous applause and cheers, the sound nearly lifting the roof of the Yi pavilion. Yin Xiao looked at the fervent expressions of those around him, wishing he could find an opportunity to slip away right then. He had thought he was well prepared, but unexpectedly a Cheng Yaojin appeared out of nowhere, stealing his thunder. Chu Xiao stood up and gave a slight nod to the guests below, preparing to descend from the stage, when at that moment a voice as clear as a oriole suddenly rang out from the second floor box. "Young master, please wait." This voice instantly captured everyone's attention, and they all looked up to see a crack open at the window on the second floor, revealing half of a face obscured from view. Although only a glimpse of her appearance could be seen, the entire hall began to stir. It's the courtesan Hong Xiao. That's the voice of Miss Hong Xiao. I will never forget it in my life. People whispered to each other, their eyes filled with heat and excitement as they gazed towards the windowsill. Hong Xiao, as Itsue Pavilion's courtesan, was renowned throughout the capital. Hong Xiao was exceptional in her talents, being proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, with dance skills that captivated countless souls. The nobles and literati of the capital would spend lavishly just to catch a glimpse of her. Unfortunately, due to her proud personality, she rarely met with outsiders. It was unexpected for her to speak out today, which was thrilling. Chu Xiao turned his gaze towards the windowsill along with the crowd. Although he could not see the complete visage of the courtesan Hong Xiao, simply hearing her voice was enough to stir his heart. What advice does Miss Hong Xiao have for me? Upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, a hint of shyness appeared on Hong Xiao's face. Fortunately, the window shielded her, preventing others from witnessing this enchanting moment. Does the piece you just played have a name? Hong Xiao's voice was soft, laced with a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. Chu Xiao smiled lightly and replied in a calm tone, "This piece is titled Pingsha Luoyan." Pingsha Luoyan. Hong Xiao softly murmured, then mustered her courage to say, "The name is beautiful, and your performance was even more enchanting." Upon hearing Hong Xiao's praise for Chu Xiao, the guests in the hall couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy. Why should this fellow be worthy of Miss Hong Xiao's praise? Just because he played the piece a bit well and looks handsome. Chu Xiao could sense the jealousy in the gazes directed at him, but he remained unconcerned, quietly standing in place with a faint smile on his face. Seeing Chu Xiao remain so composed in her presence made Hong Xiao admire him even more. She had encountered many people in Itsue Pavilion, and those who faced her often displayed extreme excitement, with eyes revealing unabashed desire and greed. Such looks filled Hong Xiao with disgust. But now Chu Xiao's calm demeanor felt like a refreshing stream, causing her heart to beat wildly. "Did you compose this Pingsha Luoyan yourself? I have some knowledge of music scores, yet I've never heard this piece before." Chu Xiao shamelessly nodded. "Indeed, this piece was composed by me." Upon hearing Chu Xiao's answer, admiration began to show in Hong Xiao's gaze. Such youth, yet able to compose such a piece, his talent was sufficient to leave up. Upon hearing Chu Xiao's answer, admiration began to show in Hong Xiao's gaze. Such youth, yet able to compose such a piece, his talent was sufficient to leave others in awe. After Chu Xiao's performance concluded, those who had originally intended to take the stage were quickly dissuaded, as no one wanted to humiliate themselves. The madam, seeing this, strutted back onto the stage, smiling as she glanced at the guests, then pointed at Chu Xiao below, announcing, "The winner of this first round is this young master. Do any of you have objections?" Although everyone was envious of Chu Xiao, no one stood up to object. At this moment, Yin Xiao, hearing the madam's words, bowed his head, hoping to quietly leave, while everyone's attention was on Chu Xiao. But just as he turned around, he heard the voice of Xia Huang from behind. "Where does young Master Yin think he's going? Are you planning to sneak away?" Caught in the act by Xia Huang, Yin Xiao turned around in anger and embarrassment. "Who is sneaking away? Stop talking nonsense. I just want to stretch my legs." "Is that so? Then shouldn't you prepare to kneel and admit your mistake?" Xia Huang asked with hands on hips, his tone filled with expectation. Yin Xiao's face turned red. If he had to kneel in front of so many people, how could he ever face anyone? Why the rush? Our bet was on who can become Miss Hong Xiao's esteemed guest. It's only the first round. There are still 2 more rounds to go. Yin Xiao knew that anyone could win today, but Xia Huang and Chu Xiao absolutely could not continue winning, otherwise his wager was as good as lost. All right, it seems you are still not discouraged, so I will make you convinced." Having already won the most challenging musical performance, Xia Huang was filled with confidence for the next 2 rounds. Writing poetry. Xia Huang thought of the poetry collection Chu Xiao had presented on New Year's Eve, and he wondered how Chu Xiao could possibly lose. As for painting, if Chu Xiao's skills were lacking, Xia Huang believed he could easily defeat Yin Xiao. Seeing that no one objected to the winner of the first round, the madam announced the start of the second round. The second round will be a poetry competition using Miss Hong Xiao as the theme. Whoever can move Miss Hong Xiao with their poem will win this round. Confident in Chu Xiao, Xia Huang graciously gestured for Yin Xiao to go first. "Go ahead, otherwise I fear you might not even have the courage to compete." Facing Xia Huang's provocation, Yin Xiao shot him a fierce glare before stepping onto the stage. A table with the 4 treasures of the study was placed on the stage. Without thinking too long, Yin Xiao quickly began to pen down the beautiful poem he had prepared in advance. Xia Huang didn't even glance at Yin Xiao on stage. Instead, he gently nudged Chu Xiao with his elbow. "Kid, make sure to humiliate him thoroughly next, and don't give me any face. With your poetic talent, it should be easy to win this round, right? It's time for me to shine in front of everyone again." Sometimes I really wish I could be less ostentatious. Yin Xiao on the stage was still unaware that Chu Xiao, whom he was eager to defeat, did not regard him as a rival at all. At this moment, he wore a satisfied expression as he handed over the beautiful poem he had written to the brothel keeper beside him. The brothel keeper took the paper with a barely perceptible nod. Hair like flowing ink cascades down, eyes holding autumn's dew, a sentiment hard to dispel. Uncertain if the painting captures the fairy's grace, it seems a celestial being descends from the azure sky. The lines written by Yin Xiao made those nearby nod repeatedly. Even the Emperor of Summer admitted that this young dandy indeed had some talent. If it weren't for Chu Xiao, he might actually have a chance to win this bout. Unfortunately, the Emperor of Summer still had a formidable presence by his side. After finishing his writing, Yin Xiao purposely walked up to the Emperor. Will you be the one to participate, or will this young brother beside you take the stage? The Emperor of Summer gently patted Chu Xiao's shoulder, looking at Yin Xiao through his nostrils. I said it, you are not worthy of my personal intervention. At these words, Yin Xiao's expression darkened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Out of the corner of his eye he glanced at the quietly standing Chu Xiao, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. Just moments ago Chu Xiao had bested him in the competition of musical skills, but he couldn't believe that this young man who was yet to reach his 20s could not only excel in music, but also surpass him in poetry. If it was merely luck on his part, he happened to encounter his strong suit. I refuse to believe he can truly write a poem better than mine. Yin Xiao straightened his posture defiantly, his eyes filled with stubbornness. His words nearly made the Emperor of Summer laugh out loud. While others were oblivious to Chu Xiao's strength, the Emperor of Summer was fully aware. I hope you can maintain such confidence later on. The Emperor cast a sympathetic glance at Yin Xiao before signaling Chu Xiao to prepare to take the stage. Chu Xiao stepped forward, revealing a simple, honest smile. In the box on the second floor, Hong Xiao caught sight of Chu Xiao preparing to take the stage again, instantly showing great interest. She stretched her fair neck as far as she could, but unfortunately the distance was too great, and she could only see that Chu Xiao had not contemplated at all. Upon taking the stage, he directly picked up the brush and began to write. Hong Xiao was very curious about what kind of poem Chu Xiao would produce. Moreover, she had secretly decided that as long as Chu Xiao's writing wasn't terrible, she would choose him as the victor of this round. In the hall below, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Chu Xiao on stage. Some wore expressions of anticipation, while many others expressed disdain. Like Yin Xiao, they could not believe that a young man like Chu Xiao could once again astonish everyone with his talent. Soon Chu Xiao set down the brush in his hand, then picked up the paper and gently blew on it before satisfiedly handing it to the brothel keeper beside him. The brothel keeper respectfully accepted it, but her face soon contorted as if she were suffering from constipation. Damn, this young man is so handsome, yet why are his characters so ugly? Chu Xiao noticed the brothel keeper's expression and guessed that she was dissatisfied with his handwriting. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. In his previous life, he had hardly studied calligraphy, and since arriving here, he hadn't put in much effort, so his writing was indeed a bit embarrassing. Seeing the disdain on the brothel keeper's face, Yin Xiao speculated that it must be because Chu Xiao's poem was too poor, and his confidence immediately surged. Haha, it seems this young brother has no talent for poetry. But that's okay, losing to me is not embarrassing. Yin Xiao took Chu Xiao's words as him putting on a brave front, and he continued to provoke. Young brother, since you're still not convinced, why not let the brothel keeper read your poem? Yin Xiao took Chu Xiao's words as him putting on a brave front, and he continued to provoke. Young brother, since you're still not convinced, why not let the brothel keeper read your poem aloud, and let everyone evaluate it? Everyone chimed in, eager to hear what Chu Xiao had written that could elicit such a reaction from the brothel keeper. At this moment, the brothel keeper also looked down at the paper in her hands, and upon seeing it, her previously disdainful expression transformed into one of astonishment. The brothel keeper's eyes widened as she stammered for a long time, unable to utter a complete sentence. This poem. Yin Xiao still thought the brothel keeper couldn't read it due to its poor quality, so he laughed. Young brother, even the brothel keeper despises your poem. I suggest you stop embarrassing yourself here. As Yin Xiao's words fell, those around couldn't help but laugh. Hong Xiao, hiding behind the window, puckered her delicate red lips slightly. Why is this person so annoying? At this moment, the brothel keeper regained her composure. Hearing Yin Xiao's words, she hurriedly shook her head vigorously, directly interrupting his voice. No, this poem is excellent, so good that I don't even know how to describe it. The brothel keeper's words immediately raised suspicions from Yin Xiao. He doubted whether the brothel keeper understood poetry appreciation. Otherwise, why would she elevate a young man's poem to such heights? I don't believe it. Is this brothel keeper deliberately biased in his favor? The brothel keeper wanted to explain, but unwilling to back down, Yin Xiao swiftly approached her, snatched the paper from her hands. I want to see what's so good about this poem. Yin Xiao looked at the poem written by Chu Xiao and started reading it aloud. Clouds long for clothing, flowers yearn for beauty, the spring breeze brushes the railing, the dew is thick. if not for seeing atop the mountain of jade, would meet under the moon at the Yao platform. As Yin Xiao's voice echoed throughout the hall, those who had just mocked Chu Xiao for overestimating his abilities were now wide-eyed in astonishment. Their expressions transformed from disdain to disbelief. The entire venue fell silent, and Hong Xiu, hiding behind the window, naturally heard the poem that Chu Xiao had written. She gently touched her rosy cheeks, unable to help but murmur, "Young master, am I really as beautiful as you've written?" Hong Xiu bit her red lips lightly, her big watery eyes fixed on Chu Xiao below the stage, her heart racing uncontrollably. "This poem is simply too good." Among the crowd, someone broke the silence, first exclaiming and then like a spark it instantly ignited the emotions of those around. Indeed, to hear such exquisite verses today is truly a stroke of fortune. A middle-aged man dressed as a scholar slapped his thigh vigorously, nearly bruising it. The word choices, the imagery, simply exceptional. I believe we can announce the result right now. With such a poem as a precedent, no one would dare to step up and embarrass. Hearing the praise from the crowd, Chu Xiao silently approached the now dazed Yin Xiu. "You still have a long..." Yin Xiu's face twitched. He wanted to retort loudly, but thinking of the gap between him and Chu Xiao, he opened his mouth, and in the end it only turned into a sigh. "You, what are you so proud of? There's still the third round. I refuse to believe you can beat me again." Yin Xiu shook his sleeves, trying to appear carefree, though a hint of stubbornness and defiance lingered. "To be honest, my greatest talent is painting, and my skills have been recognized by many masters in the art world." Without waiting for the brothel keeper to announce the start of the third round, he walked straight to the table, laid out the paper, and picked up a brush to showcase his artistry. Seeing this, Chu Xiao waved at Yu Ting, who immediately jogged over to him. After a short while, Yu Ting hurried back, holding several pieces of charcoal of varying thickness, still not complete. Yu Ting carefully placed the charcoal on the table, then respectfully stepped back. Chu Xiao picked up one of the thinner pieces, took a deep breath, and looked up toward the window on the second floor. At that moment, he recalled the alluring pose of the courtesan Hong Xiu leaning against the window, revealing half of her face. He closed his eyes, imprinting every detail and charm firmly in his mind. When Chu Xiao reopened his eyes, he hesitated not at all, laying out the rice paper and using the charcoal to sketch the general likeness of the maiden Hong Xiu. As the charcoal scratched across the paper, Chu Xiao gradually immersed himself in his own world. Below, the guests watched in disbelief as he used charcoal as a brush, whispering among themselves. "What is he doing? I have no idea. I've never seen anyone use charcoal as a brush before. I think he's just trying to show off, knowing he's already lost, and is now just letting loose." Though most felt Chu Xiao's actions resembled self-sabotage, many still supported him, due to his brilliant performances in the previous two rounds. "I think you shouldn't jump to conclusions. This young man doesn't seem like the type to act recklessly. Exactly, he might have the ability to turn the mundane into the extraordinary. I believe this young man is exceptional." Hearing the ongoing discussions, Emperor Xia too stretched his neck in curiosity to see what Chu Xiao was. Why use charcoal instead of a proper brush? What is he doing? Showing off? After about half an hour, Yin Xiu was the first to put down his brush. He looked at his carefully crafted painting, his face brimming with confidence. Yin Xiu beckoned to the attendants of the Itsue pavilion, and immediately two servants respectfully approached the stage. At Yin Xiu's gesture, they carefully lifted the painting high, presenting it to the crowd. The guests' gazes were instantly drawn to the painting. Yin Xiu's work vividly captured the decorations of the Itsue pavilion hall and the attendees, bringing them to life on the canvas. Every detail of the Itsue pavilion was etched with precision. The guests depicted were diverse and some were raising their cups in cheer, others engaged in quiet conversations, and even a sleepy attendant in the corner was captured by Yin Xiu and included in the painting. I thought Yin Xiu was just boasting, but his painting skills are truly remarkable. Indeed, this technique is divine. I don't think it's any less than those created by the masters. It seems the outcome of this competition is already clear. Yin Xiu is sure to win. The voices around made both Yu Ting and Emperor Xia frown in dissatisfaction. "Don't be so quick to judge, my young master hasn't finished yet." Yu Ting scolded those who doubted Chu Xiao. Emperor Xia nodded in agreement, saying, "True, Yin Xiu's painting is indeed excellent, but I don't believe he can win." Naturally, Yin Xiu heard Emperor Xia's words as he stood on stage. "How do you think a few pieces of charcoal can outdo me? That's simply a pipe dream. That kid is just putting on. You'll find out soon enough whether it's a show or not." At that moment, Chu Xiao finally stopped his movements. Seeing that he had finished, Yin Xiu arrogantly turned away and boasted, "Quick, show your painting to everyone. I refuse to believe you can win me again this time." Chu Xiao said nothing further and simply held up his sketch high. The guests fell silent immediately. All eyes were captivated by the portrait, as they had never seen such a vividly realistic style. In this era dominated by vibrant colors, Chu Xiao's sketch brought an unprecedented visual shock to everyone. The guests gazed at the courtesan Hong Xiu in the portrait, her shy expression and alluring demeanor were almost indistinguishable from reality, as if she were about to step out of the painting. My goodness, to create such a realistic image with just a few pieces of charcoal is simply miraculous. This portrait is truly one of a kind. Oh, I've seen hundreds of masterworks in my life, yet this painting leaves the deepest impression on me. You people with no discernment who said just now that this young master would surely lose can all keep quiet now, right? Both the cultured gentlemen and wealthy nobles present gave high praise to Chu Xiao's sketch. Seeing that everyone acknowledged Chu Xiao's painting as superior, the brothel keeper promptly announced that Chu Xiao was the winner of this competition. Chu Xiao understood that his victory this time was not solely due to his painting skills, but because everyone had grown accustomed to expressive styles, making his sketch feel fresh and stunning. In a way, he had taken advantage of the situation. But winning was still a good thing. After hearing the praises directed at Chu Xiao, Yin Xiao felt a shiver run through him. He hadn't expected to lose so badly in his prideful painting skill. Haha, Yin Xiao, do you have anything to say now? Emperor Xia felt elated seeing Chu Xiao perform so brilliantly, almost wanting to sing in joy. Yin Xiao, his face grim, gritted his teeth. Losing so thoroughly made him want to find a hole to hide in. I am willing to accept defeat. Yin Xiao clenched his fists, wishing he could slap himself. Why did he have to propose the bet? It was like shooting himself in the foot. He wanted to back out, but nearly everyone present knew about his bet with Emperor Xia, so he couldn't escape it even if he wanted to. Bow your heads. Bow your heads. Bow your heads. The guests, seeing Yin Xiao still hesitating, shouted loudly. This showed how poorly Yin Xiao was regarded. In the past, he had often looked down on others due to his status and a bit of talent, humiliating many, and now seeing him face defeat, many applauded loudly. Amid the crowd's jeering, Yin Xiao shot a fierce glare at Emperor Xia, then shamefully knelt before him. Bang! Yin Xiao perfunctorily knocked his head 3 times before covering his face and fleeing the Itsue pavilion in a hurry. After today, he probably wouldn't dare show his face here again. Just after Yin Xiao had left the Yakij in a fluster, Hong Xiao's maid hurriedly rushed downstairs and made an inviting gesture towards Chu Xiao. This young master, my young lady, requests your presence. Wow! The guests exclaimed in envy, their eyes filled with jealousy as they looked at Chu Xiao on the stage. The courtesan Hong Xiao is indeed the star of Yakij. Countless men have been captivated by her over the years, yet no one has ever entered her private chamber. Now this lucky Chu Xiao has been invited by Hong Xiao, and every man present would gladly take his place. Ignoring the gazes around him, Chu Xiao approached Xia Huang and gently nudged his arm. Aren't you curious about how beautiful this Hong Xiao is? Would you like to join me for a look? Xia Huang snorted dismissively. Who cares? After saying that, Xia Huang turned and walked towards the stairs. When he noticed Chu Xiao wasn't following, he anxiously turned back. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. After saying that, Xia Huang turned and walked towards the stairs. When he noticed Chu Xiao wasn't following, he anxiously turned back. What are you? The maid led the two into a private room on the second floor where a large table was already set with various fine wines and delicacies. They hadn't waited long in the room when they heard light footsteps coming from the door. Xia Huang and Chu Xiao looked up towards the door and saw a stunning woman in a red long dress, tall and graceful, walking in. Hong Xiao truly deserves her title as the courtesan of Yakij. Even Xia Huang, who has a harem of 3,000 beauties, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. Upon opening the door and seeing 2 men in the room, Hong Xiao immediately froze in place. Noticing her confusion, Chu Xiao quickly explained with a smile, Miss Hong Xiao, this is my half-brother who has admired you for a long time. I hope you can forgive any rudeness on his part. Hong Xiao had a puzzled expression. Half-brother, shouldn't you listen to what you're saying? Fortunately, as a courtesan, Hong Xiao had strong adaptability. After a brief moment of surprise, she quickly adjusted her mindset. Hong Xiao sat down in front of Chu Xiao. A fragrant breeze wafted into Chu Xiao's nostrils, making his heart flutter. Then Hong Xiao extended her jade-like hand, pouring a bit of wine into Chu Xiao's cup. May I ask for your name, young master? Chu Xiao glanced at Xia Huang and blurted out, just call me Huang, no need for honorifics. Oh, so it's young master Huang. I am honored to meet you here, Hong Xiao says. Hong Xiao graciously bowed to Chu Xiao, revealing a charming smile. I am very interested in your recent artwork. Would you allow me to have a look? Chu Xiao generously handed his recently sketched drawing to Hong Xiao. When she saw the artwork of herself, every frown and smile mirrored her real self, causing her heart to bloom with joy, and her gaze towards Chu Xiao became more affectionate. Young master, would you care to watch me dance? I would love to bring you a smile. Looking into Hong Xiao's alluring eyes, Chu Xiao's cheeks turned slightly red. I've heard that Miss Hong Xiao's dancing is unmatched in the capital. It's an honor to witness your solo performance. Hearing Chu Xiao's compliment, Hong Xiao gently clapped her hands, and immediately a musician entered carrying instruments. As the melodious sounds of the strings filled the air, Hong Xiao, dressed in a silk skirt, began to dance gracefully. Her skirt fluttered lightly with her movements, and her slender waist seemed to be just within reach. Hong Xiao's dance was filled with enticing charm. Every turn and movement was perfectly timed, captivating the hearts of all present. Chu Xiao and Xia Huang both forgot to drink, their eyes glued to Hong Xiao's dance as they gradually became entranced. When the performance ended, Hong Xiao opened her red lips, breathing lightly, and both Xia Huang and Chu Xiao applauded vigorously. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Hong Xiao didn't mind Xia Huang's attitude, but the praise from Chu Xiao filled her heart with sweetness. Thinking that today was her day to leave home, combined with Chu Xiao's earlier performance, Hong Xiao's cheeks blushed, and this shyness made her already alluring presence even more captivating. Young master, it's getting late. Chu Xiao gulped. The implication was quite obvious, and he understood Hong Xiao's meaning. Cough, did you hear? It's late, you should head back now. Chu Xiao nudged Xia Huang's arm, signaling him to stop being a third wheel and interrupting his moment with the beauty. Xia Huang, seemingly oblivious to Chu Xiao's hint, stood up and casually said to Hong Xiao, "It is indeed getting late, Miss Hong Xiao, though our family has strict rules, and we must head home at this hour or the elders will worry." Chu Xiao struggled to break free from Xia Huang's grip, but Xia Huang shot him a glare. "You brat, do you really want to spend the night here?" Xia Huang leaned closer to Chu Xiao's ear and whispered a curse. Chu Xiao was at a loss. Goodness, this old fool can't be intentionally making things difficult for me, right? Father, please give me face, if I'm already grown up. Haha, no way, or if you want to leave the palace in the future, you must obediently return with me today. Chu Xiao was nearly driven to fury. He felt that Xia Huang was jealous of him, but he had no evidence. Under the threat, Chu Xiao could only force a bitter smile. "Miss Hong Xiao, I truly apologize, I must return now." Hong Xiao was stunned. "Wait, are you really a man? I've gone out of my way to bring you here, and you still want to go home." Although Hong Xiao found it absurd, she couldn't force him to stay, so she could only watch helplessly as Chu Xiao was pulled away by Xia Huang. When Chu Xiao and Xia Huang came down from the second floor, the guests in the hall erupted in chatter. "Wait, why did that kid come out so quickly? Is he really incapable? What a pity, this young man is so handsome, yet he turned out to be useless. If I had known, I would have taken this opportunity for myself. I'm so envious and jealous." Chu Xiao gritted his teeth and glared at Xia Huang beside him. "It's all your fault, you've ruined my reputation." Xia Huang struggled to suppress his laughter, gently patting Chu Xiao's back. "Why do you care so much? You're a prince, so what would it look like if you stayed overnight outside?" Chu Xiao smiled wryly. "And you, as the emperor, is it appropriate for you to visit a brothel?" Xia Huang's face stiffened, and he immediately scowled. "You little brat, keep today's events to yourself. Oh, if I hear any rumors, you're done for." "Your Highness, wake up, please wake up." After being disturbed by Emperor Xia last night, Chu Xiao was so angry that he didn't fall asleep until the early hours of the morning. He had finally fallen asleep, only to be abruptly awakened again, feeling so tired that he could barely open his eyes. He yawned and rubbed his eyes, noticing that it was still dark outside, and grumbled somewhat displeased. "Kai Wei, why did you wake me up so early? I'm so sleepy." Kai Wei held Chu Xiao's clothes with both hands, puffed out her cheeks, and explained, "Your Highness, don't you remember? Today His Majesty is meeting with the envoy from the Dongi Kingdom, and just a few days ago His Majesty specifically instructed you to attend." Dongi Kingdom? Chu Xiao suddenly remembered that indeed such a matter existed. Since the Dongi Kingdom was subdued by Duke Mu Yuan 10 years ago, it voluntarily became a vassal of the Great Xia, and has since been helping Great Xia resist the plundering of the Xianyue tribe, becoming an important barrier for the border cities. Because of the significant role of the Dongi Kingdom, Emperor Xia placed great importance on the Dongi envoy. However, if Chu Xiao remembered correctly, the Dongi Kingdom had initially been very respectful towards Great Xia, but in recent years, with the help of Great Xia, it had gradually regained its strength, and thus its attitude towards Great Xia had become somewhat subtle. Thinking of these matters, Chu Xiao scratched his messy hair and began to mutter softly. "I wonder which genius in the court suggested that Great Xia help Dongi regain its strength. Isn't that just... If the Dongi Kingdom remained weak, they would have to rely on Great Xia. Even if they were unwilling in their hearts, they would certainly appear respectful on the surface. But now that the Dongi Kingdom had regained its strength, continuing to make them act as Great Xia's little brother would surely cause resentment. Chu Xiao began to suspect that the person who initially proposed this suggestion might be a spy sent by Dongi. Reluctantly, Chu Xiao dressed under Kai Wei's assistance. When he stepped out of the Zhaohua Palace, he found the moon still hanging high in the sky and couldn't help but start complaining. "Fortunately, this prince doesn't have to attend court every day. Otherwise waking up so early every day would surely drive me crazy." Because he had woken up too early today, Chu Xiao stood among the crowd, yawning repeatedly. Just as he was about to doze off, a sharp voice from Chief Eunuch Changshun suddenly reached his ears. Announced the Dongi envoy's audience. The piercing voice startled Chu Xiao awake instantly, wiping away his drowsiness. Soon after, the Dongi envoy entered the hall in an orderly manner under the guidance of the palace eunuchs. "I, Tuoba Sun of the Dongi Kingdom, pay my respects to His Imperial Majesty of the Xia Kingdom, wishing Your Majesty good health and prosperous national fortune. Emperor Xia sat on the dragon throne, nodded gently, and then extended his right hand slightly, saying, "My loyal minister, your journey has been arduous coming from afar. Your Majesty is too kind. I have long admired Great Xia. Being able to behold your esteemed countenance, no matter how arduous the journey, is worth it." As the lead envoy Tuoba Sun paused here, then continued, "To be frank, I have come to Great Xia for a matter of request, and I believe your Majesty will not refuse." Clearly here to ask for assistance, yet Tuoba Sun's attitude was somewhat displeasing. Who is this guy? He seems a bit arrogant. Chu Xiao pouted and began to mutter softly. Upon hearing Chu Xiao's self-talk, the prince, standing in front of him, couldn't help but retort. Tuoba Sun is the third prince of the Dongi kingdom, the youngest son of the Dongi monarch, and the most favored one. Don't you know this? Hearing the prince's contemptuous tone, Chu Xiao took a deep breath. Just as he was about to refute, he felt the second Prince Chu gently tugging at his sleeve. "Calm down. The prince has been grounded because of you and has just come out. It's normal for him to hold a grudge against you. Don't confront him in public, otherwise it would be embarrassing for the Dongi envoy." Chu Xiao was never one to swallow his anger. After the second prince finished speaking, he directly raised his middle finger at the prince. Though the prince did not understand the gesture, he could guess that Chu Xiao definitely had ill intentions. "I won't argue with you for now, but you must understand I will not let this go." The prince threatened Chu Xiao in a low voice, clearly furious. Chu Xiao shrugged indifferently. Although he didn't want to be enemies with the prince, he was not the type who would not retaliate if the prince sought trouble. "Fine, I'll be waiting. I want to see what tricks you have, your highness." Seeing that Chu Xiao was not giving him face, the prince's face darkened as if he wanted to devour someone. At that moment, after a moment of silence, Emperor Xia slowly spoke up. "My Great Xia is the suzerain state of Dongi. If there are any difficulties, my loyal minister, feel free to elaborate, and I will consider it accordingly. It's nothing major. I have long admired everything about Great Xia, so I wish to marry a noble lady from Great Xia as my wife. I hope your Majesty will grant this request." Emperor Xia nodded slightly, but then a look of difficulty appeared on his face. "Although I have the intention to agree, there are currently no suitable princesses in the palace." Before Emperor Xia could finish his sentence, Tuoba Sun directly interrupted, saying, "I am not seeking to marry a princess from your country." Being interrupted by Tuoba Sun, Emperor Xia's expression clearly showed some displeasure. However, in order to maintain the dignity of the suzerain state, he did not punish Tuoba Sun. "Oh, since you are not seeking to marry a princess, whom do you wish to marry? I have heard that the granddaughter of Duke Ding is exceptionally beautiful and has reached the appropriate age for marriage. I am willing to offer a grand gift and marry her back to Dongian style." Preposterous. Just as Tuoba Sun finished speaking, Duke Ding, who stood at the forefront of the military generals, directly voiced his anger. Emperor Xia shot a somewhat awkward glance at Duke Ding. Originally, Duke Ding was no longer required to attend court, but today the Dongi envoy was presenting an audience, so Emperor Xia specially invited Duke Ding to provide some deterrence to the Dongi envoy. After all, Duke Ding had nearly destroyed the Dongi kingdom back then. Who would have thought that such a situation would... Emperor Xia also knew that Mu Jinli was Duke Ding's beloved, and Tuoba Sun could not possibly be unaware of this. Therefore, his intention to seek marriage with Mu Jinli likely stemmed from a desire for revenge against Duke Ding. Upon hearing Duke Ding's reprimand, Tuoba Sun raised his head to meet his gaze, his eyes filled with resentment. The battle in which Duke Ding killed tens of thousands of Dongi soldiers had always been a source of shame for the Dongi people. "Duke Ding, you are truly impressive. I am speaking with His Majesty, yet you casually interrupt. Do you even have His Majesty in your heart?" Duke Ding's expression immediately changed drastically upon hearing this. Tuoba Sun was deliberately sowing discord. "Your Majesty, the old minister has overstepped. I hope your Majesty will forgive me." Duke Ding hurriedly pleaded for forgiveness from Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia was no fool. He would not be fooled by such a lowly tactic from Tuoba Sun. "It's fine. I know Duke Ding was only anxious for a moment. I forgive you." "Thank you, your Majesty. I am extremely grateful." Seeing that Emperor Xia was so magnanimous and showed no intention of blaming Duke Ding, Tuoba Sun felt unwilling and gritted his teeth to speak again. "Your Majesty, as long as your country agrees to my request, Dongi is willing to offer 3,000 war horses and 5,000 cattle and sheep. For the Great Xia, cattle and sheep are not of great importance, but war horses are a scarce resource." Initially, some ministers who were merely spectators became excited upon hearing that the Eastern Kingdom was willing to offer war horses. "Your Majesty, I believe we should agree to this. The relationship between the Eastern and Great Xia is close, and a marriage alliance would further deepen this relationship. Indeed, your Majesty, I also think we should agree. The Eastern is so sincere, if Great Xia refuses, it would surely hurt their feelings." Hearing these words, the Duke of Dingwa was infuriated and cursed loudly. "What nonsense! Since it's not your granddaughter, you don't care, do you? If you want to marry someone, then send your own daughters or granddaughters over. I will absolutely not let Ali marry into the Eastern." The The Duke of Dingwa was certain that given the Eastern E's hostility towards him, if Ali married there, she would never have a day of peace. "O Duke of Dingwa, how can you be so crude? This marriage alliance is a major affair. You cannot ruin the friendship between our two nations due to your selfishness. Duke of Dingwa, you are a subject of Great Xia. You should prioritize the interests of Great Xia." Listening to these ministers' sneering remarks, the Duke of Dingwa's anger caused his beard to bristle. "Stop your incessant prattling. If you continue to spout such nonsense, don't blame me for being rude." The Duke of Dingwa clenched his right hand into a fist and waved it forcefully in front of everyone. To protect his granddaughter, the Duke of Dingwa had no regard for anything else and directly threatened those ministers who urged him to agree. These ministers were not to be trifled with. Seeing that the Duke was not swayed by moral arguments, they began to report him. "Your Majesty, the Duke of Dingwa actually dared to threaten us in your presence. I wish to accuse him of great disrespect." The Emperor of Xia frowned as he looked at the ministers who had descended into chaos. He furrowed his brow and slapped the table, scolding enough. "What kind of disorder is this? Is this the council hall or a marketplace?" Seeing the emperor's anger, the previously quarreling ministers all knelt down in fear. "We know we were wrong." The Emperor of Xia pressed his lips together. Truthfully, he was also quite tempted by the war horses, but he had to consider the Duke of Dingwa's stance. The Duke of Dingwa had fought for Great Xia for most of his life, achieving remarkable military exploits. If such a meritorious subject were to feel slighted, the emperor himself would find it excessive. "The Duke of Dingwa has only this one granddaughter, and now that he is of advanced age, I cannot bear to see him without family by his side. How about this? Prince Tuoba can wait a bit longer, and I will personally help you select a suitable princess." It can be said that the Emperor of Xia's attitude had already given the Eastern E Kingdom face. If Prince Tuoba was sensible, he should agree at this moment. However, to everyone's surprise, Tuoba soon outright rejected the proposition. "Your Majesty, I only wish to marry the Duke of Dingwa's granddaughter. I have no interest in any other woman." Goodness, such words were rather arrogant. The Emperor of Xia found it difficult to maintain his composure at Tuoba Sun's attitude. Did he really think that the emperor had no temper? "What if I say that I am not negotiating with you, but merely informing you?" Facing the emperor's threat, Tuoba Sun straightened his back and spoke with unabashed arrogance. "Although my Eastern E is a small nation, we also have our pride. Do not forget that Great Xia still relies on my Eastern E to fend off the Xianhua clan. If it weren't for us these years, the people along the borders of Great Xia would have been pillaged by the Xianhua clan countless times. My Eastern E has done so much for Great Xia, and now I only wish to marry one woman. Your Majesty, can you truly bear to refuse?" Seeing Tuoba Sun's blatant disregard for face, the Emperor of Xia lost the desire to maintain the dignity of a great nation. "What if I insist on refusing?" Tuoba Sun raised his head, staring directly at the Emperor of Xia on the dragon throne, and spoke each word clearly. "If the Xianhua clan intends to plunder Great Xia, my Eastern E may not be able to protect the people of Great Xia in time. Moreover, if Great Xia cannot even bear to part with a single woman, perhaps next time the siege will not only be from the Xianhua clan, but also from my Eastern E's 100,000 soldiers." Impudent. Do you know what you are saying? I can interpret your Eastern E as wanting to declare war on Great Xia. The Emperor of Xia stared fiercely at Tuoba Sun, his tone icy as he questioned. "If your Majesty thinks that way, then so be it." Tuoba Sun showed no concern for the heavy atmosphere on the scene and boldly replied. Faced with the Eastern E's strong stance, the Emperor of Xia, while furious, began to weigh the pros and cons. Without Eastern E as a barrier, the Xianhua clan could directly pillage the people along Great Xia's borders, which would have a significant impact on Great Xia. More importantly, judging by Eastern E's current attitude, it was clear they were no longer afraid of falling out with Great Xia. If Eastern E and the Xianhua clan joined forces, then the borders of Great Xia would be in danger. Seeing the Emperor of Xia silent, Tuoba Sun believed the Emperor was intimidated and began to smile arrogantly. "What are you laughing at? You look so ugly, yet your thoughts are quite beautiful. A mere prince of a small nation thinks he can marry a noblewoman from Great Xia. Look in the mirror and see if you are worthy." Hearing this, Tuoba Sun immediately stiffened and turned his head to follow the sound. He saw Chu Xiao staring at him with disdain, his face filled with contempt. "Do you dare to insult me?" Tuoba Sun's face twitched with anger. "Is this considered an insult? This prince is merely stating the truth. Even an ordinary farmer from Great Xia is not someone you can aspire to marry. Do you still have the face to threaten Great Xia? Do you think we are afraid? Please understand, if it weren't for your monarch begging pitifully 10 years ago, there might not even be an Eastern E today. Do you really think Eastern E is that important? If your Eastern E dares to collude with the Xianhua clan, then come and try our Great Xia's blades and swords to see if they are still sharp." When Tuoba Sun attempted to propose to Mu Jinli, Chu Xiao had already found him very displeasing. However, at that time Chu Xiao realized that the Emperor of Xia did not want to agree, so he did not intervene. Who would have thought that Tuoba Sun would actually consider himself important enough to directly threaten Great Xia, prompting Chu Xiao to step in and unleash his fury? Tuoba Sun's face turned crimson from Chu Xiao's scolding, and he trembled with anger. Aren't you afraid that my Eastern Yi will unite with the Xianyue clan to attack Great Xia? Afraid of what? If you want war, then let it come. Good. Well said. Although the Duke of Dinghua had always disliked Chu Xiao, he found comfort in those words. It's just Easterny nothing but defeated foes. If your Easterny dares to come, though I am of advanced age, I am still willing to don armor and fight for Great Xia once more. I would like to see if your Eastern Yi can withstand my blade this time. At that moment, Tuoba Sun seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in the Duke of Dinghua, and the overwhelming killing intent made him involuntarily take a step back. Tuoba Sun swallowed hard, clenching his fists as he asked the Emperor of Xia, "Your Majesty, is this really Great Xia's attitude? If so, then the borders of Great Xia will probably never know peace." The threat posed by Tuoba Sun greatly displeased Emperor Xia, but as the ruler of a nation, he had to consider the immense pressure that would arise if the Dongyi nation truly allied with the Xianyue sect. Although the Great Xia did not fear war, it also did not wish to initiate it lightly. Once war broke out, it would entail not only the consumption of vast amounts of wealth and resources, but also numerous complications. After weighing the pros and cons, Emperor Xia chose not to confront Dongyi directly at that moment. Very well, let me think this over a little more. Prince Tuoba, why not rest at the inn for a while? Once I have made up my mind, I will certainly provide you with an explanation. Hearing that Emperor Xia did not outright refuse, as he had before indicated a wavering in his resolve. With this thought, Tuoba Sun revealed a smug smile. Then I shall await your Majesty's good news. As Tuoba Sun bowed to Emperor Xia, he also couldn't resist raising an eyebrow in a smug manner towards Chu Xiao. With a hint of unease, Chu Xiao glanced at Emperor Xia. Naturally, he sensed the shift in the Emperor's attitude, prompting him to step forward and bow, saying, "Father." But as soon as he spoke, Emperor Xia slammed his hand on the table. "Enough. I know what I am doing. There is no need for further discussion." Frustrated, Chu Xiao wanted to argue a few more points, but to his surprise, Emperor Xia stood up and announced the dismissal of court, leaving without giving Chu Xiao the opportunity. Unwilling to give up, Chu Xiao attempted to follow, only to see Duke Dinghua Mu Yuan rushing after Emperor Xia. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Xiao quietly trailed behind the two, witnessing them enter the imperial study. Shortly thereafter, he saw eunuch Chang Shun leading several court officials into the study as well. Chu Xiao speculated that Emperor Xia was likely continuing discussions regarding the Dongyi nation with these high-ranking officials, so he patiently waited outside. After about half an hour, Chu Xiao saw Duke Dinghua Mu Yuan emerging first, his face dark as thunder. Seeing the Duke's expression, an ominous premonition welled up within Chu Xiao. He hurriedly rushed up to Duke Dinghua, demanding, "Duke, what did father say regarding Alice's marriage?" Duke Dinghua's forehead muscles twitched at the question. He turned sharply, delivering a fierce punch to the... With a gasp, Chu Xiao watched as blood dripped from the Duke's knuckles onto the ground, unable to contain his shock. Initially, Mu Yuan did not wish to have anything to do with Chu Xiao, but upon further thought he realized that few would be willing to assist him now. Perhaps this ninth prince could prove to be of some help after all. Duke Dinghua retracted his fist, ignoring the blood still flowing from it, and signaled to Chu Xiao that this was not the place for conversation. Understanding the Duke's implication, Chu Xiao quickly suggested, "Why not come and sit in my Zhaohua hall?" Duke Dinghua nodded, maintaining a stern face as he followed Chu Xiao into the hall. Once inside, Chu Xiao cleared out all unrelated personnel and closed the doors. After a moment's deliberation, he took the initiative to speak. "Duke, is my father inclined to marry Ali off to that Tuoba's son?" Duke Dinghua nodded with difficulty. "Yes. If Dongyi and the Xianyue sect allied, they could deploy at least 200,000 troops, and the treasury of Great Xia cannot sustain a prolonged war. Thus, the emperor is reluctant to engage in conflict with Dongyi at this time. Moreover, most officials in court believe that it is not worth going to war with Dongyi and the Xianyue sect over Ali, forcing the emperor to consider their opinions as well." Duke Dinghua's tone was filled with disappointment and anguish as he spoke. Though he understood the emperor's predicament, the notion of sacrificing a woman to avert war seemed a reasonable trade-off to most. However, the woman in question was the only descendant of Duke Dinghua, his precious granddaughter whom he had cherished since childhood. How could he accept that? Chu Xiao's lips quivered as he recalled Mu Jinli's quiet and reserved demeanor. If such a woman were married off to Dongyi, her life would be utterly ruined. Especially since Dongyi held a deep-seated hatred for Duke Dinghua. Once Mu Jinli was married there, she would undoubtedly face hostility. At that point, what kind of desperate situation would a lonely woman find herself in? "Duke, can you accept Ali being married off to Dongyi?" "Of course I cannot accept it," Duke Dinghua replied without a moment's hesitation. "Is there any room for negotiation in this matter?" Chu Xiao gritted his teeth and inquired. Duke Dinghua shook his head. "I do not know." Despite his esteemed position, Duke Dingwa felt utterly powerless in the face of this situation. What do you plan to do? If the emperor decides to decree Eli's marriage to Dongi, what will you do then? Duke Dingwa closed his eyes, tears of despair pooling in his fierce eyes. If the emperor truly decides to marry Eli to Dongi, I will die in protest. I will crash into the pillars of the council hall. I refuse to believe that the emperor will have the heart to marry Eli off after that. Though such an act may seem selfish, I truly cannot bear to see Eli sent to Dongi. I promised my poor son and daughter-in-law that I would protect Eli for life, though I cannot go back on my word. Hearing that Duke Dingwa was prepared to threaten his life, shocked Chu Xiao. That would not be necessary, it has not reached that point. If you trust me, leave this matter to me. I will find a way to convince the emperor. Seeing Chu Xiao's earnestness, Duke Dingwa could not help but express his thoughts. You are willing to stand against the emperor and the officials for Eli? It seems I have underestimated your feelings for her. This. Chu Xiao felt a bit guilty and pursed his lips. His opposition was not solely because of, even if the marriage target were someone else, he would still oppose it. He firmly believed it was wrong to place the safety of an entire nation upon a woman. Sacrificing one woman for peace was merely a facade of peace. Only by truly incapacitating or eliminating the enemy could long-lasting tranquility be achieved. However, since Duke Dingwa had misunderstood, Chu Xiao would not be foolish enough to clarify. Cough cough, rest assured, Duke. With me here, Eli will never be sent for marriage. I promise you. Duke Dingwa nodded with gratitude, then placed his hand heavily on Chu Xiao's shoulder. Good lad, it seems I misjudged you in the past. I entrust this matter to you. If it succeeds, consider it an obligation I owe you. Duke Dingwa did not ask how Chu Xiao planned to proceed, for he could see the seriousness in Chu Xiao's eyes when he made his promises, thus he chose to trust him. Regardless, Duke Dingwa had already made up his mind. If Chu Xiao could not deliver, he would spill blood in the Golden Hall, sacrificing himself to protect his granddaughter. The Duke of Dingwo's residence. At this moment, Duke Mu Yuan had not yet returned from the palace, but the events that transpired in the Hall of Politics today had already spread through the streets and alleys. Miss, something bad has happened. Hearing the frantic voice of her maid, Mu Jinli helplessly put down the book in her. What is it? The little maid rushed in front of Mu Jinli, lightly patting her chest before breathlessly saying, Miss, the little Prince of Dongi has asked His Majesty for your hand in marriage, hoping to take you back to Dongi. Caught off guard by this news, Mu Jinli was momentarily stunned, then calmly replied, I understand. Seeing that Mu Jinli did not seem to realize the severity of the situation, the little maid anxiously stamped her feet. Oh, miss, did you not hear what I said? Dongi and my father are sworn enemies. If you marry over there, how can you have a good... Mu Jinli picked up the book on the table again, seemingly unconcerned. Do not panic, my grandfather is still here. Although Mu Jinli's tone still sounded calm, a closer look would reveal that the book in her hand was upside down, clearly indicating that her heart was not as tranquil as it appeared. The little maid looked at Mu Jinli with a pained expression, her big watery eyes beginning to redden. But I heard that His Majesty seems to have the intention to marry you off. Even if my father opposes it, in the end it is still His Majesty who has the final say in Daxia. Mu Jinli slammed the book heavily on the table, unable to maintain her cool demeanor any longer. The thought of possibly being married off to the unfamiliar Dongi made her feel as though the sky was collapsing. I would rather die than marry. It was rare to see her miss so emotionally charged. The little maid, while wiping her tears, gently patted Mu Jinli's back. Miss, do not be too anxious. I heard that not only does my father oppose it, but also the 9th prince does not agree with you marrying that little Prince of Dongi. The 9th prince even scolded that little prince in the Hall of Politics for being shameless over you. I felt so relieved to hear that. Hearing that Chu Xiao had scolded the little Prince of Dongi for her sake, Mu Jinli's heart could not help but race with excitement. He actually went to such lengths for me, it seems he really cares for me. Mu Jinli instinctively placed her hands on her chest, a tempting blush appearing on her charming face. He actually went to such lengths for me, it seems he really cares for me. Mu Jinli instinctively placed her hands on her chest, a tempting blush appearing on her. I want to go to the palace. The little maid's eyes widened in shock at Mu Jinli's declaration. Miss, you do not mean to go to the palace to meet His Majesty and personally refuse the marriage proposal, do you? Mu Jinli nodded, looking as if she was ready to risk everything. The little maid hurriedly grabbed Mu Jinli, saying, Miss, please do not act impulsively. If you rush into the palace like this, you may anger His Majesty. Despite seeming indifferent usually, once Mu Jinli had made up her mind about something, not even 10 bulls could. No matter how the little maid tried to stop her, Mu Jinli was determined to go to the palace. The little maid could only helplessly accompany Mu Jinli toward the entrance. As they reached the entrance, they encountered Duke Mu Yuan, who had just returned. Grandfather, seeing the Duke of Dingwa, Mu Jinli's pent-up grievances erupted all at once, and she cried out, throwing herself into his arms. Watching his granddaughter cry inconsolably, Duke Mu Yuan felt a pang of heartache. All right, Ali, do not cry, do not cry. Seeing his precious granddaughter in such a pitiful state, Duke Mu Yuan gently rubbed Mu Jinli's head and reassured her. Do not worry, grandfather will never let you suffer. At that moment a strange thought suddenly arose in Duke Mu Yuan's mind as he looked at his granddaughter. If Ali could marry the 9th prince, it might not be unacceptable. A few days passed in a rush, and today the Emperor of Xia convened another court meeting to discuss the Dongi delegation's affairs and provide an accurate response to Dongi. As usual, the officials arrived at the palace early, gathering in small groups as they walked toward the Hall of Politics, guessing what decision the Emperor would make today. When the officials arrived outside the Hall of Politics, the Minister of War Fang Su suddenly stopped in front of the door. The Minister of Revenue Su Yuhan nearly bumped into Fang Su and, curious, stepped forward to ask with concern, "Why are you just standing there? Did you not sleep well last night?" Fang Su frowned, slowly raising his hand to point at the stone statues on either side, and asked in a deep voice, "Do you not think there is something wrong with these 2 stone statues?" Su Yuhan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Minister Fang, are you overthinking it? These stone lions outside the Hall of Politics have been standing for so many years, exposed to wind and sun. What could possibly be wrong?" He chuckled, shaking his head, his face showing clear indifference. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his squinted eyes suddenly widened. "Wait, why have the stone lions turned into 2 lewd little mice?" Su Yuhan's voice instantly attracted the attention of the other officials. Everyone gathered around, and upon seeing that the majestic stone lions outside the Hall of Politics had been replaced with comical little mice, their faces displayed astonishment and confusion. Could it be that there is some possibility? These mice have many meanings. You see, they are clever and quick, symbolizing wisdom and agility. Moreover, they have strong reproductive capabilities, representing many children and great fortune. Fang Su stared at Su Yuhan with dead fish eyes, clearly indicating, "Keep making things up." Feeling a bit embarrassed under Fang Su's gaze, Su Yuhan pursed his lips and made a surrendering expression. "All right, I cannot continue this." Su Yuhan walked into the Hall of Politics with a wry smile, not expecting that the mouse statues outside were not the most outrageous. Once they entered the Hall of Politics, they discovered many tables and chairs arranged inside, each with a small cage on top containing lively little mice. Moreover, each cage had a name tag on it. Everyone gathered closer to take a look, and lo and behold, those were their names. Seeing this scene, the officials were all taken aback. Who did this? What on earth are they trying to achieve? This must be the work of treacherous ministers who want to disrupt our Daxiao court. The Duke of Dinghua, who entered the hall with the ministers, couldn't fathom why a strange thought crossed his mind. This transformation of the Hall of Politics was likely the doing of the 9th Prince Chu Xiao. At that moment, the Emperor of Xia strode in, and when he reached the entrance of the Hall of Politics, he initially thought he had entered the wrong place. He stepped back to check the plaque outside, only to confirm he was indeed in the right place. "How dare you? Who turned the Hall of Politics into this?" Hearing the Emperor's question, the hall fell silent. As the atmosphere grew tense, an unexpected laughter suddenly rang out from within. "Hee, these are all gifts from this prince to everyone. Do you not like them?" Following the voice, they saw the 9th Prince Chu Xiao wearing a cold smile as he looked at them. The Emperor had a dark expression, veins popping on his forehead, as if he were about to explode. "You unfilial son, did you do all of this?" Facing the Emperor's fury, Chu Xiao showed no fear. "Indeed, there is not a single true man among these officials. They are all ratlings. Does father not think these mice are quite fitting for them? Your Majesty, we have exhausted ourselves for the Great Xia, yet we are humiliated by the 9th Prince in this manner. Please, Your Majesty, stand up for us." Upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, branding them as rodents, the officials all knelt down, pleading for the Xia Emperor to uphold justice for them. With a gloomy expression, the Xia Emperor had yet to speak when Chu Xiao immediately retorted, "Humiliated? Or have I, this prince, humiliated you?" Faced with the external threat, instead of thinking about how to defend the homeland and eliminate the enemy, you contemplate sacrificing a woman for peace. To call you rodents is already a compliment. After all, I believe even rats possess more courage than you. Faced with such blunt criticism from Chu Xiao, the officials were all left red-faced with anger. The Crown Prince Chu Yuan secretly chuckled at the trouble Chu Xiao had caused for so many officials. That old 9th really is digging his own grave. The Crown Prince, unwilling to let such a good opportunity slip, by aim to gain favor with the officials, while suppressing Chu Xiao. Thus he stepped forward. "Father, the 9th brother openly insults the court officials, behaving so arrogantly. Clearly he does not regard you highly, father. I implore you to punish him severely, lest it chill the hearts of numerous officials." The Xia Emperor cast a glance at the mouse trap in front of him, his anger surging. "How dare you humiliate the officials, and even me in the process?" Just as the Xia Emperor was about to reprimand him, he suddenly noticed something else on his desk. "Old 9th, what does this turtle on my desk signify?" Chu Xiao grinned, and replied, "This turtle likes to retract its neck and hide in its shell when faced with danger, thereby escaping peril. Father, you plan to marry the Eastern E for peace, and I believe this timid turtle is quite fitting for you." Upon hearing this, the Xia emperor nearly exploded with rage. Impudence! You dare to insult me to prevent the marriage alliance. What crime do you deserve? What crime have I committed? Chu Xiao met the Xia emperor's gaze, lifting his head to continue speaking. Father, do you not think that sacrificing an innocent woman for a fleeting peace is a very profitable transaction? The Xia emperor subtly nodded, then countered, do you know how many soldiers would die on the battlefield once war breaks out? Between sacrificing one and sacrificing thousands, how do you think I should choose? On the surface, this question seemed easy to answer. Sacrificing one person in favor of many would be the rational choice for most. But Chu Xiao felt this matter should not be viewed in such a light. Father, but what if it is a meaningless sacrifice? Now the Eastern demands our women, and you, Father, have endured and agreed. Next time they will demand our cities. To avoid casualties, will you also agree then? Today we give up 5 cities, tomorrow 10, just for a night of peace. Looking at the surrounding circumstances, the Eastern will surely come again. Does such a simple truth escape even you, Father? Chu Xiao's words rang out like bells, causing a flicker of doubt in the Xia emperor's eyes. He began to reflect on whether his decision was truly wrong. So you believe that I should reject the Eastern's proposal for a marriage alliance and choose to go to war with them? But have you considered that war is no child's play? Currently the treasury of the Great Xia is not abundant, and as the emperor I must think of the bigger picture. Chu Xiao scoffed derisively. The bigger picture? What is the bigger picture? War is indeed brutal, but mere submission will not bring about true peace. If you retreat once, the enemy will not be grateful. On the contrary, they will only see you as weak and will seek to extract more from you the next time. The Eastern sending an envoy to our Great Xia was never with good intentions. Father, can you not see how poorly they treat our Great Xia? This proves that the Eastern has long harbored rebellious intentions. If the Great Xia fails to present a strong front now, do you think the Eastern will regard us highly in the future? At that time war will still be unavoidable. The Xia emperor pondered for a moment, his heart beginning to waver. He was not unaware that the Eastern increasingly disregarded the Great Xia. As Chu Xiao had said, even if he agreed to the marriage alliance, this time the Eastern would not continue to be content as a tributary state. Now they dared to threaten the Great Xia, proving they had ambition. The Xia emperor frowned, looking around before asking the officials below, what do you all think? Should I agree to the Eastern's demands? Seeing Chu Xiao manage to persuade the Xia emperor to change his attitude with just a few words, the crown prince Chu Yuan felt a mix of jealousy and resentment. If Chu Xiao truly convinced the Xia emperor this time, it would likely further enhance his influence in the court, something the crown prince did not wish to see. Father, I believe the 9th brother's words are overly alarmist. Our Great Xia is in dire need of recuperation. If we go to war with the Eastern now, it will not be beneficial for the development of the Great Xia. Moreover, once the soldiers know that the Great Xia is forcing them to fight for the protection of a woman, they will surely harbor grievances. Seeing the crown prince speaking out against him, Chu Xiao could not help but let out a cold laugh. Absurd. Crown Prince, do you think you truly understand the soldiers? Duke Ding has made great contributions, yet the Great Xia is willing to sacrifice his family. Once the soldiers know of this, they will only feel heartbroken. If even a great hero like Duke Ding cannot escape being abandoned by the Great Xia, who will dare to give their life for the Great Xia in the future? The Crown Prince found himself at a loss for words, his face growing increasingly unsightly. 9th brother, you do not understand the brutality of war. Do you know that once war begins, it will inevitably lead to rivers of blood? Because of your stubbornness, countless soldiers may die in battle. How will you face yourself then? Chu Xiao fell silent for a moment. Just as the Crown Prince thought he had rendered Chu Xiao speechless, Chu Xiao suddenly lifted his head. What if I were to join them on the battlefield? What? A chorus of gasps erupted in the hall, and the Xia emperor widened his eyes in shock. Chu Xiao calmly surveyed the surrounding officials and slowly spoke, in my heart, for a nation to thrive, it must possess backbone. No shame in marriage alliances, no embarrassment in tribute, no loss of territory, no disgrace in reparations. An emperor must protect the realm and uphold the dignity of the nation. This is the demeanor a strong country should possess. If the Crown Prince believes that the war is caused by me, then I will join the soldiers on the battlefield. Do you have any objections? A complex expression appeared on the Crown Prince's face. There was shock and also a hint of joy. Does this old 9th really think going to war is a fun thing? On the battlefield, swords and blades are merciless. If this weakling goes to the front lines, he might get scared half to death. If he accidentally died on the battlefield, wouldn't that mean one less enemy for himself? With this thought, the Crown Prince suddenly felt much better. After Chu Xiao finished speaking, the scene fell into a long silence. Well said. After a long while, Duke Dingguo, with an excited expression, slapped his thigh and knelt before Emperor Xia to volunteer for battle. Your Majesty, I, an old minister, am willing to accompany the 9th Prince to march against the Eastern. I will make them understand the consequences of provoking the Xia. Chu Xiao's words ignited the blood of most of the military generals present, especially the phrase about the emperor stabilizing the realm and the ancestral temples sacrificing for the nation, which made them eager to rush to the battlefield at that very moment. Seeing Duke Dinghua take the initiative to volunteer, Emperor Xia felt a bit of a headache and rubbed his temples. You're old, why not enjoy your old age at home? Why insist on competing with the young ones? It would be quite embarrassing if you ended up on the battlefield and accidentally twisted your back or fell. Cough cough, I see Duke Dinghua's loyalty to the Xia, but our nation is rich in talent. You Duke Dinghua have fought your whole life, it's time for you to enjoy your fortune. Let such opportunities go to the younger generation. Duke Dinghua was displeased upon hearing Emperor Xia's words. Are you saying that I am too old, your majesty? Though I am old, I can still eat 3 bowls of rice at every meal, and riding a horse and wielding a sword is still within my capability. As he spoke, fearing that Emperor Xia would not believe him, Duke Dinghua directly opened his clothes to reveal his well-built muscles. Chu Xiao looked at Duke Dinghua in astonishment, not expecting this old man with hair grayed to have such a terror. A flock of crows flew over Emperor Xia's head, and he waved his hand speechlessly, saying, all right, I believe you. Quickly put your clothes back on. This is so improper. Duke Dinghua was not at all embarrassed. He chuckled and put his clothes back on. Your Majesty, I am willing to sign a military pledge. If I cannot defeat the Eastern I am willing to present my head. Hearing Duke Dinghua mention the military pledge, Emperor Xia had to consider the feelings of this old general. If he insisted on rejecting Duke Dinghua's request, would it make this battle-hardened general feel disheartened? Duke Dinghua was a pillar of the Xia. If he was willing to lead the army, Emperor Xia absolutely believed he could defeat the Eastern I. The only concern for Emperor Xia was Duke Dinghua's health. But now seeing Duke Dinghua's robust muscles, Emperor Xia felt that his worries might be somewhat unnecessary. Although Emperor Xia was much younger than Duke Dinghua, he now felt that Duke Dinghua could easily take him down with a single punch. Alright, since Duke Dinghua has such confidence, it would be unreasonable for me not to agree. Hearing that Emperor Xia agreed for him to lead the army, Duke Dinghua hurriedly knelt on the ground and clasped his fists towards Emperor Xia, saying, I will not let your Majesty's trust go to waste. Those Eastern who dare to provoke the Xia will certainly not return. Seeing that the commander had been decided, Chu Xiao hesitated for a moment and stepped out from the crowd. Father, I request to fight. Emperor Xia's lip twitched, and he slammed his palm heavily on the table. Nonsense. Do you think the battlefield is a place for games? Retreat. Chu Xiao felt a bit wronged and pouted, explaining, I am not being foolish, I am serious. Did you not hear me when I told you to retreat? The battlefield is fraught with danger, and you have never been on one. You will only hold us back if you go. Though Emperor Xia seemed to be rejecting Chu Xiao deep down, he was actually worried about Chu Xiao's safety. Although he did not voice it, he was very fond of his talented son. Especially among all his sons, only Chu Xiao would bicker with him and play around. The others treated him like a rat would a cat, so Emperor Xia felt a unique closeness to Chu Xiao. Although I have never been on the battlefield, everyone has to start somewhere. If I the prince appear in the army, it will better demonstrate the Xia's determination in this battle against the Eastern and it will also boost the morale of the soldiers. Therefore I have compelling reasons to participate in this war. Emperor Xia's face twitched in anger. He acknowledged that Chu Xiao had some valid points, but there were certain things he found difficult to say. He couldn't exactly say that he didn't want his son to go to the battlefield, as that would be too dangerous. If he said that, what would the lower-ranked soldiers think? Old Ninth, I will say this one last time, retreat. Emperor Xia thought that Chu Xiao could not understand his concerns, but in reality Chu Xiao was not foolish. He could see Emperor Xia's care for him. Chu Xiao felt that this war was due to his refusal to negotiate, so once the battle began, if he the instigator stayed behind while the soldiers of Xia fought on the front lines, his conscience would be very uneasy. Chu Xiao did not want to be a coward. Even though he felt a bit scared when requesting to fight, he still bravely said, Father, as a prince I enjoy many honors, all thanks to the protection of our nation. Now that Xia is in trouble, it is time for me to rush to the battlefield and sacrifice myself for the country. As a prince of Xia, I should not only enjoy the riches and glory brought by my status, but should also stand up at critical moments willing to face death without hesitation. This impassioned speech made everyone present feel a shiver down their spines. From Chu Xiao's words they sensed his determination to die for the country. Emperor Xia stared at Chu Xiao, his hands involuntarily clenching into fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Old Ninth, have you really thought this through? Chu Xiao nodded without hesitation. I have thought it through, Father. Emperor Xia took a deep breath. Very agree. Chu Xiao was overjoyed and hurriedly clasped his fists in thanks. Emperor Xia lightly tapped his fingers on the table, then turned his gaze to the Minister of War below. Fong Su, how many idle troops can we mobilize now? The Minister of War Fong Su thought for a moment, stepped forward, and replied, Your Majesty, most of our forces need to guard various regions and cannot be easily mobilized. We can assemble at most 100,000 troops in the short term, and that's already the limit. Emperor Xia felt a headache coming on as he patted his forehead. Only 100,000. The Eastern Yi have stationed 100,000 troops outside Qilin Pass, and with the addition of the Xianhua tribe there are at least 200,000 troops. What can we do about that? Although the war had not yet begun, Emperor Xia had to consider the worst-case scenario. When he thought about how they could only send out 100,000 troops, he felt a bit hesitant. Seeing Emperor Xia's resolve to fight, wavering Duke Dinghua immediately said loudly, "Your Majesty, warfare has never been about who has more troops. Otherwise, why even fight? Just compare numbers. As long as you give me 100,000 troops, I will surely defeat the joint forces of the Eastern Yi and the Xianhua tribe. I am willing to sign a military pledge." Before Duke Dinghua could finish his words, Emperor Xia directly interrupted him. "All right, no need for a military pledge. Oh, I trust you enough already." Emperor Xia then looked at the Minister of Revenue Su Yuan, pursed his lips, and asked, "Can the court support such a large-scale war now?" Su Yuan showed a wry smile. "Your Majesty, over the past 6 months the court has been providing disaster relief everywhere. The national treasury is now empty, and gathering enough provisions for 100,000 troops will be very difficult." Emperor Xia had long known the imperial treasury was not well stocked, but he had never imagined it would be so difficult to procure provisions for even 100,000 troops, a realization that pressed heavily upon him. If the treasury truly held no funds, he would have no choice but to draw from his personal reserve. Over the years, through frugality and restraint, he had quietly accumulated silver in the inner treasury, a sum he vowed never to touch unless absolutely necessary. Yet now it seemed there was no avoiding it. Just as Emperor Xia, heart aching at the thought of bearing the cost himself, prepared to declare he would personally fund the expedition's provisions, Chu Xiao suddenly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, this matter of provisioning the expeditionary force is one I can resolve." Emperor Xia blinked. So his private reserves were safe after all. What solution could you possibly offer? Though your rare treasures pavilion is profitable, raising provisions for 100,000 soldiers seems far beyond its capacity. Chu Xiao nodded. Indeed, his pavilion thrived, but having operated only a short time it lacked the capital to meet such a colossal demand. "I cannot raise the funds myself, thus I propose a public subscription." A sudden sharp chuckle pierced the silence of the grand hall. All eyes turned toward the source, a supervising censor shaking his head with open derision on his face. "Ninth Prince, your thinking is far too simplistic. Do you even know how many silver taels are required to provision 100,000 troops? How many fools among the common folk would willingly part with such sums?" Chu Xiao frowned. He sensed this man was deliberately targeting him. "Who is this fellow?" he murmured, tilting his head towards Second Prince Chu Yi. Second Prince Chu Yi lowered his gaze, shielding his mouth with his sleeve as he whispered, "Censor Qin Su. He walks closely with the Crown Prince." Oh, so he was the Crown Prince's man. No wonder he leapt forward at this precise moment. Qin Su believed his public rebuke would humiliate the Ninth Prince before the entire court, delighting the Crown Prince immensely. Yet when he glanced toward the Crown Prince, he found the heir staring back, not with approval, but rolling his eyes wildly. "Are you a fool? Let Chu Xiao attempt the fundraising. If he failed, the expedition would stall, drawing censure from every official." By intervening now, Qin Su risked making Chu Xiao retreat entirely. Chu Xiao pursed his lips and strode calmly towards Censor Qin Su. "Master Qin, you doubt my ability to raise sufficient funds." Qin Su instinctively stepped back, startled by an inexplicable pressure emanating from this young prince. A subtle, unshakable weight. "Ahem, I confess I do." Chu Xiao tilted his chin upward, gazing down at Qin Su with quiet sovereign authority. "Then, Master Qin, dare you wager with me?" Qin Su hesitated, voice faltering. "What terms does your highness propose?" "That within 3 days I shall raise the full sum required. Should you lose, you shall personally lead my horse on the day of my departure. What say you?" "Ah, so it was that wager." Qin Su flicked his sleeve and instantly regained his composure. "Agreed, I accept." Chu Xiao gave a slight nod. "Then it is settled." And with that the two struck palms, an oath sealed in gesture. Wait, hold on. The Ninth Prince hadn't yet declared what penalty he'd bear should he lose. By the time Qin Su realized this and sought clarification, Chu Xiao had already returned to his place among the courtiers, leaving Qin Su deeply chagrined. From the dragon throne, Emperor Xia cast a discreet glance toward Chu Xiao, yet inwardly he doubted his son could secure the needed funds within 3 days. Still the words were spoken. As a father he could hardly dampen his son's resolve now. Inwardly, Emperor Xia resolved if Chu Xiao failed by the 3rd day, he would secretly dispatch agents disguised as commoners to donate funds from the inner treasury. Thus Chu Xiao's dignity would remain intact. And oh, what a devoted father he was, wearing his heart out for his son. Emperor Xia cleared his throat, drawing the court's attention once more, then proclaimed in resonant tones, "The Eastern Yi grow increasingly brazen. Thus I hereby appoint Marquis Dingwa Mu Yuan as Grand Marshal of the Expeditionary Forces commanding 100,000 troops against them. He paused, then fixed his gaze upon Chu Xiao below. Furthermore, I appoint 9th Prince Chu Xiao as supervising commander. 7 days hence he shall depart with the army. Marquis Dingwa and Chu Xiao exchanged a brief knowing look, then knelt as one. Your Majesty's command is received. Upon conclusion of the court session, Emperor Xia dispatched envoys to inform the Eastern delegation that the marriage alliance was rejected. Upon learning the verdict, Tuoba Sun departed the capital that very night. With the marriage alliance refused, the brief era of amity between Xia and the Eastern had ended. Fearing he might be detained as a hostage, Tuoba Sun fled, without even packing his belongings, departing immediately with his retinue. One could only say he underestimated Xia's magnanimity. Even facing war with the Eastern Emperor Xia would never stoop to such base, dishonorable measures. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Marquis Dingwa Mu Yuan summoned his steward without delay. Go at once to the vaults and tally precisely how much silver our household can spare. Also, pawn every valuable in the residence. Sell all shops, estates, and arable lands. Everything convertible to coin must be liquidated. Hearing these orders, the steward stood frozen. Had some calamity befallen the household? Had the great Marquis Dingwa's estate collapsed in the span of a single morning court? Master, please do not frighten this old servant. What urgent purpose demands such vast sums? Marquis Dingwa rolled his eyes. What else? To donate, of course. Though this war against the Eastern was spearheaded by the 9th Prince, it ultimately served the interests of the Dingwa household. Now that Chu Xiao undertook the burden of raising provisions, how could Marquis Dingwa stand idle? The steward, hearing his master intended to donate such staggering wealth, trembled violently at the lips. Madness! Has the master lost his wits? He rushed at once to Mu Jinli's chamber to report the matter. Upon learning her grandfather planned to donate the entirety of the Dingwa household's assets, Mu Jinli gasped and hurried to confront Marquis Dingwa directly. Why donate everything? She demanded, cheeks flushed with indignation. Wealth is meant to be cherished, not squandered recklessly. Marquis Dingwa jerked his chin toward her. Because the 9th Prince persuaded His Majesty, the prospect of your marriage to the Eastern has vanished. Yet this refusal may prompt the Eastern to ally with the Xianhua tribe and jointly invade Xia. To aid Chu Xiao in raising provisions for the army, I judged his public appeal unlikely to succeed, so I resolved to lend him silent, decisive support. Mu Jinli stared, astonished, moved. If the funds were destined for Chu Xiao, she felt no reluctance whatsoever. Her gaze swept slowly across the ancestral residence of the Marquis Dingwa. Then she murmured, soft yet resolute, Our marquisate is rather valuable, isn't it? It is often said that girls are outgoing, but the Duke of Dingwa never expected that Mu Jinli would be willing to sell even the Duke's residence for Chu Xiao, which nearly caused him to faint in anger. Ali, if we sell the Duke's residence, are we going to live on the streets? The Duke of Dingwa said, fuming with indignation. Mu Jinli did not feel she was wrong at all. Instead, she pouted and said sternly, helping the 9th Prince is the right thing to do. The Duke of Dingwa's eyelid twitched as he felt that the granddaughter he had raised for so long was no longer truly. The Duke of Dingwa rubbed his forehead forcefully and immediately changed the subjects. Ali, in a few days, grandfather will lead the troops into battle again. This time I don't know when I will return, so you must be very cautious at home. Hearing that her grandfather at such an old age was going back to the battlefield, Mu Jinli immediately showed a worried expression. Is there no way to avoid it? Mu Jinli was genuinely concerned, her voice tinged with pleading. The Duke of Dingwa looked at his granddaughter with concern, chuckling as he reached out to pat her head. That won't do. His Majesty has already issued the order. If grandfather does not go, it would be defying the order. He continued, moreover, this time the Eastern dared to target you. Grandfather must teach them a lesson. Mu Jinli tightly grasped the Duke of Dingwa's slightly aged hand, her small face full of worry. I will behave at home. You must return safely. The Duke of Dingwa gently patted the back of Mu Jinli's hand, promising with a rest assured grandfather will return triumphantly. He added, by the way, the 9th Prince will also accompany the army this time. Our family owes him a great favor, and I don't know how we will repay it in the future. The Duke of Dingwa felt a pang of bitterness as he spoke. He sensed that his granddaughter would eventually be won over by Chu Xiao, and thinking this made him feel that he shouldn't have sought Chu Xiao's help this time. Hearing that the 9th Prince was also heading to the battlefield, Mu Jinli's face instantly turned pale, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Why? The Duke of Dingwa sighed deeply. After all, he was the one who initially refused the marriage alliance. If he were to hide in the rear, he would inevitably be the subject of gossip. Without even thinking, Mu Jinli turned and ran towards the door. The Duke of Dingwa quickly chased after her and grabbed her. What are you planning to do? I'm going to the palace, Mu Jinli said without looking back. The Duke of Dingwa stamped his foot in frustration and shouted loudly. Nonsense. Are you trying to make His Majesty rescind the order? Mu Jinli nodded. The Duke of Dingwa, feeling troubled, patted his thigh, knowing that his granddaughter would certainly panic upon hearing this news. Originally, he had intended to keep this from Mu Jinli, but thinking it over, he realized that such a matter could not be hidden, so he decided to tell her directly. Who would have thought that Mu Jinli would be so agitated upon learning that the ninth prince was going to the battlefield, causing even him, as her grandfather, to feel a tinge of jealousy. The Duke of Dingwa poked Mu Jinli's forehead in annoyance. All right, this is a national matter, it cannot be changed on a whim. Besides, the ninth prince requested this himself. If he did not want to go, could his majesty force him? Hearing that it was Chu Xiao who volunteered, Mu Jinli clutched her clothes tightly, her eyes reddening with sadness. The battlefield is perilous. The ninth prince's actions are all to help her refuse the marriage alliance. Mu Jinli felt a surge of emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks onto the ground. Seeing this, the Duke of Dingwa felt heartbroken and helped her wipe away her tears. Good Ailey, don't cry. With grandfather around, the ninth prince will definitely not be in any danger. Mu Jinli pretended to be strong and nodded, but the next moment, she turned and ran towards her room. The Duke of Dingwa was somewhat bewildered, unable to understand what Mu Jinli was planning. Soon Mu Jinli returned, but this time, she had a delicate wooden box in her hands. Mu Jinli rushed to the Duke of Dingwa, opened the wooden box, and said earnestly, "Sell these to raise money for the prince." The Duke of Dingwa's lips moved a few times, feeling increasingly sour inside. "These ornaments are your favorites. Are you really going to sell them all for the ninth prince?" Mu Jinli nodded, emphasizing again, "Sell them all." The Duke of Dingwa suppressed the bitterness in his heart, took the wooden box from Mu Jinli, and assured her, "All right, grandfather knows what to do." Meanwhile, Chu Xiao ordered Yu Ting to gather all the notable merchants in the capital at Baiwei residence. Upon learning that it was the ninth prince who invited them, none of the merchants dared to refuse. After all, no matter how big their business was, they were still commoners, and receiving an invitation from a prince was an immense honor. In less than half a day, all the invited merchants arrived at Baiwei residence obediently. They waited for a long time, but still did not see Chu Xiao's figure. However, they did not dare to voice any complaints. After a while, Chu Xiao finally appeared at the entrance of Baiwei residence with Yu Ting. Hearing the footsteps, everyone quickly looked towards the door, only to see a young man in a pale blue brocade robe walking in. When they saw the dragon pattern on the young man's robe, symbolizing nobility, all the merchants stood up respectfully, adjusted their clothes, and bowed towards the door in unison. "We welcome the ninth prince. May the ninth prince have eternal peace." Chu Xiao smiled broadly, walking leisurely to the front and directly sitting in the main seat. "All right, everyone, please be at ease. There's no need to be so formal. Sit down, and let's chat slowly." The merchants sat down with serious expressions, sitting up straight and not daring to be disrespectful. Chu Xiao picked up a cup of hot tea from the table, gently blew on it, took a sip, and the steam blurred his eyes. Putting down the teacup, Chu Xiao slowly scanned the crowd before finally speaking. "I believe everyone is curious why the crown prince have gathered you all here today." Hearing this, everyone sat up straight, quietly waiting for the ninth prince's next words. Chu Xiao paused for a moment, his expression growing more serious. "You should have heard not long ago that the Eastern East sent an envoy to our capital. They have been rampant, repeatedly provoking our Great Xia, even attempting to threaten us with force. Tell me, can our Great Xia endure such humiliation?" As soon as these words were spoken, the merchants began whispering among themselves, loudly discussing. "These Eastern barbarians are so audacious, it's truly detestable. Indeed, a mere small country dares to offend the dignity of our Great Xia. They deserve to be punished. Our Great Xia is a celestial nation. The Eastern E's transgressions must be dealt with." Chu Xiao nodded slightly, then gently tapped the table, instantly silencing the once lively gathering. "What you all say is valid. The Eastern E is seeking its own doom, and our Great Xia will never endure such humiliation. To be honest, His Majesty has already issued an order to wage war against the Eastern E soon. However, our treasury is currently empty, and you all are the pillars of our Great Xia. I hope you can lend a hand to help our Great Xia eliminate these disloyal subjects." Upon realizing that Chu Xiao's intention was to have them donate money, the merchants, who had just been filled with righteous indignation, all hung their heads in silence. It is often said that merchants pursue profit, and these individuals are sharper than the next. Though there are loyal subjects among them, the vast majority are certainly focused on their own interests. Few are willing to engage in matters that yield no benefit. Seeing the merchants fall silent, Chu Xiao was not. "What's wrong? Does your silence mean you are unwilling to give this prince face?" As Chu Xiao's tone grew slightly displeased, the merchants revealed bitter expressions. "Your Highness, it's not that we are unwilling to help, it's just that business is tough these days, and we are quite strapped for cash. Indeed, don't be deceived by our grand enterprises. There's hardly any profit, and we are willing but unable." As they spoke, they secretly observed Chu Xiao, and when they noticed his expression growing increasingly grim, they understood that today not a single coin would be donated. Before Chu Xiao could erupt in anger, a clever merchant quickly stood up to speak. Ahem, Ninth Prince, as a citizen of the Great Xia, I naturally wish to contribute to the nation. I am willing to donate 100 taels to assist the court in subduing the Eastern E. I will also contribute 50 taels. Me too, I'll give 80 taels. One by one they began to speak, seeming willing to donate, yet this amount was far from what Chu Xiao had in mind. Once everyone finished speaking, Chu Xiao slowly raised his head. I see everyone's loyalty, but I forgot to mention that the court will never neglect anyone who contributes to the Great Xia. The 3 individuals who contribute the most will be granted the title of royal merchant, and from now on their goods will be exclusively supplied to the royal family. Upon hearing this, many merchants began to breathe heavily. As business people, they understood that acquiring the title of royal merchant would bring countless advantages. From now on, the items in their shops would naturally be more prestigious, for being able to use the same goods as the royal family is an unparalleled honor. Seeing that these merchants were beginning to stir, Chu Xiao intensified his temptations. Oh, by the way, upon becoming a royal merchant, you will also receive a plaque inscribed with the characters Merchant of the Four Seas written personally by His Majesty. Oh my, a royal plaque. Once obtained, as long as the Great Xia does not fall, their families can prosper indefinitely. To put it bluntly, even if their fortunes were to decline in the future, possessing this plaque would provide their descendants with ample capital to make a comeback. The allure of becoming a royal merchant was already enough to entice, but upon hearing of the royal plaque, a merchant could no longer contain himself and jumped up. I am willing to donate 5,000 taels. As soon as this merchant finished speaking, a plump man rose. 5,000 taels is nothing. I am willing to offer 10,000 taels, so don't even think about competing with me. You think 10,000 taels will impress anyone? At that moment, a sharp voice came from a corner, and everyone turned to see a slender man looking at them with disdain. The slender man stood and respectfully bowed to Chu Xiao. Your Highness, I am willing to offer 30,000 taels, and I hope you graciously accept. Hearing that this thin merchant had pledged 30,000 taels, the remaining merchants gritted their teeth, cursing under their breath. Damn, the competition is getting fierce. At this rate, it seems everyone will end up bleeding financially today. At that moment, a clever merchant, noticing the smile on Chu Xiao's face, immediately began to persuade his peers quietly. Everyone, there are only 3 spots available. Why don't we discuss privately first to avoid hurting each other's feelings? Upon hearing this, all the merchants nodded in agreement. With so few spots available, if one donates but fails to secure a top 3 position, it would be a huge loss. It's better to confirm the participants first to avoid spending money unnecessarily. Chu Xiao saw through the merchants' little schemes and did not stop them. By the way, I almost forgot to mention something. In appreciation of everyone's generosity, the court will establish a monument outside the city. No matter how much you donate, your names will be inscribed upon it. However, the more you donate, the closer your names will be to the top. Moreover, this matter will be recorded in the county annals for future generations to admire. Goodness, this is pressuring us to bleed dry. Many merchants who had hesitated to speak, thinking they couldn't compete, now found it hard to remain silent with the announcement of the monument. Even if they couldn't become royal merchants, being able to see their names in the monument and county annals would be an unparalleled glory. I am willing to donate 10,000 taels. I'll donate 11,000 taels, and my name must be above. It is said that colleagues are rivals. We are all fabric merchants. If my name is behind someone else's, doesn't that prove my shop is less capable? It might even affect the future business of the shop. This simply cannot happen. Thus the crowd began to fervently compete once more. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Chu Xiao stood up and gently tapped the table. Everyone, I sincerely thank you for your contributions. Those wishing to donate can deliver the silver to the Ministry of Revenue before sunset tomorrow, and officials will be there to record your names and donation amounts. After giving these instructions, Chu Xiao left with his entourage. Once he departed, the merchants fell silent, pondering how much they should donate. Everyone, please hear me out. At that moment, a prominent merchant named Luo Shanchong suddenly stood up, squinting his eyes and smiling at the crowd. Surely, everyone sees that the court's intention is to take a slice from us. While the title of royal merchant is tempting, it's not worth risking everything for it. I propose a rule: no matter how much you donate, do not exceed 100,000 taels. This way it ensures we won't suffer too much loss, while also preventing discord among us. What do you all think? After he spoke, everyone chimed in agreement. Yes. This way we can avoid unnecessary spending. Let's set the limit at 100,000. I support it. I support it too. Alright, let's do it this way. Seeing that everyone agreed, a smile crept onto Luo Shengcheng's lips, secretly delighted. Exactly, this is how it should be done. By then, if you all donate 100,000, I'll donate 200,000. The title of royal merchant will definitely be mine. He had no idea that many present shared the same thoughts as him. After leaving the 100 flavors, and the merchants hurriedly rushed home, prepared their silver, and then hurried to the Ministry of Revenue to register the donations they were about to make. Luo Xingchong stood by watching his fellow merchants and couldn't help but let out a sneer. A bunch of fools, do you really think you can compete with me for the title of imperial merchant? Taking his time, Luo Xingchong returned to his residence and instructed the steward to prepare 200,000 taels of silver. He then commanded his servants, lift these 2 boxes carefully. If you lose a single coin, I will make you pay dearly. The servants shrank their necks and hurriedly lifted the boxes with great care, loading them onto the carriage outside. By the time Luo Xingchang's carriage arrived at the Ministry of Revenue, the sky had gradually darkened. Luo Xingchong deliberately arrived late. He didn't want others to know how much he had donated, allowing him to easily become the imperial merchant. As for the fellow merchants he had played tricks on, he didn't take them seriously at all. Once he became the imperial merchant, his status would be fundamentally different from that of other merchants. By then, even if those merchants realized they had been tricked, they wouldn't dare to trouble him. Soon Luo Xingchong entered the Ministry of Revenue with 2 large boxes. At that moment, the officials were sitting at their desks. Hearing footsteps, one of the officials looked up and asked in a flat tone, "Are you here to make a donation as well?" Luo Xingchong displayed a fawning smile, bowing slightly as he replied, "Yes, my lord. As a member of the Great Xia, I must contribute to our country." As he spoke, he personally opened the boxes, revealing them filled to the brim with silver, instantly capturing the official's attention. With a wave of his hand, 2 clerks quickly approached to count the silver inside the boxes. After confirming the amount, the clerk whispered a few words into the official's ear. The official nodded and asked Luo Xingchong, "A total of 200,000 taels, is that correct?" Luo Xingchong quickly nodded, "That's right, 200,000 taels." The official pushed the ledger in front of Luo Xingchong and, sounding somewhat fatigued, said, "If everything is in order, please come and sign." Luo Xingchong seriously wrote his name in the ledger and then discreetly took out a silver ingot, slipping it into the hands of the official. "My lord, could you let me know how much others have donated?" "I would like to have an idea," Luo Xingchong said. The official silently stuffed the silver into his pocket, suddenly changing his expression and looking coldly at Luo Xingchong. "Why are you asking so much? You'll find out sooner or later. If there's nothing else, hurry and leave. I have work to do," said the official, causing Luo Xingchang's smile to freeze in place. "Damn it. They collect silver faster than anyone, yet they won't even share this little detail with me, you scoundrel." Luo Xingchong cursed furiously in his heart, but he forced a smile on his face. Yes, then I shall take my leave." Stepping out of the Ministry of Revenue, Luo Xingchong took a deep breath and spat towards the entrance. "Huh, what nonsense." Just as he was about to board his carriage, a large group of people suddenly rushed out from the side, one of whom directly grabbed Luo Xingchang's wrist. Startled, Luo Xingchong initially thought he had encountered kidnappers, but upon closer inspection, he realized they were the same fellow merchants he had seen at the 100 Flavors Inn. "Brother Luo, how much did you donate? Could you share it with us?" Luo Xingchang's heart sank, but he maintained, "Ahem, didn't we agree that the maximum was 100,000 taels? So I donated 100,000. What about you all?" The merchants chuckled, awkwardly stammering, "Naturally, we all donated 100,000 too, ha." Looking at the nervous expressions of these people, an ominous thought suddenly crossed Luo Xingchang's mind. He eyed the group suspiciously and asked in a low voice, "You guys didn't secretly donate a lot, did you?" "Of course not. We agreed on 100,000 and not a single coin more." "Exactly. I even think 100,000 is too much. I only donated 50,000. Any more would make me feel pain in my heart." Seeing their fervent denials, Luo Xingchong finally relaxed his worried heart. "Donating less is better. This way it will be a sure thing for me to become the imperial merchant." Just as Luo Xingchong was lost in thought, the previous official from the Ministry of Revenue came out holding a list and directly pasted it at the entrance of the ministry with an expressionless face. Curious, Luo Xingchong leaned closer. "My lord, what is that list you posted?" The official replied without turning, "It's the ranking of your donations. As requested by His Highness the 9th Prince, our ministry will make the donation amounts public, so everyone is informed." Upon hearing this, Luo Xingchang's heart leapt into his throat. "Damn it. Once you make it public, my secret donation of 200,000 taels will no longer be hidden." In that instant, Luo Xingchong broke out in a cold sweat, unable to imagine how the merchants would curse him next. Nervously, he raised his head to look at the list at the entrance, and he froze in place. He had originally thought he would be at the top of the list, but after confirming several times, he found that the name at the top was not his. Wang Jinshan, donation of 300,000 taels. Luo Xingchang's face twisted as he spotted the merchant named Wang Jinshan in the crowd and gritted his teeth, interrogating. "You scoundrel. Didn't you say you only donated 100,000 taels? Not a single coin more." Wang Jinshan awkwardly scratched his head and then found Luo Xingchang's name on the list. Feeling a sudden surge of confidence, he straightened up. "You still have the face to blame me. It was you who told everyone that the maximum donation could only be 100,000 taels. Yet here you are donating 200,000 taels. Are you treating us like fools?" Luo Shengchong shrank his neck, feeling guilty and unable to argue back. Meanwhile, the other merchants who saw the list erupted in chaos. Old Lu, didn't you say you only donated 50,000 taels? You'd feel pain if you donated more. How come it says here you donated 150,000 taels? Old Chen, what are you barking about? Aren't you the same? You said your money isn't just blowing in from the wind, yet you turned around and donated 180,000 taels. The entrance to the Ministry of Revenue became exceptionally noisy, with all the merchants blaming each other. Luo Shengchong stroked his beard and suddenly turned to board his carriage. His actions immediately drew the attention of others. Why did old Luo suddenly leave? Is he too ashamed to face us? One merchant muttered curiously. Wang Jinshan, pondering, stared at Luo Shengchang's carriage and then stomped his foot, saying, "Not good. That scoundrel must be going home to get more silver." At dawn the next day, just as the sun had barely risen, the front of the Ministry of Revenue was already blocked by a procession of horse-drawn carriages. Old Luo, your carriage looks heavily laden. How much have you prepared this time? Wang Jinsheng's sharp eyes scrutinized Luo Shengchang's carriage with growing wariness. He had invested heavily this time. If he still could not outcompete Luo Shengchong, it would be a great loss. Luo Shengchong rolled his eyes at Wang Jinsheng, wearing a confident smile of assured victory. Old Wang, stop prying. I know your assets well enough. You simply cannot surpass me. I advise you to give up early. Wang Jinsheng stamped his foot in defiance. Don't get complacent. This time I am determined to secure the imperial merchant quota. As for you, old Luo, don't get ahead of yourself lest your efforts come to naught in the end. As the two men faced off, voices rising with flushed faces, the heavy front doors of the Ministry of Revenue creaked open slowly. A weary clerk who had stood guard all night rubbed his sleepy eyes, barely able to discern the commotion outside before nearly being knocked over by the surging crowd. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Causing a ruckus at the Ministry of Revenue. Are you so careless with your lives? Luo Shengchong hurried forward, bowing and smiling apologetically. Please calm down, sir. We are merchants here to make donations. We meant no disrespect in our haste. The clerk regarded the merchants with a puzzled expression. Donations? So they were here to give money. Yet their eagerness to part with their silver seemed almost reckless. Did they find money to be a burden? Before long, the merchants placed their silver into the ministry's warehouse and signed their names. However, none left immediately. Instead, they lingered, whispering and inquiring about how much others had donated. Old Luo, you really have deep pockets, donating another 2,000 taels without hesitation. Aren't you afraid of losing a fortune? Upon hearing Wang Jinsheng's words, Luo Shengchong smugly lifted his chin. I have money, what's it to you? Wang Jinsheng gritted his teeth, silently calculating the donations of others. He had just donated 1,800 taels, thinking it would suffice, but seeing his peers treat their contributions so casually, he felt uneasy. Wang Jinsheng struck his palm, then summoned a servant, instructing him to fetch another 5,000 taels from the treasury to deliver immediately. Luo Shengchong's heart bled at Wang Jinsheng's readiness to raise the stakes. Damn it, must the competition be so fierce? Luo Shengchong genuinely did not want to waste more money, but with such intense rivalry among merchants, if he did not keep pace, all his previous donations would be in vain. Reluctantly suppressing his pain, Luo Shengchong sent someone home to fetch more silver. Their actions naturally did not escape the notice of the other merchants. Seeing these two secretly escalating their bids, other capable merchants cursed under their breath, but had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow suit. Meanwhile, the officials at the ministry felt overwhelmed. Merely recording the detailed donations of these merchants day after day nearly wore out their hands. Yet watching the gleaming silver continuously piled into the warehouse, these officials experienced a bittersweet joy. At the Eastern Palace a few days prior, the censor Qin Su had wagered with the 9th Prince to demonstrate his loyalty to the Crown Prince. Naturally, the Crown Prince, Chu Yuan, wished to cultivate such a loyal subordinate. Therefore, he specially hosted a banquet at the Eastern Palace, inviting Qin Su for a private audience. Believing he had finally entered the inner circle of the Crown Prince's faction, Qin Su eagerly prepared gifts and presented them to the Crown Prince at the Eastern Palace. During the feast, the Crown Prince and Qin Su conversed amicably, with the topic inevitably turning to the 9th Prince, Chu Xiao. I heard that the 9th Prince invited many merchants yesterday, hoping they would voluntarily donate to the nation. Minister Qin, is this true? Qin Su set down his wine cup, a trace of sarcasm flickering in his eyes. Naturally it is true. That 9th Prince is naive beyond measure. Those merchants are stingy to the last. No one would foolishly donate unless coerced. The Crown Prince, Chu Yuan, nodded with a smile. So it seems the 9th Prince is doomed to fail this time. Qin Su replied confidently, indeed. I dared to bet with him because I am absolutely certain of victory. But what if the 9th Prince actually used his status to threaten those merchants? The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. Qin Su slapped his thigh forcefully, then spoke with a sinister grin. If that were so, I as a censor would have sufficient grounds to impeach the ninth prince. The crown prince and Qin Su exchanged knowing smiles, seemingly already envisioning Chu Xiao's impending humiliation. Just as they anticipated soon witnessing Chu Xiao's downfall, the Eastern Palace's chief guard, He Yunjin, hurried in with a look of urgent concern. "Your Highness, there's been an incident." The crown prince frowned displeased. "He Yunjin, why do you always bring me bad news? When will I hear some good tidings?" He Yunjin smiled, awkwardly reflecting that lately nothing at the Eastern Palace had gone smoothly. After venting his frustrations to his loyal subordinate, the crown prince softened his tone. "Speak, what exactly has happened?" He Yunjin licked his lips and whispered into the crown prince's ear, "I have just received news that a large number of merchants have voluntarily donated to the Ministry of Revenue these past 2 days. The crown prince took a deep breath and shot a glare at Qin Su. "Didn't you say these merchants are not fools and would never donate willingly? So what is going on now?" Qin Su, feeling uneasy under the crown prince's gaze, anxiously looked at He Yunjin. "Commander, could it be that the ninth prince used unscrupulous means to coerce the merchants?" He Yunjin shook his head bitterly. "No, the ninth prince merely leveraged 3 imperial merchant quotas and a merit steel to persuade the merchants to part with their silver willingly." Qin Su twitched his mouth. Could the merchants really be so easily manipulated? Swallowing hard, he frantically searched for excuses within himself. "I understand. Although these merchants were persuaded by the ninth prince, they are not fools. The donation amounts must be limited. Your Highness, there's no need to worry." The crown prince Chu Yuan snorted lightly. "I am not worried, but Minister Qin, it seems you are sweating a bit too much." Qin Su raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his face. How could he not be anxious? He could not afford to lose the bet with Chu Xiao, or else he would be utterly disgraced. "Minister Qin, I fear you will be disappointed this time. The merchants are donating more and more." Upon hearing He Yunjin's harsh words, Qin Su's eyes instantly lost their luster. Lies. Lies, right. Could it be that the merchant's silver was just blown here by the wind? "Commander, are you sure you have not been misinformed?" He Yunjin rolled his eyes. "I personally saw the merchants delivering boxes of silver to the ministry. I heard the warehouse is already overflowing." Seeing He Yunjin speak so earnestly, Qin Su's last shred of hope vanished. He let out a loud wail to the heavens. "Heaven forsakes me." In just 3 short days, Chu Xiao not only helped the Ministry of Revenue gather the military funds and provisions for 100,000 troops, but also managed to acquire a surplus. This led to the officials of the ministry greeting Chu Xiao with increasing warmth. With a slight scheme, Chu Xiao prompted the merchants to eagerly contribute a substantial amount of money. This ability garnered immense respect from the officials of the ministry, who privately referred to him as the god of wealth. Previously, many people doubted that Chu Xiao could raise sufficient funds so quickly, including Duke Dinghua. Initially, Duke Dinghua even considered selling his estate to assist Chu Xiao. However, while Duke Dinghua had yet to find a buyer, Chu Xiao had already gathered the necessary provisions for the army's expedition, leaving Duke Dinghua feeling quite defeated. With the funds secured, there were no longer any obstacles to the army's march. West of the city, the training ground. On the day of departure, the 100,000 soldiers stood in neat rows with Duke Dinghua Mu Yuan and Chu Xiao on the platform, gazing at the inexperienced soldiers below, exchanging glances. This damn thing is a bunch of fresh recruits." Duke Dinghua Mu Yuan's eyelid twitched. Their forces were already at a disadvantage, and this 100,000 troops were all untested new recruits. His initially confident expression began to freeze. The combat effectiveness of seasoned veterans and new recruits is worlds apart. However, with the arrow already knocked, Duke Dinghua could only accept the reality. As they waited on the platform, they soon heard a solemn sound of footsteps approaching from a distance. Duke Dinghua and Chu Xiao looked up to see the Summer Emperor dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe leading the civil and military officials into the training grounds. Upon seeing the Summer Emperor arrive, Duke Dinghua and Chu Xiao hurried down from the platform and quickly approached the Emperor, bowing in respect. "Your humble servant son pays his respects to your majesty." The Summer Emperor gently helped Duke Dinghua up and then glanced at the armored Chu Xiao, revealing a hint of concern in his eyes. "This is your first time on the battlefield. Once you reach the front lines, be sure to follow Duke Dinghua's orders. If you violate military discipline, I will not spare you." Though the Emperor's heart was filled with concern for Chu Xiao, his proud demeanor prevented him from showing it. Chu Xiao nodded perfunctorily. As this was his first time on the battlefield, Chu Xiao felt a surge of excitement within him, and after all, what man does not have blood boiling in his veins? However, Chu Xiao was not foolish. The battlefield was perilous, and without any special abilities, he knew he would not act recklessly when the time came. The Summer Emperor, along with Duke Dinghua and Chu Xiao, ascended the platform, his gaze slowly scanning the army below. "Warriors, the journey ahead is fraught with danger. I hope you can defend the territory of our Great Xia and uphold our nation's prestige." When you return victorious, I shall personally welcome you and reward you for your merits. Long live our emperor. Long live for 10,000 years. After the Summer Emperor's speech, the 100,000 soldiers knelt in unison and shouted loudly, their voices echoing in waves that made one's ears ring. The Summer Emperor turned his head and cast a deep glance at Duke Dinghua. Old Duke, I entrust every... Duke Dinghua clasped his fists tightly, declaring, this old minister will certainly spare no effort to fulfill your majesty's trust and protect the lands of Great Xia. The Summer Emperor then turned his gaze toward Chu Xiao. Upon seeing Chu Xiao's youthful face, the Summer Emperor opened his mouth, clearly wanting to say many things, but in the end only managed to utter one sentence. Take care out there, and don't try to be brave. Chu Xiao felt the Emperor's concern for him, and smiled, saying, rest assured, father, I will never bring shame to the royal family. The Summer Emperor nodded firmly, suppressing the reluctance in his eyes, and then stepped down from the platform. Seeing this, Duke Dinghua turned to face the army, and at that moment the drums began to sound. Duke Dinghua unsheathed his sword from his waist and shouted loudly, march. With that command, the army began to move. Duke Dinghua mounted his horse and glanced back, cupping his fist in salute towards the Summer Emperor and the officials before gently urging his horse forward, leading the army out of the training grounds. At this moment, Chu Xiao smiled and looked to the side, saying, someone bring my warhorse over. At the back of the crowd, upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, the censor Qin Su felt a mix of shame and anger, lowering his head as he stepped forward, leading the horse towards Chu Xiao. Please, your highness, mount. Faced with the smiling gazes of the civil and military officials, Qin Su wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Had he known this would happen, he would never have bet with Chu Xiao. As Chu Xiao leaped onto the horse, Qin Su covered his face with his sleeve and humiliatingly led the horse to catch up with the advancing army. Only after the army had exited the West City training grounds did Qin Su grit his teeth and raise his head to ask, your highness, can you let me go now? Chu Xiao smiled and waved generously. All right, you can scram now. Upon hearing this, Qin Su immediately dropped the reins and ran off. At this time, outside the training grounds, the roads on both sides were crowded with common folk who had come to bid farewell. In the bustling crowd, Mu Jinli exerted herself greatly to squeeze to the front. Her eyes were fixed on Duke Dinghua, and Chu Xiao ahead, her pretty face filled with worry and anxiety. After the army passed by her, Mu Jinli, for reasons she couldn't explain, suddenly began to chase after the troops. She kept running, never stopping, closely following the army, even as she gasped for breath. Among the army, as if sensing something, Chu Xiao, riding his warhorse, suddenly turned back, and his gaze locked onto Mu Jinli's figure in the crowd. Seeing Mu Jinli chasing behind the army, Chu Xiao tightened the reins, and under Duke Dinghua's puzzled gaze directly turned his horse around and galloped towards Mu Jinli. At that moment, Mu Jinli was focused on her pursuit. Suddenly hearing the sound of approaching hooves, she gasped and looked up, only to see Chu Xiao's familiar face appear before her. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Mu Jinli's eyes, followed by deep affection and reluctance. The two exchanged silent gazes as if the surrounding noise had vanished, leaving only their eyes in the vast world. After a long while, Mu Jinli summoned her courage, her watery big eyes gazing at Chu Xiao, her voice trembling slightly as she said, you must come back safely. Chu Xiao nodded, unsure where his courage came from, and suddenly reached out to gently caress Mu Jinli's small face. Just wait at home for me. I will definitely return safely. Mu Jinli's face turned bright red in an instant. Throughout her life, aside from her grandfather, no other male had ever had such intimate contact with her. Though it was a rather frivolous gesture, Mu Jinli found that her heart held no resistance. In the distance, Duke Dinghua also noticed his granddaughter's figure, but he felt somewhat displeased, wondering why his precious granddaughter appeared so close to Chu Xiao. Even though he, her dear grandfather, was also heading into battle, why did this little girl only have eyes for that little brat, Chu Xiao? Jealous Duke Dinghua pouted, and then shouted at Chu Xiao, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come here. Seeing the army had already moved a good distance, Chu Xiao knew he could not delay any longer. He cast one last longing glance at Mu Jinli, then took the reins and turned to catch up with the army. Mu Jinli watched Chu Xiao and her grandfather leave, silently closing her eyes and praying. Heaven, please bless and ensure that my grandfather and ninth prince return safely. At this moment, a bloody battle was unfolding within the Qilan Pass, the closest stronghold to the Dongi Kingdom, while the imperial army was en route to the front lines. As soon as Dongi learned that the Great Xia had rejected their proposal for a marriage alliance, they launched an immediate attack on the Qilan Pass, attempting to seize this stronghold before the imperial reinforcements arrived. The Qilan Pass, with its sturdy walls and past assistance from Dongi in fending off external enemies, had not stationed many troops over the years, totaling just over 10,000. However, now that Dongi had turned against the Great Xia, former allies had become enemies, plunging the Qilan Pass into dire straits. Outside the Qilin Pass, the cold wind howled and the sounds of battle echoed. The ferocious Dongyi armies surged like a tide, launching relentless assaults on the Qilin Pass. On the walls of the Qilin Pass, the defending officer, Zhou Jingchuan, was covered in blood, leading the garrison in a desperate fight against the invasion from Dongyi. At this point, Zhou Jingchuan's armor had been tattered by sharp blades, and he bore countless wounds. In just 7 short days, this marked the 10th assault by the Dongyi army. Although the Qilin Pass had repelled the enemy in the previous assaults, the continuous fighting had exhausted the garrison. Moreover, their numbers were already at a disadvantage, facing an enemy force that outnumbered them several times, resulting in heavy casualties with each resistance. Now nearly every soldier within the Qilin Pass was injured, and the garrison had dwindled from over 10,000 to less than 5,000. Brothers, hold on. We cannot retreat even an inch. Zhou Jingchuan gasped for breath, tightly gripping his spear as he thrust it repeatedly at the Dongyi soldiers attempting to scale the ramparts. Under Zhou Jingchuan's leadership, the garrison gritted their teeth, fighting fiercely to push the invading Dongyi soldiers off the walls. But there were simply too many Dongyi soldiers. In mere moments, they surged onto the ramparts, and despite the garrison's desperate attempts to stop them, it was futile. Once these Dongyi soldiers reached the ramparts, they charged at the exhausted defenders with vicious expressions. To them, the defenders, now trapped in a dire situation, were like sheep waiting to be slaughtered, posing little threat. On the ramparts, a brutal Dongyi soldier wielding a long knife engaged in combat with a young defender. A scream rang out. In a moment of carelessness, the young defender was struck by the Dongyi soldier. The Dongyi soldier licked his lips, a mocking grin spreading across his face. These defenders of the Qilin Pass had persisted for so long, but they were utterly exhausted, no match for the enemy. Just as he prepared to behead the defender, Zhou Jingchuan suddenly lunged at him, driving his spear straight into the Dongyi soldier's chest, pinning him to the wall. "General, we can't hold on much longer, let it go." The young soldier, now missing an arm, cried out in despair as he looked at the ever-increasing number of enemies. No one is without fear of death, and this young soldier was no exception. When he saw no hope for victory, he too felt fear. Zhou Jingchuan pulled the spear from the wall, his eyes reddened as he glared at the young soldier. He did not scold him, but spoke with firm resolve. "Even if we can't hold, we must endure. As long as I still draw breath, I will never give up." The Qilin Pass is the first line of defense for the Great Xia against Dongyi. If it falls, countless innocent lives will be at stake. As the commander, it is my duty to guard the Qilin Pass. Even if I must die today, I will never choose to surrender. Hearing Zhou Jingchuan's words, the young soldier lowered his head in shame. He picked up a long knife from the ground with his other hand, and with a roar charged back into battle against the enemy. Zhou Jingchuan took a deep breath, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He knew that the Qilin Pass was now on the brink of collapse. Even if they fought to the death, it might not be enough to repel the Dongyi army. If they continued to hold, it was very likely that all the defenders would perish. But they were soldiers of the Great Xia, loyal to their country, and that was their duty. Even knowing that ahead lay an abyss, for the sake of the Great Xia, they could not retreat a single step. Reaffirming his resolve, Zhou Jingchuan gripped his spear, tightly swinging it fiercely as he shouted, "Brothers, we shall fight to the death, without retreating." The defenders of the Qilin Pass, upon hearing this, revealed looks of defiance in the face of death. "Fight to the death without retreating. Fight to the death without retreating. Fight to the death without retreating." The defenders roared as they charged wildly towards the Dongyi army. Zhou Jingchuan led the charge, his spear dancing like a silver dragon. With each thrust, a Dongyi soldier fell in a pool of blood. Despite the numerous deep wounds on Zhou Jingchuan's body, he fought like a merciless killing machine, relentlessly engaging the enemy. Unfortunately, the disparity in combat strength could not be bridged solely by sheer bravery. As more and more Dongyi soldiers surged onto the ramparts, facing an overwhelming assault, Zhou Jingchuan and the defenders, though fearless of death, were nonetheless forced back. Seeing that the Dongyi army was about to capture the ramparts, Zhou Jingchuan took a deep breath, a wave of desolation washing over him. At this point, it seemed difficult for the Qilin Pass to withstand. All he could do now was try to take down a few more enemies before his demise. Just as Zhou Jingchuan prepared for death, intending to take a few enemies down with him, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Then he heard someone shouting, "General Zhou, we're here." Turning around, Zhou Jingchuan saw a group of commoners from the Qilin Pass armed with sickles and hoes. These people were ragged and looked somewhat disheveled, yet their eyes shone brightly as if ablaze with fire. Seeing this scene, Zhou Jingchuan felt a surge of emotion. He turned to his deputy Lin Yu and questioned, "Did I not order you to evacuate all the civilians? Is this how you carry out orders?" "General Zhou, please don't blame General Lin. We insisted on coming back ourselves." Hearing this, Zhou Jingchuan was taken aback. "The Qilin Pass is our home too. We are willing to live or die together with the Qilin Pass." Zhou Jingquan's heart trembled as he gazed at these simple commoners, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. Stop this nonsense. This is a battlefield, and people die here. You must leave. The Qilin Pass is about to fall. Zhou Jingquan did not want to see these civilians perish under the blades of the Dongi soldiers, so he could only shout. But the group of commoners armed with makeshift weapons did not leave. Instead, they stood firmly behind Zhou Jingquan, demonstrating their resolve through action. Zhou Jingquan's eyes reddened slightly as he surveyed the civilians behind him, his voice trembling as he said, "Have you thought this through? Once you stay, it is almost certain death." An elderly man with graying hair revealed a large yellowed tooth and confidently said to Zhou Jingquan, "General Zhou, give the order. We are willing to advance and retreat with you." Zhou Jingquan felt a surge of warmth within him. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the advancing Dong. "Very well, today we shall fight side by side. Let these Dongi bandits know that none among the soldiers and civilians of the Qilin Pass are cowards." These common folk, armed only with sickles and hoes, entered the battlefield, but posed not the slightest threat to the Dongi soldiers. Untrained and unprepared, they served only as fodder in the brutal crucible of war. Yet their true significance lay not in slaying enemies, but in igniting the defenders' long-dormant spirit. Watching these civilians launch clumsy, desperate attacks, the garrison of Qilin Pass felt their blood surge anew. Morale had inevitably waned as despair tightened its grip, until they beheld these ordinary people charging into death without flinching. In that instant, the defenders erupted with unmatched ferocity. If even peasants fought unto death, what justification could soldiers have for retreat? When fear of death itself dissolved, the defenders became specters risen from the abyss, heedless of wounds, indifferent to annihilation. Their sole resolve burned with grim clarity. Even in dying, I shall take down more than one. One kill breaks, even two repays the dead. 3 is triumph beyond measure. One defender, his shoulder cleaved by an enemy blade, raised no weapon, instead sinking his teeth deep into a Dongi soldier's throat. Another fell upon the ground, locked his arms around a Dongi soldier's thigh, refusing to release his grip despite savage kicks and blows. With his own body, he forged an opening for his comrades to strike. This ruthless life-for-life warfare began to unsettle the once unstoppable Dongi host. Fueled by this unyielding, death-defying resolve, the defenders drove the Dongi army back, once again, by sheer force of will. Outside Qilin Pass, General Wusun Lai of the Dongi forces watched his troops stall before the city walls, and with mounting impatience raised his hand in sharp command. At once his soldiers herded forward a ragged procession of impoverished Daxia civilians onto the battlefield. Grinning with cruel amusement, some soldiers kicked the captives, and others lashed them with whips, forcing them to kneel beneath Qilin Pass's towering gate. The scene was swiftly spotted from the ramparts. "Area! Father! Grandfather!" Piercing cries tore through the air, then merged into a chorus of raw collective grief. The garrison and townsfolk on the wall instantly recognized these captives, not as strangers, but as kin they themselves had escorted beyond the gates just days earlier. Eyes blazing with fury, hands clenched white-knuckled around their weapons, the defenders burned with a single desperate urge to rush down and rescue their loved ones. Wusun Lai had never intended to seize Qilin Pass through such dishonorable means, yet today's battle had dragged on far too long. Should he fail to breach the pass, he would face grave reckoning before the Dongi sovereign. Victory therefore demanded he abandon his last moral restraint. He had foreseen that Zhou Jingquan's benevolence would compel him to evacuate civilians to safety, so Wusun Lai had secretly dispatched a detachment to circle behind Qilin Pass, lying in ambush along concealed mountain trails. Noting the defenders' assault falter, Wusun Lai rode forward at a slow, deliberate pace, stopping directly behind the kneeling captives. From his waist, he drew a curved saber, its blade gleaming coldly, mirroring the merciless austerity of his countenance. He pressed the razor edge against an elder's throat. The icy bite of steel sent tremors through the old man's frail frame, his clouded eyes squeezed shut, his face etched with abject terror. "Zhou Jingquan, lay down your arms and surrender," Wusun Lai bellowed toward the ramparts. "Surely you do not wish these innocents to perish by my hand. You know full well resistance is futile, death awaits all who persist. Open your gates now, and I swear none shall be harmed." Zhou Jingquan, enraged by Wusun Lai's vile coercion, slammed his fist into the stone wall, cracking mortar and splintering brick. "Wusun Lai, you dare call yourself a man? Face me blade like a warrior. None of this base, despicable trickery." A mocking laugh escaped Wusun Lai at Zhou Jingquan's outburst. "Tsk, how naive you remain, Zhou Jingquan. We are enemies now. On the battlefield, victory justifies every means. That is the mark of a call me dishonorable. Very well, I care only for victory. Nothing else." Zhou Jingquan's tiger-like eyes blazed with incandescent fury. Surrender was unthinkable. Yet to stand idle while innocents died beneath Wusun Lai's blade violated every fiber of his conscience. General, please save my daughter. I'll die willingly, but she's still so young. General Zhou, my father is down there. These soldiers faced death without flinching, but could not bear the thought of their kin slaughtered before their eyes. Hearing those desperate pleas echo behind him, Zhou Jingchuan's frame trembled, his mind adrift in anguish, his path obscured by impossible choice. Sensing Zhou Jingchuan's hesitation, Wusun Lai's lips curled into a triumphant smirk. Zhou Jingchuan, I shall count to 3. Refuse to yield, and I begin the slaughter. To prove his intent was no empty threat, Wusun Lai raised his saber high and shouted 1, 2. Just as Wusun Lai prepared to utter the final count, the elder he held hostage surged upright and lunged at him. Traitorous dog, I'll die taking you with me. Unprepared for the assault, Wusun Lai was seized about the waist, his balance shattered. You dare defy me? Humiliated, Wusun Lai drove his elbow downward with crushing force into the elder's spine. The blow, charged with seething wrath, sent crimson spray arcing from the elder's mouth. Yet his arms remained locked tight, his frail form transfigured into something vast and unbreakable. General Zhou, do not surrender, for our sake. Qilin Pass is Daxiao's bulwark. Should it fall, countless lives will drown in ruin. We shall not become Daxiao's shame. Better to die than betray our homeland. His voice rang clear, carrying across the silence like a sacred vow. Wusun Lai's eyes flared crimson. So you beg for death? I shall grant it. A flash of vicious intent crossed his face as he raised his saber, then brought it down in a lethal arc across the elder's back. Die. Blood bloomed in violent arcs. But even as the blade struck home, the elder's hands clung unyielding to Wusun Lai's thigh. Die. Blood bloomed in violent arcs. But even as the blade struck home, the elder's hands clung on the city tower. Upon witnessing the old man being slain by Wusun Lai, a young soldier fell to his knees in anguish. Father. Zhou Jingchuan felt a deep sorrow as he saw his subordinate in such despair. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms as a fierce anger ignited in his eyes. Wusun Lai, hearing the pained wail from the city tower, revealed a glimmer of satisfaction in his gaze. Zhou Jingchuan, I give you one more chance. If you do not surrender, these innocent civilians will die because of you. Are you truly so cold-blooded? Wusun Lai's ruthlessness left the soldiers on the tower feeling unsettled. Many of them had family members captured by Wusun Lai, and they did not wish to see their loved ones meet such a tragic end. However, surrendering would mean betraying those soldiers who had already perished in battle. Zhou Jingchuan and the soldiers found themselves in a dilemma. Seeing Zhou Jingchuan hesitate, Wusun Lai couldn't help but sneer. He narrowed his eyes and scanned the group of captives before settling on a little girl who was only about 5 or 6 years old. Wusun Lai approached the little girl from behind and grabbed her by the scruff of her neck. Her short legs flailed helplessly in the air. Upon seeing Wusun Lai's somewhat sinister face, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Whoa, Mother Nan is scared, please save Nan. Among the kneeling captives, the girl's mother saw her daughter being held by Wusun Lai and instinctively tried to rush forward, but was forcefully held down by the soldiers of Dongi Kingdom. Hearing the little girl's pitiful cries, Wusun Lai not only showed no mercy, but instead burst into laughter. He revealed a set of somewhat yellowed teeth, grinning broadly at the little girl, saying, "Little girl, I will give you a chance to live. If you can run to the city gate, I will let you go." After saying this, Wusun Lai placed the little girl on the ground. The girl looked tearfully at her mother, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Then, urged by Wusun Lai, the little girl took off running, tears streaming down her face as she ran towards the city gate. She continued to cry as she ran. At this moment on the city tower, a middle-aged man rushed out, heartbroken, leaning over the wall with red eyes, calling down to the little girl. "Nan, my Nan." Upon hearing the familiar voice, the little girl immediately looked up towards the tower. "Whoa, Father, Nan is so scared." The middle-aged man, hearing his daughter's cries, felt an urge to jump down. Witnessing such a heart-wrenching scene, Wusun Lai's lips curled into a cold smile. He then retrieved a long bow from his back and began to draw the bowstring towards the little girl. "Zhou Jingchuan, can you truly bear to see such a lovely little girl die before your eyes? Doesn't your As Wusun Lai prepared to strike the little girl, her father in despair knelt before Zhou Jingchuan repeatedly. "General Zhou, please save my daughter. She is my only child, she cannot die." The middle-aged man cried out in anguish, knowing his plea was somewhat unreasonable and selfish, but he felt powerless. As a soldier, he had long been prepared to die at Qilin Pass, which is why he sent his wife and daughter out of the city hoping they could survive. But who would have thought he would be so unfortunate as to fall into Wusun Lai's hands? He was not afraid of death, but his daughter was still young and had a long future ahead of her. Zhou Jingchuan bit his lip hard, not knowing what the right course of action was. As he hesitated, a glint of cruelty flashed in Wusun Lai's eyes, and he slowly relaxed the bowstring. Seeing Wusun Lai's movement, Zhou Jingchuan's veins bulged. "Wusun Lai, stop. You better stop right. Unfortunately, Wusun Lai ignored Zhou Jingchuan completely. At the same time, Zhou Jingchuan shouted, the arrow transformed into a gleam of cold light and shot directly towards the little girl's back. The little girl's father screamed in despair, no. Just at that critical moment, an arrow suddenly shot out from not far away, moving at an incredible speed, colliding with Wusun Lai's arrow in midair with a crisp sound. The tremendous impact altered the trajectories of both arrows, which then landed in the sanded distance away. Wusun Lai, surprised, looked in the direction from which the arrow had come and saw a cavalry unit charging towards him with full force. Behind the cavalry, a banner embroidered with the character Xia fluttered in the wind. Wusun Lai's pupils constricted sharply. Damn it, how could the reinforcements from the Great Xia arrive so quickly? Originally, Wusun Lai had no intention of retreating immediately. He had been planning to engage with the reinforcements from the Great Xia to test their strength. But when he saw that the leader of the reinforcements was Duke Mu Yuan, a memory immediately surfaced in Wusun Lai. 10 years ago. At that time, Wusun Lai was not yet a great general. He was merely a minor general of... At that time, Dong Yi had repeatedly invaded the borders of the Great Xia, provoking the Great Xia to send Duke Mu Yuan and an army of 300,000. In that battle, Duke Mu Yuan swept through, advancing from the borders of the Great Xia straight into the heart of Dong Yi Kingdom, achieving 7 victories in 7 battles and instilling panic throughout Dong Yi. Wusun Lai witnessed Duke Mu Yuan slaughtering 50,000 Dong Yi soldiers in that battle, and the brutality of that fight still sends a chill down his spine. Later, the ruler of Dong Yi personally wrote a letter of surrender, agreeing to become a vassal state of the Great Xia, thus sparing Dong Yi from annihilation. Though that battle had occurred 10 years ago, seeing Duke Mu Yuan again made Wusun Lai's body instinctively send the order down, retreat immediately. Wusun Lai cast a deep glance at Duke Mu Yuan, who was charging towards him, and then decisively commanded his soldiers. The soldiers were somewhat astonished. Although reinforcements from the Great Xia had arrived, their numbers were clearly inferior to theirs. Why did the general suddenly order a retreat? General, why are we retreating? We are not afraid of them. Perhaps we can even strike a heavy blow against the newly arrived reinforcements. Wusun Lai shot the soldier a harsh glare. Are you the general, or am I? The Great Xia has dispatched that old man Mu Yuan. If we underestimate them, the consequences will be unimaginable. The young soldier, having never faced the might of Duke Mu Yuan, shrugged dismissively. What of Mu Yuan? He's getting old, or why should we fear him? Wusun Lai rolled his eyes in frustration. These youngsters had never faced Duke Mu Yuan, so they naturally did not understand the terror of that old man. But Wusun Lai had a deep-rooted fear of Mu Yuan that stemmed from the depths of his soul. Stop talking nonsense, hurry, and send the order. On the city tower, when Zhou Jingchuan saw the reinforcements from the Great Xia arriving, he was almost moved to tears. This reinforcement came just in time, otherwise he wouldn't know what to do. Zhou Jingchuan raised his arm and shouted, brothers, it's time to counterattack. During this time, many had perished at Chilin Pass, and with the recent threat from Wusun Lai, who had even used the common people as hostages, the garrison had been seething with anger. However, they had been unable to resist due to the situation. But now that the reinforcements had arrived, their anger found an outlet. Zhou Jingchuan decisively led the garrison to open the city gates, intending to show the Eastern E army a thing or two alongside the reinforcements. On the other side, Duke Mu Yuan led a cavalry unit charging directly towards the Eastern E army. Wusun Lai was wary of Mu Yuan, and upon seeing him approaching, immediately ordered the retreat signal to be sounded. The Eastern E army quickly began to withdraw from the battlefield, but Zhou Jingchuan had no intention of letting them escape just like that. Thinking of all the brothers who had died at Chilin Pass, how could he not seek vengeance for such a deep-seated grudge? Chase them down, or we cannot let them escape. Zhou Jingchuan commanded the garrison with bloodshot eyes. The garrison pursued the fleeing Eastern E army alongside the cavalry led by Duke Mu Yuan, but soon Duke Mu Yuan reined in his horse and signaled for the army to halt the pursuit. Zhou Jingchuan watched the Eastern E army gradually retreating, and a surge of unwillingness rose in his heart. Duke Mu, why have we stopped pursuing? These brutes deserve to die. When Wusun Lai had aimed his slaughtering knife at the ordinary people, Zhou Jingchuan had already ceased to regard him as human. Now seeing them about to escape, how could he be willing? Duke Mu could understand Zhou Jingchuan's feelings, but continuing the pursuit was unsafe. Never chase a desperate enemy. Duke Mu patted Zhou Jingchuan's shoulder and explained his reasons for not pursuing further. I had already guessed that the Eastern E would strike at Chilin Pass early, hence we marched at great speed, and now the army is already exhausted. If a real fight breaks out, they won't be able to exert much combat power and will only increase casualties. Seeing the deep fatigue on Duke Mu's face, Zhou Jingchuan realized that merely repelling the Eastern E army today was already no small feat, and he could only sigh inwardly. I was impulsive, I hope Duke Mu can forgive me. Duke Mu glanced at Zhou Jingchuan's tattered armor and understood that Zhou Jingchuan had been through a lot recently, so he couldn't bear to blame him. Rest assured the Eastern E will pay for their actions, I promise you that. Zhou Jingchuan had no doubt about Duke Mu's ability to do this, as he was a legendary general of the Great Xia. Yes, I understand. Duke Mu nodded slightly, and then ordered the army to begin clearing the battlefield. Just then a heart-wrenching cry rang out. Father, I'm sorry. It's my fault that you died. I swear even if I die, I will avenge you. Everyone turned to the sound, and saw a man kneeling on the ground, tightly hugging the corpse of the old man who had just been killed by Wusun Lai. The man's face was streaked with tears, and his body trembled violently with his cries. The mood of the crowd instantly grew somber. Every time war broke out, they witnessed various tragedies. On the other hand, the surviving common people once rescued immediately embraced their loved ones. Grateful to the Great Xia reinforcements for arriving so timely, they felt relieved. Among the crowd, a little girl was tightly held in the arms of her parents. The little girl, who had just walked through the gates of hell, still bore an expression of fear on her face. Thankfully, with her parents' comfort, she gradually stopped crying. After calming the little girl, her parents immediately led her to Duke Mu, kneeling down without a word. Nanan quickly bowed to Duke Mu. You must remember your life was saved by Duke Mu. He is our family's great benefactor. The little girl timidly lifted her head, preparing to bow to Duke Mu. Duke Mu hurriedly stopped the family. Get up, there's no need for thanks. I only regret coming too late, otherwise I could have saved more people. Although he said this, the family still expressed their gratitude profusely to Duke Mu. Soon the battlefield outside was cleared up, and Duke Mu led the army towards Qilin Pass. As soon as they stepped into Qilin Pass, Chu Xiao felt a chill running up his spine. When he was outside earlier, Chu Xiao had not closely observed the brutality of the battlefield. But now, stepping inside Qilin Pass, he was confronted with a scene resembling a hell on earth. The thick, acrid smell of blood was almost tangible, nearly making Chu Xiao, who was witnessing the horrors of war for the first time, vomit. Corpses lay in disarray everywhere on the streets and on the city tower. Most of these corpses were mangled, stirring in indescribable sorrow within Chu Xiao. Quick, doctor, is there a doctor? My brother is on the verge of death, someone save him. The anguished cries immediately drew Chu Xiao's attention. At that moment he realized that nearly every soldier defending Qilin Pass was severely injured. These injuries would have been debilitating for ordinary people, yet these soldiers fought on with their grievous wounds. It was hard to imagine how they had managed to hold on until the reinforcements arrived. There were only a handful of doctors in the city, but now the number of wounded was overwhelming. They simply could not. Just as Chu Xiao was preparing to help, he overheard Zhou Jingchuan arguing with his deputy. Quick, someone bandage General Zhou's wounds. His injuries are very serious. Hearing Deputy Lin Yes words, Zhou Jingchuan immediately reprimanded him. What nonsense are you talking? The doctors are so busy, they let them treat the other severely injured brothers first. Lin Yu looked at Zhou Jingchuan's wounds with concern and urged, but General, your injuries are serious too. I know my own body, I'm fine. Before Zhou Jingchuan could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt darkness clouding his vision and staggered back. Lin Yu reacted, quickly catching Zhou Jingchuan. Doctor, hurry. General Zhou has fainted, someone come. Hearing the shouts, a doctor hurried over, but after examining Zhou Jingchuan, he wiped the cold sweat from his face and stammered, it's no good, the wounds on the general are too deep, the bleeding cannot be stopped. Lin Yes' eyes widened in fear. What do you mean by that? It means that General Zhou is afraid he won't make. The doctor spoke with a tone of profound sorrow. No one had expected Zhou Jingchuan's injuries to be so severe, and Duke Mu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but sigh. Chu Xiao felt the sorrow in everyone's hearts and hesitantly raised his hand. How about I give it a try? Everyone turned to look at Chu Xiao. Duke Mu frowned. Can you save him? I can't guarantee anything, but I can give it a shot. Though Chu Xiao had learned some first aid, he didn't want to sound too certain. Duke Mu took a deep breath. Then you go. Chu Xiao nodded, approached Zhou Jingchuan to examine his wounds, and then instructed Yu Ting, go find some clean cloth and a jar of strong liquor. Remember, the stronger the better. Duke Mu was taken aback, and then furiously shouted, what the hell? How can you think about drinking at a time like this? Chu Xiao was left speechless by the accusations from the Duke of Dinghua. This wine is not for drinking but is for disinfection. The Duke of Dinghua looked at Chu Xiao with suspicion, feeling that this young man was somewhat unreliable. Chu Xiao rolled his eyes and said impatiently, there's no point in explaining to you. Quickly get a few people to carry General Zhou to a clean room. The Duke of Dinghua nodded and waved his hand, immediately summoning several soldiers who carefully lifted Zhou. Yu Ting, go get some needles and threads. Oh, I have an important use for them. Yu Ting nodded in confusion, wondering why the prince was acting so strangely. With strong liquor and needles involved, it certainly didn't look like a rescue operation. Although he couldn't guess what the ninth prince needed these items for, Yu Ting obediently turned to find what Chu Xiao required. While Yu Ting searched for the liquor and needle, Chu Xiao, together with the doctor, removed the heavy and blood-soaked armor from Zhou Jingchuan. Zhou Jingchuan's armor was in tatters, covered in countless marks from sword strikes. Seeing this, Chu Xiao felt a surge of respect. Once the armor was removed, Chu Xiao discovered a more troublesome issue. Zhou Jingquan's undergarments were stuck tightly to his flesh due to the dried blood. Attempting to take them off would tear open his wounds. Chu Xiao exchanged a glance with the doctor, and they carefully began to peel the clothing away from the flesh. During this process, Zhou Jingquan, who had been unconscious, seemed to feel the pain, his face twisting in agony. After much effort, they finally managed to remove the blood-stained clothing. At that moment, Yu Ting entered holding a jar of liquor in one hand and a bamboo basket in the other. "Your Highness, do these items meet your needs, eh?" Chu Xiao glanced over and nodded slightly. Meanwhile, the Duke of Dinghua and the others watched curiously, eager to see how he planned to save the man. Chu Xiao took the liquor jar from Yu Ting's hands and opened it, instantly filling the air with a strong aroma of. In the astonished gaze of those around him, Chu Xiao poured the liquor directly onto Zhou Jingquan's wounds. The intense pain jolted Zhou Jingquan awake from his unconscious state, twisting on the bed, his face contorted in agony. "Damn it, this hurts like hell." As Zhou Jingquan's frantic movements widened his wounds, Chu Xiao quickly shouted at those around him, "Quick, hold him down." Upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, Yu Ting and the Duke of Dinghua hurriedly stepped forward to restrain Zhou Jingquan's limbs. Seeing this, Chu Xiao took out needles and threads, briefly sterilizing them over the candle flame. Having completed all this, Chu Xiao wasted no time and knelt by the bed. He fixed his gaze on Zhou Jingquan's deep, gaping wounds, steadying his mind as he prepared to begin suturing. However, even though Zhou Jingquan's limbs were restrained, his body continued to thrash, making it difficult for Chu Xiao to start. "Duke, do you have any way to keep him still?" Chu Xiao looked up, his face filled with urgency, as he asked the Duke of Dinghua. The Duke tilted his head, thought for a moment, and then slapped Zhou Jingquan on the head. With a loud thud, Zhou Jingquan's head made a dull sound, and he immediately fell unconscious again. Chu Xiao was left completely stunned. What if you hit him so hard, he gets a concussion? Chu Xiao quickly pushed these chaotic thoughts aside. Lives were at stake, and he couldn't afford to relax. Taking advantage of Zhou Jingquan's unconsciousness, he immediately began to suture the wounds. The moment the sharp needle pierced the flesh, Chu Xiao's hands involuntarily trembled slightly. He was no medical student and had little experience with such tasks. Chu Xiao gritted his teeth against his discomfort and focused intently on suturing the wounds. The Duke of Dinghua and Yu Ting stood nearby, their eyes flashing with fear. This ninth prince is truly terrifying. He is treating a living person as if they were a garment to be stitched. Can this method really work? The Duke's lips twitched as he quietly asked Yu Ting. Yu Ting bit his lip and nodded vigorously at the Duke. The prince has his own ideas for everything he does. What we need to do is to believe in him unconditionally. Although Yu Ting had not been with Chu Xiao for long, the time spent together had already made him deeply admire this. At this moment, Chu Xiao ignored the surrounding sounds. His focus was solely on the gruesome wounds and the needle and thread in his hands. As time passed, his clothes became soaked with sweat. During the process of suturing, Zhou Jingquan woke up several times due to pain, but each time, without Chu Xiao needing to remind him, the Duke of Dinghua would proactively slap Zhou Jingquan unconscious again. Thus Chu Xiao spent a full hour, then let out a long sigh and paused his actions. Looking at the jagged centipede-like stitches on Zhou Jingquan's body, Chu Xiao shook his slightly numb arm with satisfaction. "Doctor, please check on General Zhou again. Now that his wounds have stopped bleeding, does that mean he is out of danger?" The doctor stepped forward immediately to carefully examine Zhou Jingquan's injuries. After hearing Chu Xiao's, "The bleeding has indeed stopped. Now if he rests well for a period, General Zhou's condition will not be serious. This is a miracle, simply miraculous." The doctor spoke while looking at Chu Xiao with eyes filled with. This was the first time he had witnessed such a method of stopping blood and saving lives, and he was utterly amazed. "Your Highness, can this method of stopping blood be promoted in the military?" The doctor looked at Chu Xiao anxiously, his voice filled with pleading. Soldiers in the military often got injured, and many wounds were too deep to stop the bleeding, leaving them to bleed out and die. With Chu Xiao's method, while it might not guarantee survival, it at least increased their chances significantly. However, without Chu Xiao's permission, the doctor wouldn't dare to use it, even if he learned it. Chu Xiao nodded without hesitation and replied, "Of course, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time." Seeing Chu Xiao so generous, willing to share this unique skill for military use, the doctor's gaze toward Chu Xiao was filled not only with respect, but also with admiration. Had the doctor not felt he was too old, he would have knelt down to ask Chu Xiao to take him as a disciple. Since Prince Chu Xiao treated Zhou Jingquan and promoted the suturing technique in the army, people's perception of him has changed significantly. Originally, the soldiers in the army believed that someone of Chu Xiao's status came to the military solely for However, as these soldiers interacted more with Chu Xiao, they discovered that he was quite different from the prince they had. Despite his noble background, Chu Xiao was approachable. Not only did he assist the town's doctors in treating the wounded, but he also lowered himself to converse with the common soldiers. Such down-to-earth actions earned him the respect of the soldiers in a very short time. On this day, as usual, Chu Xiao followed Duke Mu Yuan to inspect the Qilin Pass. After Duke Mu Yuan took command of the Qilin Pass, he began to redeploy the defenses ever vigilant against the potential return of the Eastern Yi army. However, Wu Sunlia, a very cautious individual, had not shown up since he was frightened away that day. Duke Mu Yuan remained vigilant, sending scouts out of the city every day to gather intelligence, while also training new recruits to strengthen the defenses of the Qilin Pass. Report. Just as Chu Xiao stood beside Duke Mu Yuan on the city wall gazing at the billowing yellow sand outside the Qilin Pass, a scout hurriedly approached. "My lord, we have spotted the traces of the Crescent Moon Division 50 miles away." Hearing this, Duke Mu Yuan's expression became serious. "Have you ascertained how many troops the Crescent Moon Division has mobilized this time?" The scout pondered for a moment before replying. "Approximately 100,000. Duke Mu Yuan frowned and continued to inquire. "Have you clarified their movements?" The scout pursed his lips, revealing a somewhat puzzled expression. "The Crescent Moon Division has remained stationed in one place. They do not seem to have any intention of moving." After a moment of contemplation, Duke Mu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. "It seems that the Crescent Moon Division and the Eastern Yi Kingdom have not fully come to an agreement yet." Hearing Duke Mu Yuan's judgment, Chu Xiao asked in confusion, "Duke, why do you say that?" Duke Mu Yuan glanced at Chu Xiao and explained with a light smile. "If I were the commander of the Eastern Yi, given my absolute advantage in numbers, I would definitely take the opportunity to attack the Qilin Pass, while the defending troops have not yet recovered along with the Crescent Moon Division. Even if I couldn't capture the Qilin Pass, I would never allow the defenders inside to recuperate peacefully. I would send troops to harass them daily to keep the soldiers on edge. Because once too much time passes and the wounded defenders have healed, attacking the Qilin Pass will become even more difficult. However, the fact that the Crescent Moon Division's army has not yet united with the Eastern Yi Kingdom indicates that the two parties have not reached a consensus." Chu Xiao nodded thoughtfully, then raised his doubts. "Duke, you are a renowned general of the Great Xia. You can come to such conclusions, but perhaps the opposing commander has not noticed this." Duke Mu Yuan laughed heartily and shook his head. "You underestimate Wu Sunlai too much. Wu Sunlai is not the kind of fool who rose to power through flattery. He has fought his way up from the bottom and could not possibly miss such an obvious point. That is why I am certain that the cooperation between the Eastern Yi Kingdom and the Crescent Moon Division has probably not fully come to fruition." Chu Xiao fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Duke, do you know much about the Crescent Moon Division?" Duke Mu Yuan nodded. "I have a certain understanding. The Crescent Moon Division is composed of multiple small tribes, and their supreme leader is called Qi Na Chanyu. However, although Qi Na Chanyu rules the entire Crescent Moon Division, the one to be wary of is their Left Valley King Agus. This man is valiant in battle, and is also the younger brother of Qi Na Chanyu, enjoying considerable prestige within the Crescent Moon Division. Agus has played an indispensable role in the Crescent Moon Division's ability to absorb so many small troops. However, because Agus is too well regarded, Qi Na Chanyu has never fully trusted him, and the relationship between these two brothers is not very good. Both Agus and Qi Na once had qualifications to become Chanyu, and Agus has always believed himself to be more suitable. However, the old Chanyu entrusted the position to Qi Na before his death, which has left Agus feeling resentful. After listening to Duke Mu Yuan's explanation about the Crescent Moon Division, a bold idea arose in Chu Xiao's heart. If the Crescent Moon Division truly allies with the Eastern Yi Kingdom, how confident are you in defeating them, Duke? Duke Mu Yuan looked at Chu Xiao with a hint of meaning in his eyes. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Chu Xiao grinned. "What if it's a lie? Then I would tell you that I am 100% confident in defeating them." Chu Xiao was taken aback. "And if it's—" Duke Mu Yuan's expression gradually became serious. "If it's just about holding the Qilin Pass, then I have a 90% confidence. But if we aim to defeat them, or even inflict heavy damage, it would require favorable timing and conditions. My confidence drops to 60%. 90% confidence can secure the defenses, while 60% can crush the allied forces." It must be said that if anyone else had said such a thing, Chu Xiao would have thought they were bragging. However, when Duke Mu Yuan said it, it made people instinctively choose to believe. Do not think that a 60% chance of victory is low. Once the Eastern Yi Kingdom and the Crescent Moon Division join forces, their numbers will be double that of the Great Xia. Having a 60% chance of winning in such circumstances is no easy feat. I have an idea. If successful, the rewards should be substantial. Duke, would you like to hear it? Upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, Duke Mu Yuan nodded slightly. "Go ahead and share." "Since the Eastern Yi Kingdom and the Crescent Moon Division have not yet reached an agreement, do we have a chance to incite dissent within the Crescent Moon Division?" Duke Mu Yuan was taken aback by Chu Xiao's bold statement. After a moment of thought, he shook his head directly. "It's impossible. Qi Na Chanyu harbors great animosity toward the Great Xia. Over the years, the Crescent Moon Division has frequently raided the citizens of the Great Xia, and the two sides have long since built a deep-seated grudge. Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. But what if the Chanyu is not Qi Na, but someone else? Duke Mu Yuan gasped sharply. You don't mean to incite internal strife within the Crescent Moon Division, do you? Chu Xiao flashed a bright smile, showing a harmless grin. Duke, do you think this method is feasible? Although Duke Mu Yuan thought Chu Xiao's idea was quite bold, after taking a serious moment to consider it, he found that the plan was indeed feasible. While it is somewhat dangerous, should it succeed, the rewards would be immense. It's a good idea, but executing it will be very difficult. Especially since we need someone who can persuade the Left Valley King, who one misstep could be life-threatening. The dangers are self-evident, and after some thought I found that there is currently no suitable candidate in the army. Chu Xiao pointed to himself with a beaming smile and asked, Duke, what do you think of this prince? Duke Mu Yuan's expression twitched as he directly scolded him. Are you crazy? What is your status? If something happens to you, the emperor will have my skin. Chu Xiao did not expect that the Duke of Dinghua would react so strongly to his trip to the Xianhua tribe. Duke of Dinghua, you should know very well that I am the most suitable candidate. To provoke internal strife between Agus and China Shanyu, it is essential to have someone of sufficient status go, otherwise Agus would never be willing to take the risk. The Duke of Dinghua knew that what Chu Xiao said was reasonable, but Chu Xiao's identity was too sensitive. If something happened to Chu Xiao on the battlefield, not only would Emperor Xia not spare him, but Mu Jinli would also not forgive the Duke of Dinghua. No matter what you say, I will not agree. Even if the Xianhua tribe joins forces with the Eastern barbarians, I have my own ways to deal with them. Chu Xiao sighed bitterly and earnestly said, but once the plan succeeds, it will not only increase our chances of victory, but more importantly, significantly reduce casualties. But you are a prince. So what if I'm a prince? Chu Xiao replied seriously, do you think the Duke of Dinghua that I'm going to the battlefield for glory? The Duke of Dinghua's tone softened a bit. I know you are not that kind of person, but you should understand that if something happens to you on the battlefield, the emperor will be furious, and I cannot bear that risk. But this is my own request, and I believe the risk is worth taking. The Duke of Dinghua fell silent. The greater the risk, the greater the potential reward. If we truly incite internal strife within the Xianhua tribe, not only would De Xia lose an enemy, but there is also a significant chance of bringing the Xianhua tribe onto De Xia's side, resulting in a drastic change in the battlefield situation. But still, Chu Xiao's identity made the Duke of Dinghua wary. Seeing that the Duke of Dinghua remained silent for a long time, Chu Xiao licked his lips and continued. Let's say the plan fails. With my identity, there is absolutely no life-threatening danger, right? As such a valuable hostage, the Xianhua tribe would certainly not kill me easily. At that time, the Duke of Dinghua, you can still find a way to rescue me, right? The Duke of Dinghua smiled bitterly. You are thinking too simply about this. Chu Xiao revealed a smile. Duke of Dinghua, time waits for no one. Once the Xianhua tribe reaches an agreement with the Eastern barbarians, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity will be missed. The Duke of Dinghua hesitated, pacing back and forth on the city wall, and at this moment his heart began to waver. What do you plan to do to meet Agus? Hearing the Duke of Dinghua's question, Chu Xiao knew that the Duke of Dinghua had been convinced by him. How about posing as a merchant? Although the Xianhua tribe is at odds with De Xia's merchants are still quite powerful. The Duke of Dinghua took a deep breath and stared at Chu Xiao with utmost seriousness. Are you sure you thought this through? If something happens, I can't guarantee that I can really rescue you. Chu Xiao did not hesitate and nodded directly. I have thought it through. If I take a little risk, but can bring a great victory to De Xia, I think it is worthwhile. All right, I will send 1,000 cavalry to secretly protect you. But to be honest, that still cannot guarantee your safety. Chu Xiao waved his hand indifferently. No worries, I have a plan. Fine, I promise you, if you succeed, this battle will be credited to you. Chu Xiao did not care at all about the credit. After all, he was a prince, and he did not want to fight for the throne, as such credit held no value for him. The reason he was willing to take the risk was that he was moved by the determination of the troops at Qilin Pass. These soldiers were determined to defend Qilin Pass at all costs. As a prince of De Xia, how could he do nothing? The conversation shifted. Just as Chu Xiao and the Duke of Dinghua reached an agreement to incite internal strife within the Xianhua tribe, at this moment in the Xianhua tribe's main camp, the Eastern barbarians had dispatched envoys to negotiate with Qin Shanyu. The two sides had previously made a verbal agreement to jointly attack De Xia. However, when the moment arrived, Qin Shanyu suddenly had a change of heart. This was not because Qin Shanyu was afraid of De Xia. Rather, seeing that the Eastern barbarians were in a difficult position, he wanted to take advantage of the situation to gain more benefits. Qin Shanyu suddenly made a lion's demand, which naturally infuriated the Eastern barbarians. Without the assistance of the Xianhua tribe, the Eastern barbarians did not have absolute confidence in defeating De Xia, so they could only send a delegation to negotiate with Qin Shanyu in a cordial manner. In the Xianhua tribe's tent, when Qinna Shanyu opened his mouth to overturn the previously agreed cooperation, the Eastern barbarian envoy was already trembling with anger at Qinna Shanyu's shamelessness. Shanyu, we had previously agreed on this. Oh, why at such a critical moment do you suddenly have a change of heart? Do you think the Eastern barbarians are easy to bully? In response to the Eastern barbarian envoy's questioning, Qinna Shanyu did not feel the slightest bit of shame. This time is different from the last. This time the one leading the Xia's forces is the Duke of Dingwa Mu Yuan. How powerful he is I am sure you Eastern barbarians know better than I do, so the previous agreement is null and void. If you still want the support of my Xianhua tribe, then double the original conditions. Good heavens, Qinna Shanyu's greed completely broke the Eastern barbarian envoy's defenses. Double. Shanyu, isn't that a bit too much? Qinna Shanyu carelessly picked up his cup and took a sip. Then let's not cooperate. I want to see if you Eastern barbarians have the capability to defeat the Xia by yourselves. The Eastern barbarian envoy was extremely angry at this moment. But Qinna Shanyu was sure that the Eastern barbarians would not dare to fall out with the Xianhua tribe now, so he acted without restraint. It should be known that in order to cooperate with the Xianhua tribe, the Eastern barbarians had already promised many benefits. If they were to double it, the envoy had no authority to agree directly. Shanyu, your conditions are indeed too harsh. I must discuss this with the king before I can respond to you. Qinna Shanyu nodded. All right, anyway, the one who is anxious now is you. I can wait as long as you need, just afraid that you can't wait. Faced with Qinna Shanyu's shamelessness, the envoy angrily left the Xianhua tribe's camp. After the Eastern barbarian delegation left, Agus hesitated for a moment and stood up to walk in front of Qinna Shanyu. Shanyu, is what we are doing a bit inappropriate? If we keep going back on our word, who would dare to easily cooperate with our Xianhua tribe in the future? Qinna Shanyu was already wary of his very capable younger brother. Now seeing him dare to question him, a flash of anger flickered in Qinna Shanyu's eyes. Impudent. I do this for the sake of the entire Xianhua tribe. Now besides us, no one can help the Eastern barbarians. Even if the conditions we propose are very harsh, the Eastern barbarians will ultimately agree. I am wholeheartedly considering the Xianhua tribe, and yet you dare to question me, Agus. You are quite bold. With such a heavy accusation from China, Agus' expression was indeed very grim. Over the years he had fought tirelessly for the Xianhua tribe, but what about China? All he did was enjoy himself. He never truly considered the Xianhua tribe's interests. Each time he received the spoils of war, he would keep the best for himself and only hand out some worthless rewards to the soldiers under his command. Many warriors within the tribe had long harbored grievances against his actions. More importantly, Agus felt that he was the one who had contributed the most to the Xianhua tribe, yet he received the least benefits, which was deeply frustrating for him. I fought desperately, nearly dying on the battlefield several times, yet in the end you took all the benefits for yourself. Do you think I, Agus, am a fool? Agus took a deep breath. There had long been a rift between him and China, but how could he confront China directly given that he was the chieftain? Chieftain, you know that's not what I meant. I just believe that the reputation of the Xianhua tribe is also very important. China snorted coldly. What use is reputation? The only thing that matters is the benefits that we can grasp. Agus frowned and couldn't help but retort, Chieftain, if you continue like this, it will bring many enemies to the Xianhua tribe. Even if the Dongyi kingdom reluctantly agreed to China's demands, would they be happy about it? Once the cooperation ended, the Dongyi kingdom would likely find ways to target the Xianhua tribe. Isn't this setting up an enemy for the Xianhua tribe for no reason? Enough. I am the chieftain of Agus, don't forget your identity. Agus clenched his fists tightly. Every time China was in the wrong, he used his identity as chieftain. In Agus' view, someone like China was unworthy of being chieftain. Agus was the one who should rightfully hold that. Even if you are the chieftain, if you make a mistake, can it be pointed out? China slammed his hand on the table. Agus, you are quite bold. Are you trying to rebel? Seize this audacious fellow. As soon as China finished speaking, several soldiers rushed into the tent. But at that moment, the military generals around who had remained silent suddenly knelt down before China. Chieftain Zwaguli Wang is also thinking of the Xianhua tribe, which is why he clashed with you. Please forgive him. Yes, Chieftain Zwaguli Wang has a straightforward character. He did not mean to target you. Please show him mercy. China's eyes turned red as he stared at the generals pleading for Agus, and his wariness towards Agus grew even stronger. Over the years, China had always sought to limit Agus. But Agus was simply too competent. He actively sought out many dangerous battlefields, thus his prestige in the army soared. China felt that Agus' existence was seriously impacting his position. Well, you all believe Agus did nothing wrong, so it is this chieftain who is in the wrong. The generals kneeling on the ground all felt their hearts tremble. They sensed the murderous intent in China's words. We dare not. China snorted coldly. Good, such boldness. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixated on Agus. Although he wished to kill Agus immediately, he knew that Agus was no longer someone he could easily control. Without absolute certainty, he did not dare to push Agus too hard. China slammed his hand heavily on the table, gritting his teeth. Considering so many people plead for you, this chieftain will spare you this time. You may all withdraw. Agus bowed to China, then quickly exited, returning to his own tent with a dark expression. Remembering the murderous intent that China had just revealed towards him, Agus' gaze gradually turned cold. China, this chieftain should have been mine. You stole what was rightfully mine. Clearly he was more capable, yet he still had to bow to China when they met, which was something the proud Agus could not. More importantly, the relationship between him and China had become irreconcilable. Once China found an opportunity, he would surely strike hard against Agus. Under such circumstances, Agus needed to prepare early. Although Agus looked down on China, he was still the chieftain and had many supporters around him, which was why Agus continued to endure in silence. Just as Agus was contemplating what to do next, his personal guard suddenly entered. Zwaguli Wang, a merchant from the Daxia, has come outside the camp claiming to have a big business deal to discuss with you. Agus frowned. A merchant from Daxia. Quite bold considering Daxia is currently at war with Dongi Kingdom. This merchant dares to come out. Isn't he afraid of death? Though he said that Agus was still very interested in the big business the merchant mentioned. He waved his hand. Soon Chu Xiao and Yu Ting, guided by Agus' personal guards, arrived at Agus' tent. Agus sized up Chu Xiao, noting his luxurious clothing and extraordinary demeanor, which piqued his interest. I hear you have a big business deal to discuss with me. Pray tell, what kind of big deal is it? Chu Xiao cupped his hands towards Agus. Zwaguli Wang, may I ask you to dismiss your men first? Agus was taken aback for a moment, then waved his hand to signal the surrounding guards to step outside the tent. After all, he wasn't worried that Chu Xiao and Yu Ting would harm him. Agus was confident in his strength. Two mere individuals could not possibly harm him. Moreover, this was the territory of the Xianyue tribe, and he didn't believe anyone would dare to attack him here. Once only Agus remained in the tent, Chu Xiao suddenly stood up straight, his expression becoming solemn. Zwaguli Wang, allow me to reintroduce myself. Oh, I am the 9th Prince of Daxia, Chu Xiao. Agus frowned, a look of astonishment crossing his face. The Prince of Daxia. Interesting. The Prince of Daxia would hide his identity to meet me. I am even more curious about what you actually want to do. Chu Xiao smiled slightly. Didn't I mention before? I came to find Zwaguli Wang to make a big deal. What kind of deal is worth the 9th Prince of Daxia personally coming to discuss? It concerns the position of the chieftain of the Xianyue tribe. Is this kind of deal something Zwaguli Wang is interested in? Agus' eyes instantly turned sharp. He stared at Chu Xiao, enunciating each word. What do you mean by that? Chu Xiao maintained a gentle smile in the face of Agus' questioning. Zwaguli Wang, you are clearly extraordinarily capable and have risked your life for the Xianyue tribe, yet you have always remained beneath China. Are you truly content with that in your heart? Chu Xiao's words echoed Agus' innermost thoughts, causing Agus' pupils to constrict sharply, his heart churning with turmoil, yet his face displayed great anger. Bold. Does the 9th Prince intend to sow discord between me and the Chanyu? Who doesn't know that I, Agus, am the Chanyu's blood brother, and I have always been loyal to him? As Chu Xiao heard Agus' solemn declarations, he nearly burst into laughter. Loyal? Is it the kind of loyalty that wishes the other party would die immediately? As Agus' furious voice rang out, the personal guards outside the tent rushed in, surrounding Chu Xiao, and, worried that Chu Xiao might be in danger, Yu Ting quickly shielded him behind himself. King Zwaguli, is this your way of hospitality? Faced with dozens of fierce personal guards, Chu Xiao showed no signs of fear, and instead smiled calmly. Seeing Chu Xiao's calm demeanor, Agus couldn't help but speculate about his true intentions for coming here. Though he had long been dissatisfied with Chanyu Chi Na, such matters could not be openly discussed. If word reached Chi Na's ears, it would spell disaster. Agus hesitated for a moment while looking at Chu Xiao, then finally waved his hand to the personal guards. Seeing this, they all retreated from the tent. Inside the tent, the atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. After a long silence, Agus sat back down and asked Chu Xiao in a serious tone. 9th Prince, what exactly did your earlier statement mean? Seeing Agus still probing him, Chu Xiao shrugged and stepped forward to look Agus in the eye. King Zwaguli need not be so wary. This prince has come to assist you in seizing the Chanyu's position. Facing Chu Xiao's straightforwardness, Agus took a deep breath. Currently, the Great Xia is at war with the Dongi nation, and the inclusion of my Xianyue tribe can sway the battlefield's direction. Thus, the 9th Prince has come here to instigate internal strife within my Xianyue tribe to alleviate the pressure on the Great Xia's battlefield right. In front of me, 9th Prince, you should keep such thoughts to yourself. I am not a 3-year-old child who can be easily Ha ha! Upon hearing Agus' words, Chu Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. King Zwaguli seems to overestimate the importance of the Xianyue tribe. Our Great Xia boasts a powerful military and abundant resources. What does it matter even if you unite with the Dongi nation? With the ability of the Duke of Dinghua, if he wishes to hold the Chilan Pass, how confident does King Zwaguli think you and the Dongi nation are in breaking through the mighty defenses of our Great Xia. Both the Dongi nation and your Xianyue tribe are severely lacking in resources. As long as we can successfully drag this out until winter, your coalition will collapse without a fight. Chu Xiao's words sounded harsh, yet Agus did not rebut. Because neither the Dongi nation nor their Xianyue tribe had the abundance of resources that the Great Xia possessed. Waging war is fundamentally about resources. The daily consumption of hundreds of thousands of troops amounts to astronomical figures. Especially in winter when resources are scarce, their Xianyue tribe truly cannot afford to sustain such a burden. Seeing Agus remain silent, Chu Xiao knew he had the rhythm of the conversation firmly in his control. It seems King Zwiguli is already quite aware of his own situation. You possess exceptional abilities and you will inevitably be viewed with suspicion by Chanyu Qina. If you remain passive, your future may not bode well. Agus was well aware that he and Qina would eventually face off against each other. There was no longer any possibility of negotiations between the two of them. Even if Agus claimed he would no longer compete with Qina would no longer tolerate him. The reason for their mutual restraint was that neither side held absolute certainty of victory. However, if the Great Xia intervenes, such a balance could easily be disrupted. Having thought of this, Agus ceased pretending to be foolish. How can you help me? Agus fixed his gaze on Chu Xiao, asking earnestly. Chu Xiao smiled slightly. I have hidden 1,000 cavalry outside the Xianyue tribe. Agus was directly infuriated. Are you kidding me? There are 100,000 troops here. What use is your 1,000 cavalry? Chu Xiao rolled his eyes. You must have your own trusted subordinates in the army, right? Find an opportunity for me to let the 1,000 cavalry feign an attack on the camp. At that time you can withdraw all the soldiers around Chanyu Qina, and it won't be difficult to eliminate Qina. Agus pondered for a moment, then nodded. If the plan goes smoothly, the possibility of taking advantage of the chaos to kill Qina is indeed quite high. Having served in the army for so many years, Agus had earned the unwavering loyalty of many soldiers through his remarkable military achievements. But Qina also has many diehard loyalists. Once they find out that I killed Qina, they will definitely come after me. Moreover, Qina is the Chanyu. If I act against him, it will surely incite public outrage, right? Chu Xiao shook his head with a smile, his fingers gently tapping on the table. King Zwiguli, you still don't understand human nature well enough. In this chaotic world, all actions are driven by self-interest. Surely there will be those willing to sacrifice their lives for Qina, but they will not be many. As long as you can provide them with a better life, how many do you think will risk their lives for Qina? I must say Chu Xiao's words truly stirred something within Agus. Since he and Qina had long since exhausted all possibilities of reconciliation, with such an opportunity laid before him, he was naturally willing to take the risk. However, with the Prince of the Great Xia actively offering to help him, Agus still maintained a certain level of vigilance in his heart. There are no free lunches in this world. Then what is your objective? I do not believe you are purely acting out of goodwill. Chu Xiao slightly raised his head. What does King Zwiguli still think this prince would harm you? If something happened to you, this prince would also be doomed here. Do you really think this prince's life is worth less than yours? Agus pressed his lips together, speaking with a hint of unfamiliarity. Even if you want to harm me, you must have your own motives. So what exactly do you want to gain from me? Since we are to cooperate, we should be forthright. Otherwise, how can we collaborate effectively if I am always on it? Chu Xiao nodded, agreeing with Agus' words. It's simple. I need you to collaborate with the Great Xia to annihilate the Dongi. A mischievous smile appeared on Agus' face. It seems that in your heart you don't have absolute confidence in winning against our coalition with Dongi, so everything you just said was just bluster. Chu Xiao scoffed. If it were merely about defeating Dongi, this prince wouldn't need to go to such lengths. Listen carefully, this prince's goal is to make Dongi disappear entirely. Thus the Great Xia needs your assistance. Agus gasped sharply. The appetite of the Great Xia is truly immense. The Dongi had merely provoked the Great Xia, yet they were already contemplating the complete annihilation of Dongi. How terrifying. Now that he knew that the Great Xia needed him, Agus had let go of much of his wariness towards Chu Xiao. So what can I gain from this? Since this was a collaboration, Agus naturally needed to negotiate some benefits for himself. He couldn't just help the Great Xia for nothing. If the stakes offered by the Great Xia were sufficiently enticing, then Agus thought that cooperating with them might not be a bad idea. While Qina held animosity towards the Great Xia, Agus had a broader perspective. There are no eternal enemies in this world. As long as there are sufficient benefits, enemies can become friends. The Great Xia will never mistreat its own people. If our cooperation goes smoothly after conquering the Eastern Yi Kingdom, you can choose 1/5 of the land for yourselves. This will all belong to your Xianyue tribe in the future. With this land, your Xianyue tribe can settle down completely and no longer need to roam around. 1/5 of the Eastern Yi Kingdom's land. Agus was taken aback by Chu Xiao's generosity. Was the Great Xia this extravagant? Compared to the Great Xia, the Eastern Yi Kingdom was much stingier. Their collaboration with the Xianyu tribe only offered some gold, silver, jewels, and a few slaves. At this moment Agus looked at Chu Xiao with much warmer eyes. With such sincerity from the Great Xia, Agus felt respected. All right, given the Great Xia's generosity, it's hard for me to refuse cooperation with you. Seeing that Agus was intrigued, Chu Xiao quickly waved his hand. Don't get too excited yet, I still have a few points to discuss. Agus felt a sinking feeling. He knew that such great benefits would not come easily. Go ahead, what other requirements do you have? Chu Xiao, noticing Agus' seriousness, smiled and patted his shoulder, comforting him. Don't be tense, it's all minor matters. Firstly, the land of the Eastern Kingdom can be given to you, but the common people there will belong to the Great Xia. Although cities were important, Chu Xiao valued the population more. In the current environment, population is the foundation of a nation's strength. Upon hearing this, Agus did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. The Xianyu tribe had always looked down on outsiders. Even if these Eastern commoners were handed over to him, they would only be treated as slaves. Agus would not raise them for free. Since the Great Xia needed people, he was happy to do a favor. No problem. Do you have any other requests? Chu Xiao nodded. Yes, from now on your Xianyu tribe must become a vassal of the Great Xia and heed its arrangement. Agus stood frozen in place, thinking he must have misheard. Did you just say? You want my Xianyu tribe to submit to you? Not to me, but to the Great Xia. Isn't that the same thing? Agus' face showed anger. I worked so hard to become the Chanyu, and you expect me to be your dog. If that's your mindset, then I believe we don't need to cooperate at all. Agus would never be willing to submit. He was an ambitious man. If becoming Chanyu meant being someone's subordinate, why would he resist China and not just lay down and give up? I know you're anxious, but don't rush. As long as the Xianyu tribe submits to the Great Xia will send people to teach you how to farm, help you build houses, and provide you with enough food, so you no longer have to worry about survival. Think about it, you've just become the Chanyu. Do you really want to continue living that wandering life? With the help of the Great Xia, you can lead your people to a comfortable life. And all you have to give is merely nominal submission to the Great Xia. Isn't this a good deal? Agus, the Xianyu tribe was a nomadic people relying on herding and raiding for survival. However, such a life was unstable. Once a natural disaster struck, many would starve. The conditions offered by the Great Xia were quite generous. They would give them land, teach them farming, help them build houses, and even provide money and food. The Great Xia was offering so much that Agus felt it would be ungrateful to refuse. More importantly, the Great Xia was indeed very powerful. Even though the Xianyu tribe often raided the border towns of the Great Xia, it did not mean they were unaware of the Great Xia's strength. If the Great Xia truly decided to go head-to-head with the Xianyu tribe, they could easily muster hundreds of thousands of troops, leaving the Xianyu tribe with no choice but to flee. Well, even if I agree, my people might not agree. Agus looked at Chu Xiao with some difficulty, expressing his worries. Chu Xiao assured him that it wasn't a problem. Even if they are reluctant at first, once they start living well, I guarantee they will be very grateful to you. Agus took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, All right, as long as I can become Chanyu, I am willing to represent the Xianyu tribe in submitting to the Great Xia. But I must clarify that you Great Xia shouldn't expect my Xianyu tribe to fully obey your orders. My willingness to submit is only nominal, and I will not truly be your dog. Chu Xiao nodded. That's fine, and what we want is this nominal submission. After all, we are giving you land and providing food. It has to be justified. Seeing this, Agus had no more hesitation. He directly extended his hand and slapped it with Chu Xiao. Yu Ting, who was following Chu Xiao, felt that the conditions offered by the ninth prince were far too generous. He wanted to speak up to stop it several times, but out of trust in Chu Xiao, he chose to remain silent. He believed that the ninth prince was definitely not someone who was generous to everyone, and such extensive benefits promised to the Xianyu tribe hinted that the price they would pay in the future would surely be high. Now that the terms were settled, the next task was naturally to figure out how to kill Chanyu Chi, allowing Agus to become the new Chanyu. After discussing the details, Chu Xiao temporarily stayed in Agus' tent. Agus gathered his trusted subordinates and informed them of the tasks ahead. That night, a sudden sound of hooves echoed outside the Xianyu tribe's camp. The patrolling soldiers were drawn by the noise and raised their torches, looking towards the sound, only to see a group of cavalry charging straight at them. Seeing this scene, the faces of the patrolling soldiers changed dramatically. Enemy! Enemy attack! The panicked voices pierced the still night air. In an instant, the soldiers who had just fallen asleep were all awakened. These men did not even have time to put on their clothes and hurriedly grabbed their weapons to rush out of their tents. This group of cavalry was intentionally arranged by Chu Xiao. Their purpose was to attract the attention of the soldiers in the camp. Soon soldiers from the Xianyu tribe rushed in from all directions. At this moment, Chanyu Chi was also awakened by the commotion outside. He threw on a coat, looking somewhat displeased, and shouted towards the outside of the tent. What is happening? Outside, Agus' anxious voice rang out. Chanyu, it's an enemy attack. Chanyu Chi instantly Why would anyone attack the Xianyu tribe's camp out of the blue? Without time to think further, Chi Na hurriedly stepped out of the tent barefoot. Upon seeing Agus, Chi Na frowned and reprimanded. Since it's an enemy attack, why are you, the Wang of Zhu Guli, still here? Why aren't you going to repel the enemy? Agus showed a wronged expression. Chanyu, the cavalry outside are from the Great Xia. I am worried they have more tricks up their sleeves. Please order the entire army to be on guard. Hearing it was the cavalry of the Great Xia, Chi Na's face revealed anger. Damn, the Great Xia dares to bully me, the Chanyu. Someone. As soon as Chanyu Chi Na's words fell, two loyal soldiers immediately stepped into the tent. Chi Na glanced at the two soldiers and said sternly, "You quickly relay the order to the entire army, commanding everyone to be on high alert. We must not give the Great Xia any opportunity to attack the camp." With Chi Na, Chanya's command relayed, the soldiers of the Xianyu tribe within the camp swiftly assembled. Torches lit the camp as bright as day, yet the 1,000 cavalry of Xia had not withdrawn. Instead, they kept skirmishing, drawing and pulling at the Xianyu forces. Agusi stood at the rear, appearing wholly absorbed in directing the men, though the corner of his eye continually swept the surroundings. Seeing that every soldier had been drawn to the feigned attack by the cavalry outside, his excitement rose, and he gripped the hilt at his waist. Seeing the plan proceed so smoothly, Agusi signaled his trusted subordinates. They crouched low and, cloaked by the night, slipped toward Chi Na Chanya's tent. Inside the tent, Chi Na Chanyu was in a sour mood. This sudden night raid unsettled him, as something seemed to have slipped from his control. He ordered a wine jar brought and drank alone. The sharp liquor slid down his throat, leaving his eyes slight. As Chi Na Chanyu anxiously awaited news of the fighting outside, he heard faint footsteps beyond the tent. His brow tightened, and displeased he barked, "Who is out there?" No answer came from outside, only the howl of the cold wind. Chi Na narrowed his eyes, drew his precious blade from a nearby rack, and watched the tent entrance with alert suspicion. Outside the tent, Agusi drew a deep breath to steady himself, lifted the flap, and strode in. Even seeing him, Chi Na did not relax. Pointing his blade at Agusi, he demanded, "Agusi, shouldn't you be commanding the army now? Why are you?" Agusi looked at Chi Na with a touch of madness in his eyes. He bared a feral grin and drew the long sword at his waist with his right hand. "Naturally, to take your life." In that instant, Agusi's ambition and desire lay fully exposed. He had harbored resentment toward Chi Na for a long time, but lacking opportunity, he had kept his head down. Now that he had resolved to kill him, Agusi showed no mercy. Chi Na's face whitened at Agusi's blatant murderous intent. "Men, quickly!" he shouted in fear, but no one answered outside. "Don't waste your breath. My men are outside the tent now." Chi Na's heart sank. "So, you orchestrated the night raid?" Agusi sneered. "No, those are truly Xia's cavalry." Chi Na immediately grasped the implication and gasped, "You colluded with Xia? Agusi, have you forgotten that Xia is the mortal enemy of our Xianyu tribe? By doing this, do you intend to become a traitor to the Xianyu tribe?" Agusi curled his lip in contempt. "Don't try to moralize me. Enemies can become allies when profit is sufficient." Seeing his words failed to sway Agusi, Chi Na's tone softened, and a note of pleading crept in. "I yield. If you wish to be Chanyu, I will cede the seat to you, but you must not kill me. If you slay me, that is rebellion. Our people will never forgive you." At Chi Na's offer to yield, fury surged in Agusi. "The Chanyu seat should have been mine. I've been superior to you since childhood, yet that old wretch favored only you. We are both his sons, but he kept the best for you. To earn a single glance from him, I followed the army at 13, shedding blood and returning wounded countless times, yet that old man never offered a word of concern." Decades of suppressed grievance erupted, and Agusi could not be restrained. Chi Na did not dare meet Agusi's reddened eyes. Agusi now resembled a beast about to devour. Chi Na feared that one more word would bring an instant merciless blade. Agusi grew more disgusted by Chi Na's cringing posture. "With that pitiful demeanor, what right have you to be Chanyu of the Xianyu? You have been greedy. Have you given our people a single day of peace?" Chi Na dared not argue to save his life. He could only nod and stammer, Yes, I am wrong. I am unworthy of the Chanyu. Spare me, and the seat is yours." Agusi sneered. "Do I need you to hand it over? Have you forgotten all you have done to me over the years? Whenever I achieved great deeds, you schemed to suppress me. Were it not for the respect I command in the army, you would have moved against me long ago." Chi Na averted his eyes guiltily and muttered a feeble defense. "How could it be? We are brothers. Why would I harm you?" Agusi tightened his grip on the long sword and advanced step by step, forcing Chi Na backward. Just then a young figure entered the tent. Seeing Chi Na still alive, Chu Xiao frowned and scolded Agusi, "Stop dithering. Are you capable or not? The main army outside will return soon. Waste any more time, and it will be you who dies. If you want kill him, I'll do it myself." Chu Xiao's rebuke left Agusi looking displeased. "No need. I will deal with him personally. A chill flashed in Agus's eyes as he raised his long sword to end Chi Na's life. Terrified, Chi Na dropped to his knees and clung to Agus's leg. Agus, do not heed others' instigations. We are brothers. If you kill me, heaven will damn you. Agus cast a cold look at Chi Na, and before his terrified gaze he drove the sword straight through the man. Chi Na gaped as if to speak, but a spray of blood choked him silent. In moments he went limp and collapsed into a pool of blood. At that instant the weight that had pressed on Agus's heart was lifted. He threw his sword aside and laughed. Ha ha! Henceforth I am the Chanyu of the Xianyu tribe. He had borne so much for this seat, at last his wish was realized. Don't rejoice too soon. Remember, there are tens of thousands of troops outside. Only by bringing them under your sway will you be truly victorious. Suddenly Chu Xiao doused him with a cold reminder. Agus's earlier elation vanished in an instant. He pursed his lips and shot Chu Xiao an annoyed glare. You're such a killjoy. Before long the noise outside gradually ceased. After the cavalry of the Great Xia departed, several military generals did not see Agus at the scene, so they immediately went to the tent of China Chanyu to report the situation. However, when they sought to meet with Chanyu, they were directly stopped by Agus' trusted subordinates guarding the tent. Why are you not letting us see Chanyu? Who do you think you are? Get out of the way. In the face of the general's shouts, Agus' subordinates stood their ground. Being Agus' confidants, they naturally knew what he intended to do today. When they decided to follow Agus in rebellion, it meant they had placed their lives at stake, so how could they allow these people to disrupt Agus' plan? As both sides argued, their commotion quickly drew the attention of others. When the soldiers who rushed over saw Agus' men refusing to let them meet Chanyu, they sensed that something was amiss. Charge and Chanyu might be in danger. Yes, Charge, and I don't believe they dare to do anything to us. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, the tent flap was suddenly lifted and Agus walked. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, the tent flap was suddenly lifted and Agus walked out with a stern expression. He first scanned the crowd and then shouted loudly, "What are you all making a fuss about? Stop this at once." Hearing Agus' voice, everyone paused in surprise and silently ceased their actions. "What are you all doing here in the middle of the night instead of resting?" Agus' cold voice felt icy, and as everyone exchanged glances, no one dared to speak. Agus initially thought he had intimidated everyone, but unexpectedly a burly man gritted his teeth and suddenly charged forward. "Zwaguli Wang, I want to see Chanyu." Agus' heart sank. He did not want anyone to know that Chanyu had already been killed by him. The longer he delayed, the more advantageous it would be for him. "Chanyu has already gone to sleep. You can discuss it tomorrow." Though Agus spoke with certainty, the burly man did not believe him at all. Impossible, someone just attacked the camp outside. How could Chanyu be asleep so early? "I implore Zwaguli Wang to let us in. As long as we see that Chanyu is safe, we will naturally leave." Hearing the burly man's words, Agus glared at him fiercely. "Mula, what do you mean by that? Are you doubting my—" The general known as Mu Lu fearlessly looked back at Agus and said firmly, "Zwaguli Wang, I am a great general under Chanyu. You have no right to stop me from seeing Chanyu. Please step aside, or don't blame me for being rude." Agus' expression gradually turned cold. This Mu Lu was unyielding. If he truly let him in, he could no longer conceal the fact that he had killed Chanyu. "You have some guts, Mu Lu. How dare you speak to me like that?" Just as Agus desperately tried to prevent these people from seeing Chanyu, the tent flap was lifted once more. When they saw a young man they had never encountered before walking out of the tent, the surrounding people couldn't help but feel curious about him. Who is this person? Why have they never seen him before? How could he come out of Chanyu's tent? Agus turned and saw Chu Xiao walking out, and he asked, somewhat displeased, "What are you doing out here?" Chu Xiao smiled slightly. "I've been watching you out here for a while, so I came out to help you." Agus was still pondering how Chu Xiao would assist him when in the next moment, he heard Chu Xiao directly address the soldiers of the Xianyu department outside, saying, "Your Chanyu has already died. From now on, Agus will be your new Chanyu." Agus was dumbfounded. "Is this really your idea of helping me? Are you sure this isn't intended to get me killed?" Caught off guard by Chu Xiao's words, Agus felt a chill run down his spine. After Chu Xiao finished speaking, the scene fell silent. But after 3 seconds, the soldiers erupted. "Agus, you actually killed Chanyu. Damn it, Agus has gone crazy. He dared to lay a hand on Chanyu. Kill him, avenge Chanyu." Agus glared viciously at Chu Xiao, feeling that he was intentionally setting him up. At this moment, Agus had no time to think. He drew his long sword to confront the enemy. Fortunately, Agus had quite a few of his own loyalists, and as he moved, a number of soldiers immediately chose to stand behind him. "Agus, you traitor, today is your death day." Mu Le's eyes blazed with fury as he charged at Agus. Agus did not back down, stepping forward to engage in battle with Mu Lu. In an instant, the sounds of clashing weapons intertwined. Originally, Agus' forces were already at a disadvantage, and with him rebelling against authority, his actions had stirred public anger, causing some originally neutral soldiers to join the ranks against Agus. Seeing Agus gradually struggling to hold on, Chu Xiao's gaze sharpened, accurately aiming to stop this farce. He and Agus were in the same boat. If Agus died, it would be difficult for him to escape as well. Moreover, his purpose in this venture was not only to incite internal strife within the Xianyu department, he also wanted to leverage their strength to deal with the Dong-Yi kingdom, so Agus was crucial and absolutely could not be harmed. With that thought, Chu Xiao took a deep breath and shouted sternly, "Enough, stop it all." Chu Xiao's roar echoed across the camp, and both factions that were engaged in battle simultaneously halted. Chu Xiao cast a solemn gaze around and continued, "What use is it to kill Agus? Is it possible for Chanyu to come back to life? Moreover, what good would it do you to have Chanyu as your leader? In these years, the Xianyu department has expanded greatly, and you have contributed significantly to this. But what did you get in return? You traded your lives for nothing but trivial rewards. Is such a Chanyu really worth your loyalty?" Chu Xiao's words struck directly at the hearts of the soldiers present. Chanyu was greedy and harsh towards his subordinates, and behind the scenes, everyone had long harbored grievances against him. At that moment, a bolder general glanced at Chu Xiao and then raised his voice to ask, "But Agus is a traitor. Do you want us to support him? If supporting Agusi can lead to a better life for you, what is wrong with supporting him to become the chieftain?" Chu Xiao replied with a smile. The speaking general revealed a hint of contemplation. "Why should I trust your words? Simply because I am the 9th prince of the Great Xia, and my words represent Great Xia." Upon revealing his identity, the crowd, which had just calmed down, erupted once more. "Damn, this guy is actually a prince of Great Xia. Agusi is not only rebelling but also colluding with Great Xia. We absolutely cannot let them go. Great Xia is our sworn enemy. Kill him to avenge China's chieftain." Agusi glanced at Chu Xiao with a resentful expression, feeling somewhat unclear about whether Chu Xiao was there to help him or to harm him. Seeing the soldiers of the Xianyu tribe about to charge again, Chu Xiao suddenly shouted, "So what if Great Xia is your sworn enemy? What if Great Xia can help you build houses so you no longer have to wander? What if Great Xia were to provide you with food for free so you no longer have to suffer from hunger? What if Great Xia teaches you to weave cloth and farm so you no longer need to worry about making a living? With such a Great Xia, why would you treat it as an enemy?" Chu Xiao's words once again quieted the previously agitated soldiers. If Great Xia could truly accomplish these things, then they had no reason to continue opposing it. Because Great Xia offers far too much. What you said is true. Would Great Xia really be willing to help us like this?" Chu Xiao nodded. "As a dignified prince of Great Xia, would I come here just to amuse you?" Hearing Chu Xiao's accurate answer, many soldiers began to lower their weapons. Although Agusi killing China's chieftain was wrong, if it could lead to a better life for everyone, then what would it matter if China's chieftain were dead? The Xianyu tribe had originally grown stronger by annexing other smaller tribes, and many among them had little loyalty to China. Their previous submission was merely due to China's strong fist. Now that China was dead, switching to another leader seemed acceptable. Moreover, just thinking about not having to worry about making a living in the future filled them with hope. When Chu Xiao offered sufficient benefits, the soldiers who had just been shouting for revenge against China's chieftain suddenly lost their motivation. Revenge? What revenge? Seeing everyone suddenly stop, Muller shouted with red eyes, "Don't listen to this person. He is from Great Xia, and we absolutely cannot trust him." Seeing Muller so animated, Chu Xiao signaled to Yuting beside him. After being with Chu Xiao for so long, Yuting had developed a tacit understanding with him. Without saying a word, he directly charged forward and struck Muller, who was still shouting. Muller had not expected anyone to attack him at this moment. When he felt a sudden pain in his back, he turned around in disbelief to look at Yuting, then fell heavily to the ground. Upon seeing Muller killed, China's loyal followers immediately became restless. They grabbed their weapons, intending to fight back. Chu Xiao glanced at the still dumbfounded Agusi and said with some dissatisfaction, "Why are you still standing there? These people are China's confidants. Keeping them around will only hinder your future actions." After hearing Chu Xiao's words, Agusi bit his teeth and directly ordered his subordinates, "Kill them." The neutral soldiers all sided with Agusi, and those loyal to China could not stir up any storms. Soon the entrance of the tent was drenched in blood, with Muller and his loyal followers being slaughtered without exception. Once these people were dealt with, Agusi looked around at the soldiers. "From now on, I am the chieftain of the Xianyu tribe. As long as you submit to me, I will fulfill every promise made to you." With Agusi's assurance, the soldiers exchanged glances with each other, then simultaneously knelt down. "We pay our respects to the chieftain." Seeing the army kneeling before him, Agusi felt a tremor throughout his body. Is this the feeling of holding power? This is truly wonderful. Don't get too carried away. Tomorrow morning you will immediately lead the army to join forces with the eastern barbarians, pretending to cooperate with them, while waiting for the opportunity to assist Great Xia in annihilating the eastern barbarians. Having just become chieftain, Agusi felt slightly displeased by Chu Xiao's commanding tone. "Why are you speaking to this chieftain like this? Why is there no respect at all? Seeing Agusi seeming somewhat displeased, Chu Xiao snorted coldly and sneered. What are you planning to go back on your word now that you have become chieftain? Don't forget these soldiers are willing to support you because they believe you can lead them to a better life. If you fail to do so, they will immediately turn their blades against you. Without Great Xia's support, do you think you can fulfill the promises you just made? I don't think any other force can help you like Great Xia. Hearing Chu Xiao's blatant threat, Agusi angrily pointed at Chu Xiao, but soon he frustratingly withdrew it. So frustrating. Originally, I thought becoming chieftain would make me feel very spirited. But why does it feel even more constrained than before? Rest assured, as long as Great Xia doesn't go back on its word, I will naturally keep my promises. After saying this, Agusi left with a face full of resentment. Watching Agusi's back, Yuting walked up to Chu Xiao's side and quietly reminded him, Your Highness, this person is not trustworthy. Rest assured, he is a smart person who knows how to make the best choices. Chu Xiao said dismissively. Yuting pursed his lips and asked, somewhat confused, Isn't Your Highness promising him too much? Not only dividing land for them, but also helping them build houses, even providing them free food for the winter. Isn't this risking raising a tiger? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiao suddenly laughed. Do you know why the Xianhua tribe has been enemies with Great Xia for many years, yet Great Xia has never been able to resolve this pressing issue? Yuting thought for a moment and shook his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I don't know. It's because the Xianhua tribe lacks a fixed residence. Finding their whereabouts is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Once the Xianhua tribe has a stable place to live, they no longer pose a threat to Great Xia. Moreover, once their lives are entirely dependent on Great Xia, they would absolutely not dare to betray Great Xia. Otherwise, without Great Xia's support, they would soon find it impossible to survive. At that time, if Agusi wishes to act against Great Xia, his own clansmen would probably be the first to oppose him. In the Dongyi camp, Wu Sunlai furrowed his brows as he gazed at the map before him, his face etched with anger and helplessness. The coalition was supposed to be a certainty, yet they are reneging at the last moment. The Xianhua tribe is truly being overly oppressive. Wu Sunlai slammed his fist on the table, causing the teacups to rattle loudly. Initially, he believed that capturing the Qilin Pass was a sure thing, but now a myriad of unforeseen circumstances had arisen, leaving Wu Sunlia, the great general of Dongyi, feeling extremely vexed. Dukong Gong Mu Yuan had a formidable reputation. Without absolute certainty, Wu Sunlai dared not act recklessly. The sudden change of heart from the Xianhua tribe left him feeling utterly at a loss. Due to Wu Sunlai's prolonged silence, many within the Dongyi were beginning to voice their discontent and call for his impeachment. Even though the monarch trusted him, if he failed to achieve any results, his tenure as general would likely come to an end. Just as Wu Sunlai was filled with anxiety, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the tent. Then a soldier excitedly knelt before Wu Sunlia, his face beaming with uncontainable joy as he said, reporting to the general, reinforcements from the Xianhua tribe have arrived. At first, Wu Sunlai was somewhat incredulous, but after confirming the news multiple times, he abruptly stood up, his eyes instantly ignited with excitement. Quick, let them in. No, I will personally go welcome them. To express his welcome for the Xianhua tribe's reinforcements, Wu Sunlai hurried to the camp entrance and warmly embraced the leader Agus. It was so sudden the joy came too abruptly. The Xianhua tribe had clearly intended to extort a hefty sum from Dongyi, yet unexpectedly, they came forward to provide support. Although Wu Sunlai was unclear about what had transpired behind the scenes, he didn't care, as long as the reinforcements had arrived, that was all that mattered. I knew that the Xianhua tribe and we Dongyi would surely become friends. Your timely arrival is greatly appreciated by me on behalf of Dongyi. Wu Sunlia, beaming with a smile, grasped Agus' hand, his tone reflecting a sense of relief. Agus chuckled lightly, saying, No need for such formality. The Xianhua tribe has always valued its promises. As we agreed to cooperate, we will naturally not go back on our word. Upon hearing Agus' words, Wu Sunlai could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Why did this sound so jarring? Wasn't it the Xianhua tribe that had planned to suddenly renege and extort from Dongyi? However, Wu Sunlai was not foolish. He could only ponder such divisive remarks in his heart. What the general says makes sense. By the way, may I ask what your esteemed name is? My name is Agus. Wu Sunlai was taken aback, his smile growing wider. So you are the king of Zwaguli, my apologies. As Wu Sunlai led Agus and the Xianhua troops into the camp, he warmly entertained them. I am truly grateful to the Qizhong Shanyu for his profound righteousness in sending reinforcements this time. After they sat down, Wu Sunlai sighed with emotion as he spoke to Agus. He instinctively believed that the Xianhua tribe dispatched reinforcements because Qizhong Shanyu still had a conscience. However, Agus' face revealed a strange expression. If the general wishes to express gratitude, it should be to Chanyu Agus, not Qizhong Shanyu. At first, Wu Sunlai was a bit taken aback by these words, but soon his expression changed drastically. Good gracious, had Agus, the king of Zwaguli, usurped the throne? Wu Sunlai had a certain understanding of the Xianhua tribe and naturally knew about the enmity between Agus and Qizhong. Agus suddenly becoming Chanyu was certainly not, because Qizhong willingly bestowed the title upon him, was something unknown must have occurred in between. However, Wu Sunlai would not delve deeper into this, as long as the Xianhua tribe could assist Dongyi, it made no difference to him who the Chanyu was. It seems I misspoke. The friendship of Chanyu Agus will be remembered by us Dongyi with gratitude. Agus felt an inner sense of accomplishment upon hearing Wu Sunlai refer to him as Chanyu. Ha ha ha, you flatter me, General. Let us get back to business, shall we? Wu Sunlai's smile immediately faded as he led Agus and the others to a large map spread out before them. You should be aware of the current situation. The Qilin Pass is indeed a formidable fortress, and with Dukong Gong Mu Yuan stationed there, it makes my task exceedingly challenging. However, our forces are twice that of the Qilin Pass, so we need not fear them. Everyone may speak freely to discuss how we will breach the Qilin Pass. As soon as Wu Sunlai finished speaking, Chu Xiao, who stood behind Agus, suddenly interjected. What is there to discuss? Since we have an absolute advantage in numbers, we simply need to launch a strong attack on the Qilin Pass. Wu Sunlai twitched at the corner of his eye and glanced at the masked Chu Xiao. Who is this guy? Why is he being so mysterious? Now is not the time for discussing battle formations. This is not a child's brawl. Does your Xianhua tribe always act so recklessly? Who is this? Wu Sunlai looked at Agus with a questioning gaze. Agus cleared his throat. This is our Xianhua tribes. Military strategist, yes, the military strategist. Wu Sunlai felt a flock of crows fly past his forehead. A military strategist. After this person just suggested a strong attack on the Qilin Pass, Wu Sunlai felt that this military strategist seemed a bit unreliable. If it weren't for the fact that they really needed the help of the Xianhua tribe, right now Wu Sunlai would have long since kicked this big talker out of the tent. You may not realize this, but Dukong Gong Mu Yuan is no ordinary person. He is a renowned general of the Great Xia. We cannot afford to be careless. What does it matter if he is a famous general? In the end, he is just an old man. Are you afraid, General? Chu Xiao provocatively looked at Wu Sunlai. Wu Sunlai was nearly laughing in anger. Afraid? What am I afraid of? This is called caution. Wu Sunlai took a deep breath and earnestly advised, this matter requires careful consideration. What careful consideration? If you Dongyi dare not strike, then let us Xianhua tribe handle it. A mere Qilin Pass is nothing to us. Wu Sunlai was utterly dumbfounded. Is this how your Xianhua tribe operates? Chanyu Agus, what do you think? Seeing that he could not persuade Chu Xiao, Wu Sunlai could only place his hopes on Agus, believing that Agus wouldn't be so reckless. However, Agus waved his hand grandly, saying, the military strategist's thoughts are my thoughts. Since Dongyi is unwilling to send troops tomorrow, you shall see the Xianhua tribe help you capture the Qilin Pass. Agus declared with a dominating stance, yet inwardly he was already bursting with joy. Friend, you surely cannot imagine that our Xianhua tribe has long since become the dogs of the Great Xia. Taking the Qilin Pass is merely an act for show. There is no real danger at all. Seeing that Agus was obstinate, Wu Sunlai, after several unsuccessful attempts to persuade him, consented to Agus' plan to launch a strong attack on Qilin Pass the next day. In Wu Sunlai's view, if the situation appeared dire the next day, he would still be able to timely cover the retreat of the Xianhua army without causing significant casualties. Using one failure to make Agus recognize the power of the Great Xia would also be beneficial for their future cooperation. The news of the Xianhua army's alliance with the Eastern Yi Kingdom would naturally not escape the eyes of Great Xia's scouts. Upon learning that these two factions had united, Duke Mu Yuan urgently convened a military meeting. Just before the meeting began, the tightly shut door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Everyone turned their heads to see Zhou Jingchuan, who should have been recuperating, limping in. Duke Mu Yuan frowned and scolded, why aren't you resting properly? What are you doing here? Zhou Jingchuan leaned against a chair and sat down, then looked at Duke Mu Yuan with a serious expression. General, I heard that the Xianhua army has already united with the Eastern Yi, and I believe war is about to break out. At such a time, how can I watch my brothers fight while I hide in the back? Hearing this, Duke Mu Yuan's eyes widened in anger as he slammed his right hand on the table. What are you trying to prove? In your current state, if you encounter the enemy, what can you do except for dying in vain? Zhou Jingchuan immediately struggled to stand up, straightening his back. General, don't underestimate me. Oh, as long as I still have a breath left, I can still kill enemies on the battlefield. Duke Mu Yuan looked at Zhou Jingchuan, filled with battle intent, and realized he could not dissuade him, so he nodded in acquiescence. Now everyone knows that the Xianhua army's 100,000 troops have united with the Eastern Yi Kingdom. Unless something unexpected happens, they will soon take action against Qilin Pass. I have one request for you. Once the war begins, you must do your utmost to preserve your own lives, and then only allow defeat, not victory. Everyone thought Duke Mu Yuan misspoke due to anxiety. Zhou Jingchuan clenched his right hand into a fist and coughed lightly near his mouth, hastily explaining for Duke Muyuan ahem what the general meant was to only allow victory, not defeat. Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling Zhou Jingchuan was right. However, Duke Muyuan gave Zhou Jingchuan a meaningful glance and emphasized again, "No, what I said was only allow defeat, not victory. Once the enemy attacks the city, you will pretend to be defeated and then withdraw from Qilin Pass." As soon as Duke Muyuan's words fell, the entire conference room fell silent, where one could hear every breath. Zhou Jingchuan looked at Duke Muyuan as if he were seeing him for the first time, his eyes nearly popping out. After a moment, Zhou Jingchuan roared like an enraged bull. "Why? Even if the enemy has greater numbers relying on the walls of Qilin Pass, we have every ability to hold our ground. If we lose Qilin Pass, it will not be easy to take it back." Zhou Jingchuan paused, his gaze towards Duke Muyuan, already filled with anger. "If Duke Muyuan is afraid of danger, then let me command this battle. In any case, Qilin Pass must not be lost." Seeing Zhou Jingchuan actually mock him for being afraid of death, Duke Muyuan not only did not get angry, but instead smiled and stroked his beard. "I have fought in countless battles over the years. Do you think I would abandon Qilin Pass out of fear of dying?" Zhou Jingchuan then realized that the person standing before him was the war god of Great Xia. How could such a hero be afraid of death? Zhou Jingchuan knew he had misspoken and lowered his head in shame. "Duke Muyuan, I just don't understand. Why give up Qilin Pass when everything is fine?" Duke Muyuan took a deep breath, his gaze solemn as it swept over everyone present. "By right, I shouldn't disclose this matter for confidentiality's sake. But I fear that if I don't speak, you all might cause some trouble later." Duke Muyuan stood up and began explaining while pointing at a nearby sand table. "I plan to eliminate the entire 100,000 troops of Eastern Yi, but the area around Qilin Pass is safe. In this terrain, even if we defeat the Eastern Yi army, they will still have plenty of space to retreat at. Thus I give up Qilin Pass to make them believe that Great Xia is vulnerable and then lure them to pursue." After finishing, Duke Muyuan continued, pointing at a location on the sand table. "This is Fengyin Valley, surrounded by mountains on both sides. Once we lure the Eastern Yi here, they will have nowhere to escape. This will also be the graveyard I have chosen for the Eastern Yi army." Hearing Duke Muyuan's grand ambition to swallow the 100,000 troops of Eastern Yi in one go, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in awe. To defeat Eastern Yi was not enough, he even planned to annihilate them completely. One could say this was truly the spirit of the war god of Great Xia. Zhou Jingchuan felt a chill run down his spine, deeply sensing the gap between him and Duke Muyuan. While they were thinking about how to repel the enemy, Duke Muyuan was already contemplating how to eliminate the enemy entirely. The difference was not trivial. Zhou Jingchuan felt the blood within him surge, wishing he could immediately draw his sword and battle the Eastern Yi. But soon he thought of an important question. "Duke Muyuan, but now that Eastern Yi has the assistance of the Xianwei army, they have a total of 200,000 troops, and we are at a disadvantage in numbers. Since you are so confident, do you already have a plan?" Duke Muyuan returned to his seat, resting his hands on the table, and asked in a mysterious tone, "Do you know where the 9th prince has gone?" Hearing this question, everyone fell silent. Even Zhou Jingchuan furrowed his brows. Aside from Duke Muyuan, no one else knew about Chu Xiao going to the Xianwei army. So when everyone noticed that the 9th prince had suddenly disappeared, rumors quickly spread in the army, saying that the 9th prince had fled back to the capital out of fear. At first, not many believed such rumors, but as Chu Xiao failed to appear for an extended period, more and more people believed that the 9th prince had indeed left early out of fear of the dangers on the battlefield. Zhou Jingchuan had a special feeling towards Chu Xiao, his lifesaver. He did not believe the rumors during the Now seeing Duke Muyuan ask this, he immediately raised his head and asked with a glint in his eyes, "Duke Muyuan, does your question imply that His Highness the 9th Prince is the key to defeating the Eastern Yi Kingdom?" Marquis Dinghua was taken aback. Zhou Jingchuan had deduced the crux of the matter with astonishing speed. He nodded slightly, stroking his beard as he continued. "His Highness the 9th Prince recently learned of the deep rift between Chanyu Qixue of the Xianwei tribe and left Guli King Agus. He therefore volunteered to journey there, intending to incite internal strife." The assembled officers stood dumbfounded, mouths agape. His Highness the 9th Prince was truly audacious. The Xianwei tribe had long clashed with the Great Xia Empire. For His Highness to venture there now was perilous. Death could claim him at any moment. Those who had earlier suspected the 9th Prince had fled the battlefield out of cowardice now bowed their heads and they wished they could strike themselves. How dare they ever doubt His Highness? Such suspicion was unforgivable. Upon hearing Marquis Dinghua's words, Zhou Jingchuan furrowed his brows in concern. "This is far too dangerous. His Highness holds exalted status. Your Excellency should never have permitted such a risk." The Xianwei tribe was a den of dragons and tigers, and Chu Xiao the 9th Prince was Zhou Jingchuan's benefactor. Learning of his benefactor's peril, Zhou Jingchuan's tone carried quiet reproach toward Marquis Dinghua. Marquis Dinghua sighed bitterly. "I too wished otherwise. but His Highness declared that if this stratagem succeeded, countless soldiers' lives would be spared. Thus he willingly embraced the danger. Hearing that His Highness had risked himself solely for the sake of his troops, a heavy stone settled in every heart. Grief and reverence intertwined. Zhou Jingchuan took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing his anxiety for Chu Xiao, then raised his gaze to Marquis Dinghua and asked, "Commander-in-Chief, has the plan borne fruit?" Marquis Dinghua nodded. Left Gully King Agus personally slew Chanyu Qixua. Agus now reigns as the new Chanyu of the Xianyue tribe. And Agus has been persuaded by His Highness the Ninth Prince to ally with the Great Xia Empire. Thus, though this war appears to pit the Dongi Kingdom and the Xianyue tribe against us, the Xianyue tribe is in truth our covert ally. Moments earlier all had braced for grim battle. Yet in an instant the enemy's confederate had become. It was nothing short of extraordinary. With the Xianyue tribe poised to strike from within, how could the Great Xia possibly lose? The war council chamber, once thick with tension, now hummed with buoyant energy. The oppressive weight upon every chest had lifted. Confidence surged unshakable and bright. Now we understand why Your Excellency abandoned Chilan Pass with the Xianyue tribe, as our hidden blade, the Dongi Kingdom, stands no chance of victory. In the coming engagement we need only feign rout. Should the Dongi forces pursue their annihilation, indeed. His Highness the Ninth Prince is peerless. Securing the Xianyue tribe's allegiance has utterly reversed the tide of war. Seeing the officers grow giddy with triumph, Marquis Dinghua rapped sharply upon the table and spoke with grave solemnity. War shifts like desert winds. Though advantage now lies with us, vigilance remains paramount, especially during the feigned retreat. Under no circumstances must the Dongi discern our ruse. Otherwise His Highness's sacrifice will be rendered utterly in vain. The officers scratched their heads abashed. Most were hardened warriors. Ask them to fight unto death, and they would obey without hesitation. Yet ask them to perform deception. Truth be told, none felt confident in such artifice. "Commander-in-Chief, what if I cannot act convincingly?" one burly general asked, flustered. Marquis Dinghua rolled his eyes. "Must I instruct you even in this?" he retorted. "Against Dongi troops fight with full force, but against Xianyue soldiers hold back your strength. When the moment arrives I shall sound the retreat drum. Do not linger in combat." Hearing that the commander-in-chief had already devised every detail, all officers saluted in unison. "We obey your command." At dawn the following day the joint army of the Xianyue tribe and the Dongi Kingdom appeared before Chilan Pass. 20,000 soldiers stood in flawless formation, a vast roiling black cloud descending upon the land, suffocating in its dread majesty. Upon the ramparts Chilan Pass's garrison stood vigilant, weapons drawn. Marquis Dinghua gazed upon the ferocious allied host beyond the pass, and to conceal intent from the Dongi, he issued loud commanding orders to his defenders. "Relay my decree, hold every inch of these walls. Let not a single enemy breach them." His voice, resonant with sovereign authority, echoed across the battlements, reaching each soldier's ears. Within the allied ranks Agus sat astride his steed, radiating self-assured vigor. As the Xianyue tribe formed the vanguard, command naturally fell to him. He glanced at Wusun Lai, whose expression remained stern and focused, then lifted his chin with pride. "General, behold, the Xianyue tribe shall deliver Chilan Pass into your hands." Wusun Lai gave a perfunctory nod, his contempt for Agus's unwarranted confidence plain. If Chilan Pass were so easily taken, what meaning did his own prolonged siege hold? Should the Xianyue truly seize it effortlessly, Wusun Lai feared, he would be reduced to ridicule. "Your Majesty, do not underestimate them. Their commander is Marquis Dinghua Mu Yuan, a veteran strategist of unmatched experience." Agus pursed his lips. Of course he knew Marquis Dinghua was formidable. If they were adversaries he would never dare attack rashly. But now the Xianyue tribe stood shoulder to shoulder with the Great Xia. Why then should he fear anything? To preserve his aura of dominance, Agus waved dismissively, cutting off Wusun Lai mid-sentence. "Strength is proven only in battle." With that he drew his curved saber and roared to his troops, "My warriors, follow me into the charge." Drums thundered. Battle cries shook the heavens. Under Agus's banner the Xianyue host surged forward like a dark churning tide toward Chilan Pass. At the vanguard soldiers rushed beneath the hail of arrows from the ramparts, swiftly erecting siege ladders. Watching from afar, Wusun Lai sensed something uncanny in the Great Xia archer's aim. So many arrows fell, yet scarcely any Xianyue soldiers fell wounded. Had the Great Xia's martial prowess waned? Or had the Xianyue grown so swift they evaded shafts with ease? Under Wusun Lai's watchful gaze, Agus's forces, after a fierce protracted struggle, finally scaled the ramparts and engaged the Great Xia garrison in brutal, bloody combat. Wusun Lai observed the ferocity of the clash atop the walls, and a quiet thought stirred within him. The Xianyue tribe had shown true loyalty, volunteering as shock troops without hesitation. After victory, he would petition his sovereign to grant them generous rewards. Anything less would dishonor their valor. Under the watchful gaze of Wusunlai, the soldiers of the Xianwei division swarmed onto the city wall like locusts, engaging in close combat with the defending troops of the Great Xia above. As weapons clashed, sparks flew, and at first glance the battle appeared intensely exhilarating. Yet in reality, both sides soon realized that their opponents were hardly putting in any effort. The eyes of both sides met, and they found no hatred or killing intent in each other's gazes. Instead, there was an unspoken understanding, confirming it was their own people. Moments later, smiles crept onto their lips, and the nature of this war began to change. From a distance, the battle on the city wall still appeared fierce, with both sides exchanging blows locked in a fierce struggle. The soldiers of the Xianwei division swung their swords with might, while the spear-wielding commander of Chilan Pass moved like a dragon emerging from the sea, each move exuding a sense of power. In truth, no one was exerting themselves. All the moves appeared flashy, but lacked lethality, carefully avoiding any fatal strikes. Every time it seemed they might injure one another, they skillfully restrained their strength, making it impossible for outsiders to detect the ruse, leading them to believe that both sides were fighting fiercely. Some performers had skills that could deceive even the heavens, while others were simply unconvincing. A young defender screamed in agony after a soldier from the Xianwei division swung his sword, clutching his chest and collapsing to the ground. The soldier from the Xianwei division saw that his curved blade was still at least a meter away from the defender, causing him to twitch involuntarily. "Seriously, buddy, isn't your acting a bit too exaggerated?" Seeing their comrade fall, the nearby defenders rushed over, their faces contorted with grief, and then they charged angrily towards the soldiers of the Xianwei division. "Brother, you died so tragically. Rest assured we will definitely avenge you." This series of performances made the soldiers of the Xianwei division roll their eyes uncontrollably. They recalled the saddest moments of their lives, managing to hold it together though they were struggling, their shoulders trembling. Had they not clenched their teeth, they would have burst into laughter. The Duke of Dinghua, overseeing the battle, covered his face with his hand upon witnessing the defenders' exaggerated antics. Damn it, before the fight started, each of them had patted their chests, assuring that their acting skills were flawless. But once the battle commenced, it was riddled with flaws. If it weren't for Wusunlai being so far below the city wall, unable to see clearly, this farce would have been exposed long ago. As the battle progressed, the scales of victory began to tip in favor of the Xianwei division, with the defenders of Chilan Pass losing ground, and soon the city wall was completely occupied by the Xianwei division. Seeing this scene, Wusunlai below the city wall was so astonished that he could hardly close his mouth. Was the Xianwei division really this formidable? In just an hour they had managed to take the city wall. Could it be that today they would actually capture Chilan Pass? Wusunlai began to reflect on whether he had overestimated the Duke of Dinghua. Although the Duke had been formidable in the past, he was now just an old man. It was indeed inappropriate for him to still fear him. Unbeknownst to Wusunlai, in a corner out of his sight, several soldiers from the Xianwei division and the Great Xia defenders had become so exhausted from their performances that they sat down, without a care for appearances, starting to chat casually. "Here, buddy, after fighting for so long, you must be thirsty. Have some water to moisten your throat." A defender took a water flask from his waist, took a big gulp, and then handed it to a soldier from the Xianwei division. The soldier from the Xianwei division accepted it gratefully after a glance, and began to drink deeply. After finishing, he politely pulled out a large piece of well-wrapped beef jerky from his chest, tore off a few pieces, and handed them to the nearby Great Xia defenders. "Everyone try some, my mother made this, but tastes pretty good." This friendly scene made the Duke of Dinghua feel he had fought battles his entire life, but had never seen such an absurd situation, and yet he could not say anything. After another hour passed, the Duke of Dinghua noticed that the time was right, and shot a glare at the lounging defenders. "Everyone stand up, it's time to retreat." Upon hearing this, the defenders, who had just been resting, quickly got to their feet, picked up their weapons, and waved at the soldiers of the Xianwei division. "Scoundrels, we will fight you." With a roar, the defenders charged at the Xianwei division in a fierce counterattack, yet ultimately they were still no match, and could only retreat helplessly. "Run, quickly run. The Xianwei division is too powerful, we are no match for them." The defenders pretended to have been completely defeated, panicking as they began to withdraw from Chilan Pass, leaving the uninformed to believe they were genuinely demoralized. At this moment, the soldiers of the Xianwei division also began to coordinate perfectly. They feigned a victorious pursuit, shouting slogans, weapons swinging in the air, yet maintaining a safe distance from the defenders. At this time, Agus seized the opportunity to open the city gates of Chilan Pass, while Wusunlai, stationed outside, was now so shocked that he felt somewhat numb. "Damn it, I have feared this for so long. Who knew the Duke of Dinghua was so useless? If I had known Chilan Pass was so easy to capture, I wouldn't have worried at all." Once the gates opened, Wusunlai wasted no time thinking and charged into Chilan Pass, with the Dongi army ready to join forces with the Xianwei division to deliver a heavy blow. At this moment, apart from the retreating defenders of the Great Xia, there was no one else in Chilan Pass. To facilitate today's act, the Duke of Dinghua had already relocated the civilians to safety. Seeing the Great Xia defenders being utterly routed, Agus approached Wusun Lai saying, "General Wusun, should we continue the pursuit?" Wusun Lai frowned and hesitated for a moment before slapping his thigh. "Pursue. We cannot let such a good opportunity slip away. Leave a portion of people to guard Chilan Pass, and everyone else follow me for the continued pursuit." Seeing Wusun Lai eager to pursue, Agus secretly revealed a smile. This guy has indeed fallen for it. On the other side, the Duke of Zhenghua led his troops to make a hasty escape from Chilan Pass. When he saw Wusun Lai leading the army in hot pursuit, he nearly rejoiced, letting out a joyful shout to the heavens. After all the preparations made, if Wusun Lai had been overly cautious and given up the pursuit, it would have all been for naught. Fortunately, Wusun Lai's admiration for the Duke of Dinghua had shattered. He was solely focused on expanding his achievements. If he could capture the Duke of Dinghua himself, his name would surely resonate across the entire realm. The Duke of Dinghua was fleeing with his army in a state of disarray, while being careful not to run too fast lest Wusun Lai catch up. It is not easy to grasp the nuances of this situation. To prevent Wusun Lai from becoming suspicious, the Duke of Dinghua engaged in brief skirmishes with him during the escape, all of which ended in a crushing defeat. These victories relaxed Wusun Lai's vigilance completely. He firmly believed that Duke Dinghua Mu Yuan had grown old and was no longer as valiant as in his youth, thus intensifying his pursuit. Thus the Duke of Dinghua led Wusun Lai's army on, luring them step by step into the graveyard prepared for the Dongi army. If Wusun Lai had been more observant, he would have noticed that although the earlier battles resulted in the defeat of the Great Xia, the casualties on their side were minimal. Had Wusun Lai not been blinded by victory, he should have sensed that something was amiss. Unfortunately, Wusun Lai's desire to defeat Duke Dinghua was too deep, compounded by Agus and Chu Xiao constantly brainwashing him, causing him to become increasingly lost in the illusion of victory, oblivious to any danger. After chasing Duke Dinghua for over half a month, the coalition of the Dongi Kingdom finally cornered him in Fengyin Valley. Seeing that Duke Dinghua had nowhere left to escape, Wusun Lai burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, Mu Yuan, your defeat is inevitable now. You might as well surrender early. Oh, I assure you, as long as you are willing to submit to the Dongi Kingdom, the sovereign will not treat you poorly. If I can make the Duke of Dinghua, who almost annihilated Dongi in the past, submit, it would be a tremendous victory for our kingdom." Wusun Lai believed that as long as he captured Duke Dinghua, he would undoubtedly become a great hero of Dongi upon returning home. In response to Wusun Lai's offer, the Duke of Dinghua displayed a look of utter disdain. "A mere small nation like Dongi is worthy of my allegiance. That's simply laughable." Hearing the Duke's merciless sarcasm, Wusun Lai's expression immediately darkened. "Mu Yuan, don't you see the situation clearly? What do you have to be proud of at this point? If you do not surrender this time, next year will be your death anniversary." Duke Dinghua sat astride his warhorse, looking at Wusun Lai with amusement. "The situation? Why don't you tell me what the current situation is?" Wusun Lai was infuriated by the Duke's all you can do now is boast. "Currently our Dongi and the Xianhua tribe have a combined army of 200,000, while your Great Xia's remnants number only a mere few tens of thousands. Do you think you can turn the tide?" Upon hearing this, Duke Dinghua burst into laughter. "You are the one who cannot see the situation clearly. Though I may have only a few tens of thousands of troops, the advantage lies with me." Wusun Lai thought Duke Dinghua was out of his mind and coldly waved his hand. "If you seek death, don't blame me for being merciless. All troops heed my command, attack." As Wusun Lai's orders were conveyed, the Dongi army surged forward to attack the Great Xia. However, Wusun Lai found it strange that Agus and his troops remained motionless, as if they had not heard anything. "Agus, what are you still doing there?" In response to Wusun Lai's question, Agus did not answer, but instead turned his gaze towards Chu Xiao, who was wearing a mask and dressed in black robes. "It seems you still do not understand. It is you who is truly trapped in a desperate situation." As he spoke, Chu Xiao removed his mask, revealing his somewhat handsome features. At a glance, Chu Xiao did not appear to be a member of the Xianhua tribe, as there was indeed a difference in appearance between the people of Great Xia and those of the Xianhua tribe. Upon seeing Chu Xiao's face, Wusun Lai's heart tightened suddenly. He had an ominous suspicion, yet he dared not believe it. What do you mean by that?" Wusun Lai trembled as he spoke, his face filled with anxiety. As he looked at Chu Xiao, chuckled softly and shook his head. "From the very beginning, the true collaborator of the Xianhua tribe was not you, Dongi, but us of Great Xia." Wusun Lai had already suspected this outcome in his heart, but the truth was too cruel for him to dare think in that direction. Now, however, Chu Xiao's words shattered the last vestige of hope within him. "Impossible. Agus, have you forgotten the enmity between your Xianhua tribe and Great Xia? What you are doing now, do you think it is honorable to the comrades who died in battle?" Agus' question made him raise his eyes slightly. I certainly have not forgotten, but your Dongyi is simply too petty, while Great Xia offers too much. Wusun Lai was so furious, he almost spat blood. Damn it, the Xianyue tribe was too unscrupulous. Just like that they betrayed their allegiance without any moral integrity. Agus, if you join me now to eliminate Great Xia's forces, I assure you that our Dongyi will meet all your demands. It's too late. I, Agus, am not like China. I will not go back on my word. Agus coldly rejected him. At this moment, Wusun Lai looked gravely at the battlefield. In front of him stood the Great Xia army led by Duke Dinghua, while his retreat had already been cut off by Agus, leaving him and his forces trapped like fish in a barrel, unable to escape. The Xianyue tribe was truly despicable. The arrogance Wusun Lai had shown earlier was now replaced by a profound sense of despair. Why did it turn out like this? Wusun Lai painfully pounded his chest, then suddenly turned to look at Duke Dinghua. Mu Yuan, what a deep scheme you have. All of this is your doing, isn't it? Duke Dinghua shrugged, feigning innocence. You've misunderstood me. I am merely the executor in this battle. All of this was not planned by me. As he spoke, Duke Dinghua pointed to Chu Xiao, who was standing beside Agus. It is he who has defeated you. Wusun Lai's eyes filled with rage as he glared at Chu Xiao. Who are you really? Even facing imminent doom, Wusun Lai still wanted to know who he had fallen. My name is Chu Xiao. Wusun Lai was taken aback for a moment, then incredulously said, Chu Xiao, the 9th prince of Great Xia. Damn it. Wusun Lai suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. If he had been defeated by Mu Yuan, he could have accepted it more easily, since Mu Yuan was the god of war of Great Xia. But to be defeated by an obscure young prince, he felt utterly humiliated. Wusun Lai, I see that you possess some talent. Now that your defeat is certain, you might as well surrender early. I assure you that as long as you are willing to submit to Great Xia, my father will certainly not treat you poorly. Wusun Lai displayed a large question mark on his face. Wait, why does this sound so familiar? Owing to the lag in intelligence transmission, Chu Xiao and Duke Dinghua had already driven Wusun Lai into a desperate corner. Only now did Emperor Xia, far away in the capital, receive word that Shilin Pass had fallen. Your Majesty, disaster strikes. In the imperial study, Emperor Xia was reviewing official documents when Grand Eunuch Changshun burst in his face, etched with panic, abruptly shattering the sovereign's concentration. Emperor Xia set down the memorial with mild displeasure and raised his head, his tone edged with irritation. What is this frantic haste? Compose yourself and speak plainly. The heavens have not yet collapsed. Changshun, trembling at the emperor's wrath, swallowed hard and stammered. Your Majesty, the Shadow Guard has just reported a catastrophic defeat on the front line. Shilin Pass has been seized by the Dongyi kingdom. What a... Emperor Xia shot upright, disbelief blazing in his eyes as he stared unblinking at Changshun. Why did you withhold such grave news? Changshun bit his lip, silently lamenting. Did your Majesty not say the sky would not fall, and bid me speak slowly? Yet such thoughts dared not pass his lips. Bowing low, he murmured, This servant confesses his fault. Only moments ago did the report reach me, and I hastened here without delay. A chill gripped Emperor Xia's heart. Shilin Pass was the Empire's first bulwark against Dongyi. If lost, enemy forces could surge deep into Xia territory. Though not yet an existential catastrophe, it was undeniably a dire crisis. More urgently still might Prince Zhou be imperiled. To this bold, incisive son, Emperor Xia held profound, quiet regard. Has the Shadow Guard ascertained Prince Zhou's whereabouts? Has he sustained injury? Changshun shook his head. The battlefield is chaotic. Our agents gleaned only fragmented intelligence. No trace of Prince Zhou. Yet surely under Duke Dinghua's protection His Highness remains unharmed. Worthless lot. Dispatch envoys immediately to verify Prince Zhou's safety, and summon Duke Dinghua to account. Why has no battle report reached us? I demand full knowledge of all developments on the front. Changshun bowed deeply and accepted the command. As he turned to withdraw, Changshun paused, then hesitated before lifting his gaze. Your Majesty, if the front has crumbled, might we consider replacing the commander? Duke Dinghua, after all, is advanced in years. Emperor Xia frowned in contemplation, then shook his head. No. Changing commanders mid-campaign invites calamity, it shatters morale. Changshun pressed further. Then shall we dispatch reinforcements? The emperor paced slowly within the study, then declined once more. Not yet. Though Duke Dinghua's years weigh upon him, I trust him utterly. His silence signals no utter despair. Only patience is required now. Seeing the emperor's resolve, Changshun dared utter no more. Recall your men, seal this news tightly. Consort must not learn of it. Her temperament is tender. Should she fear for Prince Zhou's life, her anguish would know no bounds. Changshun offered a strained smile. Your Majesty, it is already too late. The news of the rout has swept across the capital like wildfire. Emperor Xia exhaled sharply. Who in heaven's name spoke so recklessly? Just as he drew breath to rebuke, a young eunuch came sprinting toward him, wildeed and breathless. The boy skidded to his knees before the emperor with a heavy thud. Your Majesty, disaster strikes. Emperor Xia massaged his temples, weary beyond words. Speak, what fresh calamity now? The eunuch kept his head bowed, voice rapid and urgent. Consort De, upon hearing of the battlefield collapse, fainted from distress. Emperor Xia's expression darkened. Quickly, summon the imperial physicians. At Yongshou Palace, Consort De stirred faintly beneath the physician's care, her eyelids fluttering open. As consciousness returned, she bolted upright in bed, tears brimming, voice trembling. Xiaojiu. How is Xiaojiu faring now? Seeing her awake, Emperor Xia hurried forward and clasped her hand. Consort De, do you feel any discomfort? Clutching his sleeve, Consort De's face crumpled in sorrow as she pleaded tearfully. Your Majesty, please, send someone to bring Xiaojiu home. War is perilous beyond measure. I cannot bear the thought of him falling. A flicker of anguish crossed Emperor Xia's face, but his reply hardened. I regret. I cannot grant this request. Despair engulfed Consort De. Why? He is your own son. Does your Majesty truly hold no concern for his life? With the front collapsing, every moment he remains in camp multiplies his peril. For pity's sake. Emperor Xia placed both hands firmly on her shoulders. Daring not meet her anguished gaze, he turned his face aside. Precisely because the front teeters on ruin, Xiaojiu must stay. Should I recall him, the army's spirit would shatter. I opposed his departure, yet he insisted. Whatever the outcome, this is his choice and his burden to bear. Consort De clenched her teeth, tears streaming unchecked. How heartless you are. He is so young, he must not perish. Emperor Xia drew a slow, steadying breath, then rose resolute. Enough. This matter admits no negotiation. Rest well, I shall visit again soon. He departed without another word. Watching his unyielding silhouette vanish, Consort De collapsed onto the bed, sobbing uncontrollably. Beyond Yongshou Palace, Emperor Xia lifted his gaze to the sky, suppressing the ache within. He was son of heaven. Every decision weighed upon the realm's fate. Though he cherished Prince Chu Xiao deeply, he could never sacrifice the empire's stability for once. At the moment he learned of the rout, the impulse to recall Chu Xiao surged fiercely, yet he quelled it instantly. Changshan. At the emperor's call, the eunuch bowed low. This servant attends. Deploy 100 of our most elite shadow guards. Dispatch them to the front without delay. Their sole charge: ensure Prince Jiu's survival. And deliver a message to Prince Jiu from me: war is merciless. Above all, preserve your life. Even if the battle is lost, so long as you return alive, I shall lay no blame upon you. In the Valley of Wind whispers, a chilling aura of impending doom enveloped the hearts of all present. The Dongyi army now found itself besieged on both sides, trapped in a dire situation, with glimmering weapons flashing menacingly before and behind them, retreat impossible and advancement perilous. Facing this dire circumstance, Wusunlai understood that he likely had no chance of leaving here alive. His heart was engulfed in profound anguish. As a general, he did not fear death. To die on the battlefield was already considered a dignified end for a soldier. However, his soldiers should not sacrifice their lives in vain. These soldiers were caught in this fatal predicament because of his reckless ambition. It was his fault, and he could never forgive himself. When Wusunlai heard Chu Xiao propose surrendering, he immediately burst into laughter. I, Wusunlai, am deeply favored by the emperor. How could I be a coward fearing for my life? If you wish to take my life, you must see if you have the capability to do so. Wusunlai's refusal did not surprise Chu Xiao. The reason he urged for surrender was merely to dampen the morale of the Dongyi army. To be honest, even if Wusunlai chose to surrender out of fear for his life, Chu Xiao would absolutely not spare him. This was not due to Chu Xiao's ruthlessness, but because Wusunlai's hands were stained with the blood of the innocent citizens of Daxia. On the battlefield, each fights for their own master, so mutual slaughter has no right or wrong. However, Wusunlai had killed innocent Daxia citizens, which was something Chu Xiao could never forgive. Since you are so eager for death, then I, the crown prince, shall grant it to you. As Chu Xiao's voice fell, a sudden gust of wind rose, swirling yellow sand that covered everyone's eyes. Chu Xiao raised his right hand high and forcefully waved it towards the Dongyi army. Kill! With Chu Xiao's command, Agus, who had been by his side, charged forward without hesitation. With Agus leading the charge, the rest of the Crescent Moon soldiers followed suit, roaring as they surged ahead. Seeing this, the Duke of Dingwa did not hesitate either. He drew his sword and bellowed like thunder, fire. In an instant, countless archers surged from both sides of the valley, drawing back their bows as the arrowheads glimmered ominously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp arrows left their quivers like a rainstorm, darkening the skies as they flew towards the Dongyi army. Wusunlai watched as countless arrows soared towards his troops, his eyes bulging with rage, turning a deep crimson. In this moment of dire urgency, Wusunlai opened his throat and shouted, "Quick, form a defensive formation." As the military command was issued, the Dongyi army sprang into action. The shield soldiers reacted swiftly, stepping forward in unison, raising their shields high to protect their comrades. All the shields pressed tightly together, establishing a solid defensive line at the first opportunity. Soon a dense barrage of arrows struck against the shields, producing a clattering sound. The arrows collided with the shields, sending sparks flying. All the shield soldiers gritted their teeth, unwilling to show any sign of weakness, but against the endless onslaught of arrows their defense soon revealed cracks. Some arrows shot through the gaps, piercing the soldiers holding the shields like hedgehogs. As the first shield soldier fell, another quickly followed, and soon more and more were exposed to the rain of arrows. Wusunlai watched helplessly as his soldiers screamed in agony, one after another collapsing into pools of blood. His heart felt as if it were being cleaved by a blade. When the arrows of Da Xiao were depleted, Wusunlai had not yet had a moment to breathe a sigh of relief before Agus led the Crescent Moon cavalry crashing into the Dongi army. Kill! Agus roared, wielding his curved sword, charging straight towards Wusunlai. Having decided to cooperate with Da Xiao, Agus naturally had to show his stance. To gain more benefits from Da Xiao in the future, he was determined to make a strong impression. He thought that if he could capture Wusunlai, it would certainly be a great achievement, and surely Chu Xiao would acknowledge his efforts afterward. Wusunlai looked at Agus charging towards him, a surge of anger igniting in his eyes. Not long ago they were allies, yet now they were drawn to blades against each other. Compared to Da Xiao, Wusunlai currently harbored even greater hatred for the Crescent Moon troops that had betrayed them. Come on! Wusunlai was not intimidated at all. Seeing Agus charging at him, he not only did not retreat, but instead gritted his teeth and advanced. The Dongi army had just endured a rain of arrows, and many soldiers were still immersed in panic. However, when Wusunlai took the lead in counterattacking, these Dongi soldiers quickly regained their composure. Everyone grab your weapons. Do not panic. Even if we must die today, we Dongi people will die standing. Hearing Wusunlai's roar, the soldiers of Dongi immediately dispelled their fears. With their general fighting with all his might, what reason did they have to hesitate? Moreover, even if they wanted to flee, there was no way out. Not fighting meant certain death. Perhaps by fighting they could create a miracle. The Dongi soldiers, reawakened with fighting spirit, gritted their teeth and formed a defensive formation. Facing the charging cavalry, a squad of spear soldiers immediately stepped forward. They aimed their spear tips at the Crescent Moon cavalry, while the remaining shield soldiers closely followed, guarding the spear soldiers behind them, providing cover. The Crescent Moon cavalry, charging at the forefront with overwhelming momentum, crashed directly into the Dongi army's defenses. The spear soldiers of the Dongi army tightened their grips on their spears. As the Crescent Moon cavalry charged in, they thrust their spears forward, piercing the cavalry directly. The sharp spear tips pierced through the bodies of the Crescent Moon cavalry, causing them to tumble from their horses. However, bolstered by the momentum of their horses, the newly formed defenses of the Dongi army were swept aside like leaves in a storm, scattering chaotically. The hard-earned formation was instantly disrupted by the Crescent Moon cavalry. Meanwhile, Duke Muyuan did not choose to stand idly by. Seeing the Crescent Moon soldiers fighting with such fervor, how could Da Xiao fall behind? With a wave of his hand, the Da Xiao soldiers behind him surged forward like unleashed beasts, charging into the Dongi ranks. Just the Crescent Moon cavalry was enough for the Dongi army to handle. Now Da Xiao had joined the fray. Surrounded and attacked from both sides, the Dongi army was instantly beaten back, cries of anguish and despair echoing throughout the valley. This was no longer a battle, but a massacre. As he watched his soldiers fall one by one, Wusunlai let out a long howl towards the sky, his eyes bloodshot red, as if they might bleed. Wusunlai believed that the current predicament of the Eastern army was entirely his responsibility. As the general, if he had not been blinded by false victories, they would not have been cornered in Fengyin Valley. Thus, feeling self-reproach, Wusunlai had no thoughts of returning alive. He had only one idea: while he still drew breath, he would kill as many enemies as possible to atone for his sins. When he saw Agus leading the cavalry charging towards him, fierce light flashed in Wusunlai's eyes. The reason for this defeat was primarily due to his ineffective command. However, Agus' betrayal of the alliance with the Eastern was also a significant factor leading to the armies. As the saying goes, enemies are particularly fierce upon meeting. Wusunlai gripped his long sword tightly, letting out a low growl as he charged directly at Agus. At that moment, Wusunlai's face was already smeared with blood. His disheveled hair clung tightly to his face, obscuring his murderous gaze. Agus, if you do not die today, I will find it hard to rest, even in the underworld. Wusunlai's roar echoed across the battlefield. Hearing Wusunlai's provocation, Agus snorted coldly, swinging his curved knife with force. Wusunlai sought his life, and did he not wish to use Wusunlai's life as his own token of allegiance? Still daring to shout in the face of death, "Let this chieftain test your mettle." With that, Agus fiercely urged his warhorse, which charged at Wusunlai like a bolt of black lightning. Wusunlai did not flinch, striking his warhorse with force as both men swung their weapons at each other. Clang! Sparks flew as the curved knife and long sword clashed violently. The tremendous impact caused both horses to instinctively take a few steps back. Agus possesses great strength. Yu Sunlai vigorously shook his wrist. The force from the earlier strike had numbed his arm. Seeing the unnatural expression on Yu Sunlai's face, Agus laughed heartily. Yu Sunlia, your defeat is certain now. Well, you might as well surrender early. Perhaps you can keep your life. Yu Sunlai scoffed. Don't waste your breath. I am a man not accustomed to being a dog for others. This remark darkened Agus' expression. The damned Yu Sunlai was clearly mocking him for being a dog for the Xia. Although Agus had indeed allied himself with Xia, Yu Sunlai's harsh words ignited a surge of anger within him. Bastard, I will definitely kill you today. Agus tightened his grip on the curved knife, his battle intent rising. Come fight. Today either you die or I do. Yu Sunlai also shouted back without retreating. The two men exchanged blows, neither giving way, their blades flashing with no one daring to approach within several feet. Both Agus and Yu Sunlai were fierce generals on the battlefield, and defeating each other was no easy task. However, while Agus could fight with total focus, Yu Sunlai had to divide his attention to command his soldiers, who were desperately resisting, leading to Yu Sunlai gradually falling into a disadvantage. It is often said to strike when one is down. Agus seized the opportunity while Yu Sunlai was distracted and swung his curved knife fiercely towards Yu Sunlai's chest. When the curved knife fell, Yu Sunlai reacted in time, but ultimately could not evade. The knife sliced through Yu Sunlai's armor, and a torrent of blood splattered onto Agus' face. Agus' blow was so powerful that it knocked Yu Sunlai off his horse and onto the ground. Yu Sunlai rolled on the ground a few times before he managed to stand up, clutching his chest laboriously. Feeling the strength draining rapidly from his body, a trace of unwillingness appeared in Yu Sunlai's eyes. He did not wish to die so soon. He had not yet had the chance to kill more enemies. Most importantly, dying at Agus' hands would leave him feeling Yu Sunlai staggered to stand up straight, and just as Agus approached him with a fierce look, Yu Sunlai suddenly spoke. Agus, you despicable person, are not worthy of taking my life. After saying this, Yu Sunlai's gaze turned towards Chu Xiao not far away. Today's defeat is all my fault. Even if I perish, I cannot atone for my sins. As Yu Sunlai spoke, he walked towards the direction of Chu Xiao. Seeing this scene, Agus frowned slightly, but did not make a move, merely standing quietly to the side. He knew Yu Sunlai was doomed. He had not fallen, yet relying solely on the last breath of tenacity. When Yu Sunlai dragged his long sword and slowly walked in front of Chu Xiao, he raised his blood-stained face and asked, "Was it you who instigated the internal strife within the Xian Yu faction and turned them against us?" Chu Xiao slightly nodded. Indeed, it was all orchestrated by this prince. Although the Duke of State had mentioned before that it was Chu Xiao who had pushed Yu Sunlai to this point. Yet Yu Sunlai had never dared to believe it, as Chu Xiao seemed too young. Now hearing Chu Xiao's admission, Yu Sunlai could not help but feel a sense of regret. How unfair the heavens are. I thought that with Mu Yuan's old age, the Xia would be like a tiger without teeth, but who would have thought the Xia Emperor still had such an outstanding prince as you? If only you were born in the Eastern Yi. Knowing that everything was orchestrated by Chu Xiao, Yu Sunlai held no grievances in his heart. In the battlefield, the victor and the vanquished, Yu Sunlai had been thoroughly calculated by Chu Xiao from the start. Every step he took was within Chu Xiao's plan. He had no complaints about losing. To lose at your hands, I, the general, am convinced. My glorious head is here, you have the right to take it. Hearing Yu Sunlai's words, Chu Xiao fell into deep silence. He knew Yu Sunlai was deliberately offering the achievement of killing the enemy general to him. Yu Sunlai was such a proud person, he despised treacherous men like Agus. Since it was Chu Xiao who had pushed him step by step into a desperate situation, Yu Sunlai would rather have his life ended by Chu Xiao, the opponent he respected. Facing Yu Sunlai's request, Chu Xiao dismounted and walked up to him with a complex expression. Chu Xiao slowly drew the sword from his waist, and seeing this, Yu Sunlai smiled faintly, closed his eyes, and spread his arms wide, appearing extremely carefree. Chu Xiao raised his arm, and the sword swiftly sliced across Yu Sunlai's neck, leaving a deep gash. Kill him. Avenge the general. After Chu Xiao killed Yu Sunlia, the soldiers of the Eastern Yi erupted in chaos. One by one, they frantically sought to avenge Yu Sunlia, but with the Xian Yu faction and Xia's soldiers present, they could not get close to Chu Xiao. At that moment, Agus rode up to Chu Xiao, looking at the fallen Yu Sunlia, unable to suppress a sigh. Chu Xiao cast a glance at Agus, wiping the blood from his sword. Clearly it was you who severely injured him, yet he died at my hands. Do you harbor any resentment? Agus met Chu Xiao's indifferent gaze, his heart trembling. I do not dare. This was Yu Sunlai's own choice. To die at your hands, my prince, is also his fortune. Regardless of whether Agus's words were true or false, the Xianyue tribe had indeed rendered a great service to the Xia this time, and Chu Xiao must not extinguish Agus's goodwill. Rest assured, as long as you lead the Xianhua tribe to serve Xia earnestly, Xia will never treat you unfairly. After this battle, the prince will faithfully report your merits to his majesty. The reward the emperor bestows will surely satisfy you. To make the horse run, one must first feed it. The Xianhua tribe's submission to Xia stems in part from Xia's might, and Agusi does not wish to remain an enemy. On the other hand, it is the binding of interests to follow Xia is to secure provisions, and Agusi, being shrewd, naturally knows which path to choose. Of course, such a relationship is not wholly secure, so Chu Xiao needed to placate Agusi appropriately, which is why he made that promise. Sure enough, upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, Agusi's expression visibly relaxed. His strenuous exertions were meant to demonstrate both his and the Xianhua tribe's value. Having won Chu Xiao's recognition, he was naturally deeply gratified. Your Highness, now that Wusunlai is dead, should this battle be brought to an end, perhaps we can persuade these Dongi soldiers to surrender. Agusi cast his eyes over the brutal field, a look of pity crossing his face. The Xianhua tribe had indeed suffered heavy losses this time. To break the Dongi army's formation, their cavalry had lost at least 30%, so Agusi hoped to end the fighting soon to preserve the tribe's remaining strength. But Chu Xiao shook his head. Impossible. Today's battle will not cease unless one side is utterly destroyed, or otherwise it cannot be halted. Agusi, startled by Chu Xiao's certainty, did not grasp his meaning. Chu Xiao pointed toward the Dongi soldiers, still stubbornly resisting, and began to explain. A commander begets the troops he leads. With Wusunlai's death, those Dongi soldiers showed no terror or fear. Instead, they fought with ever greater desperation, as if none expected to leave alive. Following Chu Xiao's gaze, Agusi indeed saw that each Dongi soldier bore a resolve to die rather than retreat. Knowing they were doomed, not one faltered. After Wusunlai fell, they fought almost as if exchanging. I underestimated the Dongi. Such crack troops are truly rare. Normally, when a force sustains over 30% casualties, morale tends to collapse. If losses exceed 50%, most will lose the will to fight and desertions will occur. Once losses reach 80%, resistance is almost entirely extinguished. Before them was a Dongi host whose commander was dead and whose casualties had passed 30%, yet its morale had not waned but grown fiercer. Truly an elite army. Chu Xiao tilted his head and patted Agusi's shoulder. Go. This battle will endure long, and its savagery will surpass your imagination. Agusi nodded, silently remounted, and charged back into the fray. Facing the encirclement by Xia and the Xianhua forces, the Dongi soldiers displayed extraordinary fighting spirit. Both sides had abandoned strategy and fought by raw instinct. The battlefield had become a vast meat grinder, devouring the living on both sides. Soon the field was heaped with corpses. Blood flowed to stain the earth dark red, and the acrid stench seemed almost to congeal into substance. The battle raged from morning until midnight. When the moon rose high and darkness shrouded the ground, the last Dongi soldier finally fell, his face a mask of unwillingness. In that instant, the world seemed to grow quiet. The Xia and Xianhua soldiers who had fought all day wore looks of bewilderment. During the fighting, they had forgotten fatigue and become numb from the ordeal. Now that it was over, none had yet come fully to themselves. A full 100,000 Dongi troops were destroyed that day. Even the veteran Dinghua Gong could not help but gape at the scale of the carnage. Dinghua Gong nodded toward Chu Xiao from afar. The greatest credit for this victory belonged to Chu Xiao. Had Chu Xiao not risked persuading Agusi, overcoming the Dongi host would have been far more difficult, let alone. By rights, Dinghua Gong as commander-in-chief should have proclaimed the end of the campaign, yet he did not. Instead, he looked at Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao immediately realized Dinghua Gong intended to elevate his prestige. Though he felt it unnecessary, he did not refuse. He raised his right hand high and shouted with all his might, "We are victorious." As his voice echoed through the valley, the numbed soldiers slowly came to themselves. Some, staring at the weapons already dulled and bent in their hands, flung them to the ground and cried out with exhilaration, "We've won, we've won." The survivors embraced nearby comrades with fierce relief. The ferocity of today's battle had exceeded everyone's imagination. Even Chu Xiao, who had planned the campaign, had not expected such stubborn valor from the Dongi. Though they enjoyed overwhelming advantage, both the Xianhua tribe and Xia paid dearly to annihilate the enemy. Fortunately, the result did not change. Victory still belonged to them. Moonlight like water washed over the land, freshly baptized by the flames of battle. Dinghua Gong rode to Chu Xiao's side and patted his shoulder with evident satisfaction. "This victory is thanks to you. Without you, this old man would hardly have defeated the Dongi so readily." Chu Xiao bowed his head modestly. "It is the soldiers who risked their lives who deserve thanks. What I did is negligible compared to theirs." Dinghua Gong laughed heartily at this. "You are good at everything, boy. You are simply too modest. You shall be credited as the chief merit of this battle. Later I will personally write a report to the capital and inform His Majesty of your deeds, and then we may await our return to court." Chu Xiao licked his parched lips and shook his head gently. As he prepared to speak, he suddenly clapped a hand over his mouth and began to retch violently. Seeing Chu Xiao's condition, Ding Wugong knew it was the battlefield's horror that had overcome him. It was a severe trial for the prince. A prince who had scarcely seen death now beheld hills and valleys strewn with severed limbs and corpses that he held himself until now before vomiting testified to his fortitude. When Chu Xiao finally felt his stomach empty, he wiped his mouth and looked toward Ding Wugong. Ding Wugong, the Dongi have thus humiliated Xia. Can you be content to return so soon? How can one allow another to sleep soundly at one's bedside? The Dongi live adjacent to Xia and brim with ambition. If they are not removed soon, they will surely become a grave menace to Xia. Ding Wugong wore a stunned expression. You don't mean to counterattack the Dongi, do you? Are you mad? His Majesty only meant for us to repel them who do not act on your own. Even Ding Wugong, seasoned by many storms, was taken aback by Chu Xiao's words. Chu Xiao merely smiled without concern. Ding Wugong, have you heard the saying, a general in the field need not be bound by every command? The Duke of Dingwa discovered that he seemed to have never truly understood Chu Xiao. What exactly has stimulated you? Why has the change in you been so immense? Despite the rumors portraying this ninth prince as timid and cowardly, he had seemingly transformed into a different person in recent months. Chu Xiao's gaze flickered slightly. Anyone who had interacted with him could easily perceive the change in his character. However, it was utterly impossible for Chu Xiao to disguise himself as the cowardly person he once was. We are currently discussing matters regarding the Dongi Kingdom, Duke Dingwa. Can we refrain from discussing other topics? The Duke of Dingwa withdrew his scrutinizing gaze, furrowing his brow as he sighed. I cannot agree to this matter. Commanding troops outside is a highly sensitive issue. Without an imperial edict, one must not act rashly. Chu Xiao was not surprised by the Duke's refusal. After all, their statuses were different. As a general, the Duke's every move was closely observed by the ministers and the Emperor of Xia. A slight misstep could jeopardize his reputation. In contrast, Chu Xiao was a prince. Theoretically, as long as he did not rebel, he was almost free from the threat of losing his life, which was the capital that allowed him to act so boldly. All right, since Duke Dingwa does not agree, then let it be. Chu Xiao was not disappointed. He waved his hand nonchalantly. This left the Duke somewhat perplexed. Something felt off. Based on his understanding of the ninth prince, he was not the kind of person who would easily give up. Your Highness, speak frankly with me. After I have refused you, what do you plan to do? Chu Xiao looked up, his large eyes appearing somewhat innocent as he blinked. What else can I do? Although I am a prince, it is you, Duke Dingwa, who commands the army. If you do not agree, this prince cannot mobilize the troops. Though he said this, the Duke felt that the situation was not so simple. Sure enough, Chu Xiao paused for a moment. Although I cannot command the troops of the Great Xia, the Xianhua tribe has not yet officially received the Great Xia's decree, so they cannot be considered part of Great Xia. Well then, the Duke couldn't help but roll his eyes. He knew the ninth prince certainly had some backup plan. Aren't you just being reckless? Do you truly believe that Agus is someone you can fully trust? Moreover, do you think you can conquer Dongi with just the people from the Xianhua tribe? Isn't that underestimating Dongi? After spending considerable time with Chu Xiao, the Duke had come to quite like this imaginative ninth prince. Furthermore, since Chu Xiao had become close to his precious granddaughter, it was possible that they would become family in the future, so the Duke would not sit idly by and watch Chu Xiao get into trouble. Do you think that because I nearly destroyed Dongi 10 years ago, I consider them weak? Chu Xiao shook his head. I am not that foolish. If Dongi is pushed to the brink, they can summon hundreds of thousands of troops at any moment, and with the motivation of defending their homeland, it would be absolutely impossible to conquer Dongi easily. Seeing that Chu Xiao was aware of the situation, the Duke secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that this young man, emboldened by his youth, would act too impulsively. Since you understand this, why are you so determined to attack Dongi? At this point, the Duke looked at Chu Xiao with a peculiar expression. You don't harbor a deep-seated hatred for Dongi because of a Li, do you? Was this the legendary rage of a man for the sake of a femme fatale? A flock of crows flew over Chu Xiao's head as he shot an annoyed glare at the Duke. What do you take me for? My desire to attack Dongi is absolutely not for personal gain. Although I may not be particularly capable, I would never casually gamble with the lives of my soldiers. Seeing Chu Xiao's seriousness, the Duke pursed his lips and then pulled him aside. Come, I will give you a chance to persuade me. Tell me honestly why you are so adamant about exterminating Dongi. Chu Xiao clenched his fist, and his demeanor instantly became very serious. Do you know that our surrounding villages in Great Xia often suffer from bandit raids, and there have even been instances of entire villages being slaughtered? Duke Mu Yuan nodded. He had naturally heard about these matters, and not just once. Seeing that the Duke was aware of this, Chu Xiao continued. I have checked the official documents, and after the appearance of the bandits, the government did organize people to search for their whereabouts. But ultimately, they searched thoroughly around, even scouring the nearby mountains, and found no traces of bandits living there. These bandits frequently appear, yet the government cannot find their whereabouts. Duke, do you truly believe these are just— The Duke fell silent, as long as people are alive they would undoubtedly leave traces. Moreover, with so many bandits, how could there be no clues at all? This was something anyone with clear eyes could see had its intricacies. Seeing the Duke's silence, Chu Xiao revealed a mocking smile. Strangely enough, Dongi is our neighbor, and while these bandits cannot be tracked down, they only plunder the villages of Great Xia. What could be the reason for that? The Duke's face was now covered in cold sweat. He had already understood the reason behind Chu Xiao's anger. Chu Xiao gritted his teeth and forcefully shook his sleeve. Let me be frank, these so-called bandits are not bandits at all, but rather people disguised as Dongi citizens. If even I can see this, is the entire court blind? Why does no one turn a blind eye to this matter? Chu Xiao's roar made the Duke's head buzz. The Duke felt a bit ashamed and lowered his head, quietly explaining, back then Dongi was a vassal state of Great Xia and played a significant role. For the greater good, the court could only turn a blind eye. The greater good, oi? Chu Xiao sneered. What exactly is the greater good? Are the harmed commoners of Great Xia not part of it? At this point, Chu Xiao seemed to feel that his emotions were somewhat too intense, so he slightly softened his tone. Fine, even if we had to consider the greater good before now that Dongi has already torn its face with Great Xia, how long are we to tolerate them? Those innocent citizens who have died unjustly deserve someone to seek justice for them. I adhere to a principle: those who harm the commoners of Great Xia shall be punished no matter how far they are. Chu Xiao's words left the Duke speechless. He remained silent for a long time before slowly asking, so you have made up your mind about this? Even if I do not agree, you will still lead the Xianyue tribe to trouble Dongi? Chu Xiao nodded. Yes, after this battle Dongi will surely fall into chaos. This is the best opportunity to attack Dongi, and I will never give it up. Duke Muyuan tightly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was a hint of subtle determination in his— Remember, the decision to attack Dongi is mine, and this matter has nothing to do with you. The words of the Duke of Dinghua are highly ambiguous. At first glance one might think he intends to claim credit. However, Chu Xiao understands that the Duke's actions are meant to protect him. Without the Emperor's decree, casually mobilizing the army to attack other nations is no small matter. Such actions would not only arouse the Emperor's suspicion, but also the censors in the court would surely seize the opportunity to launch a furious impeachment. As a prince, although Chu Xiao would not lose his life for this punishment, is inevitable. Thus, when the Duke of Dinghua claims the decision is his, it is to shoulder the responsibility himself. Chu Xiao was somewhat surprised. He did not expect the Duke of Dinghua to go to such lengths to protect him. This is my own matter, and the Duke's willingness to support me is already a great help. I am not someone without responsibility. I never intended to vie for the position of heir, so no matter how my father punishes me, I can accept it. However, you are different, Duke of Dinghua. You have devoted your life to the Great Xia, and if you end up with such a stain on your reputation, I would not be able to bear it on my conscience. Seeing Chu Xiao refuse his goodwill, the Duke was not angry. Instead, he found Chu Xiao increasingly pleasing to the eye. This fellow is capable and responsible. If Ali can truly be with him, it would not be a bad thing. Unfortunately, his own identity is somewhat sensitive. The Duke of Dinghua, being too close to any prince, could easily become a target, which is something he has always been wary of. Don't get too touched, kid. I'm not doing this for you. I am the commander of the army this time. Regardless of whose idea it was, as long as I agree, I cannot escape responsibility. Moreover, I do not have many years left to live. If I can achieve the feat of destroying a nation at this age, it would be a mark in history. Although the Duke spoke nonchalantly, Chu Xiao knew that this was merely the Duke comforting himself. Just as Chu Xiao was about to say something, the Duke waved his hand. All right, this matter is settled. No matter who asks, just say this was my idea. Now let's discuss your plan. You aren't thinking of just launching a direct attack on Dongi, are you? If that's the case, I can't easily accompany you on this risky venture. Chu Xiao was taken aback, then explained, Dongi has just lost 100,000 troops. Once the news returns, they will surely be thrown into chaos. However, directly confronting Dongi is not wise. Dongi's foundation is substantial, and whether we win or lose, it will ultimately result in a protracted war. Without the Emperor's order to attack Dongi, if we fall into a stalemate, my father, under pressure from the court, will definitely issue an edict for us to withdraw. Thus, we must show my father the possibility of annihilating Dongi in the shortest time possible, so he will help suppress the opposing voices in the court. Seeing Chu Xiao's detailed analysis, the Duke of Dinghua felt a sense of curiosity. He stroked his white beard, revealing a satisfied smile. Not bad, continue. Receiving the Duke's affirmation, Chu Xiao became even more confident in his plan. I believe this attack on Dongi must rely on wisdom. My plan is to lure the tiger away from its mountain. I need you, Duke, to draw Dongi's attention directly. When you put on the posture of preparing for a decisive battle with Dongi, they will surely dispatch their troops to stop you. Meanwhile, I will lead another army to cross the Baisha mountain range, thereby avoiding Dongi's sight. Once Dongi's main forces are completely drawn in by you, I will take the opportunity to march 1,000 miles and directly attack their capital Yin city. This way, even if their main forces want to withdraw to assist Yin city, you can completely hold them off. As long as I can capture Yin city, then the overall situation will be settled. After hearing Chu Xiao's complete plan, the Duke of Dinghua narrowed his eyes and mentally simulated the entire battlefield. Chu Xiao did not disturb him, quietly standing aside waiting for the Duke's decision. The Duke's finger lightly tapped on his thigh, a small habit of his when deep in thought. After a long while, the Duke suddenly stopped his movements and looked sharply at Chu Xiao. Overall, it sounds feasible, but there are a few issues. First, the Baisha mountain range stretches for 1,000 miles. Assuming you truly have the capability to lead the army over such a long distance means your logistics will be unable to keep up. When attacking Yin city, how will you solve the food supply for your army? Chu Xiao had long considered this, so without hesitation, he directly stated his thoughts. I have calculated that if we march at full speed, crossing the Baisha mountain range will take about 30 to 40 days. I will bring 30 days worth of rations, and once we cross the mountains, I will lead my people to directly attack Anyo Prefecture. Anyo Prefecture houses Dongi's largest granary. As long as we capture Anyo Prefecture, the army's supply will be assured. Anyo Prefecture is very close to Yin city, and its defenses are not particularly strong. If we launch a surprise attack, we should be able to catch them off guard. At that time, I will use Anyo Prefecture as a base and launch a full-scale attack on Yin city. As long as you can hold off Dongi's main forces, we will have a good chance of breaking through Yin city. The Duke of Dinghua inhaled sharply. If this plan goes smoothly, it indeed has great potential. However, any slight error could lead to a total defeat. It must be said that Chu Xiao's plan is too bold and extremely risky. If I am to hold off Dongi's main forces, the remaining army cannot be too small, though otherwise it would be ineffective. How many troops do you think are needed to split and launch a surprise attack on Yin city? Chu Xiao blurted out 100,000. Even without Dongi's main forces, Yin city is still the capital of Dongi, and its own defensive capabilities will definitely not be weak. To capture Yin city at the fastest speed, at least 100,000 troops are needed. So my plan is for you, Duke, to lead the Great Xia army to directly hold off Dongi's main forces, while I will lead the Xianhua division to surprise Yin city. Hearing this, the Duke's mouth twitched uncontrollably. You are simply a madman. You cannot fully trust the Xianhua division. Being too close to them could lead to your demise if they harbor any ill intentions. Chu Xiao smiled and shook his head. I am well aware of this. However, I still maintain my stance. I do not trust Agis' loyalty, but I believe in his intelligence. He will certainly see that only by following the Great Xia can he gain more benefits, so he won't easily betray us. The Duke of Dinghua placed his hands on his hips, pacing back and forth. All right, we will do it your way, but I will arrange for another general to take charge of the surprise attack on Yin city. Although the plan is good, it is fraught with danger. Moreover, while Chu Xiao may possess some cleverness, he has never led troops before, and the Duke of Jinghua is understandably reluctant to let him take risks. Chu Xiao understood the Duke of Jinghua's concerns, but he disagreed with the Duke's decision. Are you worried that I might? The Duke of Jinghua nodded. Yes, after all, you are a prince. There is no need for you to take risks personally. There are many capable individuals in the army, and this matter does not require your involvement. That is incorrect. This is something that only I can do. Chu Xiao looked at the Duke of Jinghua with utmost seriousness. The Duke frowned. What do you mean by that? August is a very proud person, and do you think others can command him? If a dispute arises, wouldn't that be even more? Upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, the Duke of Jinghua fell into deep thought. After a long while, he raised his head to look at Chu Xiao. You have no experience in leading troops in a battle. How can I trust you? This point had already been considered by Chu Xiao. Although I lack experience, August is quite skilled. On the battlefield, I will not give blind commands. I will only ensure that the overall direction is correct and the specifics of the battle can be entrusted to August. The Duke of Jinghua sniffed and gazed at Chu Xiao in silence for a long time. After a while, he let out a long sigh. You have successfully persuaded me. I agree to this matter. As the saying goes, speed is of the essence in warfare. The Duke of Jinghua has never been a procrastinator, and he understands that opportunities on the battlefield are fleeting. Therefore, after simply allowing the army to rest for a few days, the Duke of Jinghua led the Great Xia army to begin the assault on the cities of the Dongi. Before Chu Xiao set off, the Duke of Jinghua specifically sought out August. I entrust the safety of the 9th Prince to you, and I have a piece of advice for you. No matter what you think in your heart, if anything happens to the 9th Prince, I will not care about the reasons. I will hold you accountable for it. I guarantee that at that time, whether it is you or the Crescent Moon Division, you will undoubtedly face death. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will not spare you. Do not doubt my ability to do this, for I am Mu Yuan. As the Duke spoke, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from him. This aura felt as oppressive to August as a towering mountain. At that moment August seemed to see a sea of corpses and blood in the Duke Mu Yuan, causing beads of cold sweat to instantly appear on his face. August usually looks down on most people. However, facing the god of the Great Xia army, this living legend, August wisely lowered his head. Rest assured, Duke, as long as I, August, still breathe, I will absolutely not allow the prince to be harmed. Although the Duke could not fully trust August's words, his assurance at least provided him with a bit of comfort. When August returned to the army, Chu Xiao slowly turned his head and glanced at him, but did not ask any questions. Riding on his warhorse, Chu Xiao saw that everyone was assembled and waved his hand, shouting, "Let's go." As Chu Xiao and the Crescent Moon Division began to traverse the Baisha mountain range, Duke Mu Yuan exerted all his effort to attack the cities of Dongyi in order to quickly attract the main forces of Dongyi. In just 3 days, the cut-off guard Dongyi lost the city. When this news reached Yin City, the rulers and ministers of Dongyi were all dumbfounded. "Speak. You were all quite talkative before. Why is everyone suddenly mute now?" The ruler of Dongyi, Tuoba Jin, sat on the dragon throne, watching the increasingly silent ministers below. His mood was like a lit powder keg, making him pound the table and roar in anger. Facing the ruler's roar, Prime Minister Yu Wenjing stepped forward from the crowd under great pressure. "Your Majesty, the reason for this disaster is due to the poor command of General Wusun Lai, which led to the total annihilation of our Dongyi army. I suggest that we severely punish Wusun Lai's family and announce this matter to the world, which would also help soothe our Dongyi citizens." Tuoba Jin glanced at his prime minister with disdain. "What I want is a solution. Will holding the general accountable cause the Great Xia to retreat? 10 years ago, Mu Yuan besieged Yin City, which is a disgrace for all of Dongyi. Will Dongyi still be humiliated by that old thief Mu Yuan 10 years later?" Tuoba Jin's words made all the ministers feel ashamed. Prime Minister Yu Wenjing hesitated for a moment and cautiously spoke. "Your Majesty, Dongyi is no longer the Dongyi of 10 years ago. Even if Mu Yuan personally leads the troops again, this time our Dongyi absolutely should not be without the power to fight back. For the time being, we must gather all the strength of Dongyi to quickly stop the Great Xia. We absolutely cannot let the Great Xia continue to take our cities." Tuoba Jin rubbed his temples, his tone carrying a hint of fatigue. "Prime Minister, how many troops can Dongyi still muster?" Yu Wenjing thought for a moment and replied, "With the local garrisons and the temporarily recruited forces, we can gather at least 150 troops in a short time." Tuoba Jin squinted his eyes and pondered carefully, murmuring, 150. "Still a bit. Adding the black armored army guarding Yin City, we will have a total of 200 troops. This time I absolutely will not allow the Great Xia to continue trampling on Dongyi's dignity." Upon hearing this, Yu Wenjing's expression changed drastically. "Your Majesty, the duty of the black armored army is to guard Yin City. If the black armored army is lost, Yin City will only have 800 imperial guards left. Who will ensure your safety?" Tuoba Jin waved his hand firmly and said, "If we cannot repel Mu Yuan, then Yin City will also fall into danger. I have made up my mind. You need not advise further." Thus the ruler of Dongyi, Tuoba Jin, directly ordered the gathering of all the available troops of Dongyi, totaling 200 soldiers, to support the front lines at once in order to resist the invasion of the Great Xia. At this time, Chu Xiao was leading the Crescent Moon Division through the Baisha mountain range. The Baisha mountain range is rarely traversed by people, so there are hardly any smooth paths here. The mountain roads are rugged and difficult to traverse. The area is filled with dense forests which are riddled with thorns. With every step they took, Chu Xiao and his companions had to slash away the surrounding thorns with swords to allow the army to pass. In order to cross the Baisha mountain range as quickly as possible, Chu Xiao's group rested for a maximum of 2 hours each day, devoting the remaining time to a relentless march. Occasionally, when they were utterly exhausted, they could only briefly stop to drink some water before continuing their. After traversing the Baisha mountain range for an entire month, a faint yet joyful cheer erupted from the crowd as the last soldiers stepped out of the mountains. Many people collapsed onto the ground, their weary faces covered in dust. Before departing, no one could have imagined how arduous it would be to cross the Baisha mountain range. The hardships endured over this month were simply endless. The mountains were thick with thorns, and a moment of carelessness could result in bleeding wounds, but that was not the greatest challenge. The temperature difference in the mountains was extreme, especially at night when it plummeted. Even when the army rested, they could only huddle closely together for warmth, suffering even more if it rained. Notably, at this moment, Chu Xiao's lips were chapped and cracked, his complexion dark and filthy. Seeing him like this, who would have thought that just a short while ago he was a pampered prince? If one were not very close to Chu Xiao, they would hardly recognize him as the former 9th prince standing before them. After taking a few sips of water, Agus felt his strength returning. Sitting on the ground, he looked at the resolute-faced Chu Xiao and couldn't help but feel a surge of respect. During these days of traversing the Baisha mountain range, even his soldiers had been crying out in agony, with many contemplating giving up. Yet this Prince Chu Xiao had persevered from start to finish without a single complaint. In many places within the mountain range it was impossible to ride a war horse, so most of the time Chu Xiao had to rely on his own 2 feet. Even though Chu Xiao had developed many blisters on his feet, and each step was a sharp pain, he never uttered a word of complaint. Instead, he silently persisted alongside the others. His actions earned him the respect of everyone in the Xianhua division. Initially, the soldiers of the Xianhua division had looked down on this prince of the Daxia. They thought someone of such high status could not endure hardships. However, who would have thought that over this month, not only did Chu Xiao persist, but when they were injured while crossing the mountains, he would personally bandage their wounds and encourage everyone to continue. Gradually, Chu Xiao established his prestige among the army of the Xianhua division. He glanced at the entire army now seated and smiled lightly before issuing orders. The whole army will rest for a day, everyone must rejuvenate their spirits. Tomorrow morning, we will launch a surprise attack on Anyo Mansion. Our supplies have long been consumed. If everyone wants to avoid hunger, we must exert ourselves tomorrow and take Anyo Mansion in one fell swoop, so we can have a hearty meal. Upon hearing Chu Xiao's words, everyone erupted into cheers. To them, attacking Anyo Mansion was a trivial matter. The important thing was that they hadn't had proper rest for a month. After Chu Xiao gave the order, everyone immediately dragged their exhausted bodies to quickly set up tents, and then collapsed into a deep sleep. In no time, the entire camp was filled with the sound of snoring. The next day, as usual, Anyo Mansion opened its gates at the appointed time, and the citizens began to enter and exit in droves with the shouts of vendors gradually ringing out. The guards at the city gates were already accustomed to this daily routine. Several soldiers lazily leaned against the city walls, half-closed eyes watching the comings and goings of the citizens. One middle-aged guard struggled to keep his eyes open, fighting off sleep while yawning occasionally. At that moment, this guard heard an unusual sound. His almost closed eyes suddenly widened, and he curiously asked his companion, "How strange, did you hear the sound of cavalry approaching?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with unmerciful laughter from his companions. "Are you crazy? Where would Anyo Mansion get cavalry? Have you been staying too late at Yihong Tower again? Aren't you afraid your sister-in-law will be angry? Don't talk nonsense. If this gets to your sister-in-law's ears, I fear I will have to sleep on the street again today." As they joked, the others gradually started to hear the sound of hooves. "Hey, it really does sound like cavalry. This is strange. Oh, we haven't heard of any army passing through Anyo Mansion." The guards initially dismissed it, as no one expected the enemy would ambush them from across the vast mountain range. They thought it was their own troops passing by. But soon they realized something was wrong. As the sound of hooves grew nearer, a squad of cavalry wielding curved sabers appeared in their line of sight. Seeing this scene, everyone at the city gate was momentarily stunned. The enemy had appeared too suddenly for anyone to react. But seconds later, screams and cries erupted. Even the dullest of them could see that this cavalry was definitely, from their attire, it was clear that these were not soldiers from Dongyi. Moreover, the expressions of these cavalrymen were fierce, indicating they were enemies, not allies. "Quick, get inside the city." The citizens passing through the gate hurriedly fled into the city. At this point, the guards had no time to think. They also ran in with the citizens, and one guard shouted, "Don't just stand there, quickly close the city gates." His words reminded his companions, and the guards hurriedly began to push the city gate, trying to close it before the cavalry arrived. However, they had already missed the best timing when they were caught off guard. Just as the gate was nearly closed, a loud bang suddenly echoed from the gate. Several guards preparing to shut the gate felt a massive force hitting it from outside, causing their arms to go numb. The partially closed gate was pushed open from the outside by Agus and his men, and then the cavalry of the Xianhua division charged into Anyo Mansion, brandishing their curved sabers. Given that Anyo Mansion had limited troops and the cavalry had the highest mobility, Chu Xiao decided to let Agus lead 3,000 cavalry to catch Anyo Mansion off guard. Chu Xiao's plan was very simple, and Agus executed it flawlessly. When Agus led the cavalry into Anyo Mansion, although the guards fought back fiercely, the disparity in strength was too great, and they were quickly forced to retreat. The citizens inside the city fled in all directions while the guards kept falling beneath the iron hooves of the Xianhua division. From the moment the cavalry breached the city gates, the fate of Anyo Mansion was sealed. In less than an hour, the entire Anyo Mansion fell into Chu Xiao's hands. Once Agus had fully secured Anyo Mansion, Chu Xiao leisurely walked in with the rest of the army. As Chu Xiao stepped into the city, he felt a suffocating aura of death and terror enveloping the entire Anyo prefecture. On both sides of the street stood a crowd of helpless commoners. Their eyes were filled with fear and unease. Those with children clutched their little ones tightly, watching the incoming army with vigilance, as if the soldiers were monstrous beings ready to devour them, causing them to tremble uncontrollably at their mere approach. As for the group of soldiers who had discarded their weapons and surrendered, they stood trembling to the side, uncertain of their fate, with despair and unwillingness etched across their faces. Chu Xiao rode forward on his warhorse, and as his gaze swept over each commoner and soldier, there was no arrogance of victory in his eyes, only a profound aversion to war. Indeed, Chu Xiao had never been fond of war. Yet he understood clearly that on the path to peace and strength, war was an inevitable means. This time, he led the Xianyue division to conquer the city of Dongyi. If it were someone else, they would surely bask in the glory of their military achievement. But within Chu Xiao's heart, there was a profound calm, as if this was merely an inconsequential task. I am the 9th prince of the Daxiao, and I assure you in the name of Daxia, as long as you do not take up arms, you will not be harmed. Chu Xiao's voice echoed through the silent street, clearly reaching the ears of every person present. Upon hearing his words, the commoners who were initially fearful visibly relaxed. They began to converse, quietly relieved that the ones who breached the city gates were not vicious individuals, though otherwise their fate, as defenseless commoners, would surely have been tragic. In these times, massacres were not uncommon, and everyone feared that their end would be miserable if the city fell. However, with Chu Xiao's assurance, their anxious hearts settled. At this moment, Chu Xiao's voice continued to resonate. Although this prince guarantees that you will not be easily harmed should any of you harbor ill intentions, do not blame this prince for being merciless. I hope you will behave accordingly. At this time, Chu Xiao still wore a gentle smile, but his words sent a chill down everyone's spine. The commoners immediately bowed their heads in submission, expressing that as long as the army did not harm them, they would absolutely obey. They asked for little, merely their lives. Some soldiers even worried that Chu Xiao might misunderstand, promptly kicking their discarded weapons far away and raising their hands to demonstrate their harmlessness. Seeing all this, Chu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. All right, you all can return in peace. From now on, Anyo Prefecture will be managed by this prince. Go about your daily lives as usual. Oh, it will not affect your routine. Upon hearing this, the commoners looked at Chu Xiao with grateful eyes. Meeting such a reasonable person was truly a blessing from the heavens. As the commoners began to disperse, Chu Xiao rode his horse to Aga's side. Have you found out the location of the granary in Anyo Prefecture? Agus hurriedly nodded. I found out. I've already sent people to protect the supplies to prevent anyone from taking risks and destroying the grain inside. Chu Xiao patted Agus on the shoulder. Although he had not given such an order, Agus took the initiative to act, indicating his stance to Chu Xiao. Very good, you have accomplished a great deed. Once this matter is settled, I will suggest to my father to grant you a title, and it will be hereditary. As long as Daxia does not perish, your descendants will always be the leaders of the Xianyue division. When it comes to the art of making promises, Chu Xiao was truly extraordinary. He understood that Agus was a person who craved power, and this single promise made Agus' eyes shine with excitement. Yes, I will not disappoint your highness. Agus immediately referred to himself as a subordinate lacking any dignity at all. There was no way around it. Chu Xiao offered too much. This was a title after all. Even people from Daxia found it difficult to obtain a title, let alone an outsider like him. Moreover, it was a hereditary title. As long as Daxia did not perish, Agus' descendants would forever be the rightful leaders of the Xianyue division. This alone was enough to excite Agus for a long time. Not long after they had left, Chu Xiao suddenly heard a woman's voice calling for help from one side of the street. Frowning, he stopped and looked in the direction. After saying this, Agus made a gesture of invitation toward Chu Xiao and personally led the way toward the direction of the granary. Not long after they had left, Chu Xiao suddenly heard a woman's voice calling for help from one side of the street. Frowning, he stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. Seeing this scene, Agus' face suddenly changed. He was very familiar with such sounds, and even more familiar with the style of his subordinates. He guessed immediately that someone had violated Chu Xiao's military order not to harm the commoners. Realizing this, Agus' first reaction was to protect his subordinates, so he tried to stop Chu Xiao. Your Highness, the granary is just ahead. Let's hurry along. Agus' small scheme was instantly seen through by Chu Xiao. He shot Agus a glare, then pushed him aside and quickly ran toward the direction of the voice. When he reached the door of a shabby house, he heard the sound of a woman crying and a man laughing arrogantly inside. Chu Xiao's face darkened as he clenched his fist and kicked the door open with force. Inside the house, a soldier of the Xianyue division was leeringly cornering a woman. When the door was suddenly kicked open, the soldier was startled. Realizing that his fun had been disrupted, he immediately shouted angrily, "Damn it, who the hell is so blind? It is this prince." Chu Xiao shouted in anger. Before launching the attack on Anyo Prefecture, he had repeatedly instructed that innocent commoners must not be harmed. This was not only because Chu Xiao was merciful, but also because he believed that after Dongyi's downfall, the people of Dongyi would become citizens of Daxia, and he naturally needed to maintain their goodwill and win their hearts in advance. Of course, there was an even more important reason. He understood the significance of public sentiment. If he were overly cruel to the commoners of Dongyi when attacking Yinxing in the future, the people would surely unite to resist fiercely for their lives. In that case, wouldn't it be adding unnecessary difficulty to himself? The soldiers of the Xianhua department engaged in wrongdoing turned to see that it was Chu Xiao who had arrived, and their faces immediately displayed a hint of panic. During the time they had spent with the ninth prince of the Great Xia, they had grown to understand him somewhat. This ninth prince appeared kind on the surface, but once his bottom line was crossed he would show no mercy. Thus the soldier of the Xianhua department cast a pleading look towards Agus, hoping that Agus could intercede. Agus glared at his subordinate with some irritation. Now that they had decided to follow the Great Xia, they could no longer act recklessly as they had before. Nevertheless, he was still one of his own kin. Although Agus was angry, he was ultimately the Chanyu of the Xianhua department, and he could not just stand by and watch his soldier be punished, or how would he command respect in the future? Thinking of this, Agus cleared his throat and spoke to Chu Xiao in a conciliatory tone. Your Highness, although this person has made a mistake, fortunately it has not led to any serious consequences. I see that this young woman was merely frightened and suffered no substantial harm. Why not let that scoundrel apologize to her? If that is not feasible, a sum of compensation would suffice. Chu Xiao glanced at the innocent woman in the corner who was clutching her clothes tightly, took a deep breath, and questioned Agus. This prince asks you, before we embarked on the expedition, did I not emphasize military discipline? Agus chuckled awkwardly, of course, but he has already realized his mistake. It was likely due to the hardships endured while crossing the Baishur mountain range that he sought an outlet for his frustrations. Your Highness, considering that he has no merits, but has put in some effort, why not let this matter slide? Chu Xiao chuckled lightly. What a statement that one has no merits, but has put in effort. Today he has made a mistake, and with just this statement you wish to brush it off. If in a few days someone else makes a mistake, will they also be able to do so? Then why should this prince even bring soldiers? Do you treat military discipline as mere decoration? Being scolded by Chu Xiao in front of so many people, Agus' expression turned somewhat grim. Then how does your Highness intend to handle it? Chu Xiao coldly replied. Naturally, we must act according to the rules. This prince asks you what should be done to those who violate military discipline. Agus naturally knew the punishment for violating military discipline, yet at this moment, he was speechless. Chu Xiao ignored Agus and turned directly to Yuting. You tell him how this prince spoke before the expedition. Yuting sensed the oppressive atmosphere around him and cautiously glanced at the grim-faced Agus, hesitating on whether to advise the ninth prince. If Agus became furious, he could not protect the ninth prince. Before Yuting could make a decision, Chu Xiao's cold voice reached his ears. What now? Even you wish to ignore what this prince has said? Yuting instantly felt a shiver run through him, and replied loudly, this subordinate dares not. Then you tell Agus how this prince spoke before the expedition. Yuting swallowed hard, and then earnestly said, those who disobey military orders shall be killed. Those who flee in battle shall be killed. Those who plunder the populace shall be killed. Those who leak military secrets shall be killed. Those who falsely claim military merit shall be killed. Those who delay battle opportunities shall be killed. Those who spread rumors to confuse the people shall be killed. This is the 7-kill order established by your Highness. Those who violate it shall be killed without mercy. After Yuting finished speaking, Chu Xiao looked at Agus once more. Now you tell this prince which clause of the 7-kill order has this person violated. Faced with Chu Xiao's aggressive questioning, Agus licked his lips and weakly replied, he violated the clause about plundering the populace. Chu Xiao pointed at Agus, his tone growing increasingly serious. Since you know this, then let us execute military law now. At this point Agus became somewhat anxious. He understood that Chu Xiao was strict in military matters, but to kill one of his own soldiers for an ordinary woman from the Dongi was in his eyes too unfeeling. After all, these soldiers of the Xianhua department had suffered alongside Chu Xiao while crossing the Baishur mountain range, enduring much hardship on the long journey. Moreover, they had just taken on Yo Mansion. Even if there were no rewards, they should not be punished so directly. It was just that they had acted a bit recklessly after capturing the city, and since it had not caused significant harm, Agus found it hard to understand Chu Xiao's actions. Your Highness, I understand the importance of military discipline, but this person also contributed during the attack on Anyo Mansion. Can we not weigh his merits against his faults? Hearing Agus' words, the soldier who had committed the wrongdoing quickly begged for mercy. Your Highness, I know I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Please, Your Highness, consider my slight contributions and grant me another chance. At this moment, even Yuting could not help but lean closer to Chu Xiao's ear. Your Highness, how about we let this matter go? If we push too hard, I fear they will harbor resentment. Chu Xiao shot Yuting an exasperated glance and shook his head in front of everyone. In the eyes of this prince, merit is merit and fault is fault. There has never been such a thing as weighing merits against faults. If you have merits, then you shall be rewarded. But if you have made a mistake, do not think you can use your merits to atone for your errors. At this point, Chu Xiao looked at the soldier. You have merits for attacking Anyo Mansion. This military merit will not be forgotten by this prince. After you are dealt with by military law, your rewards will be given entirely to your family. Hearing this from Chu Xiao, the soldier panicked, clearly realizing that Chu Xiao had no intention of sparing him. Ninth Prince, do you not think you are being too excessive? We risked our lives for the Great Xia, and now you wish to kill me for the sake of an outsider. Do you think we of the Xianyue department are less important than the common people of the Dongyi? I am not satisfied with what you are doing. Chu Xiao scoffed, curling his lips in disdain. You can hold your dissatisfaction to yourself. Agas, since you are reluctant to enforce military law, let this prince take care of it. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiao swiftly drew the sword from Yu Ting's waist, and with lightning speed thrust it into the chest of the soldier. The soldier had never anticipated that Chu Xiao would strike without warning, leaving him no chance to react. Agas had wanted to stop Chu Xiao when he acted, but unfortunately he was a step too late, and could only watch helplessly as his soldier fell to the ground, filled with regret. In that moment, Agas could no longer contain his resentment towards Chu Xiao. Though he was willing to submit to the Great Xia, it did not mean he must obey Chu Xiao unconditionally. Chu Xiao showed him no respect, directly killing his soldier. If Agas did not express any discontent, how could he continue to lead the Xianyue department in the future? Your Highness, I from the Xianyue tribe am willing to assist you out of respect. But don't you think you are being too ruthless? Augustine's expression was dark, as if he were ready to explode. His attitude towards Chu Xiao had turned very hostile. I have faults. Chu Xiao's demeanor was cold, reminiscent of ancient ice, his tone low, yet authoritative. I have faults. Chu Xiao's demeanor was cold, reminiscent of ancient ice, his tone low, yet authoritative. As a general, your failure to discipline your subordinates is a crime. Knowing your subordinate has made a mistake, you not only fail to reflect, but also wish to protect and condone him. Unable to distinguish right from wrong, that's a second crime. As the commander, you dare question my decisions, undermining authority, that's a third crime. Hearing Chu Xiao enumerate his faults, Augustine's face twitched, and he gritted his teeth, asking, Then how do you plan to deal with me? Augustine felt that Chu Xiao was trying to intimidate him, but he believed that Chu Xiao would not dare to truly threaten him. After all, the Xianyue tribe was all he had. He couldn't afford to offend them completely. Augustine was quite confident in his judgment, but he was gravely mistaken, misjudging Chu Xiao's boldness. Errors must be punished. Without punishment, one cannot command respect. As Chu Xiao spoke, he drew a whip from behind his waist, and amidst Augustine's disbelief, he struck down. Crack! Chu Xiao deliberately avoided Augustine's chest armor, striking his unprotected arm instead, clearly intent on making Augustine remember this lesson. This strike left a bloody mark across Augustine's arm through his clothing. The pain caused Augustine to instinctively gasp, but he couldn't think about that now. He glared at Chu Xiao, his right hand gripping the hilt of his dagger. Seeing his movement, Yu Ting's hair stood on end, and he immediately shielded Chu Xiao behind him secretly. Oh dear Ninth Prince, could you not be so impulsive? Now surrounded by the Xianyue tribe, if Augustine turns hostile, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, I can't protect Chu Xiao. Augustine's gaze seemed like it could devour Chu Xiao, but it was clear he was still struggling to control his rage. Ultimately, after much internal conflict, he slowly released his grip from the dagger's hilt. Seeing this, Chu Xiao gently patted Yu Ting's shoulders, signaling him to step aside. In the next moment, he struck Augustine once more with the whip, causing Yu Ting's scalp to tingle. Oh goodness, Ninth Prince is truly fierce. Augustine had barely managed to suppress his anger, and yet you dare strike him again. Yu Ting gritted his teeth, ready to sacrifice himself to protect Chu Xiao. Augustine saw that Chu Xiao dared to strike him again, and the anger he had just managed to suppress surged up, reaching his boiling point. But Chu Xiao did not stop. He swung the whip again, landing another strike on Augustine. This time Augustine could no longer hold back. He roared, pulling out his curved dagger in a flash, clearly ready to attack Chu Xiao. Facing Augustine's threat, Chu Xiao showed no fear, instead coldly staring back. What? You want to attack this prince? You better think it through. If anything happens to this prince, the Great Xia and your Xianyue tribe will be locked in a deadly conflict. Even if you manage to escape with your people to the depths of the desert, life will certainly not be easy in the future. Because of you, your people will live in dire circumstances. As a Khan who ascended through treachery, how long do you think you can hold on to your position? Chu Xiao's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the fury within Augustine. Although he was now the Khan of the Xianyue tribe, many beneath him were not fully convinced. If he could not lead his people to a good life, those who temporarily submitted to him would surely find ways. It was precisely because he understood this that Chu Xiao had the confidence to keep Augustine in check. After regaining his composure, Augustine silently sheathed his dagger and in a huff said, Now that I've been punished, you should be satisfied, Your Highness. Chu Xiao nodded slightly. 3 lashes serve as a lesson. If you dare to offend again, it won't be so simple. Seeing Augustine submit, Chu Xiao's gaze swept over the surrounding soldiers. He could clearly feel their attitude towards him had changed. When these individuals looked at Chu Xiao, there was both reverence and a hint of distance. It seemed that Chu Xiao's strict military discipline made them uncomfortable. To command subordinates, one cannot be solely strict. Chu Xiao was well aware of this. Today we will conquer Anyo Mansion. All of you will earn credit. I cannot promise anything else, but the rewards will surely satisfy you all. The army will rest for 3 days at Anyo Mansion. During this time you all should rest well and eat to your heart's content. After 3 days we will attack Yinqing. This prince promises you that anyone who climbs first, slays generals, seizes flags, or breaks formations will be granted titles. Those with military achievements will certainly not lack high positions and riches. Hiss. After hearing Chu Xiao's words, the soldiers present suddenly became lively. Rich rewards were indeed, but compared to titles they were hardly worth mentioning. The soldiers of the Xianyue tribe understood just how esteemed titles were in the Great Xia. Once they obtained titles, they could live a life of unimaginable luxury in the Great Xia. Faced with such temptation, everyone's face lit up with eager anticipation. As for the previous displeasure towards Chu Xiao, they had long since cast it aside. Observing how Chu Xiao managed to quell the soldiers' resentment, Augustin felt very complicated. At that moment, Yuting suddenly scratched his head, looking embarrassed as he spoke to Chu Xiao. Your Highness, I have a question. Chu Xiao nodded gently. What do you not understand? Although I am not very knowledgeable about military matters, I understand the importance of speed. Why not launch a surprise attack on Yinqing while they are unprepared? If we wait 3 days to attack Yinqing, wouldn't that give them time to react? Chu Xiao glanced at Yuting. Not bad, you are using your brain. However, launching a strong attack on Yinqing poses certain difficulties. Even a surprise attack will surely require a significant cost. Yinqing may not have many troops, but don't forget there live hundreds of thousands of Dongi commoners. When their country is destroyed and their homes are lost, these commoners will fight desperately to protect their homeland. The reason for attacking Yinqing in 3 days is firstly to allow the soldiers to rest and regain their strength. More importantly, within these 3 days, I have another task for you. As night fell, Tuoba Jin, the ruler of Dongi, had just lain down on his bed. The recent invasion of Dongi by the Great Xia had left him utterly exhausted from managing state affairs. He had originally hoped to go to bed early today, as there were fewer matters to attend to, but just as he closed his eyes, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps outside the palace broke the tranquility. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Hearing the anxious calls from outside the palace, Tuoba Jin immediately recognized the voice of his personal eunuch. Tuoba Jin rubbed his eyes, feeling somewhat drowsy, and forced himself to rise from the bed. Come in. Just as Tuoba Jin spoke, the high eunuch outside pushed the door open with a bang, and then with a thud he kneeled directly in front of Tuoba Jin. Seeing the eunuch in such a state, Tuoba Jin's heart sank. What happened? Why are you in such a panic? The high eunuch trembled slightly, his voice tinged with sobs as he replied, Your Majesty, Anyo Mansion has been captured by the Great Xia. Hearing this, Tuoba Jin was momentarily stunned. A chill ran up his spine. Anyo Mansion was only 20 miles from Yin City. Not long ago, the Great Xia army had just reached the borders of Dongi. How could they have advanced so quickly to the capital? Most importantly, Tuoba Jin had received no prior information. Was the Great Xia's army composed of ghosts? Could they turn invisible? How could Anyo Mansion right under his nose have fallen without his knowledge? Was the Great Xia really that formidable? What hope did he have of resistance? Tuoba Jin felt the news was surreal. He jumped off the bed and grabbed the high eunuch by the collar. Say that again. Isn't Mu Yuan still at the Dongi border? Why is he at Anyo Mansion? The high eunuch turned pale with fear as the ruler's anger escalated to madness. Your Majesty, it is not Mu Yuan but the 9th prince of the Great Xia, Chu Xiao, who has led the Xianyue troops to directly seize Anyo Mansion. Tuoba Jin felt dizzy and nearly losing his balance. How is that possible? Why have I received no news prior to this? Does Chu Xiao possess some kind of magic to evade everyone's eyes? The high eunuch swallowed hard, trembling as he replied. The Xianyue troops appeared very suddenly, and Anyo Mansion was caught off guard and had no time to prepare. Such a large army appearing without anyone noticing their presence suggests they must have sneaked in through the Bai-Shur mountain range. Tuoba Jin inhaled sharply. The Bai-Shur mountain range is scarcely traversed, spanning thousands of miles. How difficult it must be to cross it. Is this Chu Xiao mad to dare undertake such a deed? Though Tuoba Jin was reluctant to believe it, the capture of Anyo Mansion had already become a fact. The enemy had unknowingly crept beneath his very eyes, and Tuoba Jin felt as though a sword hung over him, filling him with deep unease. Quickly convey my decree. Summon the civil and military officials to the palace at once. The high eunuch hurriedly complied, scrambling out in a rush. Tuoba Jin quickly donned the dragon robe with the assistance of palace maids, and then hurried to the main hall. Soon a dull bell tolled within the palace. The bell rang 9 times, signaling a grave disaster had befallen Dongi. All ministers who heard the bell clambered out of bed immediately, not daring to delay, rushing to the palace. Chancellor Yu Wenjing's residence was closest to the palace, so he was the first to arrive. Upon entering the main hall, he saw Tuo Ba Jin's expression dark as the bottom of a pot. His heart sank. Normally, even when facing problems, the emperor rarely displayed such an expression. If he remembered correctly, the last time he saw the emperor like this was 10 years ago, when Mu Yuan surrounded Yin City. Yu Wenjing stood quietly with a frown, and soon the other ministers arrived one after another. As the subsequent ministers entered, they eyed Tuo Ba Jin's expression and began to whisper among themselves, speculating on what had happened that night. Each face bore signs of worry and panic. Seeing that most had arrived, Tuo Ba Jin gently tapped the table. The previously noisy hall fell immediately silent. Looking at the ministers with varied expressions, Tuo Ba Jin took a deep breath, striving to suppress his own unease, and began to speak. My esteemed ministers, I have urgently summoned you to the palace today because a grave matter has occurred. Not long ago, I received news that the 9th prince of the Great Xia, Chu Xiao, has captured Yin Mansion with his Xianyu troops. Now the enemy is at our doorstep. Do any of you have a good strategy to repel them? All the ministers were left utterly stunned upon hearing Tuo Ba Jin's words. What is going on? How could the enemy be so close in just a few days? After a brief silence, the hall erupted in chaos among the civil and military officials. How is this possible? The enemy shouldn't be at the border. How did they appear at Yin Mansion? What should we do? Yin Mansion is the storage place for our food supplies. If it is captured by the Great Xia city, we'll soon face a food shortage. What are you thinking about food at a time like this? The Great Xia is almost at our gates. You won't even have time to worry about a food shortage before Yin City falls. I have always said that the Black Armored Army should not be deployed lightly. Now look, the enemy has come, and we have only 8,000 Imperial guards in Yin City. How can we fight? The ministers were speaking over one another, and Tuo Ba Jin felt a headache coming on. Enough. I am asking if you have a strategy to repel the enemy, not to hear your complaints. Time is of the essence. By dawn, the enemy may already be at our gates. How can you still be here squabbling? Seeing Tuo Ba Jin's anger, everyone fell silent. Tuo Ba Jin scanned the room and finally fixed his gaze on Chancellor Yu Wenjing. Chancellor, with the enemy so close, what do you think we should do? Yu Wenjing's mouth twitched. He had countless curses in his heart. He was a chancellor, not a military general. Why was he being asked this strategy by a civil official? What did he know? But since the emperor had asked, he felt he couldn't say nothing. In my opinion, the urgent task is to strengthen the defenses of Yin City. After hearing this, Tuo Ba Jin rolled his eyes in frustration. Yu Wenjing's words were utterly useless. It was as if he had said nothing. Did he not know they needed to strengthen defenses? But the question was, where would the guards come from? Currently, there were only 8,000 Imperial guards in Yin City, but according to intelligence, the Xianyu troops had at least several tens of thousands. Tuo Ba Jin was not a deity. He couldn't just conjure an army out of thin air to resist them. Tuo Ba Jin cast an irritated glance at Yu Wenjing and asked sarcastically, "Then, Chancellor, please tell me how I can strengthen the guards. Where will these guards come from?" Yu Wenjing awkwardly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Well, we can recruit commoners from the city. Facing a life-and-death crisis, the court can organize the commoners to defend the city alongside the Imperial Army. If we unite our efforts, it shouldn't be too easy for the enemy to breach Yin City." Yu Wenjing became increasingly uneasy as he spoke. Although he didn't understand military matters well, he knew the gap between commoners and trained soldiers was significant. Even if the commoners in the city were willing to assist the Imperial Army in defending the city, their effectiveness against the ferocious Xianyu faction would be limited. Most likely, they would only use their lives to delay the enemy's conquest of Yin City. To rely on these commoners to repel the enemy would indeed be a pipe dream. Tuo Ba Jin pressed his temples firmly. He realized that asking Yu Wenjing had been a mistake. This Yu Wenjing seemed to understand military matters even less than he did. After all, he couldn't come up with any good solutions. Therefore, Tuo Ba Jin turned his gaze towards an old general in the crowd. "General Zhao, please tell us how the court can defeat the enemy army now." Zhao Yong revealed a faint bitter smile. "Your Majesty, are you perhaps overestimating this old minister? There are tens of thousands of enemy troops outside, while Yin City has only a mere 8,000 Imperial soldiers. If we can hold out for a few days, that would already be a miracle. You still want to defeat them? That's probably just a fantasy. Your Majesty, the current disparity in strength between us and the enemy is too great. This gap cannot be bridged merely by tactics. The only thing we can do now is to delay the fall of Yin City. As long as the troops outside can return in time, there is still hope. However, to speak candidly, it will be very..." Tuo Ba Jin sighed deeply. How could he not know that Yin City had reached a desperate situation? But Yin City absolutely could not fall. As the capital of Dongyi, if Yin City fell, Dongyi would be rendered non-existent. According to the old general, to delay until the army comes to the rescue, we would need to hold off the enemy for at least a month. Do you really think we can do that? Zhao Yong displayed an awkward smile and quietly replied, "Well, it depends on human effort." Tuoba Jin could already sense Zhao Yong's unease from his tone. This implies even the old general didn't have faith that Yin City could hold. What to do now? Just as Tuoba Jin fell into deep thought, a panicked imperial soldier rushed in from out. Seeing the panic on the soldier's face made Tuoba Jin feel uneasy. It was clear something bad had happened. As expected, the soldier's first words made Tuoba Jin's heart skip a beat. Your Majesty, it's bad. Just now a squad of cavalry suddenly appeared outside the city and started shooting wildly at the city walls. Tuoba Jin immediately stood up, his face filled with terror as he asked, the enemy is already preparing to attack the city. The soldier awkwardly shook his head. Not exactly. After shooting they just left, and it seems they have no intention of attacking the city. You scared me to death. Tuoba Jin patted his chest and sat back down. Next time speak clearly to avoid giving me a fright that could make me ill. Since the enemy isn't attacking the city, why are you making such a fuss? Tuoba Jin reprimanded the approaching soldier with some displeasure. The soldier looked at Tuoba Jin with a pitiful expression. Your Majesty, although the enemy isn't attacking the city, I discovered that the arrows that entered the city all had notes attached. Tuoba Jin immediately sensed something was off and hurriedly asked, what kind of notes? Quickly show them to me. The soldier quickly took an arrow from behind him and held it high with both hands. At this moment, everyone saw that the arrowhead was tied with a small note. Curiosity filled the air as everyone wondered what was written on it. Tuoba Jin nodded to a eunuch beside him, and the eunuch immediately ran over to the soldier, respectfully taking the arrow and presenting it to Tuoba Jin. Tuoba Jin swiftly detached the note from the arrow, opened it, and took a glance. Just that one glance caused his expression to change drastically. Quickly destroy all the notes. They must not be allowed to spread. Seeing Tuoba Jin so anxious, the civil and military officials became even more curious about what was written on the note that could cause such a fright to the emperor. The soldier replied fearfully, Your Majesty, I'm afraid it's too late. There are too many arrows shot into the city, and many people have already seen the contents of the notes. Even if we destroy them now, it won't matter. Tuoba Jin slumped down in his chair, feeling defeated. He had a sense that his reign as the ruler of Dongyi was likely reaching its end. Your Majesty, what exactly was written on that note? Chancellor Yuan Jing couldn't hold back his curiosity and leaned forward to ask. Originally, Tuoba Jin didn't want anyone to know the contents of the note, but since it was already out, he felt there was no need to hide it any longer. He directly handed the note to the eunuch beside him, instructing him to deliver it to Yuan Jing, allowing the civil and military officials to read it amongst themselves. Yuan Jing respectfully received the note from the eunuch and took a serious look. The next moment he raised his eyebrow. It turned out to be a letter of surrender. This prince of the Great Summer is too naive, isn't he? It says that if one leaves the city to surrender, he won't harm a single person. If they resist stubbornly, then none shall be spared. This kid has such grandiose words. Does he really think Dongyi is easy to bully? After Yuan Jing finished speaking, he directly handed the note to General Zhao Yong beside him. Zhao Yong took a glance and responded, This Chu Xiao has deep schemes. After capturing Anyo Mansion, he really didn't harm the commoners. No wonder Your Majesty wants to prevent this news from spreading. Once the commoners of Yin City learn that even if the city falls they won't be harmed, many might lose the desire. This is a strategy aimed at the heart. Tuoba Jin nodded grimly, acknowledging Zhao Yong's words. He had just wanted to destroy all the notes, fearing that if the commoners saw the contents they would not stand united with the court. That's not all. It also states that any Dongyi officials who can help the Great Summer capture Yin City will be promised high positions and wealth by the Great Summer. As Tuoba Jin spoke, he shot a dangerous glance at all the ministers present. You all wouldn't betray Dongyi. Hearing Tuoba Jin's words, all the ministers shook their heads vigorously. How could that be? We were born as people of Dongyi and will die as ghosts of Dongyi. The Great Summer wants to incite rebellion among us. That's simply a fantasy. Exactly. Our loyalty to the court and to Your Majesty is evident as the sun and moon. We would never have a second thought. Every minister spoke earnestly, but Tuoba Jin couldn't shake off the feeling that their words couldn't be fully trusted. As Chu Xiao had already captured the Inu mansion far away in the capital, Emperor Xia was still worried about the front lines of the battle. Ever since he learned that Qilin Pass had been occupied by the Eastern Emperor Xia had hardly slept at night. He was concerned about whether Duke Dinghua could withstand the Eastern army and whether the 9th Prince Chu Xiao was safe on the battlefield. At the city gate of the capital, people came and went, and the vendors on both sides of the street were shouting loudly, while many children were playing and laughing nearby. Suddenly, a rapid sound of hooves approached from afar. Everyone turned to look and saw a messenger holding the reins with one hand and raising a battle report high with the other. Make way, clear the path. Upon seeing the frontline messenger, everyone stepped aside, their eyes revealing their concerns about the battle. The news of the defeat at Chilan Pass had already spread throughout the capital, and now seeing the messenger in such a hurry, everyone suspected that more bad news had come from the front. Good news, good news. Duke Dinghua, in alliance with the Xianyu faction, annihilated 100,000 Eastern Yi troops at Fengyin Valley. Initially hearing the words good news, the surrounding citizens secretly sighed in relief. When they heard that the entire Eastern Yi army of 100,000 had been defeated, everyone was momentarily stunned, then erupted into ear-splitting cheers. Long live, long live. It was unclear who shouted first, but soon countless people joined in to celebrate France. The Eastern Yi dared to provoke Xia, and now that they had suffered a crushing defeat, all the citizens of Xia felt a profound sense of pride. At that moment, Emperor Xia was discussing state affairs with his ministers during a court meeting when he suddenly heard a huge cheer coming from outside the palace. Emperor Xia frowned, thinking that today was not a festival, so why were the citizens of the capital so lively? Before he could ask, eunuch Changshan rushed in. Your Majesty, Duke Dinghua has sent back a battle report. In this battle, our Xia has achieved a complete victory. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Suddenly hearing this joyful news, Emperor Xia stood up abruptly. The heavy stone that had been pressing on his heart finally lifted. Good, I knew Duke Dinghua would not disappoint me. Where is the messenger? Quickly summon him into the hall. Soon the messenger was brought to the main hall by eunuch Changshan. This humble one is Chu Xiao. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Emperor Xia beamed with joy, lightly waving his hand, and gently saying, get up, quickly bring forth Duke Dinghua's battle report. The messenger Chu Xiao respectfully held the battle report above his head with both hands. Eunuch Changshan immediately stepped forward, took the battle report, and presented it to Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia eagerly unfolded the battle report, and upon seeing the details, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Good. It turns out we were all fooled by that rascal Chu Xiao. In the Golden Hall, many ministers looked at Emperor Xia in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Emperor Xia smiled and began to explain. That old ninth went alone to the Xianyu faction, provoking internal strife, and incited King Agus of Zhuagu Li to kill the Chinna chieftain. Afterward, he staged a play with Duke Dinghua, deliberately losing Chilan Pass just to deal a heavy blow to the Eastern Yi at Fengyin Valley. In the battle at Fengyin Valley, due to the sudden betrayal of the Xianyu faction, the entire 100,000 Eastern Yi army was annihilated. This battle was a complete victory for our Xia. Hearing this, all the ministers widened their eyes. Wow, is this news for real? Everyone was not surprised that Xia could defeat the Eastern Yi, but to annihilate an entire army of 100,000 was astonishing. One must understand that this was an army of 100,000, not just 100,000 ants. Such a great victory was almost unheard of in the entire history of Xia. Congratulations, Your Majesty. This great victory is truly a fortune for our Xia and a blessing for the common people. Indeed, heaven blesses our Xia. In this way, for the next 10 years, the Eastern Yi will no longer pose a threat to us. Upon hearing the minister's congratulations, Emperor Xia's expression suddenly changed, pretending to be very angry. Although this battle was a great victory, that old ninth actually took such a reckless risk, truly audacious. What's more, he actually made me worry for so long for nothing. He truly deserves punishment. Hearing Emperor Xia's words, the civil and military officials in the hall twitched their mouths. Your Majesty, are you being sincere or insincere with this statement? Clearly praising the ninth prince, yet pretending to be angry. Who are you trying to fool? Could you please control your smile? It's almost reaching the heavens. Everyone secretly complained, but some clever individuals had already guessed what Emperor Xia was thinking. It seemed that Emperor Xia appeared to be scolding the ninth prince, but in reality, he was just showing off how capable his son was. Your Majesty, the ninth prince is truly a model among the princes for showcasing our nation's might. Yes, indeed. The ninth prince dared to enter the dragon's lair and tiger's den alone. Such bravery is reminiscent of Your Majesty. Exactly, that's the spirit. Hearing everyone praise his son, Emperor Xia couldn't pretend anymore and burst into proud laughter. All right. Don't flatter him too much. That rascal old ninth has finally lived up to my usual teachings. I am greatly comforted. If Chu Xiao heard Emperor Xia's words at this moment, he would surely burst into a foul-mouthed tirade. This old man is truly shameless. Did his great achievement have anything to do with you, Emperor Xia? And what teachings? It would be good enough if Emperor Xia didn't hinder him. He truly knows how to pat himself. Due to the great victory on the front lines, the atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly became quite cheerful. Emperor Xia flipped through the battle report in his hand when he discovered another piece of paper beneath it. Curious, Emperor Xia opened the other piece of paper, and just a casual glance caused his smile to freeze. The civil and military officials who had just been congratulating Emperor Xia noticed his sudden change in demeanor and thought that perhaps something had gone wrong at the front lines, thus they all obediently fell silent. The previously joyful atmosphere vanished without a trace. The crown prince, Chu Yuan, seeing that no one dared to speak, mustered his courage and stepped forward. Father, has something happened at the front lines? Emperor Xia slowly set down the battle report in his hand, then gritted his teeth and said word for word, Duke Dinghua, after annihilating the 100,000 Eastern Yi army, has launched a counterattack against the Eastern Yi. What? The ministers were in an uproar upon hearing this news. Duke Dinghua is so bold to dare to privately lead troops to attack the Eastern Yi. Isn't this deliberately escalating the conflict? It is truly unwise. Yes, your majesty clearly only requested him to repel the Eastern Yi. Now that he has achieved a great victory, he should return to court, yet Duke Dinghua disregards the emperor's command and privately attacks the Eastern Yi. This is no different than rebellion. All of you are correct. If this continues, the war may never cease, and the consumed supplies will be astronomical, putting immense pressure on the national treasury. Your majesty, I believe such misconduct must be severely punished. I hope your majesty will immediately order Duke Dinghua to return to court and not to create further troubles. Upon hearing everyone discussing the need to severely punish the Duke of Dinghua for his actions, Emperor Xia couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He understood the Duke of Dinghua better than anyone else. Although the battle report sent back by the Duke of Dinghua stated that the attack on the Eastern Yi was his idea, Emperor Xia guessed at a glance that the real decision-maker was likely Chu Xiao. With the Duke of Dinghua's cautious personality, it was absolutely impossible for him to lead the army to counterattack the Eastern Yi without the Emperor's explicit orders. The only one bold enough to act so recklessly aside from his reckless son could be no one else. Just moments ago, Emperor Xia felt that Chu Xiao had brought him honor, but now he had begun to resent Chu Xiao's lawlessness. Upon seeing the battle report, the first thought that crossed Emperor Xiao's mind was to order the Duke of Dinghua to However, considering that Chu Xiao had already led the Xianyue army to launch a surprise attack on Inqing, if he truly ordered the Duke of Dinghua to return now, wouldn't that leave Chu Xiao isolated and defenseless? Moreover, if this plan were to succeed, the Eastern Yi would be history. Emperor Xia was also an ambitious ruler, naturally wishing to expand the territory of the Great Xia during his reign. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, Emperor Xia gently raised his hand, signaling the officials to quiet down. Although the Duke of Dinghua's actions were indeed wrong, the Eastern Yi has repeatedly provoked our Great Xia. If we do not respond, what will become of our dignity? Let's set this matter aside for now. Once the battle against the Eastern Yi is concluded, I will reach a conclusion myself. Seeing that Emperor Xia did not intend to hold the Duke of Dinghua accountable, some officials sensed that there might be more to this situation. Otherwise, no matter how much Emperor Xia trusted the Duke of Dinghua, he would certainly not remain unresponsive. Many ministers still wished to persuade him. After all, the Duke of Dinghua had indeed set a bad precedent this time. If other generals in the field followed his example, Great Xia could be thrown into chaos. Unfortunately, before these ministers could voice their concerns, Emperor Xia stood up and left, providing them no opportunity to persuade him. Watching Emperor Xia's retreating figure, the ministers could only stamp their feet in frustration and silently vow that when the Duke of Dinghua returned, they would definitely continue to impeach him, ensuring that Emperor Xia would not dismiss this matter lightly. Duke of Dinghua's residence. Since the Duke of Dinghua and Chu Xiao set out, a modest Buddhist hall had been added to the residence. Mu Jinli prayed daily in front of the statue, wishing for the safe return of the Duke of Dinghua and Chu Xiao. Recently, upon hearing that Qilan Pass had been occupied by the Eastern Yi, Mu Jinli became visibly thinner due to her overwhelming worry. Today, as usual, she knelt piously in the Buddhist hall, but she vaguely heard cheering voices nearby. Originally, Mu Jinli intended to ignore it, but just then the door of the Buddhist hall was pushed open, and her personal maid Yuchan rushed in with an excited expression. Miss, great news. Your daily prayers and fasting have truly worked. Just now we received a victory report from the front lines. The master has annihilated 100,000 Eastern Yi troops in one battle, and now the people of the capital are celebrating. Upon hearing this news, Mu Jinli instinctively tightened her grip on the prayer beads. Due to the excessive force, the string snapped with a pop, and the smooth beads scattered on the ground, producing a crisp sound. Is it really true? Mu Jinli quickly stood up, grasping Yuchan's small hand tightly, fearful that she might be dreaming. Yuchan nodded vigorously, hopping with joy. How could it be false? The news has already spread everywhere. You can finally rest easy now, miss. With reddened eyes, Mu Jinli bit her lip tightly, and the tense string in her heart finally relaxed. During this period, she truly hadn't slept well for a single day. Each time she closed her eyes, she would dream of her grandfather and Chu Xiao covered in blood. Fortunately, she finally heard good news, and a brilliant smile appeared on her cool face. Is there any news of the 9th prince? Yuchan hesitated for a moment before smiling and nodding. Yes, miss. This time the 9th prince has been quite impressive. Everyone outside is praising him. Upon hearing this, Mu Jinli's brows furrowed tightly. What exactly happened, she urged. Yuchan pressed her lips together and replied softly. I heard that the master's great victory over the Eastern Yi was because the ninth prince infiltrated the Xianyue army alone and incited the Left Valley king of the Xianyue army to rebel, which left the Eastern Yi with no power to resist. Originally, Mu Jinli thought she would be extremely happy to hear of Chu Xiao's great achievement, but unexpectedly her brows knitted even tighter. This guy who had clearly promised her he wouldn't act recklessly, how dare he engage in such dangerous activities? Will grandfather and the others be able to return soon? Mu Jinli anxiously wanted to see her grandfather and the ninth prince as quickly as possible. Only by seeing them return would her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, truly be at ease. Yuchan shook her head. I heard that the master has already counterattacked the Eastern Yi, so this war likely won't end so quickly. Mu Jinli clenched her clothes tightly with both hands, falling silent. She turned back to kneel in front of the statue again, closing her eyes to continue her silent prayers. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early that morning, Chu Xiao led the Xianyue army directly to the gates of Yinqing. Upon learning that Chu Xiao was attacking the Eastern Yi monarch, Tuoba Jin personally led the civil and military officials to the city tower to oversee the battle. From a distance, Tuoba Jin saw Chu Xiao's excessively young face and felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. What a fine son the Emperor Xia has. Compared to Chu Xiao, Tuoba Jin felt that his own sons seemed like useless trash. At the same age, his sons only knew how to vie for power and indulge in pleasures. Yet the ninth prince of Great Xia could already lead an army to their capital. Indeed, sometimes the gap between people is greater than that between humans and dogs. At the foot of the city tower, Chu Xiao observed the garrison in Yinqing standing ready. He did not immediately order an attack, but raised his head and began to persuade them to surrender loudly. Tuoba Jin, the heavenly soldiers of Great Xia have arrived. Why do you not hasten to surrender? I can promise you that if you open the city gates, I will not harm a single one of you. But if you refuse to surrender once my army enters the city, it will surely be a river of blood. Tuoba Jin, do you really want to let your selfishness lead to the death of tens of thousands in Yinqing alongside you? Hearing Chu Xiao's words, Tuoba Jin's face turned red with anger. He wanted to retract his admiration for Chu Xiao because this brat was too disrespectful. Although they were enemies, he was still the monarch of the Eastern Yi. How dare this brat directly call his name? It was utterly outrageous. Impudent. Chu Xiao, if you want to fight, then come. Stop trying to sway the hearts of the people. There is not a single coward among us in the Eastern Yi. Today I will watch you return in defeat from here. Go ahead and try. Chu Xiao was well aware that he could not persuade Tuoba Jin to surrender solely with words. Initially, he had approached the situation with a try-and-see attitude, but it seemed that today a battle was unavoidable. August before sunset today, I want to hold a grand victory banquet in the Eastern Yi Imperial Palace. Can you manage that? August gazed at the Eastern Yi monarchs atop the city wall, licking his lips and revealing a sinister smile. The warriors of my Xianyue division will certainly not disappoint His Highness. Good. Chu Xiao applauded vigorously, then drew the sword at his waist and pointed towards the front, commanding at the foot of Yinqing. All soldiers heed my command, charge in and kill. As Chu Xiao's words fell, August led the Xianyue division roaring towards the gates of Yinqing. At that moment, the Eastern Yi monarch, Tuoba Jin, wore a grave expression. He understood the importance of the battle today. If they could withstand the enemy's first assault, it would bolster the confidence of the citizens within the city, perhaps buying time until reinforcements arrived. He was also self-aware and did not foolishly command the battle simply because he was the monarch. Instead, he entrusted the battlefield command to the veteran Zhao Yong. General Zhao, this battle relies entirely on you. Zhao Yong was keenly aware of the heavy responsibility he bore. He first cupped his hands in greeting, then pounded his chest with determination. Your Majesty, rest assured, the old minister will do his utmost to defend Yinqing. Tuoba Jin firmly patted Zhao Yong's shoulder, giving him an encouraging look before turning aside to take a drumstick from a soldier. Everyone, today's battle concerns the life and death of our Eastern Yi. If we lose today, our families will be enslaved. The young men of Eastern Yi are invincible in battle. Today we fight to the death. I shall be with you all. Dong, dong, dong. As Tuoba Jin spoke, he struck the war drum. The deep, resonant drum beats instantly echoed across the battlefield, igniting a surge of bloodlust among the surrounding imperial guards. The monarch personally beating the drum greatly stimulated the army's morale. To defend Yinqing, Tuoba Jin also encouraged the citizens to join the imperial guards in the defense. The young and strong were temporarily integrated into the guards. Those who were older would assist in transporting supplies and the like. In this battle, Tuoba Jin nearly mobilized all the personnel of Yinqing. It was indeed a fight with their backs against the wall. As the battle commenced, Zhao Yong observed the enemy gradually entering the archers' range. With a command, lines of archers drew their bows, unleashing a rain of arrows upon the advancing Xianyue division. August led the charge, wielding a shield in his left hand and a curved blade in his right. Upon seeing countless arrows falling like raindrops, Agus immediately raised his shield above him and charged forward through the hail of arrows. The troops behind him also used their shields to fend off the incoming arrows. However, with such a dense rain of arrows, it was impossible for everyone to remain unscathed. Soon cries of anguish erupted among the Xianhua division. Many soldiers and warhorses were shot full of arrows, collapsing despairingly at the gates of Yinqing. Nevertheless, this did not instill fear in the warriors of the Xianhua division. Instead, it ignited the warrior spirit within them. As Agus led the charge through the arrow rain, he swiftly directed his troops to set up ladders. Seeing this, Zhao Yong calmly ordered his men to roll down stones, logs, and other defensive tools from the city wall to smash into the enemy. Although this inflicted considerable casualties on the Xianhua division, the troops, emboldened by battle, continued to climb the ladders relentlessly. Pour the oil. Zhao Yong observed the enemy situation and commanded his men to pour down the prepared oil just as the enemy troops neared the city walls. The Xianhua division soldiers climbing the ladders suddenly caught a whiff of a pungent, oily smell. They were momentarily stunned, then realized what it was. Oh no, it's oil. Before the soldiers of the Xianhua division could react, Zhao Yong shouted decisively, "Light it." The flaming arrows shot towards the soldiers of the Xianhua division, and in an instant flames soared into the sky, engulfing the ladders and the soldiers upon them. The heat wave forced Agus, who was about to climb the ladder, to take a few steps back. The soldiers, splashed with oil, let out piercing cries as they were surrounded by flames, writhing on the ground in agony, desperately trying to extinguish the fire on their bodies, but all was in vain. Many soldiers of the Xianhua division were burned alive amidst their painful wails, and a nauseating smell of charred flesh filled the air. This oil disrupted the advance of the Xianhua division, turning their originally orderly attack formation into a disorganized mess. Agus watched as his soldiers fell one by one, his expression growing increasingly stern. "Everyone follow me. I'll lead you to slaughter them." Agus gritted his teeth and began climbing the ladder again. Seeing their leader so valiant, the soldiers of the Xianhua division immediately felt their spirits lift. Following Agus, they recalled the various rewards promised by Chu Xiao, and for a moment they cast aside their fear of death. Zhao Yong, seeing that his measures still could not dissuade the Xianhua division soldiers, revealed a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "Everyone, from here on out, we can only rely on desperation." After saying this, Zhao Yong gripped the spear by his side and viciously thrust it towards the approaching soldiers of the Xianhua division. The fastest climbing soldier of the Xianhua division was still fantasizing about being the first to reach the city wall when suddenly a cold gleam pierced through his chest, bringing him sharply back to reality. "Damn, just a step away." The soldier unwillingly glanced at the city wall that was within reach, then his body uncontrollably fell down the ladder. Having taken down one enemy, Zhao Yong had no time to catch his breath. He immediately withdrew the spear and continued stabbing downwards. Although the defenders on the city wall exerted their utmost effort, the relentless tide of the Xianhua division eventually managed to scale the wall. As more and more enemy troops reached the top of the wall, the defenders of Yinqing gradually fell into a tunnel. The eastern monarch Tuobajin saw that the enemy had already breached their defenses. He continued to beat the war drum. Despite his hands having blisters, he was oblivious to the pain as he inspired morale in his own way. "Fight, we absolutely cannot retreat a single step." Tuobajin loudly encouraged the imperial guards engaged in battle, and due to his exertion his voice had become somewhat hoarse. Seeing that Agus and the Easternese soldiers were still fighting fiercely, he suddenly recalled Chu Xiao's admonition before their departure. Agus pushed back the Easternese guards in front of him with a blade and shouted, "Your defeat is inevitable. Why sacrifice yourselves in vain? The ninth prince has said those who surrender shall not be killed." As Agus's voice fell, the soldiers of the Xianhua division behind him shouted in unison, "Those who surrender shall not be killed." Upon hearing this, Tuobajin's eyes widened in shock. His instinct told him that the very thing he feared most might be about to happen. 3 days ago, the letter urging surrender had already planted a seed. In every heart, surrender meant empty promises alone would never earn belief. But over 3 days, detailed accounts of Anyo Prefecture had spread to Yinqing. All now knew that after Chu Xiao breached Anyo Prefecture, civilians and garrison troops who chose not to resist remained unharmed. No oppression, no humiliation, no loss of life. With such irrefutable evidence, the letter's message gained widespread credence. Had Yinqiang held any realistic hope of defense, few would have dwelled upon surrender. Yet as ever more enemy soldiers scaled the ramparts, the Imperial Guard's collapse appeared inevitable. Why then fight to the death? In that moment, many minds began to shift, especially among ordinary citizens who, witnessing the enemy's ascendancy, heard one insistent voice echoing within. Surrender. After all, submission merely meant exchanging one ruler for another, hardly disrupting daily life. Refusal, however, promised only death on the battlefield, or worse, the slaughter of kin. Once kindled, this thought spread like wildfire. As Agus repeatedly proclaimed, "Surrenderers shall not be slain," morale among the Dongi forces visibly crumbled. Tua Ba Jin broke into cold sweat. The moment unity shattered, command unraveled. Do not believe the enemy's lies. Surrender places our lives entirely in their hands. Only by repelling them can Dongi survive. Yet no matter how fiercely Tua Ba Jin cried out, few answered. To common folk, so long as neither they nor their families were harmed, a change of sovereign mattered little. For Dongi nobles, however, the stakes were wholly different. Even if spared, they would certainly lose the privilege and comfort they now enjoyed. Thus those still standing beside Tua Jin were nearly all Dongi aristocrats. Yet their influence on the battlefield was negligible. Real combat fell to Dongi's rank-and-file soldiers and civilians. We won't fight anymore. Let's surrender. Yes, it's hopeless. Their numbers are overwhelming. Enough. I'd rather live than die. Who truly wishes for death? Speakers cast down their weapons and withdrew from battle. Once the first stepped away, others followed swiftly. Even those previously hesitating, seeing comrades lay down arms, clenched their teeth and surrendered too. Witnessing this, Agus felt his awe and fear of Chu Xiao deepen. Earlier he had doubted Chu Xiao's judgment, deeming the surrender letter to Yinqing superfluous. Now reality struck him with brutal force. Though Agus believed he could still seize Yinqing, without surrender casualties would inevitably mount. Now, however, Chu Xiao had tipped victory scales with mere subtlety. Zhao Yong, still directing the fray, watched soldiers lose all will to fight. He offered a self-mocking smile, then approached Tua Ba Jin with profound remorse. "Your Majesty, we have lost." Tua Ba Jin gripped the drumsticks tightly, drew a deep breath, and let his arms fall limp. The war drum fell silent. Instantly the battlefield hushed. Tua Ba Jin shut his eyes tight. Regret surged raw and suffocating. Had he not provoked Xia, Dongi would never have reached this precipice. Alas, regret has no antidote. Yinqing's defeat arrived with shocking swiftness, as if Tua Ba Jin were trapped inside a dream. Seeing Tua Ba Jin still paralyzed by despair, Zhao Yong scanned the field, where a loyal remnant still fought on. "Your Majesty, flee now. If you escape, Yinqing Dongi may yet rise again. This old minister will hold the line. Buying you time is all I can do." Dongi's fall was sealed, but its armies remained intact. So long as Tua Ba Jin lived, reversal remained possible. Tua Ba Jin recoiled from cowardice, yet death or captivity under Xia repelled him even more. And surrender? Unthinkable. "General Zhao, I swear I shall avenge you." Tua Ba Jin grasped Zhao Yong's hands tightly, tears streaming down his face. Zhao Yong gritted his teeth, lifted his spear anew. "Your Majesty, stay safe." Then he turned and re-entered the fray, leading the last resolute warriors to barricade the advancing Xia. Tua Ba Jin wasted no time. He sprinted down the ramparts, abandoning royal treasures, and fled with his sons and favorite concubines through another gate. When court ministers saw their sovereign fleeing, they rushed after him. Chancellor Yu Wenjing watched Tua Ba Jin prepare carriages, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. Fleeing with the monarch might preserve his life, but never again would he wield such supreme authority. Having long basked in absolute power, Yu Wenjing harbored a pathological obsession with status and wealth. What if he delivered the sovereign to Xia? That would surely count as a monumental achievement, and surely earn him a noble title there. Though lesser than his current dominion, such a title would still far surpass the perilous life of exile. At once Yu Wenjing felt the world widen before him. He knew this act would brand him a traitor, reviled by Dongi loyalists. Yet what did slander matter? So long as he thrived, whispered curses weighed nothing. Having resolved, Yu Wenjing signaled his sons and servants. At first none understood his intent, but in the next instant he lunged toward Tua Ba Jin, knife pressed to the sovereign's throat. No one anticipated Yu Wenjing's madness. By the time others reacted, he already held Tua Ba Jin captive. "Yu Wenjing, are you insane? Do you dare rebel?" Chilled steel against his neck left Tua Ba Jin frozen numb. "Your Majesty, do not blame me. Dongi stands on the brink of ruin. Your servant must look after his own interests." Tua Ba Jin's face flushed with anger. "So the cost of you looking after yourself is to betray me. You did not even ask whether I am willing. Who says Dongi is lost? If I can escape, I will raise the army anew. I give you my word, release me now, and I will not pursue past grievances. And once Xia is driven back, you will remain Dongi's chancellor, second only to me in rank." Hearing Tua Ba Jin's grand promises, Yu Wenjing sneered and shook his head. "Your Majesty, cease dreaming. Even if you manage to escape, what then? Once Yinqing falls, the whole of Dongi will be thrown into panic. Even if your Majesty could muster another army, Xia's strength already surpasses ours, and the Xianyue faction has become Xia's lackeys. Dongi has no hope left. I have served your Majesty for most of my life. Oh, make this small sacrifice and fulfill my private wish." The surrounding Dongi ministers slapped their thighs in fury at Yu Wenjing's maneuver. "Damn, How can your wits be so quick? You did not include us in such a windfall. With Dongyi evidently hopeless, everyone must look out for themselves. But only Yuan Jing acted fastest. If he hands Tuoba Jin over to Xia, he will claim the first merit. Many among the officials were bitterly regretful, wishing they could supplant Yuan Jing. Chancellor Yuan, your servant, has always looked to you for leadership. If you turn to Xia, do not forget to take— Yes, your servant has long admired the Chancellor. I too am willing to follow you in surrendering to Xia. Seeing his subordinates reveal such faces, Tuoba Jin's heart chilled. You are truly my loyal ministers. With you and Dongyi, its doom is hardly surprising. Hearing Tuoba Jin's mockery, Yuan Jing felt no shame. Instead, he wore a righteous air and said, "Is Dongyi's fate not the result of your majesty's obstinacy? I once warned your majesty that Xia is a ferocious tiger, to be befriended, not opposed. It is your majesty's ambition that has led to Dongyi's decline." No sooner had Yuan Jing spoken than a chorus of officials chimed in agreement. Indeed, Xia is the preeminent empire, its strength is formidable. That we are its vassal is by heaven's grace. Your majesty's disrespect of Xia makes you the sinner of Dongyi. Truly, had you not pleaded so bitterly, Dongyi would have fallen 10 years ago. It was Xia's benevolence that prolonged us, yet you repay kindness with enmity. We are ashamed to be associated with you. Tuoba Jin's face twitched, and he burst into curses. You lie. It was you who egged me on calling Xia a paper tiger. That is why I dared to sever ties with them. So now you shift all the blame onto me, hoping to make me the culprit. Dream on. Yuan Jing and the other officials exchanged guilty glances, then loudly rebutted him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I have always held Xia in admiration. How could I have said such things? Yuan Jing's words won the assent of his colleagues. Indeed, who does not know that though I am a son of Dongyi, I have dreamt of being a subject of Xia? How could I have urged his majesty to make an enemy of Xia? Tuoba Jin was stunned by their shamelessness. Good heavens, it was you who once belittled Xia, and that gave me the confidence to break with them. Now you all deny it, do you? Fine, you are heartless. Tuoba Jin resigned himself. Enough. That I have fallen to this state is my fault for misjudging men. I blame no one else. After speaking, Tuoba Jin's shoulders slumped, and he seemed to age years in an instant. Seeing this, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yuan Jing's eyes. Gentlemen, do not say I fail to look after you. If you wish to throw yourselves upon Xia's mercy, you must present something to prove your loyalty. Beyond Tuoba Jin, if other members of the royal house are surrendered to Xia, that would be no small merit. Yuan Jing's words reminded the already treacherous ministers. They slapped their thighs in excitement. Indeed, the Dongyi royal house still contains many members. These would be our merits. We cannot let them escape. Seeing them intent on ransacking the royal family, some ministers still loyal to Dongyi could not stand by. Yuan Jing, how can you be so cruel? Even if you surrender to Xia, you need not exterminate the Dongyi royal line. After all, we were sovereign and subjects. Spare at least some princes, leave the royal bloodline. Is that not a final shred of compassion? Yuan Jing merely sneered. I care little. With Tuoba Jin in hand, my first merit is secured and cannot be taken. Whether to spare the royal offspring, you must ask the others. At that, the ministers bent on surrender cried out savagely, nonsense. If we let them go, what becomes of our— Exactly. With no merits in hand, even if we join Xia, we will not be entrusted with power. With that, the surrender faction could not wait. They hurried off to seize Tuoba Jin's consorts and the princes and princesses. After a while, Yincheng's gates were opened from within. Chu Xiao sat atop his warhorse, squinting as the Dongyi officials strode out. Yuan Jing led the bound Tuoba Jin at the front. As they advanced toward Chu Xiao, the troops behind him drew their bows in unison. Chu Xiao raised a hand signaling them to lower their bows, and allowed the Dongyi officials to approach him on molested. Yuan Jing stopped some 50 paces from Chu Xiao, straightened his robes, and respectfully prostrated himself. Yuan Jing, together with Dongyi's officials, pay homage to His Highness the Ninth Prince. Chu Xiao sat on his warhorse, his expression calm as he regarded the kneeling civil and military officials, then, with a wave, said, kindly rise. Yuan Jing, if I remember correctly, you are the Dongyi Chancellor, are you not? Yuan Jing froze for a moment, then answered with humility, Your Highness, though I am the Dongyi Chancellor, I have long admired Xia. Hearing that Your Highness brought heavenly troops fills my heart with joy. I have long prepared myself to serve Xia. Listen to that, just hear him. Truly fit to be a chancellor. He knows how to speak. Chu Xiao understood that Yuan Jing was seizing the moment to profess loyalty. Indeed, Yuan Jing is it. I will remember you. Yuan Jing believed he had gained the favor of Chu Xiao, and a fawning smile spread across his face. Your Highness, this person is the king of the Eastern Tuoba Jin, whom I have specially presented to you. Hearing Yuan Jing's boast, Chu Xiao nodded slightly. Very well, your achievement in capturing a prisoner will be duly reported to my father, and you shall be rewarded accordingly. Seeing Yuan Jing basking in the spotlight, other surrendered officials from the Eastern began to shout out as well. Your Highness, this is the Eastern E princess whom I have captured, and this is the Eastern E's eldest prince whom I present to the Great Xia. I have also captured one. This is the Eastern E's youngest prince, Tuoba's son. Hearing the familiar name, Chu Xiao raised an eyebrow and looked at Tuoba's son. At this moment Tuoba's son kept his head bowed, not daring to meet Chu Xiao's gaze. Tisk tisk tisk, Tuoba, son, an old acquaintance, do you still remember this prince? Called out by Chu Xiao, Tuoba's son had no choice but to lift his head, fear evident on his face as he forced a smile. Noble prince. Tuoba's son, did you ever think that when we met again it would be in such a situation? Tuoba's son knew he had a grievance with Chu Xiao and feared that Chu Xiao would take the opportunity to vent his anger, so he acted particularly humble. Noble prince, I was foolish that day. Now I am your prisoner, I hope you will not make things difficult for me. Seeing that Tuoba's son no longer displayed his previous arrogance, Chu Xiao chuckled and shook his head. This prince prefers the defiant hue. But rest assured, this prince is not a cruel person. Although there have been misunderstandings between us, I will not intentionally make things difficult for you. With this promise from Chu Xiao, Tuoba Sun visibly relaxed. Noble prince, you are wise and mighty, I admire you. Chu Xiao's lips curled into a playful smile. Don't rush to flatter me. While I will not target you, the Duke of State may not be so lenient. Recalling how he had provoked the Duke of State in the Great Xia court, Tuoba Sun trembled uncontrollably. He knelt on the ground before Chu Xiao, pleading earnestly. Your Highness, I know I was wrong. I hope you can help me. Chu Xiao shook his head indifferently. I will not intervene in your grievances with the Duke of State. Furthermore, since you are already a prisoner, you must recognize your identity. I do not like your self-reference, this prince. Tuoba Sun trembled all over and hurriedly corrected himself. Yes, thank you for your guidance. I shall remember it well. Chu Xiao lost interest in Tuoba Sun and turned his gaze toward the Eastern E king, Tuoba Jin. You Ting, go and untie him. He is still a king. He should be given the respect he deserves. After receiving the order, Yu Ting quickly stepped forward to untie the ropes binding Tuoba Jin. Tuoba Jin rubbed his somewhat numb arm, took a deep breath, and lowered his proud head toward Chu Xiao with a complex expression. Thank you, noble prince. Your Majesty, you are too courteous. I have a matter I would like your Majesty to assist with. Tuoba Jin understood his situation. He knew that offering to help was merely a formality. So Tuoba Jin wisely said, Noble prince, please speak freely. I am now your prisoner, and I have no right to refuse anything you request. Seeing Tuoba Jin so cooperative, Chu Xiao's gaze softened. It is not a difficult matter, really. This prince hopes that your Majesty can personally write a surrender decree to announce to the world, which would help to end the war as soon as possible. Your Majesty should be well aware that continuing this conflict is meaningless and will only lead to more casualties. Tuoba Jin felt a wave of sadness. He had written a surrender decree 10 years ago, but back then it was merely as a vassal state of the Great Xia. Now if he wrote this decree, the Eastern E would cease to exist. Tuoba Jin never imagined he would become the last king of the Eastern E. At this moment he wished he could slap himself. Had he not been blinded by greed, he would not have provoked the Great Xia. Now that he thought about it, he regretted it deeply. If he had not provoked the Great Xia, although being a vassal state might sound humiliating, at least he would still be a king. Unlike now, when he had become a prisoner, he had no idea what would happen to him in the future. Tuoba Jin was extremely reluctant to write this surrender decree, but as he had said, he no longer had any right to refuse. I understand. I will write the surrender decree, but I hope, noble prince, that you will treat the common people of the Eastern E kindly. All the mistakes are mine. The people of the Eastern E are innocent. Chu Xiao nodded seriously. Rest assured, from now on there will be no Eastern E commoners left. There will only be Great Xia commoners, so my Great Xia will treat them equally. This is something your Majesty need not worry about. Tuoba Jin silently cast a grateful glance at Chu Xiao, and then in front of everyone he personally wrote a surrender letter and affixed his royal seal. Chu Xiao took the surrender letter, glanced at it, and then handed it to a soldier beside him. Take this surrender letter to the front lines. The soldier hurriedly bowed to accept it before departing. With this, the situation was set. Chu Xiao rode on horseback, leading everyone into Yin City. At that moment, a large crowd of Eastern E commoners had gathered at the city gate. Watching their king surrender, the emotions of these commoners were incredibly complex. There was sadness, anger at their king's incompetence, fear, and of course a greater sense of anxiety about the future. No one knew whether the Great Xia would truly treat them kindly. What if they turned hostile now? There would be no one to... I guess you take charge of the city defenses in Yin City and ensure that all prisoners are detained. All valuables taken from the Eastern E Royal Palace must be reported truthfully. No one is allowed to hide anything. What should be given to you, this prince will definitely not be stingy. But whatever does not belong to you, anyone who dares to stretch out their hand will find this prince unrelenting. This time I need not remind you how to restrain your subordinates, right? Aegus gave a bitter smile. After the lesson from that day, even without anything being said, none of his soldiers dared to disobey Chu Xiao's orders. Because Chu Xiao was indeed someone who would kill. Agus now regarded Chu Xiao with even more respect, and had begun to get used to conversing with him from a position of authority. If at first his relationship with Chu Xiao was more of a partnership with a clear hierarchy, yet not very pronounced, it had changed. During this time working under Chu Xiao, Agus had grown increasingly awed and fearful of this young ninth. The Great Xia's effortless annihilation of the Eastern Yi was largely due to Chu Xiao's efforts. Chu Xiao's terrifying strategies manipulated the entire Eastern Yi without any significant cost, securing victory for the Great Xia. Such a person is not someone you can easily offend. Moreover, the Xianyu tribe still needed the support of the Great Xia, so Agus kept his demeanor proper, treating Chu Xiao as a true subordinate. Your Highness, rest assured, this time I will absolutely not let any mistakes happen. When Chu Xiao led his men to the Eastern Yi Palace, he saw that soldiers had already begun transporting boxes of rare treasures from inside the palace to the open ground. At this moment, Toba Jin stood to the side with a hunched figure, watching those soldiers plundering all the valuables in the palace, his eyes filled with pain and regret. These treasures of the palace were the collections of the Eastern Yi's past monarchs. He usually could not bear to touch them, yet now they were all to be cheapened for the Great Xia. Chu Xiao ordered the number of these treasures to be recorded, and then he took command of the area. As night fell, the Eastern Yi Palace became lively. Chu Xiao threw a celebratory banquet in the palace, and the cheers and laughter of the soldiers made the Eastern Yi monarchs, now prisoners, feel extremely uncomfortable. Watching the enemy celebrate in their own palace, all that remained in their hearts was endless desolation. Ladies and gentlemen, our ability to celebrate here today is all thanks to your contributions. However, alcohol is not permitted in the army, so this prince offers you all a cup of tea instead. The leaders of the Xianyu department stood up respectfully. Your Highness is too modest. If it weren't for your brilliant tactics, how could we have won so easily? We should be toasting you instead. The Eastern Yi Palace was undoubtedly lively that day, but unfortunately this liveliness did not belong to the Eastern Yi monarchs. It can only be said that people's joys and sorrows are not the same. On the fifth day after Chu Xiao captured Yin City, due to the delayed news, the information that Yin City had been conquered had yet to reach the borders. At this time, the Duke of Dingwa was still continuously tying up the main forces of Eastern Yi. Since he only needed to delay, he played very cunningly. He never directly engaged the main forces of Eastern Yi. Whenever they attempted to attack, the Duke would immediately lead his army to retreat. And when the Eastern Yi army was ready to withdraw, the Duke would immediately lead his troops forward to harass them. This tactic made the commander of the Eastern Yi army, Wei Chi-hui, very troubled. Another day passed, and the Duke of Dingwa, who received the news about Yin City earlier, unusually brought his army directly in front of Wei Chi-hui. This left Wei Chi-hui somewhat bewildered. Was the Duke of Dingwa planning to confront him head-on? Wei Chi-hui hurriedly readied himself, preparing for a decisive battle. However, just as both armies were on edge, the armored Duke of Dingwa suddenly rode out slowly from his troop. Seeing the Duke approach alone to the center of the two armies, Wei Chi-hui looked at him cautiously, unsure of. He felt that all of the Duke's actions today hinted at something strange. Just as Wei Chi-hui was puzzled, the Duke called out to him, "Wei Chi-hui, I have come here today not to start a war with you. Do you dare to come forward for a conversation?" Upon hearing the Duke's call, the soldiers beside Wei Chi-hui hurriedly advised, "Commander, you must not. Be wary, this could be an enemy scheme." Wei Chi-hui narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment, then raised his hand to signal everyone to be silent. If this commander does not dare to step forward, I will surely be mocked by the enemy for being a coward. Moreover, at this distance, even if the Great Xia wanted to launch a surprise attack, I would have enough time to retreat. Though the Duke of Dingwa is renowned, he is ultimately just an old man. How could a single commander like me be? With that, Wei Chi-hui rode forward to stand in front of the Duke. "Duke of Dingwa, in the midst of battle you invite me here. Are you planning to surrender?" Wei Chi-hui certainly knew that the Duke of Dingwa would not surrender. He said this deliberately to provoke him. To his surprise, the Duke of Dingwa showed no anger at his words, instead smiling and stroking his beard. "You've got it wrong. In fact, I have called you here to advise you to give up your feudal resistance and surrender to the Great Xia early." Wei Chi-hui's face immediately showed an expression of anger. "If that is your purpose, Duke, then allow me to advise you not to daydream. Our Eastern Yi is not some soft persimmon. If you wish to fight, we will accompany you to the end. Surrender is not an option." Seeing Wei Chi-hui so resolute, the Duke of Dingwa shook his head with a sigh. "It seems you are still unaware. Yin City is now in the hands of the Great Xia, and your monarch has become a prisoner of ours. What is the point of continuing this battle?" Wei Chi-hui's heart sank, and he gritted his teeth, shouting angrily, "Nonsense. How could this be possible?" Seeing Wei Chi-hui's reaction, the Duke of Dingwa couldn't help but laugh heartily. "It seems you really haven't received any news at all. I originally thought you would have heard about the surprise attack on Yin City, and worried you might run back to provide support. It seems I was overthinking. I must say the speed of information transfer among you Eastern is quite slow. Did you not consider why the CNU department has not appeared all this time? Wei Chi-hu's face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. I thought about it. I always believed you hid the CNU department to launch a surprise attack on me. The Duke of Dingwa laughed, so hard his stomach hurt. If the CNU department were here, would I allow you to act for enough? Now that I've informed you of the truth, I see you have some ability. Why not surrender early to the Great Xia? Perhaps I could speak a few good words for you in front of His Majesty, and you might still have the opportunity to lead troops in the future. Wei Chi-hui glared at the Duke of Dingwa, then shook his head. Haha, you think I would believe your nonsense? You said so much to distract me. The Duke of Dingwa was taken aback, suddenly realizing he had overestimated Wei Chi-hu's intelligence. Believe it or not, I kindly advised you. If you remain stubborn, it will only lead to the unnecessary sacrifice of your soldiers. Just as the Duke finished speaking, he suddenly saw a messenger appearing from the direction of the Eastern Army. His eyes narrowed slightly as he quickly deduced what was happening. Hey, evidence that can convince you has arrived. Following the Duke's gaze, Wei Chi-hui hesitated for a moment, then directly pulled the reins and rode towards the messenger. Upon reaching the messenger, Wei Chi-hui did not wait for him to speak before directly asking, I ask you how is... Upon hearing the question, the messenger's face fell. Commander, In City has fallen. Boom. Wei Chi-hui felt as if struck by lightning, never expecting that what the Duke said was actually true. He had been fighting desperately on the front lines, and who would have thought that in the blink of an eye his own stronghold had been breached by the enemy? Where could he seek justice for this? You didn't deceive me, did you? The messenger looked up with a wronged expression, and then took out a letter of surrender written by Bajin himself from his bosom. How could I dare to tell such a lie? This is a letter entrusted by His Majesty to you, Commander. Please take a look. Wei Chi-hui took it without hesitation, and then unfolded the letter. After quickly reading through its contents, he instantly lost all his strength.